You're widely regarded as the school's biggest mage loser, and your classmates are certain you'll die the moment you step into the dungeon. But as you look at the 7 bronze tier, 3-star monsters before you, you lick your lips with excitement. A pungent wind hits your face, and the 7 leopards' crimson eyes lock onto you. Your classmates' taunts still ring in your ears, that loser is just going in there to die. But you just laugh, screw casting time. Screw mana. Lightning barrier, instant cast. Immediately afterward, you raise one hand, and not just one, but 7 devastating lightning orbs materialize out of thin air. Arcs of lightning crackle and pop, casting a ghastly pallor across your face. As you swing your arm down, 7 bolts of lightning tear through the air, leaving only the acrid stench of scorched flesh in the dungeon. The game and reality have merged. Monsters rampage unchecked. Dungeons, mystic realms, and the abyss are countless. To fend off the monster invasion, everyone undergoes a class change at the age of 18. On the day of your class change, you became a hidden class, the Thunder Mage. However, because Thunder Mage skills consume too much spirit, have excessively long cooldowns, and require too much casting time, the class is widely regarded as useless. Fortunately, you've gained access to the sign-in system and obtained the unique hidden buff Infinite Firepower. Infinite Firepower, 100% reduction in spirit consumption, 100% reduction in cooldown, 100% reduction in casting time. Check in at the Imperial Academy to obtain the unique hidden class Dragon Mage. Check in at a Nightmare level dungeon to obtain the unique hidden race Ancient God. Check in at the Abyss to obtain the God tier item, the Book of Forbidden Spells. Chapter 1, Class Change to the Hidden Class Thunder Mage. Infinite Firepower buff. Dragongxia Empire, Jiangnan Province, Donghai City. Inside a classroom at Donghai No. 60 Middle School, the mentor stands at the lectern delivering a speech at the Class Change Mobilization Assembly. Students, today is the day you officially change your class, and it is also the most important day of your lives. I hope each of you can reach the heights of Xia Guangwu and become pillars of the nation in the future. The Xia Guangwu Chongming was referring to was a student who graduated from No. 60 Middle School 30 years ago. He is now an 80th level Light Knight serving in the Holy Knights Hall, one of the 7 great temples. At every mobilization meeting like this, Chongming would use his story to inspire the students. Sure enough, seeing the passion and longing sparking in their eyes, Chongming nodded with satisfaction. Just then, he noticed a student in the back row by the window staring out the window, lost in thought. Ahem. Enough chatter, let us head to the playground. In all his years of teaching, Chongming felt a rare sense of frustration, but this student had apparently been like this for nearly a year. Chu stared at the willow tree outside the window, his deep eyes glimmering with a faint sense of anticipation. A year ago, he had been transported to another world. When he woke up, he discovered that the planet he knew so well had undergone tremendous changes. This world had merged with a game, and every student would undergo a class change during their senior year of high school. Clearing dungeons, conquering the mystic realm, and slaying monsters all earned EXP. With EXP, one could level up and grow stronger. Classes were divided into 3 major categories: combat class, support class, and lifestyle class. The most sought after and revered classes in this world are the combat classes, though of course, the support classes and lifestyle classes are no less impressive. Some powerful support classes are even more sought after than combat classes, whether in society or on the battlefield. The same goes for lifestyle classes. 100 years ago, a blacksmith forged a mythic tier greatsword that sent shockwaves across the globe. It drew countless powerful figures to pay their respects. In Chu's view, no matter which class he chose, as long as he specialized in it properly, he could still become a powerful figure. There are no useless classes, only useless people. Chu. Everyone's gone. What are you still standing there for? Just then, a tall young man walked over and patted Chu on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? You're so deep in thought, Yang said, looking in the direction Chu was staring, a puzzled expression on his face. Nothing. Let us go. Chu and Yang arrived at the sports field, where they saw a massive platform set up in the center, surrounded by 4 thick stone pillars inlaid with sparkling elemental stones. It's starting. Chu, what class do you want to switch to? Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly. Combat class, of course. Chu looked out at the vast playground before him, packed with senior high students, 500 in total. He estimated that among these 500, no more than 50 would be able to class change to a combat class. The probability was around 10% if luck wasn't on his side, it could be even lower. You have the strongest spirit in our class, so you'll most likely awaken as a mage. Yang gazed enviously at the glow emanating from the awakening platform, smacked his lips, and continued. I want to become a warrior. Or an axe and shield fighter. I'll stand in front of a girl to protect her. I'll take all the damage myself. Chu shot him a disdainful look and asked, You'd be okay with risking your life for a girl? Hee, you just don't get it. This is a man's romance, Yang grinned foolishly. Even Bo Yang would have to offer you a cigarette if he saw you, Chu said, the contempt in his eyes deepening. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Oh? Isn't this Chu, the bottom of the class? With grades this bad, you actually have the nerve to come here to change classes? Guo walked over with a mocking look on his face. Chu's theoretical scores were the worst in the class. What could he do? Having been transported here, how was he supposed to know anything about theoretical knowledge? His grades had consistently been at the bottom of the class. Although Guo wasn't much better himself, he just couldn't stand Chu's perpetually nonchalant expression. On top of that, the kid was really good looking, which made him popular with a lot of the girls. Guo, changing classes is every senior's right. What are you barking about? Get the hell out of here. Yang stepped in front of Chu and fired back. Seeing Yang's imposing build, Guo felt a twinge of fear, but he snorted coldly, Just you wait. I'll see what kind of class you, pretty boy, end up in. Hope it's not some junk class. What is it to you what class I choose? Say one more word and I'll take you down. Yang rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, sending Guo scattering in a panic. Chu remained completely unfazed to him. Guo's provocation was nothing but child's play. In this world where strength reigns supreme, no amount of trash talk can match the power of fists. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp clang, the awakening platform burst into a blinding glow. The next moment, the Grandmaster Tier, 5-star formation mentor stepped onto the stage, holding a long list in his hand. The class change is officially beginning. Students whose names I call next, please come up to the stage one by one to change your class. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide as saucers. The moment of class change had finally arrived. First up, Chen Hao. The boy whose name was called felt his heart skip a beat as he nervously walked onto the stage. He placed his palm on the class awakening stone. A few seconds later, a faint glow appeared, along with an axe. Chen Hao's class awakened to the lifestyle class lumberjack. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's face went pale, and he walked away dejectedly. No way, a lumberjack? That's just terrible. Sigh, my life is over. Without a decent class, I won't even be able to put food on the table from now on. I hope my luck is a little better. Lifestyle classes like the lumberjack don't have much of a place in this world. They're not even as useful as a farmer. With this first precedent set, the students who followed grew even more nervous. Most of the subsequent class changes were lifestyle classes. There were very few support classes, and not a single combat class was seen. By the end of the morning, over 200 people had completed their class changes, with some rejoicing and others grieving. Next up, Chu. Hearing his name, Yang exclaimed excitedly, It's your turn, bro. Go for it. Chu took a deep breath, walked slowly onto the platform, and reached out to touch the class awakening stone. A few seconds later, the sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds, and lightning flashed. What is going on? Why is there sudden thunder? Could this be a class awakening phenomenon? As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd was stunned. A class capable of triggering such a phenomenon must be extraordinary. Crack! Thunder roared, and arcs of lightning danced through the air. A thunder symbol materialized above Chu's head. Hidden class Thunder Mage. The entire crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The first combat class who would VE thought it would be a hidden class, and the rarest of them all, a Thunder Mage. Ha ha. I knew Chu had to be a combat class one, just didn't he expect it to be a hidden class. Yang was particularly excited. Oomph, you're celebrating too soon. While Thunder Mages are powerful, they also have the most limitations. Guo, still reeling from the surprise, poured cold water on his excitement. Guo, what do you mean? The Thunder Mage is the most devastating class among mages. Why are you being so snarky? Yang immediately took offense. Guo glanced at the curious stares around them, snorted derisively, and explained, the Thunder Mage does indeed deal massive damage, but its casting time is extremely long, and using its skills consumes an enormous amount of spirit. At that moment, Zhang, the Formation Elder, also shook his head regretfully. Yes, right. Historically, Thunder Mages have been powerful, but their resource consumption is 10 or even 100 times that of similar classes, and leveling up in the early stages is extremely difficult. What a waste of a promising prospect. Shu listened to their words, furrowing his brow. So, is Class 1T just a bottomless pit? It was also completely useless? Ha ha. Hidden class sounds nice, but in reality, it's no different from being a waste of space. Just accept your fate. Guo burst out laughing, brimming with smugness. Chu clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, and felt a surge of intense resentment welling up inside him. Had he traveled to this world just to accept such a fate? Ding! Drawing a lottery ticket. Binding to the system. Binding successful. Lottery point detected. Proceed with the draw immediately? A system? Shua's eyes lit up. It seemed his benefits as a transmigrator had finally arrived. Activate. Ding. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the unique hidden buff, Infinite Firepower. Chapter 2, Infinite Lightning Orb. Spell Machine Gun. Infinite Firepower, Spirit Consumption reduced by 100%, cooldown reduced by 100%, casting time reduced by 100%. Next, draw Deep Forest Dungeon. Shua's pupils suddenly contracted as he read the skill description. Anyone who played League of Legends before their rebirth knew just how terrifying Infinite Firepower was and how it completely shattered game balance. Now it had appeared in the real world, and on a Thunder Mage, no less. What a terrifying cheat this must be. So what if it consumes a massive amount of spirit? So what if the casting time is long? With this buff, does he even need to worry about those limitations? TSK, how pitiful. Such a waste of such a great class. Shu, with your penniless background, you're destined to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of your life, was said, feigning regret. Yeah, Thunder Mages require way too many resources. Without a good family background, it's hard enough just to level up. I've heard that even high-level Thunder Mages have to down a bottle of mana after casting just a few spells, and their casting times are so long that other elemental mages could cast several spells in that time. Even though it's a hidden class, it can't even measure up to some lifestyle classes. Hearing the conversation around him, the cold smile on Guoye's face grew even more pronounced. However, to his disappointment, Shu remained completely unfazed by the sarcastic remarks. Guo felt as if he punched a cotton ball. His face turned ashen. What he hated most was Chua's attitude of not caring about anything. Shu, you're nothing but a good-for-nothing. A complete and utter good-for-nothing. Guo roared. Shu paused in his steps, slowly turned to face Guoye's contorted face, and said calmly, whether I'm a good-for-nothing, is that any of your business? Guo froze for a moment, instantly at a loss for words. It was true that he couldn't stand Shu, but he couldn't very well mock him for that reason, could he? How would his classmates and instructors view him if he did? It's okay, classmate. Your future is in your own hands. How you choose to walk that path is entirely up to you, Formation Instructor Zhang consoled him. Zhang watched his retreating figure, hesitated as if about to speak, then let out a long sigh. After all this time, the 60th high school had finally produced a hidden class, and it turned out to be the most useless one, a Thunder Mage. It seemed that was simply the fate of the 60th high school. Shu returned to Yang's side and stared expressionlessly at the high platform. Yang patted Chu on the shoulder and said solemnly, "It's okay, Fingzi. So you're having trouble leveling up, I'll take you. From now on, I'll give you all the mana I get from killing monsters." Hearing this, Chu felt a warm glow in his heart. He looked at Yang's mature face, which didn't match his age, and nodded. "Okay. Thanks. What's there to thank me for? We're family. We've been brothers since we were in diapers. Don't ever mention the word thanks to me again." Next up, Yang. "Finally, it's my turn." Yang let out a loud laugh, strode up onto the high platform, and placed his broad, calloused palm on it. Immediately, a long spear appeared above his head. "Combat class night," Zhang announced. Whoa! Everyone looked at Yang with envy. Another combat class, and a highly sought-after knight at that. "Ha ha! I did it!" Yang was ecstatic. He rushed off the stage and gave Chu a massive bear hug, nearly snapping his spine. "Fingzi, did you see that? I did it!" Yang laughed through his tears. "Why are you crying over something so happy?" This completely baffled Chu. "Little sisters, big brother is here." Yang sobbed. "Chu?" The rest of the class change process was rather tedious. Chu didn't want to linger any longer. Tomorrow was the trial before the big exam, and he needed to go back and familiarize himself with his class. It's worth mentioning that Guai had also awakened a combat class of Fire Mage, no less. This made him so proud his chin was practically touching the sky. Back home, Chu lay on the worn-out sofa, gazing at the only inheritance his parents had left him, and a wave of emotion washed over him. On the TV cabinet sat a photo frame containing a family portrait of the three of them, though the parents of this body had died in battle years ago. Chu had grown accustomed to being alone, but he still held fond memories of the world before his transmigration. There, he had his own family, including a younger sister who had just started high school. He heard that in the deepest depths of the abyss in this world, there was a gate of the abyss opening. It would grant one anything they desired. Chu shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind. His immediate priority was to improve his strength. This major exam was crucial. He had to get into the Dragonxia Empire's best Imperial Academy. Only the finest institutions could provide the best resources. Chu stood up and brought up his personal stats panel. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Mage Hidden Class. Level, Bronze Tier, 1 star 0%. Strength, 9 average adult, 10. Agility, 8 average adult, 10. Spirit, 20 average adult, 10. Constitution, 10 average adult, 10. Equipment, none. Skills, Lightning Orb, Lightning Chain, Lightning Barrier, Infinite Firepower Unique. Lightning Orb summons a sphere condensed from lightning elements that deals massive damage to a target. Lightning Chain summons a chain of lightning that deals massive damage to multiple targets. The more targets, the higher the damage. Lightning Barrier summons a shield formed from lightning elements that defends against both physical and magical damage. Infinite Firepower Unique, 100% reduction in spirit consumption, 100% reduction in cooldown, 100% reduction in casting time. The Thunder Mage has only 3 basic skills, no different from other mages. Chu nodded to himself. Spreading his palm, Chu tested the casting time. 10 seconds later, a fist the size of an adult appeared in the center of his palm. Silver-white arcs of lightning flickered, brimming with destructive energy. The casting time really is long. And with my current spirit, I might only be able to cast 2 lightning orbs before entering a weakened state. Chu furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. In a life or death battle, the situation can change in the blink of an eye. Every second is precious. A single small lightning orb requires a 10-second casting time. No wonder they call this class a useless one. Immediately afterward, Chu tried to hurl the lightning orb at the vase in front of him. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the hall, and blinding white light filled the entire room. Chu slowly opened his eyes and gasped. The vase was nowhere to be seen. Not even the wooden stand it had been resting on remained, leaving only a pile of dust and charred marks on the floor. What terrifying destructive power! Is this what thunder magic is all about? Chu swallowed hard, his excitement gradually building. If a single lightning orb was this powerful, what about 100 or 1,000? And it would only get stronger as his level increased. Sure enough, God was fair. He had granted Thunder Mages immense destructive power, but imposed severe limitations in other areas. But in the face of infinite firepower, those limitations were nothing. Chu excitedly kept experimenting on the balcony, with roars of thunder ringing out one after another, leaving the balcony floor riddled with holes. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Just then, a furious shout rang out from the building across the street. It's so late and you're still making noise. Do you want anyone to get any sleep? Chapter 3, Deep Forest Dungeon. Time to level up. 6:30 a.m. the next morning. Chu arrived early at the school gate. Today was a very important day, so he woke up earlier than usual. As soon as he arrived, he saw Guo chatting with a group of students. Today, he had changed his usual attire, deliberately donning a fiery red robe that looked incredibly flashy. At the same time, he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He was on cloud 9, feeling absolutely great. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure and sneered, "Ha! Our hidden class Thunder Mage has arrived. What's wrong with you guys? You see a classmate and don't even say hello? What hidden class? It's nothing but a joke." Exactly. That loser Chu isn't even worth a single finger of yours, June. He might even die in the mystic realm today. There's no point wasting time on a loser like him. Chu looked at his classmates, who had usually been quite friendly toward him but had now completely changed their attitude. He shook his head and smiled. Such was reality. At the same time, he understood one truth: from the moment they changed classes, they were no longer classmates but competitors. On the battlefield, for the sake of gain, they wouldn't even hesitate to fight to the death. At that moment, Chu's expression changed. The look he gave Guo was icy and menacing. Guo sensed that gaze and shuddered instinctively, snapping angrily, "What are you staring at? You'd better pray you don't run into me in the dungeon, otherwise, this time next year will be your death anniversary." "As it happens, I'd like to return those words to you," Chu replied bluntly. Guo snorted coldly, already plotting in his mind how he would kill Chu if they ever crossed paths. A few minutes later, Yang arrived at the entrance on his electric scooter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two boarded the bus. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance to the Deep Forest Dungeon. Dozens of soldiers were stationed there, maintaining strict security. "Sign this waiver. Whatever happens inside the dungeon has nothing to do with the school. I hope you can save your own lives. Come out of the dungeon in one piece." Chongming held a piece of paper in his hand, scanning everyone present. His gaze lingered on Chu for 2 seconds longer than on the others, and he sighed deeply to himself. The students looked at the bright red waiver and broke out in a cold sweat. They understood the nature of the dungeon where danger and opportunity coexist, but when it came to a matter of life and death, many were terrified. Moreover, the dungeon used a random teleportation system. With good luck, they might end up grouped with classmates, but with bad luck, they could be teleported straight into a monstrous lair. Surely no one will actually die. That's too terrifying. I'd rather not go. I heard the monsters in there eat people. Hundreds or even thousands die in there every year. Chongming wasn't surprised by their fearful expressions. They had every right to opt out. Those who aren't participating, stay where you are. Those who are participating, come forward to claim your life or death pledge. Chongming announced in a loud voice. Chu was the first to step forward. He took a life and death pledge, signed his name on it with a flourish, and then said to Yang, "I'll go in first." With that, Chu strode into the passageway and vanished. When the students saw that Chu was actually the first to go in, their faces immediately fell. "The good-for-nothing you've been talking about went in first. Are the rest of you not even as good as a good-for-nothing?" Yang looked scornfully at the group who had previously mocked Chu, reached out to take a life and death pledge, and signed his name as well. "You bastard! If you're scared to death, go home and drink your milk." was snorted coldly, refusing to be outdone, and signed his name too. The rest exchanged glances. Although they were tempted, fear outweighed their curiosity. Out of the 500 students from number 60 high school, only a little over 100 chose to sign the life or death pledge. The rest all backed out. "Shu's a useless class. I don't believe he'll make it out of the dungeon unscathed." Some of those who stayed didn't choose to leave. Instead, they lingered at the entrance, waiting to watch the show. Upon entering the deep forest dungeon, the moment Shu opened his eyes, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Location detected. Proceed with the draw immediately? Yes. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained True Thunder Skill Gold Tier, Skill Book 1 and Double EXP Card 1. Next draw location, Imperial Trial Tower. He opened his backpack and found a scroll and a white card lying quietly inside. True Thunder Skill Gold Tier, a mysterious skill scroll containing immense strength. Prerequisite, Silver Tier or higher. Double EXP card, double EXP gains for 12 hours. It's actually a skill book. Shu's eyes lit up, and his breathing suddenly quickened. For hidden classes like him, learning skills was extremely difficult, as it was hard to find a mentor, and lightning element skill scrolls were extremely rare on the market, each one commanding a very high price. Aside from instruction from a mentor and skill scrolls, there was another method, the skill book. The purpose of a skill book was to allow one to grasp skills available within their current class level range. One might learn a new skill, or they might master a skill they already possessed. Not only are these skill books expensive, but they might not even work. You can only study them at the silver tier, so I'd better hurry up and level up. Shu walked forward, but he didn't use his EXP card right away. The dungeon trial lasted 24 hours, while the double EXP card only lasted 12 hours. He would only use this consumable when he was certain he could maximize his gains. Continuing onward, he arrived at a small stream. Shu looked at the forest ahead and furrowed his brow. Just then, a foul, blood-curdling wind swept toward him. Shu's eyebrow twitched, and he immediately took defensive measures. Lightning barrier. A massive force slammed into the shield, emitting a sizzling sound and a pained roar. Shu looked closely and casually cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Leopard. Level, Bronze Tier, 3 stars. Strength, 21. Agility, 25. Spirit, 16. Constitution, 19. Skill, Bite. This leopard was 2 meters long, its body covered in black spots, its crimson eyes fixed on its prey. Running into a Bronze Tier, 3-star monster right off the bat. Looks like I'm in luck. Shu licked his parched lips and suddenly hurled a lightning orb. The speed caught the leopard off guard. Perhaps it hadn't even expected a mage to cast a spell without channeling it? Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the leopard's head was blown to pieces by the thunder's immense power. Killed a level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. The progress bar went from 0% to 30%. Just 3 more leopards and I'll level up. Shu looked down at the headless corpse and dismissed the idea of looting its pelt. My main goal for this trial is leveling up. I'm not going to waste time on things like that. To take the Imperial Academy's major exam, one must first be at least level 10. With only 7 days left until the exam, he'd better reach level 10 within the next 24 hours. Perhaps because the explosion had been so loud, Shu had barely taken 2 steps before he found himself surrounded by leopards. At a glance, there were at least 5 of them. Perfect, saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Far from showing any fear, Shu actually grew excited. Chapter 4, Crazy Leveling. Did I drop some gear? A total of 7 leopards formed a circle around Shu. Although he was only level 1, he didn't panic at all when facing so many level 3 monsters. With a whoosh, the lightning orb appeared in his hand, and almost at the same moment, 3 leopards lunged. Their speed was blinding, twice that of an ordinary person, as they charged straight at Shu, their massive claws glinting coldly. Lightning barrier. Shu first cast a shield around himself, then immediately hurled the lightning orb. Even though these beasts were fast, the lightning orb flew even faster. Boom! Killed a level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. The death of their companion had stirred the leopard's ferocity. In the split second it took him to act, they had already closed in on Chu. Attacking from both sides, one in front, one behind, they swung their claws, whipping up a gale. "I've been waiting for you." Chu gave a soft snort, and a chain formed from lightning suddenly appeared around the leopards. Lightning chain. ZZZZT. Sparks flew as the lightning chain sent one leopard into a frenzied convulsion, then immediately jumped to the other. The two beasts were like lightning rods, with arcs of electricity constantly jumping between them, and with each jump, the lightning grew more powerful. Arg! The two leopards let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Their fur had vanished, replaced by large patches of charred black marks. The acrid smell of burning mixed with the scent of roasted meat filled the air. After slaying these two monsters, his EXP bar was full. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 30. With each level up, he gains 10 freely allocable attribute points. Without hesitation, Chu allocated all of them to Spirit. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Mage Hidden Class. Level, Bronze Tier, 2 stars 10%. Strength, 19. Agility, 18. Spirit, 40. Constitution, 20. Equipment, none. Skills, Lightning Orb, Lightning Chain, Lightning Barrier, Infinite Firepower unique. His spirit doubled immediately after leveling up. The Lightning Orb Chu summoned also grew larger along with his increased spirit. Previously only the size of an adult's fist, it was now a full size larger, containing an even more immense amount of destructive energy. This is the Thunder Mage at its most terrifying. Chu turned his gaze to the remaining 4 leopards. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, for lightning orb shot out at lightning speed, striking them and unleashing a terrifying wave of lightning. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 20. Killed level 3 leopard, EXP plus 20. These monsters are all too weak, they can't even gauge my true strength right now, Chu said, shaking his head in exasperation. If other trainees saw this scene, they'd surely be left speechless. It was a pure, instant kill. How was this supposed to be leveling up? Without the infinite firepower buff, Chu would probably kick the bucket by now. Leopards don't give you time to cast spells. Arriving at the leopard escorts, Chu began his looting operation. Looting refers to picking up equipment or items dropped by monsters. To obtain gear, players have no choice but to rely on monster drops unless they're willing to spend a fortune buying from shops or other players. Chu circled the area but found no dropped items, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Time to keep leveling up. This area was the leopard's lair. After leveling up, Chu's physical stats had improved across the board, and his running speed was now twice what it had been. Using just 2 skills, Lightning Orb and Lightning Chain, Chu wiped out every single leopard in the entire area. In just 2 hours, he had reached level 5, with his spirit reaching a staggering 120. The Thunder Mage has the highest spirit growth rate among all mages, meaning that the same skills, when used by this class, will unleash 200% or even 300% of their normal power. As a direct result, the Lightning Orb was now as big as 2 adult fists. Its power had also skyrocketed, capable of blowing a leopard right in half. Passing through the grove, Chu arrived at a hillside. As far as the eye could see, the hills were covered with giant roosters. Their numbers were truly terrifying. Have I walked into a chicken coop? Chu's mouth dropped open in shock as he stared at this horde of 1-meter-tall creatures with colorful feathers. Brother Kuan. Hill Giant Rooster. Level, Bronze Tier, 5 stars. Strength, 57. Agility, 62. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 49. Skill, Super Pack. The intruder's appearance caught the attention of all the giant roosters. They all turned their heads at once, their bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu. Cluck! Chu swallowed hard and let out a nervous laugh. Bro Kuan, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not a traitor. I'm leaving right now. There were simply too many roosters here, and although Chu was confident in his own strength, he understood the saying, many ants can bring down an elephant. However, just as he made a move, Cluck! Cluck! Their sharp beaks and metallic glinting wings could easily slice through stone. All over the mountain, roosters flapped their wings and flew toward him at a speed that was jaw-dropping. Holy shit! Brother Cohen, are you serious? Startled by their ferocity, Chu took off running. But no matter how hard he ran, Chu was no match for their speed, and the distance between them closed in an instant. Cluck! Cluck! A rooster's beak lunged violently toward Chu. Judging by the force of the attack, there was no doubt that if he were hit, it would tear a bloody hole right through him, maybe even rip his guts right out. What the hell? Ouch! Seeing where the rooster was aiming, Chu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly cast a lightning shield on himself. The moment the rooster's beak touched the shield, it was jolted by electricity, sending feathers flying everywhere. The lightning shield not only provided defense but also triggered the Thunder Mage's traits Electrified and Paralysis. Electrified coats the target with an electric current, dealing additional damage the next time a lightning spell is cast. As the name suggests, paralysis puts the target into a paralyzed state. By this point, the giant roosters had already surrounded Chu. They eyed the human intently, cackling menacingly. Suddenly, all 5 roosters lunged simultaneously, flying toward him with their sharp beaks aimed in every direction, cutting off all his escape routes. Chu calmly unleashed his magic arcs of electricity flickered at his fingertips, and a lightning chain the size of his index finger suddenly materialized. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The roosters convulsed wildly from the electric shock, frozen mid-air, their internal skeletons exposed by the current. It didn't take long, they were all electrocuted to death, and chunks of charred flesh fell to the ground. Killed a level 5 hillside rooster, EXP plus 35. Killed a level 5 hillside rooster, EXP plus 35. His EXP bar shot up rapidly. It had to be said that, at his current level, killing monsters of the same level yielded a fairly substantial amount of EXP. Ha! Chu then noticed a glowing orb slowly drifting out from one of Koen Go's corpses. A drop. Chapter 5, Resisting the Lightning Ring. EXP Potion. Chu reached out with a sweeping motion and grabbed the item from within the glowing orb. Basic Skill Scroll, upon use, allows you to learn class-specific skills between levels 0-20. Usage requirements, none. What a find! Now that he reached level 5, he'd been worried about his limited skill set. Just what he needed. He crumpled the scroll in his hand, and immediately, a blue-white light burst from Chu's body. Ring of Lightning Resistance releases a powerful thunder element, knocking back surrounding targets. Great! Now I have a survival skill. A look of joy spread across Chu's face. Seeing more than 10 giant roosters flying toward him, he immediately cast Ring of Lightning Resistance. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The powerful lightning element sent them all flying, and under Chu's formidable spirit, the thunder struck them dead on the spot. Killed a level 5 hillside rooster, EXP plus 35. Killed a level 5 hillside rooster, EXP plus 35. Instantly taking down over a dozen monsters of the same level. Looking at all the other classes, who could pull that off? The Thunder Mage is simply overpowered, no casting time, no resource cost, and the most explosive damage. It's practically a killing machine. With the Ring of Lightning Resistance skill at his disposal, Chu had no more reservations. He transformed into the Thunder Mage King and began the slaughter. With a lightning orb in his left hand and a lightning chain in his right, thunder rained down with a thunderous roar. As soon as a rooster approached, he cast Ring of Lightning Resistance to blast it to pieces. Chu stood right on the mountaintop, slaughtering the roosters one by one. The once lush green mountainside was instantly riddled with holes, black craters dotted the landscape, and corpses littered the ground. At that moment, Chu's eyes turned blue-white, flickering with lightning. His body was ablaze with electric arcs as he hurled lightning orbs and lightning chains as if they were free. His EXP bar soared at a visible rate. This place was practically a leveling paradise. The average person wouldn't dare to take them on head-on. If you were to ask which class in this world had the widest skill range and the greatest destructive power, it would undoubtedly be the Mage. And among elemental mages, the Thunder Mage was the most ferocious and ruthless. Instantly wiping out this flock of giant roosters required no effort at all. Half an hour later, all 100+ giant roosters were dead. Chu's level also rose from 5 stars in the bronze tier to 7 stars. Less than 3 hours had passed since he entered the dungeon. Such a terrifying leveling speed, if word got out, it would probably scare a lot of people, wouldn't it? However, while the pace is fast now, the difficulty will only increase from here on out. Level 9 to level 10 is a major hurdle. The amount of EXP required for this stretch is enormous. Simply killing monsters was no longer enough. Chu had to hunt down bosses. Inside the dungeon, there were not only regular monsters but also elite monsters and bosses. Killing these monsters yielded a substantial amount of EXP, and their drop rates were also very high. Chu walked up the hillside, beginning to collect his loot. As he killed monsters, he spotted quite a few glowing orbs. Arriving at the first glowing orb, Chu reached out and grabbed the item inside. Bronze tier EXP potion, plus 5% EXP upon usage condition, cannot be used if you have exceeded the bronze tier. So this is an EXP potion, Chu said, examining the small green vial in his hand with a look of curiosity on his face. On the market, a single bottle of bronze tier EXP potion costs 1,000 dragon coins. Wealthy families would simply buy large quantities of EXP potions for their children to consume. They wouldn't need to participate in trials and could advance directly to the silver tier right at home. Whether in this world or the one before, the wealthy always have more options than the poor. However, those who grow up in a greenhouse rarely truly develop. They might level up faster than ordinary people, but combat EXP cannot be replicated. As he approached the next light orb, Chu held his loot in his hands. Rooster Feather Shoes bronze tier. Strength plus 3. Agility plus 12. I got a legendary item. Chu's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly slipped on the pair of colorful shoes woven from feathers. The moment he put them on, he felt his whole body become much lighter. Although the shoes didn't look like much, they felt amazing on his feet. They blew all the casual shoes and sneakers from his past life out of the water. After hopping around a bit, Chu felt that he could now race against Brother Cohen without falling behind. Although mages don't match other classes in every aspect, they still have everything they need. The remaining orbs were all junk materials, stuff like chicken beaks and feathers used for crafting. Chu simply tossed them all into his backpack, planning to sell them at a shop once he got out. It would be a little extra income for his struggling family. As for the EXP potion, he didn't plan to use it right away. Waiting until he reached the 10-star threshold of the bronze tier would maximize its effectiveness. Crossing the hillside, he arrived at a plain where Chu discovered several savage bulls scattered about. He casually cast appraisal. Monster, Grasslands Savage Bull. Level, bronze tier, 8 star. Strength, 125. Agility, 94. Spirit, 58. Constitution, 100. Skill, Bull Charge. An 8-star monster. Chu was startled. He hadn't realized he'd traveled this far and had already reached the depths of the deep forest dungeon. The deeper you venture into the dungeon, the higher the monsters' levels become, and the stronger they are. This wild bull was quite massive, measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, with 2 enormous horns glistening in the sunlight. Its muscles were incredibly toned and brimming with explosive power. This bull must weigh over 1,000 gene, Chu mused, realizing it had been a while since he'd last eaten beef. At the moment, Chu was 100 meters away from the wild bull, a distance that was already beyond the range of his skills. Therefore, he walked a short distance forward. The wild bull seemed to catch a glimpse of him, but after just a brief glance, it went back to grazing. Chu? What? Looking down on me? Chu smiled wryly to himself. Judging by the leopard and the rooster he'd encountered, these monsters were extremely aggressive toward any creature that invaded their territory. But this wild bull didn't seem to care about him at all? Could it be that he wasn't even as interesting as a blade of grass? As the distance closed to 50 meters, Chu conjured a lightning orb about half the size of a basketball and hurled it forward. Moo! Hearing the whistling sound, the wild bull raised its head to glance in that direction. Its eyes suddenly widened to the size of copper bells, and it broke into a run. But it was too late. The lightning orb was incredibly fast, nearly as fast as a bullet. Boom! A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and the shockwave sent blades of grass swaying wildly. The bull's abdomen was blown open by the thunder, a massive hole piercing right through it. Killed a level 8 grassland wild bull, EXP plus 150. That's a ton of EXP. While Chu was thrilled by the high EXP, he was also surprised to discover that he could now instantly kill even an 8-star bronze tier monster. With his current strength, he estimated he might even be able to take down a 10-star bronze tier monster in an instant. Chu licked his lips and muttered, "Next I'll go hunt down a boss." Chapter 6, Bear Ridge Mystic Realm. Co-op mode. The vast grasslands stretched endlessly. Chu had walked until the soles of his feet were raw, yet he hadn't even covered half the distance. Along the way, he encountered 5 prairie bulls, but none of them dropped any loot after he killed them. It's worth noting that these bulls seemed to lack a cerebellum. They completely ignored him and were all killed while they were grazing. Gaining EXP this slowly is too tedious. When will this ever end? Chu was gradually growing impatient. There were only 12 hours left until the dungeon trial ended. But there were too few monsters right now. If he went elsewhere, the monsters would be too low level. Killing them for half a day wouldn't even yield as much EXP as killing a single wild bull. I also have no idea how Yang is doing it. Chu felt a twinge of worry. Only by actually entering the dungeon could one truly realize just how terrifying the monsters were. Without the ability to group up, leveling up smoothly was undoubtedly a very difficult task. A total of 60 high schools were participating in this trial, with over 10,000 students in total. But after walking this far, Chu encountered a single human, which gave him an idea of just how vast this dungeon really was. No time to think about it. Let us keep grinding. Chu picked up the pace and continued his search. Deep within the grasslands, a deep blue portal suddenly appeared, radiating powerful spatial energy and leading to a mysterious world. At that moment, a man and a woman stood before the portal. "Yushu, this mystic realm requires at least 3 people to enter, and everyone must be at least 5 stars in the bronze tier. Where are we going to find a third person?" Jiang Yun asked, looking troubled. "It's okay. Let us wait a little longer. If all else fails, I'll go look for someone outside the grasslands." Shu bit her lower lip lightly. "What? The dungeon is so huge. How far would we have to walk to find someone? Plus, there's the requirement of being at least bronze tier, 5 stars. By the time we find someone, the dungeon trial might already be over." Jiang Yun sighed. "It's our only option. I absolutely have to get into this mystic realm." A flash of stubbornness crossed Shu's eyes. "All right." Jiang Yun ran his fingers through his hair. He was at a loss. The two of them had been waiting here for an hour, but no one had shown up. If this continued, the mystic realm would vanish, and they'd waste a lot of precious time. The mystic realm's respawn time and location were random. Moreover, the entrance would only remain open for 2 hours. Once the time was up, it would shift to the next respawn point. The mystic realm held a wealth of opportunities, and the drop rate was extremely high. Most importantly, there was guaranteed to be a boss inside the mystic realm. For anyone, this is an irresistible temptation. The two waited another half hour, but Jiang Yun finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Yushu, let us not wait any longer. We should use this time to level up a couple more times to prepare for the big exam in 3 days." Yushu furrowed her willow-like brows. "Let us wait another 20 minutes. If it still doesn't work, we'll give up." To be honest, she didn't want to give up this hard-won opportunity. Some people spend their entire lives without ever encountering the mystic realm, so this was a rare chance. Besides, with the major exam just around the corner, she certainly didn't want to miss it. "All right, I'll wait with you for these last 20 minutes, Jiang Yun said, plopping down on the grass. Second by second, the spatial energy on the portal gradually faded away. Shua's patience was nearly exhausted, and she paced back and forth anxiously. She looked at the portal behind her, her eyes filled with reluctance and regret. But just then, a loud bang shattered the silence. What was that? Jiang Yun leaped to his feet and stared intently in the direction of the sound. Such powerful elemental fluctuations. Shu was both surprised and delighted. Elemental fluctuations meant someone was there. Let us go. Let us check it out. Shu immediately ran toward the source of the sound, and Jiang Yun, without hesitation, followed her. Upon reaching the scene, Shu saw the massive crater before her and gaped in astonishment, her cherry red lips parted wide. Jiang Yun was equally stunned. What tremendous destructive power! The man before them was exceptionally handsome, with chiseled features and a sharply defined, angular face of extraordinary beauty. Though he appeared carefree and unrestrained on the surface, the fleeting golden gleam in his eyes made him someone not to be underestimated. What a strikingly handsome young man! As if sensing someone watching, the young man turned his gaze toward them. His eyes burned like torches, and Jiang Yun felt a powerful spirit surge through him, causing a slight stinging pain in his head. Immediately afterward, a lightning orb suddenly appeared, signaling hostility. Classmate, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. There's a mystic realm nearby, and we happen to be short one person, so we came over to check things out when we heard the commotion. Shu hurried to explain. Mystic realm? Upon hearing those two words, Shu withdrew his strength and gave the pair a thorough once-over. The woman wore a white dress. Her jet-black hair fell loosely around her face. Her features were quite beautiful. She'd score a solid 90 out of 100. As for her figure, it was average, roughly a C grade. Perhaps she hadn't fully developed yet. As for the man, he was quite ordinary looking. Standing next to such a beauty, he looked completely out of place. Where is this mystic realm? Shu asked directly. Shu, sensing an opportunity, immediately replied, It's just 500 meters behind me. I'll take you to see it. All right. Shu didn't refuse and followed them to the teleportation gate. Looking at the deep blue vortex before him, a thought crossed his mind. This is a basic level mystic realm. It's not too difficult, perfect for solving my current problem of having no monsters to farm. Shu looked at Chu and said, As you can see, this mystic realm requires 3 bronze tier practitioners with 5 stars or higher. We only have 2, so we'd like to invite you to join us. Don't worry, classmate. We're really strong at LLB, no problem at all. Jiang Yun nodded repeatedly. He didn't care about Chu's strength right now. As long as he met the entry requirements, that was enough. As for what might happen inside, that was none of his business. Life or death, it was all up to fate. Chu didn't rush to agree. On the surface, these two were clearly in cahoots. If he showed too much enthusiasm, he might end up getting ripped off. Let us get this straight first. If we're partnering up, how will we split the loot and gear? Chu asked. You're a mage, right? Any mage-related items or gear that drop in the Mystic Realm are all yours. As for gear for other classes, we get first pick, but we'll compensate you with some dragon coins. Of course, if other items drop, we get first pick. What do you think? Shu thought about it for a moment and decided this arrangement was quite reasonable. Alright, I'm in. Hearing this, Shu and Jiang Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Now that you've joined, let us introduce ourselves. Shu and Jiang Yun then displayed their profiles. Name, Shu. Class, Swordsman. Level, Bronze Tier, 6 stars. Name, Jiang Yun. Class, Archer. Level, Bronze Tier, 5 stars. Shu was very confident in her own strength, a faint air of pride visible on her face. How many people across the entire dungeon trial could reach Bronze Tier, 6 stars in such a short time? However, the surprise she had expected didn't materialize. Instead, a few lines of information slowly appeared above Chu's head. Name, Chu. Class, Thunder Mage. Level, Bronze Tier, 7 stars. 7 stars? Shu and Jiang Yun both widened their eyes in utter shock. Chapter 7, The Savage Wild Bear. An elite monster? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same astonishment in the other's eyes. Are you the hidden class from number 60 high school? Zhang Yun zeroed in on the key detail. Yes, that's me. Shu nodded non-committally. Shu's cherry red lips parted in surprise. Isn't Thunder Mage supposed to be a useless class? How come you're leveling up so fast? As she said this, she noticed the gleam in Shu's eyes and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, I didn't mean to look down on you, it's just what everyone says. Never mind. Let us go inside. Shu paid no heed to the gossip rumors were no match for true strength. Zhang Yun had originally wanted to ask something else, but seeing that Shu didn't seem eager to discuss the matter, he tactfully kept his mouth shut. After entering the teleportation gate, the three were presented with the basic information for the Mystic Realm. Mystic Realm, Bear Ridge. Difficulty, easy. Minimum level, bronze tier, 5 stars. Party size, 310. Mystic Realm description, Bear Ridge is home to many ferocious, bloodthirsty wild bears. Adventurers, please proceed with caution. An easy level Mystic Realm shouldn't be too difficult. As long as we're careful, we'll get through it easily. Shu said. Mystic Realm difficulty levels are divided into easy, normal, hard, inferno, and nightmare. Even at the lowest level easy, the monsters of the same level are stronger than those found in dungeons. Similarly, the EXP rewards are higher, and drop rates are correspondingly increased. All three agreed, and immediately, the scene shifted. They found themselves in a vast mountainous region. Lush forests and colorful flowers were everywhere, and the faint chirping of birds could be heard in the distance. What a paradise on earth! Shu couldn't help but marvel. The scenery and landscape of this mystic realm were even more beautiful and magnificent than the famous tourist attractions from his past life. Be careful. We've now entered the mystic realm. Stay close to me, Shu said, pulling a silvery one-handed sword from his backpack. Shu, you're a mage, stand between the two of us. I'll bring up the rear, Zhang Yun instructed. Mages don't have a long attack range, while Shu is a melee class, suited for close quarters combat. Archers have an attack range of over 100 meters, allowing them to better control the distance. This is standard tactics when different classes team up, positioning is crucial. Got it. Shu didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. If the monsters aren't too tough, don't use your skills, save your spirit, Zhang Yun advised. After advancing about 500 meters, the trio encountered the first monster in the Mystic Realm. Monster, Savage Wild Bear. Level, Bronze Tier, 8 stars. Strength, 148. Agility, 68. Spirit, 70. Constitution, 105. Skills, Bear Hug, Slam. Roar. With a mighty roar, the wild bear charged straight at them on its massive limbs, its deep red fur billowing in the wind as a thick, metallic scent of blood filled the air. Watch out! Shu reacted quickly, swinging her one-handed sword in a flourish and landing a fierce slash on the bear. In an instant, the long sword sliced a bloody gash across its body, sending blood flying. The wild bear let out a furious roar and swatted at her with its massive paw, creating a howling gust of wind. Shu reacted quickly, leaping backward to dodge the attack. Seizing her chance, she thrust her sword into the wild bear's neck. The blade sank 3 feet into the flesh with a forceful pull, blood gushed out like a fountain. The wild bear immediately entered a frenzied state, its eyes glowing like 2 red lanterns, as it lifted its forelimbs off the ground and stood up. It was preparing to use the bear hug skill. Nearly 150 strength. A terrifying stat 15 times that of an ordinary person combined with the skill-less damage, Shu's body would likely be crushed instantly. Now! Zhang Yun pulled out a green bow, channeled magic into an arrow, and aimed at the spot Shu had just struck. He fired the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew at incredible speed, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. It sank deep into the bear's body, knocking it back. Shu had keen combat instincts. As the wild bear retreated, a layer of pure white light suddenly surged around his one-handed sword. Crescent slash. The blade traced a crescent shape, slicing across the wild bear's neck. Immediately, a 3-inch long gash appeared. The wild bear let out a mournful howl and collapsed, never to rise again. Killed a level 8 frenzied wild bear, EXP plus 320. What a generous EXP reward. Shua's eyes lit up as expected. Grinding in the mystic realm was the fastest way to level up. Phew. Shu let out a long sigh. Her pure white gown was now stained red with blood. The monsters in this easy level mystic realm are at least bronze tier, 8 star. Everyone, be careful, Jiangyun said. Shu watched their seamless coordination during the battle and nodded to herself. For a bronze tier, 5 star and a bronze tier, 6 star player, taking down a bronze tier, 8 star monster was undoubtedly extremely difficult. If even one of them made the slightest mistake during the fight, they would fail. However, what surprised him most was that Shu, who on the surface appeared to be a delicate, well-behaved girl, had even worn a dress to participate in the dungeon trial. She was dressed like a typical rich girl, yet her combat prowess was surprisingly strong. The three continued onward, encountering several ferocious wild bears along the way, all of which were taken down through the coordinated efforts of Shu and Jiangyun. Thanks to the generous EXP rewards, Jiangyun leveled up to 6 stars in the bronze tier, while Shu's EXP was nearly maxed out. Both of them were thrilled. Coming to the mystic realm had truly been the right decision. Shu, meanwhile, lay back with an air of self-satisfaction. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was simply that these monsters posed no real challenge. The trio ventured another kilometer deeper into the mountains, where they encountered a group of ferocious wild bears resting. At the sight, Shu and Jiangyun held their breath and stopped in their tracks. 20 frenzied wild bears. We can't take them on yet, let us go around them, Jiangyun said in a hushed voice. Watch your step, don't startle them, Shu nodded. Just as they began to back away, their backs suddenly bumped into a hard wall. Roar! In an instant, Shu's hair stood on end, and he felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. Turning his head, he saw a colossal bear several sizes larger than an ordinary wild bear. Monster, Fierce Wild Bear Elite. Level, Bronze Tier, 9 stars. Strength, 246. Agility, 189. Spirit, 152. Constitution, 199. Skills, Super Bear Hug, Super Smash. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Shu acted decisively and sprinted eastward. Jiangyun wasn't about to be outdone. The archeress class traits came into full play as he weaved through the woods. But they hadn't considered that there was a painfully slow mage trailing behind them. Even though Chu was wearing a pair of Koan shoes, he was still far slower in comparison. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar, rousing all the sleeping wild bears. More than 20 of them charged after them. After running for a while, Jiangyun had already left the wild bears far behind. With Shu close on his heels, the two were about to run out of the area. Just then, Shu stopped, glanced back at the empty path behind them, and asked in confusion, "Where is Shu? Why worry about him now? Let us just keep running." Jiangyun said, panting heavily. "No, I can't abandon my partner." Shu furrowed her willow-like brows and turned back. "Are you crazy?" Jiangyun couldn't understand her behavior. Shu was just a temporary companion. Was it really worth risking his own life to save him? Standing there, he was torn between two conflicting thoughts. After a long moment, Jiangyun gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Damn it! If I die today, Shu, you'll owe me for the rest of your life." When they returned to where they'd been, the scene before them left them speechless. Chapter 8, Unbelievable Monster Farming Speed. I am the chosen one. Thunder roared across the sky as Chu, her slender figure standing among the giant bears, continuously unleashed her skills. He hurled lightning orbs at the wild bears as if they were free, while lightning chains coursed through their bodies, charring them black. The most pitiful sight was the elite monster. Not a single intact piece of flesh remained on its body. Its massive frame lay sprawled on the ground, its skull split wide open. In just a few short minutes, every single monster was dead. Killed a level 8 frenzied wild bear, EXP plus 640. Killed a level 8 frenzied wild bear, EXP plus 640. Killed a level 9 elite frenzied wild bear, EXP plus 1500. Shu and Jiangyun's jaws nearly hit the ground. Their eyes were glued to Chua's current presence, unable to look away. A flash of light passed by, and Shu didn't even react when he leveled up. Once it was all over, Shu rubbed his slightly sore wrists and glanced back. Sorry, I couldn't get away, so I killed them all. What? How could you say something so brutal in such a casual tone? Looking at Shu's harmless smile, Jiang Yun suddenly felt like his brain wasn't quite up to the task. Did I see that right? He single-handedly killed 20 wild bears, plus an elite monster? Looks like it. I saw it too. Shu's mouth suddenly went dry. How was this mage so different from the others? Other mages all have a casting time before using their spells, and their SA cooldown after each one. Just now, didn't he cast dozens of lightning orbs in a row? Plus over a dozen lightning chains. Wait, there were also 2 resist lightning rings. The key point is he's a thunder mage. Who said thunder mages were useless? Why didn't he show even a hint of weakness? Just as the 2 of them stood there in a daze, Shu had already gathered all the loot and walked up to them. There's a bronze tier spear here, plus a piece of armor and a pile of materials. How should we split it? Shu asked. Huh? Shu snapped out of her daze, looked up at Shu's handsome features, and, recalling his spectacular performance just now, couldn't help but blush slightly. Seeing her like this, Shu furrowed his brow and urged, hurry up. Why are you dithering like a girl? He couldn't be serious, he'd just used a double EXP card, so every second was precious now. Shu? I am a girl, you know? You're the one who killed all those wild bears, so you deserve the most credit. You decide. Shu composed herself after her heart had been racing. Right. You decide. Jiang Yun nodded vigorously. Oh. Shu glanced at the stats of the 2 pieces of gear, stowed them all in his backpack, and as for the materials, he put those in too. You guys won't be able to use this gear, so I'll just take it all. You don't mind, do you? No. Shu and Jiang Yun shook their heads repeatedly. Alright, let us keep moving. Shu didn't waste any more words and kept walking forward. Shu, weren't we supposed to come here to rescue him just now? Jiang Yun asked. Shu watched Shu's back, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Having gotten a taste of elite monsters, Shu naturally wouldn't let any corner go unexploited. The stench from the wild bears was so overpowering that the 3 of them could find their hunting targets just by following the scent. For several hours, it was basically just Shu grinding monsters. Shu and Jiang Yun didn't even have a chance to step in. At first, the 2 of them felt a bit awkward, worried that Shu might run out of spirit. But later, they realized he was like a war god, seemingly never tiring. As he put it, you 2 just had a scare, get some rest. By the end, they'd become numb. They didn't even feel the slightest joy when leveling up. Finally, Jiang Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Feng, are you really a student? Even his form of address had changed. At first he'd called him by his first name, but now he was calling him brother. Of course. Why else would I be here taking this trial? Shu gave him a look that seemed to say, you don't seem very bright. But how come you don't have any casting time when you cast spells? And you don't have any cooldowns? You never run out of spirit either? Jiang Yun pressed. Shu pricked up her ears. She wanted to know the answer too. Do you know about the Chosen One? Shu asked softly. Brother Feng, don't mess with me, Jiang Yun said with a dry laugh. Never mind if you don't believe me. Shu shot him a glance and quickened his pace. Hey! Brother Feng, wait for me. I believe you. Can't I just believe you? Jiang Yun hurried after him, pestering Shu with questions left and right. Shu pondered for a while, concluding that Shu must be carrying some extraordinary treasure to be able to cast spells so recklessly. She sensed an air of mystery surrounding Shu that made her curious to uncover the truth. Several more hours passed, and now there was only 1 hour left until the dungeon ended. After such a long, non-stop battle, all 3 of them were feeling exhausted. But all the hard work had been worth it. Under Chua's insane leadership, Jiang Yun had risen from bronze tier 5-star to bronze tier 8-star. Shu had reached the threshold, coming within a hair's breadth of advancing to bronze tier 9 star. As for Chu, with the help of a cheat like the double EXP card, he had successfully reached bronze tier 10 star. In other words, he had met the minimum requirement to take the Imperial Academy entrance exam. One thing worth complaining about is that the drop rate is truly dismal. From the start until now, they've killed at least 10 elite monsters and nearly 300 wild bears, yet not a single piece of equipment has dropped. They've gotten plenty of materials, though, and over a dozen bronze tier EXP potions have dropped as well. In this party, of course, there is no such thing as splitting the loot. Shu takes it all for himself. Shu and Zhang Yun didn't have the slightest complaint about this. They were more than grateful to have leveled up so much in such a short time. Alright, let us take a quick break. We're almost through. Shu pulled out a packet of rations and began munching on them. Packing rations is essential when participating in dungeon trials. Zhang Yun had brought rations as well, while Shu had brought fruit. Brother Feng, which academy are you planning to apply to? Zhang Yun asked as he ate. The Imperial Academy. Cough, cough. Zhang Yun choked on his food and said in disbelief, no way. The Imperial Academy's entrance exam is the hardest. Not even everyone from Jiangnan City manages to get in every year. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Shu smiled faintly. Zhang Yun thought about it for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Brother Feng, you're so insanely talented it would be strange if you didn't get in. Just then, Shu looked up at Chu, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. Let us go. After they finished eating, Chu stood up, patted his butt, and headed deeper into the forest. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at a valley where a giant bear clad in silver tier battle armor loomed in the center. This bear was even larger than an elite monster standing upright. It would likely reach a height of 5 meters. Surrounding it were several elite monsters and 30 wild bears. That many? Zhang Yun's expression changed drastically as he shot a bewildered glance at Chu. Let us go. Let us take them on head-on. Chapter 9, Silver Tier Boss. One move to wipe you out. Wait, Brother Feng. Let us come up with a battle plan first. Before Zhang Yun could finish speaking, Chu had already bolted off like a shot. Shu pulled out her one-handed sword for the first time in ages, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, "Follow me." Hey! Seeing the two of them rushing off as if eager to throw their lives away, Zhang Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Fine, since we're already here, I'll go all out with you guys today. Pulling out his wooden bow, Zhang Yun opted for a flanking attack, running behind a rock to draw his bow and knock an arrow. Brother Feng. The survival of the Zhang clan depends on you. Chu tossed a few lightning orbs to the left, blasting a large group of frenzied wild bears to death, then flung several lightning chains to the right, electrocuting a horde of monsters. After reaching bronze tier 10 star, the lightning orbs were now the size of basketballs, with terrifying power. The lightning chains had also grown to the thickness of a baby's arm. They easily disposed of the outer ring of frenzied wild bears and charged straight toward the boss. You two take care of the elite monsters. I'm going to kill the boss. Got it. Shu nodded in agreement and worked with Zhang Yun to draw the monsters' attention. After reaching 8 stars in the bronze tier, their combat prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. Their combat instincts were already solid to begin with, and now that they closed the stat gap caused by the level difference, taking down 10 elite monsters was no problem. Shu stepped in front of the boss and cast appraisal. Monster, brutal giant bear boss. Level, silver tier, 3 stars. Strength, 426. Agility, 312. Spirit, 328. Constitution, 387. Skills, Ultimate Bear Hug, Ultimate Smash, Giant Bear Roar. Those stats are insane. Chu furrowed his brow slightly and cast a lightning orb to test the waters. Boom! The explosion echoed through the valley. The boss, which had been crouching on the ground, rose to its feet, towering over him like a giant. The lightning orb exploded against the boss's armor and it didn't even break through its defense? Its defense is incredibly strong. Looks like I can't go head to head with it. This was the first monster Chu had encountered that he couldn't T1 shot. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar, sending out waves of sonic shockwaves that blew Chu's hair back. It took a stride and charged straight at him with every step. The ground trembled. Ultimate smash! With still over 10 meters between them, the giant bear lunged forward, its massive paw coming down from above with a thunderous slap. Resist lightning ring! A powerful surge of lightning erupted from his body, sending the bear flying backward. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Chu frantically retreated, creating distance. The giant bear shook its head, roared, and the remaining elite monsters closed in on Chu. Giant bears appeared from all directions, and Chu watched his surroundings warily. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept by as Chu darted past him. Leave the elite monsters to me. Immediately afterward, a whistling sound pierced the air as an arrow sliced through it, striking one of the giant bears. The arrow burst into a blinding glow, exploding with a thunderous boom, and a ball of flame blazed across the bear's body. In an instant, the powerful explosion sent the elite monster howling in agony. I'll help too. Brother Foam, you can count on me to watch your back. Zhang Yun fired another exploding arrow. Chu nodded and simultaneously hurled 5 lightning orbs, forcing the boss to retreat step by step. The continuous barrage was paying off. The armor on the boss's surface had already cracked, revealing a hole the size of a basketball. That's it. Lightning orb. Lightning chain. The two skills were unleashed in rapid succession, targeting the boss's weak spot. Deprived of its armor's protection, the giant bear took the lightning damage head-on. Its massive body, affected by paralysis and electrified, moved with extreme slowness. Chu and Jiangyun pulled all the elite monsters away, clearing a wide open space for Chu. The rest of the battle became remarkably easy. Although the boss's agility far surpassed Chu's, under the paralysis effect, it struggled even to take a single step. Roars echoed one after another, blue and white light flashed continuously, and the boss's furious roars filled the air. Thanks to Chu's relentless efforts, the boss's armor had been shattered beyond recognition, with barely a tenth of it remaining. A large portion of the fur exposed to the air had been reduced to ashes, and its skin was covered in charred marks. I'll see just what tricks you've got left up your sleeve, you beast. Chu knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. Silver tier bosses usually had a trump card up their sleeves. However, just as he was unleashing a barrage of skills, a cry of alarm rang out from behind him. Chu, watch out! He turned to see an elite monster had already closed in behind him, its bare paw swiping toward him. Resisting thunder ring. Boom! The powerful shockwave sent it flying. Chu leaped into the air, his longsword sweeping in a crescent arc to sever its head. Before Chu could even breathe a sigh of relief, the boss, now free from spell restrictions, entered a frenzied state, its massive body transforming into a black shadow as it charged toward him. Oh no! Chu's eyebrows twitched as he cast Lightning Orb while leaping to the side. Just as the boss closed in, he didn't forget to cast the Lightning Ring. The giant bear stumbled back 2 steps. Its movements were now noticeably slower than before, and its eyes had lost much of their luster. At this rate, he'd be able to take it down soon. Chu significantly increased the frequency of his skill casts. Even the toughest boss couldn't withstand such a barrage. Not to mention the power of lightning magic. The explosions continued non-stop, when suddenly, a roar that shook the heavens and earth left him dizzy and temporarily deafened. The giant bear's blood-soaked body came into view in some places, its stark white bones were even visible. Even in this state, the boss could still move as it would under normal circumstances. One can only imagine how tenacious its vitality is. The boss's bloodshot eyes stared intently at Chu, who stood not far away. Rage and hatred had consumed its consciousness. Roar! It charged once more. Raising its paw high, it swatted at Chu. Its paw was nearly half Chu's body size. If that blow landed, he would surely be crushed to death on the spot. At the last possible moment, a figure darted beneath the bear's paw. Thud! The boss struck empty air. Chu had already picked up Chu and was running away. Are you okay? I'm not dead yet. That beast sure has a loud voice. Chu rubbed his ears as his vision gradually cleared. The boss is on its last legs now. Leave the rest to us. Shu set Chu down on the ground and turned to charge at the boss. Jiang Yun provided support from a distance, shooting as he ran. Although his attacks weren't as devastating as Chu's, they still caused the giant bear no small amount of trouble. Shu, relying on his agility, weaved in and out around the boss, looking for an opening to strike with his sword. However, even though the boss was on the brink of death and entering its weakened phase, its sheer power was undeniable. Shu lunged forward in a single bound, positioning himself behind the boss with his long sword aimed straight at its back. Suddenly, the giant bear's body contorted into an eerie posture. It forcibly twisted its upper body and slammed a paw into Shu. Thud! Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. The immense force nearly shattered her body, her internal organs rattling violently. The boss's powerful strike nearly killed her instantly. You Shu! Jiang Yun's face turned pale as he fired arrows frantically. But his attacks were nothing more than a tickle to the boss's thick, tough hide. Damn it! Jiang Yun cursed furiously. If he had a good weapon, he would surely be able to finish off this boss, which was already on the brink of death. The boss strode step by step toward Shu, its icy eyes blazing with murderous intent. These vermin dared to challenge its authority and had inflicted such severe damage upon it. It grabbed Shu's body with one claw, slowly lifting her up, then opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. Shu struggled to open her eyes. As she stared at the hideous beast before her, a deep sense of despair welled up inside her. Was she about to die? Hey, you beast! Let her go, come fight me one-on-one. The giant bear slowly turned its head to see Chu standing 10 meters away, frantically chugging several bottles of EXP potions. Immediately afterward, a flash of light enveloped him, and Chu was promoted directly to Silver Tier, Level 1. What kind of man picks on a woman? Do you believe I can wipe you out with a single move? The next moment, Chu pulled out a skill scroll and crushed it in his fist. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Gold Tier skill True Thunder skill. Chapter 10, The Terrifying Power of True Thunder skill. Silver Tier equipment. True Thunder skill Gold Tier summons heavenly thunder to deliver a devastating blow to the target. Its power is influenced by spirit. At that moment, a flash of insight suddenly crossed Chu's mind. His eyes shone with a sharp gleam as his understanding of thunder deepened even further. Roar! The giant bear's enormous eyes fixed on the little bug before him, the one that had severely wounded him, filled with boundless murderous intent. Casually tossing the human in his grasp onto the ground, he dropped to all fours and charged violently toward Shu. Shu! Shu lay on the ground, her gaze fixed on that slender figure as her vision gradually blurred. In the final moment before losing consciousness, her only hope was to make it out alive. I really did underestimate the strength of a Silver Tier boss. Watching the boss charge toward him, Shu was not alarmed but delighted. He sneered, "Come on, then." The next moment, instead of retreating, he charged straight at it. Jiang Yun ran to Shu's side, hoisting her onto his back. Seeing Shu's fearless, death-defying expression, he was both shocked and terrified. Brother Feng! Are you out of your fucking mind? With one of them already unconscious, if Chu were to fall, he'd be doomed too. Damn it! Not a single one of you gives me any peace of mind. Jiang Yun cursed under his breath as he raised his bow, preparing for a last-ditch fight. In the blink of an eye, the giant bear had charged right up to Chu. Its sharp claws glinted coldly as it suddenly swung them down. Lightning Orb. The same move, but the moment Chu had ascended to the Silver Tier, its power had undergone a qualitative transformation. Whenever a professional's skill advances by a major tier, its power receives a massive boost. The basketball-sized lightning orb struck the giant bear, and the ferocious thunder blasted it several meters away. The boss let out a painful roar. Its chest was torn open, with threads of electricity coursing through the wound. Good. It's now under the electrified status effect. Next. Shu stood where he was, extending his arm as a blinding flash of lightning suddenly burst from his deep, piercing eyes. True Thunder skill. In an instant, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and bolts of lightning twisted and coiled above. The air was saturated with the element of thunder, and a frenzied aura radiated outward. What a terrifying elemental surge! Jiang Yun looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with horror. Is this the true strength of a thunder mage? No wonder they're hailed as the most devastating force among mages. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. It hit the giant bear head-on, unleashing a colossal elemental tidal wave. Jiang Yun was blown away by the shockwave, tumbling several times in midair before crashing to the ground. Looking up at where the boss had been standing, he saw that its massive body had vanished, replaced by a shriveled, charred husk. Defeated Silver Tier Boss, Brutal Giant Bear, EXP plus 20,000. A glow enveloped Jiang Yun and Shu as they both simultaneously ascended to Bronze Tier, 9 stars. After leveling up, all their injuries vanished, and they were restored to peak condition. Soon, Shu awoke from his unconscious state and slowly opened his eyes to find Shu smiling down at him. Awake? Shu rubbed her slightly throbbing head, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where's the boss? Are you guys okay?" The boss was already taken care of by Brother Feng, Jiang Yun said. Shu followed Jiang Yun's gaze and saw a massive crater in the center of the valley, with a pitch-black corpse lying motionless inside. Did you do this? Shu's big, bright eyes widened, as if she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. I went a little too hard. I was actually planning to leave it in one piece, Shu said, spreading his hands innocently. Shu stared blankly at Shu for a moment, then finally managed to utter a few words after a long pause. You really are, monster. You saved my life, I saved yours, we're even. Shu grinned. Shu's expression was somewhat complicated. She thought she could easily take down the boss while it was severely wounded, but it turned out she overestimated her own strength. The three of them rested for a moment, when suddenly the Mystic Realm completion message appeared before them. Mystic Realm cleared. Please claim your treasure chest rewards. Immediately afterward, 3 treasure chests appeared before them, and each person could open their own. The rewards inside the chests were random. They might contain treasures beyond imagination, or they might yield useless trinkets. Who goes first? Shu glanced at the other two. I'll go first. Jiang Yun rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. He walked up to the chest and slowly opened it. A flash of light appeared, and a blood-red bow suddenly materialized before him. Giant Bear-S Bow Silver Tier. Level requirement, Silver Tier. Strength plus 85. Agility plus 95. Passive skill, Twin Stars has a chance to fire an additional arrow when attacking. A Silver Tier weapon. Jiang Yun gasped, his heart bursting with joy. He had always been very dissatisfied with his starter bow. Even as his level rose, his combat power hadn't increased much. Now that he had a good bow, his combat power would skyrocket. Not bad, Shu nodded slightly, glanced at Shu, and gave a slight nod of his chin. Your turn. Shu took a deep breath and opened the treasure chest. A pair of leg guards appeared before her. Giant Bear Leg Guards Silver Tier. Level requirement, Silver Tier. Strength plus 55. Constitution plus 50. Passive skill, Giant Bear Guardian has a certain chance to trigger a shield when taking damage. I got a Silver Tier item too. Shu held the leg guards in her hands, looking very pleased. Now it's my turn. Shu smiled slightly and opened the treasure chest. Giant Bear Metal Silver Tier. Level requirement, Silver Tier. All stats plus 50. Passive skill, Parry has a chance to block 50% of damage when attacked. Nice find. Shu nodded with satisfaction and fastened the medallion to his chest. The medallion featured a silver bear's head, looking quite fierce, a bit at odds with his usual demeanor. Jiang Yun and Shu looked on with envy as they saw the treasure he unboxed. There are no requirements for wearing medals. As long as you acquire enough of them, you can cover your entire body with them. Moreover, the attribute bonuses are very well rounded, making them excellent value for money. A single Silver Tier medal can fetch over 1 million dragon coins on the market. And they're extremely rare. In addition to opening treasure chests, there was the final looting phase. More than 10 glowing orbs of varying sizes appeared on the boss's body. The rewards for defeating the boss were the most generous. Shu searched them all. Of the dozen or so orbs, more than half contained materials and EXP potions. There were only 2 pieces of silver tier equipment. Giant Bear Robe Silver Tier. Level requirement, Silver Tier. Spirit plus 95. Constitution plus 76. Passive skill, Spirit Focus slightly reduces casting time when casting skills. Giant Bear Shoulder Guard Silver Tier. Level requirement, Silver Tier. Spirit plus 65. Strength plus 54. Passive skill, Giant Bear Guardian has a certain chance to trigger a shield when taking damage. These 2 are mage items, so I'll gladly accept them. Shu was pleasantly surprised. Finally, some gear suitable for a mage had dropped. Neither Jiang Yun nor Shu objected. After all, he deserved it. They didn't fight over the remaining materials or EXP potions either. If it weren't for Chu, they would have died long ago. After equipping the gear, Chua's stats underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 11, Jiangnan Merchants Guild Gold Tier Membership Card. A chance encounter with Gua. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Mage Hidden Class. Level, Silver Tier, 1 star 12.52%. Strength, 216. Agility, 170. Spirit, 420. Constitution, 236. Equipment, Giant Bear Robe, Giant Bear Shoulder Guards, Giant Bear Medal, Rooster Feather Shoes. Skills, Lightning Orb, Lightning Chain, Lightning Barrier, Resist Lightning Ring, True Thunder Skill, Infinite Firepower Unique. It's no exaggeration to say that with Chua's current stats, he could easily crush bosses even without using True Thunder skill. With a spirit bonus as high as 420, even a casual skill cast is mind-blowing. With his gear on, Chu already exudes the aura of a mage. His silvery white shoulder guards and cloak feature a massive bear's head emblem at the center. Combined with his handsome looks, he could easily charm a whole crowd of young girls just by walking out into the world. Shu was the first girl to get a taste of this. Seeing Chua's chiseled profile, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. She clutched her ample chest, her face flushing an unnatural shade of red. "What's wrong with me?" Shu didn't notice her unease and said, "The mystic realm is over. Let us go." Leaving the mystic realm and returning to the familiar grasslands, breathing in the fresh air, she felt as if she stepped out of another world. The dungeon trial is about to start. Until we meet again. Shu turned to leave, but Shu hurriedly called out, "Wait." She jogged over and handed him a golden card. "Here, this is for you." Shu smiled charmingly. Shu held the card in his hand and examined it closely. Seeing the words Jiangnan Merchants Guild Gold Tier VIP printed on it, he looked up at Shua's stunning face and asked curiously, "What is this for?" "Jiang Yun, Sigma." "Shu, oh?" Jiang Yun cleared his throat twice, surprised that Shu would ask such a refreshingly innocent question. He explained, "This is the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce Gold Tier membership card. Anyone with this card receives the highest level of preferential treatment at all Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce locations, a 30% discount on purchases and a 20% price premium when selling items." Shu had a lightbulb moment, as if she just figured something out, and said, "So you're a rich girl after all. Consider this a small token of appreciation for helping us clear the mystic realm," Shu said with a bright smile. Seeing her smile, Jiang Yun swallowed hard and said, "Shu is the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. She is no ordinary rich girl." He had a vague impression of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, apparently the largest chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province, specializing in the purchase and sale of items, materials, and equipment for class changers. Its branches were scattered throughout Jiangnan province. You could find one practically every 2 blocks. Chu Han-Ti expected her to be the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. With that kind of background, why would she come out on her own to participate in the dungeon trial? Moreover, as an heiress, she didn't have a single item for self-defense on her person, and the one-handed sword in her hand was the most ordinary kind, with pitifully low attribute bonuses. Shu seemed to sense the confusion in Chua's eyes and explained, "This was my own decision. I don't want to rely on my family's influence. Chu curled his lip. This girl really didn't know how good she had it. If he had a background like that, would he even have the heart to come out here for the trial? He'd just lie around at home, chug a few bottles of EXP potions when he had nothing to do, and pop into the guild to pick out some silver tier or even gold tier gear to wear when he was bored. Jiang Yun and Shu watched Chu's receding figure and said, "Brother Feng heard about your identity, but he didn't seem surprised at all. If it were anyone else, they would been groveling and fawning all over him by now. If they could marry Shu, they'd have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. Even becoming a son-in-law at the Jiangnan Merchants Guild would be a tremendous honor." "Yeah, he is really different from everyone else," Shu said, her curiosity growing stronger by the minute she was eager to uncover all of Chu's secrets. "I heard he is planning to take the Imperial Academy entrance exam. With my current strength, I don't stand a chance. I wonder if I'll ever get to see Brother Feng again," Jiang Yun said, shaking his head regretfully. "We'll see him again," Shu replied, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Walking across the vast grasslands, Shu checked the time. Only 1 hour remained. In 1 hour, everyone participating in the trial would be teleported out. He was currently sorting through a pile of materials in his backpack. Chicken beaks, chicken wings, leopard skins, wild ox horns, and a pile of bear paws and bear skins. With this many materials, I should be able to make a decent profit, right? Monster materials are mainly used for crafting, and some monster meat is also bought for cooking. The system backpack is bottomless, you can throw anything into it. Chu estimated that these materials would probably fetch tens of thousands of dragon coins, which would mean he wouldn't have to live in poverty anymore. In the past, he had relied on a meager subsidy to get by, and sometimes Yang's family would send him some food as well. Half an hour later, Chu left the grasslands and entered a grove to meditate. Nearly 24 hours of non-stop combat would wear down even the toughest of bodies. Listening to the birdsong ringing in his ears, he felt a sense of peace and tranquility. I wonder how Yang is doing right now. This was Chu's only concern, even though he had only been in this world for a year. But he could truly feel it. Yang treated him like a brother, always rushing to the front lines for him first. Just then, a few unwelcome voices rang out in his ears. "Hey! Isn't this Chu, the good-for-nothing from number 60 middle school? I never thought I'd run into you here." Chu slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to see several figures walking toward him. The leader was clad in a fiery red robe, a contemptuous smirk on his lips, and held a staff that glowed with a bronze tear luster. This man was none other than Gua. Beside him were 2 lackeys, also students from their school, number 60 high. What tier is Chu at now? He hasn't been hiding out here since the very beginning, has he? Gua feigns surprise. "June, you're overestimating this loser. He has probably been hiding in some cave this whole time. Now that the dungeon is almost over, he has just come out to pick up the scraps." "Ha ha! You good-for-nothing Chu. My shoes are dirty. Get over here and lick them clean." Chu didn't even glance at him. He casually tossed a silvery white lightning orb the size of a basketball. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Guaya's pupils suddenly contracted. He stumbled back several steps. The man who had just been taunting Chu to lick his shoes was now nowhere to be seen, leaving only a massive crater in his place. Not a single bone remained. You've got some nerve, actually daring to kill someone." Gui could barely form coherent words, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He never expected Chu to actually kill someone. And how could Chu be this powerful? Even he, a 5-star bronze tier cultivator, had felt an irresistible, devastating force from that lightning orb just now. If that lightning orb had been aimed at him, he was keeping me awake. Chu said calmly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Chapter 12, Striking Deadly. The Forest Staff. Guo stared at Chu in shock and disbelief, his gaze darting back and forth as he scrutinized every part of Chu's body. The cloak draped over this kid's shoulders glowed silver. Could it be silver tier gear? The shoulder guards were also the color of silver tier equipment, and there was that bare-headed medallion on his chest. Wait a minute. Why is he wearing a pair of feathered shoes? Could they have dropped when he killed Grand Duke Kuan? And that aura, such a powerful spirit fluctuation. As a fire mage, Guo was particularly sensitive to the intensity of spirit. Right now, Chu felt to him like a towering mountain, radiating sheer pressure. Do you know the consequences of murder? Once we get out of here, I'll definitely report this to the school. Let us see how the instructors deal with you, the sycophant beside Guo said viciously. Do you think you'll even have that chance? Chu tilted his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Hearing this, the two men shuddered, a chill running down their spines. Are you going to kill us to silence us? You guessed right. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a lightning orb suddenly appeared in Chu's palm, its interior pulsing with terrifying lightning elemental energy. After advancing to the silver tier, the lightning orb had changed from blue-white to silvery white, though its size remained the same. Its power was even greater. How dare you! Gui roared, immediately beginning his casting. The surrounding fire elements slowly gathered around him. Why wouldn't I dare? The lightning orb sliced through the air toward the two men at breakneck speed, causing the air to sizzle with electricity. I'll handle this. The lackey pulled a shield half his height from his backpack. As a shield warrior, he possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Shield defense. He raised the shield before his chest, took a step forward, and a protective barrier suddenly appeared on the shield's surface. You mere thunder mage, today I'll show you. Before he could finish his sentence, the lightning orb slammed into the shield. A torrent of ferocious strength surged forth, violently shattering the shield in his hands. But that wasn't the end of it. How could a mere bronze tier, for Star Shield warrior, possibly withstand the might of such thunder? Guo watched helplessly as his comrade was obliterated by the thunder. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. Is this the true extent of Chu's power? Damn it! Guo gritted his teeth. He had underestimated the Thunder Mage's strength. After casting Lightning Orb twice in a row, your spirit must be depleted by now, right? Guo had sensed his weakness. Excessive spirit consumption was the Thunder Mage's greatest vulnerability. I don't know how you managed to cast that skill instantly, but right now, you're as good as dead. Guo grinned savagely. By this point, his skill's casting time had already ended. Flame Vortex. In the next instant, a ring of fire 1 meter in diameter suddenly appeared. With a wave of Gui's hand, the flame vortex instantly hurtled toward Chu. Lightning Barrier. A flash of lightning shot through Chu's eyes, and a silvery white lightning shield materialized out of thin air. The flames instantly engulfed him, and the collision between fire and lightning sent countless sparks flying. Ha 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 ha. It's useless. With your current spirit level, the shield you've cast can't possibly block my attack. Guo laughed maniacally, as if he could already see Chu's demise. A worthless piece of trash like you. You have no right to live in this world. You deserve to die. Guo sneered coldly. As time ticked by, Guo noticed that Chu's spirit fluctuations were still present, showing no sign of diminishing. What is going on? Guo, growing curious, walked over to investigate. He approached the blazing flames, scrutinizing the area from top to bottom, his expression growing increasingly puzzled. Could it be he still has some treasures to save his life? Guo wondered to himself. But that was actually good news. Once Chu was dead, all those treasures would be his. Including the things on the bodies of the two henchmen beside him. That was all money. Chu, oh Chu, you really are my savior. After you're dead, since we were classmates, I'll put up a tombstone for you right here. Guo laughed out loud. Just then, an arm suddenly shot out from the center of the fiery vortex and grabbed Guo by the throat. You're not dead? Guo's eyes widened in utter disbelief. A flash of lightning erupted, and a powerful shockwave scattered all the flames, revealing a figure standing there, completely unharmed. You've really disappointed me. I was hoping to test the power of your magic, but I never expected you couldn't even break through my shield, Chu said, shaking his head. That's impossible. You can't possibly have enough spirit left to cast another spell. Guo screamed. You're such a small-minded person. There are many things in this world you can't even imagine, Chu sneered. Guo tried to struggle, But how could his strength possibly be a match for Chu's? Boosted by his gear and level, Chu with a strength of 216 completely overwhelmed this weakling. Never mind a mage, even a bronze tier warrior's strength might not surpass his. No! Don't kill me! I know I was wrong. I really do know I was wrong. Guo pleaded loudly. Didn't you call me a loser? Well, where's all that arrogance from earlier? Chu watched his terrified face with interest. No, you're not a loser, I am. Not only am I a loser, I'm a dog. Brother Phone, rest assured from now on, I'll be your most loyal dog. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Please spare me. Guo pleaded. Chu chuckled softly, his expression growing cold as he said in a deep voice, Sorry, I'm not interested in losers. With that, he clenched his hand with sudden force, snapping Guo's neck clean off. Guo's head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. In his final moments, his eyes were filled with confusion and regret. He couldn't understand why the Thunder Mage was so different from the rumors. This was the first time Chu had killed someone, but he felt nothing as if he'd just slain a few monsters. Perhaps, in his eyes, Guo was no different from an ugly monster. When a class changer dies, all their equipment and items drop. Those two lackeys didn't have anything of value on them, just a pile of materials, not even a single decent piece of gear. As for Guo, the staff in his hand was actually pretty decent. Forest Staff Bronze Tier. Level Requirement, Bronze Tier. Spirit plus 20. Constitution plus 10. Chu held the crooked wooden staff and furrowed his brow. This thing, it's a bit ugly, but I guess I'll make do with it. With all that settled, it was about time to leave. Outside the dungeon, Chongming and the instructors from other classes were discussing the results of this trial. Hey, old Chong, I think there are 5 combat class students in your class, right? How many do you think will make it out alive? Asked Lu Chang, the instructor from the neighboring class. 3, I'd say. Chongming gave a conservative estimate based on past year's trends. Only half of them usually made it out alive. What a shame. Our number 60 high school finally produced a hidden class student, and I never thought they'd meet their end here. Lu Chang said regretfully. The other instructors sighed in unison. If it had been any other type of combat class, the outcome wouldn't have been so dire. Chongming shook his head helplessly. His greatest concern was Chu. Even though Thunder Mages had many weaknesses, they became incredibly powerful once they reached their full potential. Now, all he could do was hope that Chu would make it out alive. Just then, a flash of light suddenly lit up the teleportation gate. He's out. He's out. Everyone's eyes turned in unison, filled with curiosity. Chapter 13, The Trial Ends. Survival rate below 50%. Who do you think will have the highest level after this trial? It's definitely Guo. He is a fire mage, he levels up the fastest. I actually think Yang will be higher. Knights clear mobs just as fast as mages. Ha! Isn't there also a hidden class in your class? I heard his name is Chu? Forget about Chu. That's a useless class. If he makes it out alive, I'll stream myself beating up Lao Ba today. They looked down on Chu. The idea of him surviving was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even if he somehow managed to scrape by until the very end, he'd likely end up with a missing arm or a mangled limb. Lights flickered incessantly in the passageway as one figure after another returned to this land. Xia Yang. Xia Yang is out. Oh my god. He actually reached bronze tier, 4 stars. Look. That Lu Feng also reached bronze tier, 3 stars. Did you see that beautiful girl? She is a restoration mage. I never would have thought she'd reach bronze tier, 4 stars too. People gasped in amazement, letting out a collective sigh of relief as they saw their classmates return safely. Meanwhile, those who hadn't participated in the trial felt a pang of regret. Those who made it out alive had reaped immense rewards. It was clear from the beaming expressions on their faces. Ha ha ha. 6 students from our class went in, and all of them returned safely. That's wonderful. One instructor, overjoyed at the sight, was so happy he almost jumped for joy, like a child. The school had annual quotas. Instructors who met their quotas would receive certain rewards. Chongming stood in the middle of the crowd, watching his students celebrate, the worry in his eyes growing deeper. The teleportation was random. Some arrived first, others later, but the time difference wasn't supposed to be too great. So far, not a single one of his students had shown up. Could they all have been wiped out? A terrifying thought began to take root in Chongming's mind. If that were the case, being ridiculed would be the least of his worries. The real problem would be how to explain this to their families. "Old Chong, where are the students from your class? Why don't I see them?" Lu Chang looked around and asked. "They're probably still coming." "It's not over yet, no need to rush," Chongming replied calmly. "Really? Just don't let it turn out that not a single one shows up. That would be a total laughingstock." Lu Chang burst out laughing, his brow brimming with smug satisfaction. Chongming said nothing, quietly watching the entrance to the passageway. His furrowed brow betrayed his current anxiety. The students in the class, seeing the delighted expressions on the faces of those around them, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Why isn't June coming out yet? It's been 5 minutes already." "Yeah, and we haven't seen Young either. They didn't die in there, did they?" As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. It wasn't an impossible scenario. Every year, many gifted class changers died in the dungeon trials, including quite a few powerful hidden class users. It wasn't just their school, number 60 middle school. Such cases were far from rare at other middle schools, and even nationwide. The mood in the classroom suddenly turned somber. The class's honor was at stake. If their classmates performed well, it would reflect well on them too. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the entrance to the passageway, muttering, "Damn it, I almost fell into the river. Yang is out. Whoa! Bronze tier, 8 stars. What an insane leveling speed. At this level, he is definitely this year's Rookie of the Year at number 60 high school. Ha ha! Brother Yang is awesome." Students from other classes gasped when they saw the rank floating above his head. Currently, the average rank was Bronze tier 4 star. There were very few at Bronze tier 6 star, and not a single student had reached Bronze tier 7 star. Now, out of nowhere, a Bronze tier 8 star had appeared. How could the students not be shocked? As soon as Yang stepped out, he saw a crowd rushing toward him, which startled him. "Holy crap! What the hell are you guys doing? Bro Yang, you're so awesome. How did you do that? 8 stars in the Bronze tier. You're definitely this year's Rookie of the Year." The students were incredibly excited, swarming around Yang and chattering non-stop. Just then, they noticed that Yang was wearing a set of Bronze tier colored armor, and on his hand was a ring that glowed with a Bronze tier luster. "That's Bronze tier gear," someone exclaimed. "What? Brother Yang looted some gear? That's crazy good luck." It was Yang's first time experiencing the feeling of being the center of attention, and he found it a bit overwhelming at first. He also felt quite embarrassed by their flattery. All right, enough with the praise. Has Chu come out yet?" Yang pushed away the playful hands resting on his chest. The moment he emerged, Yang had been looking for Chu, but after scanning the area, he couldn't find him anywhere. "No, we've been keeping an eye on the passage the whole time, but we didn't see Chu. Bro Yang, why do you even care about him? He is a useless piece of trash. If he is dead, someone said dismissively. Boom! Yang stomped his foot. A hole suddenly appeared in the ground. He lunged forward, grabbed the man by the throat, his eyes bloodshot. "Who did you call a good for nothing? Say it again if you dare." Yang's breathing was incredibly heavy, and murderous intent radiated from him. The man's face instantly turned ashen. With his throat gripped, he couldn't even speak. Chu was the first to sign the life and death agreement and the first to go in. "You lot, who don't even have the courage to go in yourselves, what right do you have to call him a good for nothing?" Yang looked like a wrathful Vajra, his eyes coldly sweeping across everyone present. Those caught in his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, afraid to meet his stare. Yang's aura was simply too overwhelming right now. Yang, stop! A sharp shout rang out, and a blur flashed by, freeing the man from Yang's grip. Violence is forbidden within the Dragonxia Empire. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Chongming said in a deep voice. Yang snorted coldly and said, "If I hear any more of you humiliating Chu, don't blame me for being ruthless." A blatant threat. No one present dared to speak, they didn't even dare to breathe a sigh. Yu Chongming's tone faltered, then he let out a heavy sigh. His feelings were understandable, but if he acted impulsively because of them, no one could save him. Not even a genius. Yang, use these next 2 days to prepare thoroughly for the major exam in 3 days. Chongming gave Yang an approving look. Yang nodded, turned to face the passageway, his eyes filled with worry. You madman, why aren't you coming out yet? 10 minutes later, the light from the teleportation gates slowly faded. A total of 95 people had emerged from the dungeon, so far a survival rate of less than 50%. Becoming a class changer doesn't guarantee a path to glory. How many brilliant geniuses have there been throughout history? In the end, very few have gone down in history, those who emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, bearing the weight of countless lost souls. No matter how powerful a class may be, it is worthless once you're dead. Let us go. It's over. Chongming walked over to Yang and patted him on the shoulder. Mentor, you guys go ahead. I'll wait here for Chu, Yang said slowly. He didn't believe his brother would die, and he certainly didn't believe he'd fail the trial. Chongming was just about to say something, but the words died on his lips. Thinking back to those days, he'd gone through the same thing, watching his companions die, yet powerless to help. He understood that feeling. Everyone needs time to grow. Death, you just get used to it. Just as Chongming turned to leave, the teleportation gate flashed with light once more, and a disheveled figure appeared at the entrance. Damn it, I almost fell into the river. Chapter 14, a touching moment from the big guy. A shock that will stun everyone for 100 years. Something truly terrifying had just happened in the dungeon. Chu was sound asleep when suddenly a giant bird engulfed in flames appeared right above his head. As for how big it was, it could be described as blocking out the sky. He'd assumed that in this novice trial dungeon, the highest monster level would be silver tier at most. But when he cast appraisal on it, he discovered the creature was over 20 levels higher than him. It couldn't be appraised. In other words, this giant bird was at least a master tier monster. On top of that, the bird flew straight toward him, scaring Chu into making a quick getaway. Their speeds were in completely different leagues. Chu was cornered at the edge of a cliff and, with no other choice, decided to jump off. Below the cliff was a river, and just as he was about to hit the water, a gentle teleportation force enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself outside. Chu rubbed his slightly aching head. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found a group of people staring at him as if he were a monster. What are you looking at? Do I have a flower on my face? Chu instinctively touched his face. Just moments ago, he'd noticed in the river's reflection that he'd actually become a bit more handsome lately, especially after advancing to silver tier. His demeanor had noticeably improved. He is a 1-star silver tier, exclaimed a boy with a pockmarked face in astonishment. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Isn't this the notorious loser from the class next door? And his class is pretty useless too. How is this possible? No one could believe it was true, not even Chu's classmates. Chongming's face was also etched with astonishment. In all his years in the profession, it wasn't unheard of for someone to advance to silver tier during the trials. But he was a thunder mage. A useless class that had to sit down and meditate for 10 minutes after casting just 2 lightning orbs. How on earth did he pull this off in such a short time? At that moment, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Just then, a massive black shadow charged over and gave him a bear hug. Bro! I missed you so much. I knew you wouldn't die. Chu's eyes widened. The bear nearly choked him to death. This bear's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Alright, I know you missed me. Chu quickly pulled away. If this kept up, he might become the first person to be killed by his own companion's excitement. Fengzi, why did you take so long to show up? You almost drove me crazy. Yang laughed as he punched him playfully. Chu thought back to that giant bird and couldn't help but shudder. He sighed, it's a long story. Chongming walked up to Chu and smiled. Good job, kid. You did great. Chu looked at Chongming in surprise. As far as he could remember, this old man rarely ever gave compliments. Still, now that he was silver tier, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Let us go. Chongming led the way, with Chu and Yang following behind. Fengzi, you've actually reached the silver tier. I even prepared a whole bunch of EXP potions and magic potions for you, Yang said, delighted. Chu paused for a moment, then pulled a large bag from his backpack. It was filled with bronze tier EXP potions. I prepared plenty for you, too. Yang was instantly moved to tears. A 9-feet tall man, his tears streaming down his face. Fengzi. You really are my best brother. I am so touched. Yang's sobbing drew people's attention. Such a burly man, crying like a little boy. Chu gave an awkward smile and quickly explained to the crowd, it's nothing, he just got a brick in his eye. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the silvery white robes behind Chu. Those robes, they look like silver tier gear. Whoa! Everyone's eyes widened. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was indeed emitting a faint silver tier glow. Not only that, but the shoulder guards on his shoulders. And the medal on his chest. They were all silvery white. He was also holding a bronze tier staff in his hand, and those boots on his feet. Never mind, at least they're bronze tier gear. 3 pieces of silver tier gear. That's insane. Most of them were practically unarmed, with at most a single piece of bronze tier gear. But even bronze tier gear was the stuff of envy. Now Chu alone had 3 pieces and all of them were gear suited for mages. What kind of freak was he, exactly? Could the rumors actually be true? Are thunder mages actually that powerful? At that very moment, the looks everyone cast at Chu were no longer ones of contempt. Instead, they were filled with the utmost reverence. That is just how this world works. The weak don't get even the most basic respect, while the strong are fawned over by countless people. Those who had mocked Chu earlier were filled with regret. Even if they wanted to befriend him now, they were too embarrassed to approach him. After returning home, Chu handed all the EXP potions to Yang in one go, telling him to drink them all quickly to prepare for the big exam. Upon learning that Chu was going to take the Imperial Academy entrance exam, Yang said he wanted to take it too. Now, with the help of the EXP potions, breaking through to 10-star bronze tier would be no problem. He also tossed Yang some night-grade gear he acquired during battle. This moved him to tears once again, and he vowed never to leave Chu's side for the rest of his life. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall was sobbing uncontrollably, his head buried in the shoulder of a frail young man. Just thinking about that scene sends shivers down my spine. The Imperial Academy's official entrance exam was in 3 days, but Chu had to arrive at the test site a day early. That left him with only 2 days. Chu happened to have a batch of materials he needed to sell, so he decided to pay a visit to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. As the top chamber of commerce in Jiangnan province, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce handled virtually all the needs of class changers. Weapon forging, jewelry crafting, summoned beasts, buying and selling goods. In addition, many class changers set up street stalls to sell goods or buy equipment. Arriving at a Jiangnan Merchants Guild branch near his neighborhood, a sweet-looking young woman at the entrance said in a soft voice, "Welcome. How may I help you?" Chu took a quick look up and down at her figure. As expected of a major guild, even their receptionists were this attractive. Ahem, I'd like to sell some items. Chu silently recited the calming mantra to himself. This way, please. The young lady discreetly glanced at the level icon above Chu's head. Not wanting to be rude, she flashed a smile and, swaying her slender waist, led Chu to the item appraisal area. Please wait a moment, I'll go fetch our appraiser right away, she said before heading toward the back room. Chu surveyed the items in the store. To his left was the equipment sales area, where all sorts of gear hung on racks. Basically, he could find gear suitable for every class. Most of the gear was bronze tier, and the prices were steep. Even the crappiest bronze tier gear sold for over 50,000. Shu glanced down at the rooster shoes on his feet and realized they weren't actually that bad. To his right was a pile of potions, EXP potions, health potions, mana potions, and so on. The shop didn't look very big, but it had everything one could need. Soon, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Shu turned his head and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you?" Chapter 15, The Jiangnan Merchants Guild. The Three Great Academies. H1. The person who had arrived was none other than Shu, whom he had parted ways with just half a day ago. She had completely transformed her appearance. On top, she wore a plain white t-shirt with a small bear design on the chest. On the bottom, a pair of denim shorts that revealed her long, straight legs. Her ponytail stood high, swaying from side to side as she walked, and her strikingly beautiful features drew everyone's attention. "What? Can't it be me?" Shu had deliberately dressed this way. Seeing the astonishment on Shu's face, a hint of a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Noticing the look of respect in the eyes of the person behind her, Shu slapped his forehead. He'd almost forgotten all about it. She was the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, with countless businesses under her control. The chamber's branches in Donghai City alone numbered over 100. It's safe to say this young, beautiful girl was a super rich heiress. That works out perfectly. I'm here to sell some items. Please settle the payment for the materials I gathered in the Mystic Realm as well. As she spoke, Shu made a sweeping gesture with her hand, and the appraisal platform instantly filled with a pile of materials, shimmering with all sorts of colors. The value of each individual material wasn't particularly high, but given the sheer volume, it amounted to a substantial sum. At least for Shu right now, selling these items would ensure she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a whole year. Shu glanced at them a few times but didn't seem surprised with her experience. She'd seen countless precious treasures. "Did you just ransack the entire dungeon?" Shu began taking inventory. Due to the sheer volume, she even called in several staff members to help with the count. 10 leopard hides, 50 chicken beaks, 100 chicken wings, 7 pairs of wild ox horns, 800 bear paws. After finishing the tally, Shu tapped her calculator and said, "All these items are bronze tier materials, totaling 81,621 dragon coins. With your gold tier VIP status, I'll round it up to 100,000 dragon coins. How does that sound?" "Deal. And throw in 100 bottles of silver tier health potions for me." Shu nodded. The final value turned out to be much higher than he'd expected. He had to admit that the Jiangnan Merchants Guild was a very fair buyer and seller. If he'd gone to another guild, especially one he wasn't familiar with, they might have taken advantage of his young age and low level to overcharge him. 1 bottle of silver tier health potion is 100 dragon coins. With the discount, that comes to 7,500 in total. Shu waved his hand, and soon, Shu's requested items were brought over. Looking at the table piled high with red potions, Shu's mind stirred. "Do you sell skill scrolls?" "We have standard elemental mage skill scrolls in stock. We're currently out of thunder mage scrolls, but I can place a purchase order with headquarters for you. If any become available, I'll notify you immediately." Shu brushed a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear and continued, "Bronze tier skill scrolls generally cost around 1,000 dragon coins. Silver tier scrolls start at over 10,000 and can go as high as 100,000, while gold tier scrolls cost at least 7 figures. Hearing these prices, Shu silently gasped. It seemed the money he'd worked so hard to earn in the next dungeon Mystic Realm wouldn't even be enough to buy a single skill. As a hidden class, Thunder Mage scrolls not only have a low drop rate but are also hard to sell. When a class changer drops a skill scroll and sees it's for a Thunder Mage, they might just toss it right away. After all, there is no market without demand. "Alright, keep an eye out for me." Shu nodded. He then took another look at the items in the guild hall. Most of the mage gear had poor stats and was exorbitantly priced. It was simply beyond his means right now. Even a random bronze tier ring cost tens of thousands of dragon coins, yet it only added a measly 2 points of spirit. Shu stayed by his side, patiently explaining the attributes and importance of these items, including those that might be useful in combat. With such a sales assistant at his side, Shu suddenly realized just how much he was missing. For example, an invigorating potion that increased magical damage by 5%, or a resistance potion that reduced damage taken by 10%, and so on. Although he had infinite firepower at his disposal and could spam Thunder Shield endlessly, there were times when he inevitably faced limitations against sonic attacks or crowd control skills. After all that shopping, he spent a whopping 50,000 dragon coins. And that was even with the discount. As he swiped his card, Chu couldn't help but sigh. Being a class changer really was a money pit. "Aren't you going to buy any magic potions?" Shu asked suddenly. Hearing her question, Shu lifted his gaze, stared at her pretty, smiling face, and shook his head with a smile. "I told you, I'm the chosen one." Magic potions are essential consumables for every mage. Prolonged combat inevitably leads to low spirit levels. Mages require particularly large quantities. In fact, a single silver tier mage can use over 1,000,000 dragon coins worth of magic potions in a year. Chu's performance in the mystic realm had been nothing short of astonishing. He was shrouded in so many mysteries that even someone as well-traveled as Shu had never heard of a mage who required no casting time and possessed an inexhaustible supply of spirit. "Could it be that you're carrying a divine artifact?" Shu curiously scrutinized Chu's appearance from head to toe, trying to find a clue. "I doubt you'd find even a single divine artifact in the entire Dragongxia Empire," Shu shrugged. If he had a divine artifact, would he even need to show up at the merchant's fair? He would have been killed and robbed long ago. "Alright, I know everyone has their secrets. I won't tell anyone about what happened in the mystic realm," Shu said, batting her eyelashes. A moment later, having found nothing else he wanted to buy, Shu picked up 5 basic skill scrolls, spending another 35,000 dragon coins. As he stowed his purchases in his backpack, his heart ached. Just as he was leaving, Shu called out to Chu, "The college entrance exams are coming up in a few days. Which academy are you planning to apply to?" Chu turned to look at her, pondered for a moment, then replied, "The Imperial Academy." "Just as I thought." Just as she had suspected, Chu's first choice was indeed the Imperial Academy, one of the 3 great academies of the Empire. The other 2 prestigious academies weren't bad either, but they specialized in different fields. The Academy of Light focused primarily on support classes. Its instructors and curriculum were tailored specifically for them. As for the 4th Academy, the Four Symbols Academy, it could be described as the Dragongxia Empire's largest training ground for the Four Symbols Legion. Students there studied various military disciplines, and upon graduation, they would join the Legion directly, becoming full-fledged members. The Imperial Academy was the result of Chu's careful deliberation. For a free class changer, there was no better choice for a mage than this. It was said that within these walls, one could learn extremely rare ancient magic. Ancient lightning magic was incredibly powerful, possessing the might to destroy heaven and earth. Paired with infinite firepower, he couldn't even imagine how he might lose. "I'm planning to apply to the Imperial Academy too. See you at the entrance exam, then." Shu giggled sweetly. Chapter 16, New Skill. Thunder Prison. Off to Jianghai City. After a grueling, back-and-forth haggling session, the transaction was finally concluded. Shu held a debit card in his hand containing nearly 100,000 yuan. He was now firmly in the ranks of those with over 10,000 yuan to his name. Originally, he only intended to sell some materials, but once he arrived, he decided to buy a few items to boost his strength before heading back. "Give me 5 basic skill scrolls," Shu said. "What are you going to do with so many skill scrolls?" Shu asked, taken aback. "To master skills, of course." "Do you think I'm going to use them as a blanket tonight?" Shu retorted irritably. Only then did Shu realize that there were currently no high-level thunder mages in the entire Dragongxia Empire, so he couldn't learn class skills from a mentor. A basic EXP scroll cost 10,000 dragon coins. It wasn't expensive, but generally, no one in their right mind would buy a skill book to master skills. The margin for error was too low. The more skills you tried to master, the greater the chance of duplicating them. But Shu had no choice. This was the only way he could learn new skills. "Here you go. 50,000 dragon coins." Shu handed the skill scroll to Chu and held out her palm with a smile. "Didn't you say a 30% discount? Are you trying to rip me off again?" Shu eyed the profit-driven woman warily.
then 35,000 dragon coins.
After swiping his card, Shu returned home with a satisfied smile, his hands full of loot. Shu watched his retreating figure, blinking her eyes as a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth.
You big dummy.
Back home, Shu couldn't wait to use the basic skill scroll. He currently had very few skills, and they were all offensive, not a single control skill. As far as he knew, Thunder Mages were different from other mages. Offensive skills made up the vast majority, while control skills were rare. The ancient texts recorded that 1,000 years ago, a mythic tier Thunder Mage cast a single forbidden spell, obliterating 100,000 soldiers of the Abyss Legion. That single forbidden spell was so powerful that it turned the entire plain into a wasteland. Even now, 1,000 years later, it remains barren, with not a blade of grass in sight.
Let me master it.
Shu crumpled the scroll in his hand, and immediately, a flash of light appeared, followed by a message popping up in his mind.
Congratulations on mastering the skill Lightning Orb. What? Do I actually have to master the skill? Isn't it supposed to come with the class change?
Shu was immediately dumbfounded.
If basic skills count, wouldn't Lightning Chain and Lightning Shield also be at risk of duplicating?
Add to that the lightning resistance ring he just mastered not long ago, and his chances of mastering a new skill were even slimmer.
Try again. Congratulations on mastering the skill Lightning Shield. Try again. Congratulations on learning the skill Lightning Orb. I just don't believe it. Congratulations on learning the skill Lightning Chain. Shu? Isn't this probability a little too unfair?
Looking at the last beginner skill scroll in his hand, Shu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and crumpled it up.
Congratulations on learning the skill Thunder Prison. It worked.
Shu's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately checked the skill description. Thunder Prison Silver Tier. Summon a Thunder Prison that stuns targets within its range and deals continuous damage. After reading it, Shu nodded in satisfaction. Although the name was a bit cheesy, the skill was actually quite practical.
With a crowd control skill, I'll be even more confident for the big exam.
Shu pulled out his phone to check the latest forum posts and found yet another group of noobs bragging about their understanding of class changers. A small portion of the forum was filled with various classes arguing with each other, none willing to back down. They all believed their own class was the strongest. No matter what world you're in, there is always a group of people with that inexplicable confidence in themselves.
Shu skimmed through the posts, realized there wasn't much useful information, and logged out of the forum.
Just then, Yang sent him a message.
Yang, Fengzi.
I've broken through to 10-star bronze tier.
Now I can take the Imperial Academy entrance exam with you.
Shu, congrats.
There is something I want to talk to you about. Yang? Shu, if anyone asks you about the silicone cylinder, just nod. Yang?
Shu, don't worry, we're all guys, we know what's up.
Yang?
Shu still had to minimize the risk. He had a hunch that woman wouldn't give up on him that easily. She must have set her sights on his giant bare metal. They'd likely run into her again at the big exam, so Yang would have to take the fall as usual. After all, they're good brothers. 2 days later, at the main gate of number 60 high school, Shu and Yang were waiting at the school early. Today was the day they set off for Jianghai City, the capital of Jiangnan province, to take the big exam, and they were fully prepared. To ensure he'd be in top spirit form today, Shu and even flipped through his precious photo collection last night. 10 minutes later, Chongming arrived late. Shu and Lu, you're here this early? Chongming wore his signature stiff smile. Professor, where is our plane?
Shu asked, puzzled.
What flight?
Chongming asked in return.
The flight to Jianghai City.
Shu was baffled. Judging by the situation, were they really going to take the magic train?
Ahem, I asked you to come so early today precisely because the flight the school booked had a last-minute issue and can't make it. Everyone will be taking the magic train, Chongming explained without batting an eye.
A last-minute issue with the flight? Weren't we notified 3 days ago to be here at this time?
Shu pursed his lips. This world was 10,000 times bigger than before.
The distances between cities had grown considerably. It would take at least 10 hours to travel from Donghai City to Jianghai City by magic train. Soon, Chongming hailed a taxi and headed straight for the train station.
The magic train is a relic of a bygone era, having abandoned the steam and electric power systems of the past. It's powered by something called magic stones and travels at breakneck speeds.
10 hours later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination, Jianghai City.
As the capital of Jiangnan Province, this city is exceptionally prosperous, with towering buildings visible everywhere. Every now and then, a few people riding broomsticks would fly overhead, and Chu couldn't help but marvel big cities really are something else.
Walking down the street, they also saw a group of burly orcs performing on the sidewalk.
One of them had a boulder weighing a metric ton resting on his chest, while another orc swung a 5-meter-long hammer and brought it down on his chest. The stone split open. The crowd nearby cheered and clapped, those with money tipped, while those without simply applauded.
Besides the orcs, they also saw centaurs ferrying passengers through the streets and dwarves sitting outside bars, drinking.
A group of handsome elves and beautiful elf women were streaming live on their phones, their sweet, cooing voices making one's bones go weak. Yang and Shu, looking like total country bumpkins, were poking around here and there, heading wherever the action was. A few minutes later, Shu was standing beneath a stage, watching a catwoman dance with great interest, a 1-meter-long candied hawthorn on a stick in his hand, taking a bite.
Damn, that's delicious.
He couldn't help but look up and exclaim once more, big cities really are the best. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Mentor, I think there's a reward for the Rookie of the Year, right?
The reward is right up ahead, Chongming replied with a mysterious smile.
Chu's heart leapt at the news, and he hurriedly picked up his pace.
Then let us hurry.
Half an hour later, Shu and Yang stood in front of a rundown hotel, staring blankly.
Mentor, is this the reward you were talking about? Chu asked, dumbfounded. The school's finances have been a bit tight lately.
Please understand, Chongming said with a light cough.
But the sign at the hotel entrance seems to say free accommodation for students taking the major exam? Chongming. Oh no. I forgot to tell them to take that sign down just now. Chapter 17, Trial Tower Drawl Unrivaled Critical Hit Buff.
The Imperial Academy's testing site in Jiangnan Province was located in a massive square in the center of Jianghai City.
By the time Chu and his group arrived, the place was already teeming with people.
After waiting in the waiting area for half an hour, candidates continued to arrive in a steady stream. A rough count put the number at least 1,000. Just then, someone suddenly tapped Chu on the shoulder. Just as he was about to turn around, a figure darted out.
He. Are you happy to see this lady?
Shu asked with a smile, one hand on her hip. Shu furrowed his brow slightly.
Why is it you again?
Today, Shu was wearing a tight-fitting black one-piece combat suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure.
Are you here to take the big exam too? Shu glanced at her briefly before looking away. Yep, my goal is to get into the Imperial Academy. Shu flashed a charming smile, revealing 2 cute little fangs. Upon hearing this, Shu thought to himself, oh no. Now he'd probably lose his medal. Why was this girl like a leech, impossible to shake off no matter what?
Just then, Shu noticed a burly man staring intently at her, which made her feel a little uneasy.
Who's that?
Shu felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze.
Shu followed her gaze and introduced, this is my good buddy Young. And this is Shu, the heiress of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. That name Shu felt like she'd heard it somewhere before.
So you're the Young who left that dirty thing at Chu's place?
Shu's pretty face flushed. Ha!
Yang froze for a moment, then turned to look at Shu.
Ahem, you know, that silicone cylinder you forgot? Shu gave him a series of winks.
Seeing this, Yang grew even more confused and asked, Thingsy, what's wrong with your eyes?
Are they bothering you?
Shu noticed Chu's guilty expression and realized that everything he said earlier was a lie.
You big liar.
So she snorted coldly, turned away, and ignored him.
Shu was at a loss for words. Men, after all, it's perfectly normal to have certain needs sometimes. It would be abnormal not to have them. Besides, what business is it of yours what I do?
Sigh, I really don't understand girls these days.
Suddenly, a towering spire plummeted from the sky. Immediately afterward, a commanding voice echoed across the square. The Imperial Academy trial tower is now open. Boom!
The gates on the first floor of the trial tower slowly swung open, revealing a pitch-black, deep entrance to everyone's view.
I will now read the rules.
The trial tower will assign different exams based on class and level. Support classes and lifestyle classes will face non-combat exam scenarios.
Upon passing the test, you will earn corresponding credits. Those with outstanding performance will receive additional credit rewards. During the test, the use of any items other than equipment is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified.
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Many of them had come well prepared, carrying numerous support-type combat items in their backpacks, such as magic orbs.
Now that they couldn't use them, the difficulty level had skyrocketed for many. Now, line up to enter the tower.
At the command, all candidates formed a neat single file line and entered the trial tower in an orderly fashion. Even the scions of prestigious clans or members of major guilds who were usually arrogant and overbearing dared not make a fuss and entered the tower quietly and obediently. The Grand Exam is an annual grand event in the Dragonxia Empire. It's extremely important. Not only the Imperial Academy, but other institutions of higher learning also hold exams on this day. The number of examinees can reach as high as 10 million each year. Chu noticed at that moment that there were several figures at the top of the trial tower, each with a huge LV-65 floating above their heads.
These must be the proctors for this trial.
The Imperial Academy is really pulling out all the stops. They actually dispatched legendary tier powerhouses to oversee the exam, Chu thought to himself, startled. Under their watchful eyes, no monsters or spirits could escape detection.
After Chu entered, a message appeared before the proctors. Chu's silver tier, 1 star, Thunder Mage.
He is the only hidden class in Donghai City this year. It's a pity the Thunder Mage class is too weak in the early game, and the transition period is too long. 100 years ago, the Imperial Academy also had a Thunder Mage student who unfortunately fell in battle.
A genius who can't reach his full potential is of little use. Let us wait and see.
The first floor of the tower was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Before the assessment officially began, Chu sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating.
Ding! The system has detected a draw point. Do you wish to draw immediately? Here it comes. Yes. Ding! Draw successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the unique hidden passive skill, Unparalleled Critical Hit LV1 Upgradable. Congratulations, host. You've triggered an extra reward for the draw, plus 1 draw attempt.
Next draw point, Normal Tier Mystic Realm. Unrivaled Critical Hit LV1 Upgradable, any form of attack can trigger double damage. Upgrade condition, defeat 3 gold tier or higher bosses 03. Upon seeing the skill description, Chu's heart skipped a beat. What a powerful passive skill! And it can even be upgraded. Chu was overjoyed. With this skill, combined with the Thunder Mage's powerful burst damage, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Plus, the skill could be upgraded as long as he defeated 3 gold tier bosses. Its power might even triple, quadruple, or even increase tenfold. What's this lottery thing? Chu brought up the system panel and found the lottery button tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Start the lottery. Suddenly, countless orbs of light in various colors appeared before his eyes. When he pressed the stop button, a red orb slowly dropped down. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've won 3 basic level up scrolls. Basic level up scroll directly increases the host's level by 1. Usable at levels 0-20. Another great item. Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He already thought he was pretty overpowered, but now he got 2 things that were even more overpowered. Amid his surprise, a flash of light appeared, and a monster materialized before him. This monster was pitch black,
shaped like a cheetah, covered in countless speckled spots, with fangs as thick as a baby's arm, and a pair of blood-red eyes staring intently at Chu. Stage 1 Exam Task: Defeat the Shadow Leopard. Monster: Shadow Leopard. Level: Silver Tier, 3 stars. Strength: 356. Agility: 342. Spirit: 302. Constitution: 311. Skills: Ghostly, Bite. They're already ramping up the difficulty in the first stage? Chu waved his hand and hurled a lightning orb. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sent flashes of lightning streaking across the sky, causing the entire ground to tremble. By the time the shockwaves dissipated, there was no trace of the shadow leopard left. Not even its corpse remained. Killed a level 13 shadow leopard, EXP plus 1200. Was that a lightning orb? Chu stared ahead in astonishment. That display was equivalent to a mini True Thunder skill. That unrivaled critical hit was brutal. He was determined to win first place in the provincial level final exam this time. That said, the silver tier, 3-star monster seemed a bit too weak. The first stage of the exam lacked any real challenge. At that moment, at the top of the trial tower, a group of proctors looked on in shock. An instant kill? That's so fast it looked like he didn't have any casting time when he just cast that skill? Could the trial tower have made a mistake? The trial tower doesn't make mistakes. His spirit fluctuations are more than 10 times stronger than those of an average silver tier, 1-star mage. What a freak of nature! According to the trial tower's settings, every class changer faces monsters 2 levels higher than themselves. While some can clear the stages quickly, someone as fast as Chu is absolutely unprecedented. Chapter 18, cleared in 0.5 seconds. Ranked first in the first stage. The first stage of the exam primarily tests candidates' basic strength and combat experience. Although the monsters are 2 levels higher than the candidates, they're just minor foes. The main purpose is to test the candidates' combat abilities. Among those who have successfully passed so far, the slowest took 5 minutes, while the fastest took 1 minute. With someone like Chu, who can one-shot a monster with a single skill, how can they possibly evaluate him? Moreover, the trial tower has been in use for hundreds of years without a single issue. Even if there were a problem, it couldn't possibly be limited to just Chu. How about it? Should we try again? The proctor suggested. No. Assigning another monster would violate the rules, someone objected. That's right, it wouldn't be fair to Chu. How about this? Let us assign him a stronger monster. If he can defeat it, he'll receive an extra 1,000 credits as a reward. Upon hearing this, the proctors fell into deep thought. If there were a credit bonus involved, it might just be acceptable. Besides, there were still students who hadn't finished the exam, so this wouldn't be a complete violation of the rules. The proctors were curious how had Chu, a thunder mage, managed to take it down in an instant. On the first floor of the tower, Chu had barely been sitting on the ground resting for 2 minutes when another monster appeared before him. This monster was another shadow panther, but it was larger than the previous one. Its fangs were thicker. And it was even more ferocious. Monster, Shadow Frenzy Panther Gold Tier. Level, Silver Tier, 3 stars. Strength, 405. Agility, 412. Spirit, 387. Constitution, 400. Skills, Phantom, Bite. First the small one, now the big one? Chu was completely baffled. Didn't Chong Ming say there would only be 1 wave of monsters in the first stage? Plus, this monster right in front of him was clearly beyond the expected difficulty level. A gold tier monster rated silver tier, 3-star. Its stats were slightly stronger than the one from earlier. With 3 seconds left on the countdown, the moment the isolation barrier vanished, he hurled the lightning orb. Roar! Boom! The lightning orb exploded, and the battle was over. Just like the first time, it was another instant kill. Defeated level 13 Shadow Panther, EXP plus 1800. The proctors were stunned once again.
Judging by the monster's aura, the trial tower was definitely functioning properly. But why was it another instant kill? Look closely. He had no casting time when he cast his skill. Could the tomes be wrong?
The manuals can't be wrong. A Thunder Mage's casting time is definitely longer than that of a regular elemental mage.
Then what's going on with him?
And his damage is way too high.
If their eyes weren't playing tricks on them, then there was definitely something wrong with Chu. Could it be that he is wearing powerful gear that reduces casting time?
Just then, a middle-aged man strode over.
What's going on? Why was an extra exam arranged for this candidate?
This man was Song Yuan, the legendary tier warrior serving as chief examiner for this grand examination. At over 100 years old, his hair was already entirely white. Yet his face looked remarkably young, like that of a middle-aged man in his 30s. His aura was at times as vast as the ocean, unfathomable, and at other times as swift as thunder, shaking the heavens. Even the legendary tier proctors stood before him as insignificant as ants.
Mr. Song.
The crowd bowed in unison and recounted the events.
I've heard of this youngster.
Song Yuan walked to the light screen, glanced at Chu, and praised, he is a promising prospect. The examiners were startled. This young man had actually earned Mr. Song's praise. After all, any young person recognized by him was bound for great achievements in the future. Throughout the entire Imperial Academy, Song Yuan might not be the strongest in terms of power or ability, but his eye for talent was undoubtedly the sharpest.
Mr. Song, what's next? Should we continue with the test? Someone asked.
Many geniuses in this world have their own secrets.
Song Yuan waved his hand and said, continue the exam. Move on to the next stage. At that moment, the last candidate also finished the exam. In the square, Song Yuan's authoritative voice rang out. The first stage of the exam is over. Total number of participants, 1,265. Number of passers, 785.
Number of fatalities, 26.
I will now announce the results. The rankings suddenly appeared in the candidates' minds. First place, Chu, time, 0.5 seconds, credits, 2,000. Second place, Kai Lu Feng, time, 30 seconds, credits, 800. Third place, Wei Fan, time, 60 seconds, credits, 700. Fourth place, Shu, time, 1 minute 20 seconds, credits, 600. 98th place, Yang, time, 2 minutes 49 seconds, credits, 100.
Chu looked at the rankings above and wasn't surprised. A completion time of 0.5 seconds wasn't exactly the absolute limit. If he detimed his skill use to the exact moment the light screen vanished, he could have gone even faster. If he couldn't take first place even with the infinite firepower buff, he might as well go back to the drawing board. As for the others' scores, he didn't recognize either the second or third place finishers, though they were certainly fast. Shu coming in fourth was to be expected to ensure she passed this major test. Her family must have provided her with plenty of help, like the combat suit she was wearing today. On the surface, it looked like a bodysuit, but in reality, it was a gold-tier piece of gear. On top of that, she is surely equipped with top-notch weapons and other gear as well. As for Yang, his result isn't bad at all. Who knows if this guy has a natural talent for the battle tank class. Wearing nothing but bronze tier gear, he outperformed many players decked out in silver tier gear. Kai Lufeng stared at the scores on the leaderboard, his face so dark it looked like rain was about to pour from it. First place by 0.5 seconds? That is impossible. I should be in first place. He is definitely cheating. No normal person could be that fast. Even an archer equipped with top-tier gear would take more than 0.5 seconds to draw and nock an arrow, assuming the attack range is sufficient. Not to mention other classes. Melee classes go without saying, and mages require casting time. He couldn't think of any other possibility besides cheating. Shu looked at the leaderboard, secretly delighted. He. I knew that rascal would be first. Yang's good-natured face betrayed his deep surprise. Fingzi is so awesome. Just as everyone was analyzing the situation, a familiar voice rang out once more. We will now proceed to the second stage of the exam.
Candidates, please select your difficulty level, easy, normal, or hell. Any candidates who wish to withdraw now may do so. Once you've chosen your difficulty, you're on your own. Life or death is your own responsibility. The format of this exam was similar to the first stage, killing monsters. The only difference was the mechanics. This stage was more focused on survival. 30 minutes to kill the constantly spawning monsters and stay alive, that's all it took to pass. The higher the difficulty, the more credits you earn for killing monsters, and the higher your ranking will be. Jan chose hell difficulty for him, the word give up wasn't in his vocabulary. Shu also chose hell difficulty. She had her pride. If she was going to do something, she had to do it to the best of her ability. As for Kai Lu Feng, he didn't hesitate and went straight for the highest difficulty. The first one is mine. No one can take it away. Chapter 19, Hell Mode. Sneak a tube. There are a few talented youngsters in Jiangnan province this year. They have a very good chance of getting into the Imperial Academy. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. This year's ultimate quest isn't that easy to pass. I heard that Donghu province produced several hidden class players this year. One of them, Su Yueshi, has transferred to become a spatial mage. Space? Time and space are known as the two most mysterious laws in the world. Those who possess this strength have abilities that are extremely bizarre. 500 years ago, a war broke out between the human race and the orc race, with the number of warriors on both sides reaching as high as 1 million. That battle raged for a full 3 years. Human casualties exceeded 300,000. Countless ancestors fell on the battlefield. However, just as the orcs launched their final assault, a mysterious legendary tier spatial mage appeared and single-handedly turned the tide of battle. He teleported the entire orc army of 100,000 into another dimension. The war ended prematurely. The orcs suffered a crushing defeat and fled, retreating to a remote corner of the world where they have remained hidden for 100 years. As for those 100,000 orc warriors, there has been no word of them since no one knows where they were teleported to. After that battle, the spatial mage's reputation soared. Today, that elder is one of the 5 leaders of the Dragongxia Empire, possessing truly formidable power. Suddenly, the examiner's gazes all turned toward Chu. A clash between 2 great mages of the hidden class. One wonder who will come out on top. The Holy Light Knight from Yannan province, the Swordmaster from Nanchuan province, the Dragon Rider from Shiguang province, and the Spellcaster from Dongguan province. These are all hidden class candidates applying to the Imperial Academy. Among the Dragongxia Empire's 3 greatest institutions of higher learning, there are 10 hidden class candidates applying to our academy alone. This truly is an unprecedented golden age. Everyone marveled at the sight a hidden class candidate hadn't emerged in a decade, yet this year, a whole group had suddenly appeared. This clearly meant that the competition among this year's class changers would be fiercer than ever before. Chu looked at the 3 difficulty options, then checked his credits. After much deliberation, he chose the hell level. I hope the difficulty is high enough. Don't let me down. Chu yawned. The exam was so boring it offered absolutely no challenge. Was the Imperial Academy really one of the 3 most difficult academies to get into in the Dragongxia Empire? It felt way too easy, as simple as eating and drinking. Besides, there was another reason he chose the hell level. The higher the difficulty, the higher the monster ranks and levels, and the more EXP he'd earn. Since he was going to wipe them out in an instant anyway, why not go for the option that gave the most EXP? This kid chose hell level too. The proctors instantly perked up. These 30 minutes would be more than enough for them to get a clear look at Chu's true capabilities. On top of that, Wei Fan, who was in 3rd place, and Chu Su, who was in 5th, had also chosen hell level. They gave it their all to catch up. The purpose of the second stage of the exam was to test the combat experience and combat aptitude of the class changers. At that moment, outside the square, the giant magic screen displayed the rankings. Oh my god! First place actually took only 0.5 seconds? Is he even human? Kai Lu Feng is so fast too, he cleared it in 30 seconds. Where did that kid in first place come from? I've never heard of him before. The trial tower must have glitched. No one in history has ever cleared it this fast. Chong-ming sat in the stands, stunned and trembling slightly. Chu had given him such a huge surprise. In all his years in the profession, he had never achieved such a remarkable feat. If he keeps performing this well, winning the national championship isn't out of the question. By then, he'll be the champion's mentor. A middle-aged man sitting next to Chong-ming glanced at the leaderboard and immediately asked, "Old Chong, if I'm not mistaken, you have a student who switched to the Thunder Mage class, right?" "That's right." Chong-ming shot him a glance and nodded non-committally. This middle-aged man was his old classmate back in their days at the academy. They even shared the same dorm room. However, their relationship wasn't exactly harmonious. In fact, you could say they were like oil and water. No matter what the occasion, the two of them had to compete, whether it was level, combat prowess, or even the girls they liked, which, strangely enough, were always the same ones. But Chong-ming often came up short, until after graduation, when they went their separate ways and took up positions at different schools. Every year, they would run into each other on the day of the major exams. What a damn coincidence. It's a shame. A Thunder Mage is too weak. Even if they develop, they'll only ever be a one-time spell cannon. They'll never amount to much, Liao Chengfeng said, shaking his head and sighing. Whether the students I teach will amount to anything in the future is not for outsiders to judge. There is no distinction between high and low, strong and weak, in professions. Have you forgotten that? Chong-ming asked calmly. Liao Chengfeng's expression froze. Those were the very first words their mentor had spoken during their very first class back when they attended Donghai Academy. In that case, may I ask where your star pupil ranked? Liao Chengfeng snorted coldly. He had brought 3 students with him today to take the Imperial Academy's entrance exam. The one with the best score placed 265th in the first stage. To be honest, standing out among a crowd of geniuses was already a remarkable achievement. Rankings are only temporary. They don't mean anything, Chong-ming said with a faint smile. Seeing his expression, Liao Chengfeng felt deeply uneasy. How could he even smile after bringing a good-for-nothing to the exam? A knight from an ordinary family, with a worthless profession. What right did he have to smile? Old Chong, you're not putting on an act just because you're afraid I'll make fun of you, are you? Liao Chengfeng adopted a look that said, "I've seen right through you. Since you're so eager to know, I might as well tell you." Chong-ming held up a finger and said leisurely, "The so-called useless profession you're talking about is currently ranked first." "Oh, so it's South only first place," Liao Chengfeng snorted derisively and nodded, just as he was about to launch into a taunt. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. "What did you say? That useless class is number 1? Liao Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. It seems you still haven't taken the mentor's words to heart. In this world, there are no useless classes, only useless class changers." Chong-ming looked him straight in the eye and said solemnly. Liao Chengfeng stared intently at the list above, his face turning an ugly shade of pale. Seeing his stunned expression, Chong-ming felt a sense of vindication, but on the surface, he remained as calm as ever. Seeing him so unflappable made Liao Chengfeng feel like he'd swallowed a mouthful of shit. Second floor of the tower. 10 seconds to go. The second phase of the exam officially begins. Monster, Mated Birds Elite. Level, Silver Tier, 5-star. Strength, 389. Agility, 406. Spirit, 326. Constitution, 377. Skills, Windblade, Storm Pounce. The very first monster was a Silver Tier, 5-star creature. And an elite one at that. The expressions of the examinees darkened. This stage was even more difficult than they had imagined. The light screen slowly faded, and the exam officially began. Chu raised his eyelids slightly, took a glance, yawned, and cast a lightning orb. Boom! Killed a level 15 Mated Birds Elite, EXP plus 2000. Credits plus 5. Still have half an hour to wait. What should I do? No one would notice if I mined a vein, right? Chapter 20, The Potential to Become a God. Chu is sleeping. He casually took down this giant bird, and 10 seconds later, another one appeared. Same level, same stats. So he used the same tactic. Lightning Orb. Lightning raged, and the mating bird's massive body was instantly torn apart by the furious bolts. It didn't even have time to let out a scream. Killed level 15 twin-winged bird elite, EXP plus 2000. Credits plus 5. Another 10 seconds passed, and it was still an elite twin-winged bird. Killed level 15 twin-winged bird elite, EXP plus 2000. Credits plus 5. The second phase of the exam was essentially a survival battle. A monster appeared every 10 seconds, and if candidates didn't kill them fast enough, the number of monsters would keep increasing. Candidates would also find themselves in an increasingly disadvantageous position. The rankings on the credits board were constantly shifting, and at the same time, a small number of names were disappearing from the list. This wasn't giving up, it was death. While the major exam screened for talent, it also weeded out the weaker class changers. The Imperial Academy has no shortage of geniuses. What it lacks are class changers who excel in every aspect. Chu's nonchalance left the proctors completely dumbfounded. Is he here on vacation? This is way too easy. Why hasn't his spirit fluctuation changed at all after casting that skill? He took them down with just one lightning orb. Just how many tricks does he have up his sleeve? This is just too unfair. Thunder mages already have incredible burst damage. Now you're not only conserving mana, but you don't even need a casting time? What weaknesses does this class even have left? Why not just hand you the top ranking reward right now? Chu was bored out of his mind, and after watching him for a while, the proctors found his repetitive actions and skills utterly uninteresting. They might as well shift their attention to other candidates. Chu wielded a long sword 7 feet long and 2 fingers wide and slashed at the mating birds. The blade was engraved with a series of mysterious symbols, and a faint golden glow flowed across it. Every strike contained immense strength. She is now a 1-star silver tier. She has made a qualitative leap in every aspect. Originally, she had been reluctant to rely on her clan's strength, believing she could grow stronger on her own. But after her experience in the Bear Ridge Mystic Realm, she realized how naive she'd been. If Chu hadn't come to her rescue back then, she would have perished long ago. She didn't want to become a burden, nor did she want her friends to risk their lives to save her when she was in danger. Therefore, upon returning home, she immediately arranged for the best weapons and equipment she could currently equip to be delivered. At the same time, she consumed a large number of EXP potions, only stopping once she had reached Silver Tier, Level 1. To help her gain admission to the Imperial Academy, her father had even enlisted a renowned Grand Swordmaster of the Empire, who subjected her to 2 days of grueling training. That is why she possesses the strength she does today. 3-segment slash. The blade sliced through the air, and her light, agile form swept past the mating birds. The latter's south body froze in place. With a soft thud, the mating bird was cut into 3 sections, the severed edges as smooth as a mirror. Chu wiped the sweat from her face, glanced at the leaderboard, and was stunned to discover that the gap between her and Chu was actually widening. By now, Chu had already earned 2,500 credits, while Kai Lufeng had barely crossed the 1,000 credit mark. As for Chu, she was closing in on second place. Only 50 credits separated her from the runner-up. Chen Xianqiu's daughter is quite impressive. Her future achievements are boundless. You think she has potential just because she killed a mating bird at Silver Tier, 1 star? If you're going to suck up, at least do it professionally. What? Do you really think this girl has no potential? This girl has what it takes to become a god. As soon as those words were spoken, the examiners rolled their eyes in unison. You really take the cake when it comes to double standards. Their gaze shifted to Kai Lufeng. The essence of a berserker lies in the word frenzy. His skills are bold and sweeping. Wielding a massive axe, his skin grows redder and redder as the battle rages on, and his strength keeps surging. A cloud of white mist rose from Kai Lufeng's head as he roared, "Berserk!" His body suddenly shot up several inches. His clothes were torn to shreds by his bulging muscles. His strength doubled instantly. Utter madness. He stomped his feet violently on the ground, leaped into the air, raised the giant axe above his head, and brought it down with a vicious blow on the winged bird, instantly chopping it into a pile of mincemeat. After entering berserk mode, the berserker's stats receive a dramatic boost, but the cost is clear: his defense is weakened, and once Berserk mode ends, he will enter a state of weakness.
With only 10 minutes left until the end, the duration of the Berserk state is exactly 10 minutes.
Now is the time for him to give it his all. Not bad.
Your combat skills are still a bit raw, you'll need to hone them further, the proctor commented. Looking at all the candidates, they were all unleashing their full potential in these final 10 minutes.
Everyone wanted to earn more credits. A better ranking. Only the top 100 are eligible to advance to the final stage of the exam.
At this moment, the monster that appeared was no longer a mating bird, but a green-skinned, two-headed monster.
Monster, Giant Goblin Elite. Level, Silver Tier, 6 star. Strength, 458. Agility, 328. Spirit, 333. Constitution, 460. Skills, Heavy Hammer Strike, Deadly Iron Fist.
The difficulty has risen. This tough, thick-skinned elite monster is in a completely different league from the winged birds.
The giant goblin's defense is incredibly strong. Its green skin acts like armor, protecting it firmly.
The mace in its hand weighs 100 Gene and is extremely deadly.
Seeing the monster transform, the candidates immediately panicked. Some unlucky souls were smashed into mincemeat by a single blow from the goblin's mace.
The monster's strength was ferocious. Even the top-ranked candidates had to approach it cautiously, employing flanking tactics to slowly search for its weaknesses.
However, just as the proctor's gaze returned to Chu,
a lightning-filled prison field appeared in the center of the tower's second floor, with devastating lightning serpents constantly darting through it.
As soon as a monster spawned, it was instantly electrocuted. Exam proctor? What the hell is this? Why is he sleeping?
This is such a lack of respect for the exam.
Even if you're a badass, you should at least show some respect for the test, right?
Cutting corners like this, Chu is by far the weirdest candidate in the history of this exam.
Actually, you can't really blame him. This exam really is boring. Throwing lightning orbs non-stop will make your hand go numb, right? Plus, one pops up every 10 seconds.
It's so annoying, it's driving me crazy.
Luckily, he learned a new skill. Without consuming any spirit, the lightning prison lasts indefinitely.
During this process, Chu leveled up twice, reaching Silver Tier, 3 stars. The monster's levels also rose accordingly, reaching Silver Tier, 8 stars.
The monster's getting stronger was actually a good thing. He gained even more EXP.
Song Yuan hadn't said a word from the start, just watching quietly as the admiration in his eyes grew deeper and deeper.
I hope you'll bring me even more surprises. 30 minutes later, the exam ended.
The candidates let out waves of groans, lying on the ground, too exhausted to move. They were completely drained. They truly had not a drop of energy left.
I'm dead tired. I almost got killed by that club. Phew, thank goodness it's over.
This exam was literally a fight for our lives.
The exam was way too brutal.
Shu was pale at that moment, her long sword planted in the ground, her combat suit already soaked through with sweat.
For those 30 minutes, she done her utmost to conserve her stamina, preventing herself from collapsing from exhaustion.
Her spirit was also nearly depleted. Not being able to use red potions or mana during the major exam was indeed very difficult.
It's finally over. Chapter 21, Trending Number 1. Chu, who doesn't play by the rules. The exam is over. A total of 557 candidates took the exam, with 123 fatalities. The rankings have been updated.
The top 200 are eligible to participate in the third stage of the exam. Those who failed, please leave the trial tower on your own. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the candidates ranked outside the top 200 turned pale.
Only the top 200 qualify? That's not fair. The third stage is definitely harder than the second. I've heard there's a final exam after the third stage. Just how high is the elimination rate going to be?
The unsuccessful candidates left the trial tower in frustration. They had put in so much effort, only to end up with nothing to show for it. However, since the Imperial Academy's major exam is recognized by universities nationwide, they could still use their rankings to apply to other institutions. The proctors watched the candidates leave one by one, their expressions somewhat peculiar.
Guess how many people will drop out this year? Having come this far, no more than 20 will give up. Those who value their lives over everything else should leave now. The Imperial Academy doesn't admit cowards. Once all the candidates had left, Sun Yuan's booming voice echoed through the tower. The remaining candidates may choose to withdraw. The mortality rate for the upcoming exams is extremely high.
With your current scores, you'd have an extremely high chance of admission even if you apply to other institutions of higher learning.
You have 1 minute.
Candidates who choose to withdraw, please raise your hands.
The lower-ranked candidates were torn between hope and despair.
They had put so much effort into the Imperial Academy and didn't want to give up just yet. But the second stage of the exam had already left an indelible shadow on them, and the difficulty of the third stage was sure to be even more terrifying. Moreover, even if they passed the third stage, they had no guarantee they could pass the final trial. As one of the 3 great academies of the Dragonxia Empire, the Imperial Academy certainly knew a thing or two about putting candidates through the ringer. As the seconds ticked by, quite a few candidates raised their arms one after another.
Time is up.
Candidates who choose to continue the exam should rest where they are.
The third stage will begin in 1 hour. At that moment, the results board outside the square was updated once more. The outcome everyone had anticipated did not materialize. Was this guy named Chu still in first place? First place, Chu, credits 2900.
Second place, Kai Lufeng, credits 1255.
Third place, Shu, credits 1170. Fourth place, Wei Fan, credits 1030. 75th place, Yang, credits 715. How come he is first again? And those credits don't add up, do they?
Logically speaking, if you kill all the monsters, you should get a total of 900 credits.
So, he cleared the entire run? Ugh! That freak!
Chongming burst out laughing when he saw the leaderboard, almost wanting to grab a microphone to tell everyone that first place belonged to his student. His face beaming with pride, he shot a defiant glance at Liao Chengfeng. All of Liao Chengfeng's students had been eliminated, and one had even died inside the trial tower. Furious enough to turn green with rage, Liao Chengfeng snorted coldly, "Don't get too cocky.
The final outcome isn't set in stone yet. Do you think Chu 1T stumble?"
What?
You don't agree? How about we make a bet? Chongming asked with a smile, puffing out his chest.
Liao Chengfeng, consumed by anger, was about to accept the challenge, but just then he caught a glimpse of the cunning in Chongming's eyes and forced himself to swallow his harsh words.
We'll see about that. I'll be waiting. The spectacular credits performance shattered everyone's preconceptions, and the name Chu was truly etched into the public consciousness.
Now, the trending topics on the Class Changers forum were dominated by posts about the grand exam.
The top 10 trending topics were all swept up by the 3 major academies. Shocking.
A necromancer appears at Longsha Academy and his summoned creatures are indestructible. The post included a video.
As soon as netizens saw it, they were instantly blown away. Is this guy using cheats? How could he have so many credits?
The guy above is an idiot, case closed.
Which Chu is this? Can anyone in the know spill the beans? I'm a student at number 60 high school. He is in the class next door, and his class is Thunder Mage. Holy shit? That useless hidden class? Are you kidding me?
This sent shockwaves through the community. At first, everyone flat out refused to believe it. They thought there was no way a Thunder Mage could be that powerful. As the buzz grew, the post kept getting bumped to the top, eventually claiming the number 1 spot on the leaderboard.
The hype just kept rising. Chu's name even started popping up on other forums.
The vast majority remained skeptical, while a small minority took a wait-and-see approach. The poor 60th middle school student, determined to prove he wasn't lying, stood alone against a sea of critics, frantically pounding away at his keyboard. In today's highly connected world, certain individuals managed to dig up information on Chu.
Chu, male. 18 years old. Class Thunder Mage. Orphan.
Once confirmed, people were utterly shocked.
Thunder Mage can take first place? Are the monsters in the Imperial Academy's trial tower made of cardboard? Some troll posted his enrollment photo online.
Once the photo was posted, the buzz spiraled out of control.
His breathtakingly handsome looks left countless girls swooning, and they all declared they would be ifing from now on. A group of die-hard fans even went so far as to create a dedicated Chu forum.
On the third floor of the tower, Chu, who had slept for a full hour, woke up groggily upon hearing the notification sound. At that moment, he had no idea just how much of a storm he had stirred up online.
The third stage exam is entering the preparation phase.
Suddenly, a blue scorpion appeared before him.
Monster, Ice Crystal Giant Scorpion Gold Tier Boss.
Level, Silver Tier, 10 stars.
Strength, 777. Agility, 712. Spirit, 623. Constitution, 735. Skills, Deadly Venomous Stinger, Freeze.
This massive scorpion, composed of ice crystals, stood 3 meters tall and was 5 meters long, with its stinger alone taking up nearly half its body.
Its armor was a deep blue, emanating a deep, cold glint.
The moment the monster appeared, the air temperature plummeted, and layers of ice crystals formed on the ground.
A gold tier boss?
Chu froze for a moment, then burst into wild excitement.
This is the perfect chance to test my current strength. Plus, I can fulfill the upgrade requirements for unrivaled critical hit at the same time. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
The proctors watched the joy on Chu's face, completely baffled.
He seems really happy? This kid can't be normal, can he? Chapter 22, Gold Tier Boss. The provincial champion is born.
The gold tier boss's strength was beyond question just a few days ago. That damn giant bear had nearly crushed him to death with a single swipe. The boss's stats were only a few hundred points higher than those of ordinary monsters, but its capabilities couldn't be summed up by just 1 or 2 numbers. Take this giant scorpion in front of him, for example. Its exoskeleton is made of Millennium Frost, a legendary tier material as hard as meteorite iron. And the venomous stinger on its back, along with its 2 massive pincers, all are weapons of immense destructive power.
Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The exam begins.
The moment the light screen vanished, the crystal giant scorpion suddenly darted aside, vanishing from its spot at blinding speed.
What incredible speed! He pushed his spirit perception to its absolute limit, condensing it into a massive spirit net that covered every corner of the tower's 2nd floor.
Just then, a thick chill enveloped him. Icy frost began at the soles of his feet and gradually spread to every part of his body.
Chu's pupils suddenly contracted.
His powerful frame trembled. Thunderous power erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering all the frost into ice shards.
Suddenly,
a strong gust of wind swept overhead, followed immediately by a piercing screech. Looking up, he saw that the giant crystal scorpion had somehow slipped behind him, and its massive stinger was suddenly coming down.
Resist the thunder ring!
Chu roared, forcibly shaking the giant scorpion back, then immediately hurled a lightning orb. Accompanied by a massive boom, half of the giant scorpion's body was blown to pieces by the thunder, and blue-white blood gushed out like a fountain. With the electrified and paralyzed status effects, the giant scorpion was on its last legs. Its pair of jet-black eyes stared blankly at him, brimming with overwhelming murderous intent.
Phew! That was close. I almost got wiped out.
Chu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead.
He hadn't expected this beast's attacks to be so ferocious.
It had unleashed a freezing ability right from the start. It seemed he could never let his guard down, especially when facing a boss.
Go to hell!
Another lightning orb struck, completely ending the crystal giant scorpion's life. Defeated gold tier silver tier 10-star crystal giant scorpion boss, EXP plus 50,000.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating a gold tier boss.
Progress, 1-3.
Immediately afterward, a completion information panel appeared before Chu.
Congratulations, Chu, on successfully clearing the stage. Clear time, 30 seconds. Currently ranked 1st. Seeing this result, Chu furrowed his brow.
He wasn't satisfied with this result. If he'd taken it more seriously, he could have shaved at least 29 seconds off his completion time.
Sigh, no gear drop either.
What a waste of such a great boss.
Chu shook his head in regret. If he managed to get a gold tier gear drop, he would VE struck it rich.
All monsters in the trial tower are projections, not physical entities, and their strength is only 30% of their original forms.
Therefore, participants can only earn EXP.
At that moment, the proctors on the top floor of the trial tower all widened their eyes in shock.
This another one-hit kill?
No, strictly speaking, it wasn't a one-hit kill. He used 2 lightning orbs.
Do you even realize what you're saying? Killing the boss with just lightning orbs? We've been proctoring for so many years, when have we ever seen such a prodigy?
You're right. Even if it's not a one-hit kill in the strictest sense, he is undoubtedly the top scholar of Jiangnan province.
Song Yuan took in every detail of the battle, stroking his chin without saying a word.
From the second stage all the way to now, Song Yuan had been keeping a close eye on Chu. At first, he assumed the kid was relying on a magical artifact to achieve instant cast skills, but no matter how many times Chu cast a spell, Song Yuan detected no fluctuations from an artifact emanating from him.
Just as Chu himself had said, many geniuses have their own secrets.
Chu's greatest secret wasn't just his instant cast skills, it was the damage his skills dealt. Normally, a Thunder Mage's burst damage and lethality are indeed several times stronger than those of mages of the same level. But it's certainly not strong enough to make even a gold tier boss a silver tier 10-star collapse after just 2 hits. I hope you'll give me more surprises. A sharp gleam flashed in Song Yuan's eyes as he turned and walked away. The remaining contestants still in the midst of battle also received Chu's level cleared notification, and they were all stunned into silence.
He cleared it that fast? That Chu guy is a total beast. Is he trying to kill us all? Damn it, I barely managed to scratch the boss's skin, and now you're telling me he has already cleared the stage?
Kai Lufeng, who was nearing the end of his battle, saw the message and his face darkened so much it looked like rain was about to pour from it. He had originally planned to take down the boss with a thunderous strike in the final stage and claim the top spot.
But he never expected Chu to clear the level so quickly? Damn it! Don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead.
Before taking the exam, he had boldly declared that he would definitely secure the top spot in Jiangnan province. Now that he'd been relegated to second place, how could he possibly accept it? Kai Lufeng glared furiously at the crystal giant scorpion. A red glow flashed around his body as he entered a frenzied state. With a mighty swing of his giant axe, he severed its head. Congratulations to Kai Lufeng on successfully clearing the level. Clear time, 2 minutes 12 seconds. Currently ranked second. Kai Lufeng snorted coldly, his expression grim. He was decked out in gold tier gear, yet in the end, he was a full 1 minute and 30 seconds slower than his opponent. He refused to accept being trampled underfoot by this unknown kid. Shu also finished the battle, ranking third with a time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, still an excellent result. Yang was half kneeling on the ground, his health bar depleted. After fighting so hard for so long, his physical and mental stamina had reached their limits.
Fengzi has already made it. I can't let him down.
A powerful aura erupted from Yang's body as the spirit of the night rose within him. Gripping the lance Chu had given him tightly, he charged back into battle against the boss. As time ticked by, more and more spectators gathered outside the arena, all there to watch Chu as he underwent the trial. Many wanted to catch a glimpse of this Thunder Mage and see for themselves if he was truly as formidable as rumored. 10 minutes later, the third phase of the trial concluded. The final results were posted in the square, and Chu's name, in 2 large gold characters, stood out prominently at the very top. When people saw the completion time listed next to his name, they were instantly stunned.
30 seconds? Are you serious? What a speed demon! He is definitely this year's provincial champion. This kid who popped up out of nowhere actually took first place? It's beyond belief. With Chu becoming the top scholar, he is sure to shatter everyone's preconceptions about Thunder Mages.
The moment Chongming saw the results, he jumped to his feet in excitement. "Way to go, kid! You really are my student." Liao Chengfeng remained silent, staring intently at the results board. At first, he suspected foul play. But now it was clear even the Imperial Academy had acknowledged these results. He felt incredibly frustrated right now. He would have preferred all his own students to be eliminated rather than see this student take first place. From now on, Chongming would surely use this to brag in front of him. He'd be the mentor of the provincial top scorer. The third stage exam has concluded. Out of 200 examinees, 138 passed, and 62 died. All candidates, please leave the trial tower. As soon as the words were spoken, the gates of the trial tower swung open, and they emerged, full of vitality. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers, and people screamed wildly. Hearing the cheers, the candidates stood tall and proud, their faces beaming with pride. "Chu! Mom loves you! Senior brother Chu! Please go out with me! Chu, how the hell are you so awesome? I love it! Candidate, oh? Turns out, they weren't cheering for us after all. The clown was actually me." Chapter 23, Provincial Top Scorer Reward. The Ultimate Test. Yang, dragging his severely injured body, stepped back into the sunlight. He took a deep breath of fresh air, his face beaming with a happy smile. He finally made it. The battle just now had been extremely perilous. At the last moment, the boss had used a freeze spell, restricting his movements. Fortunately, he still had just enough spirit to cast Night Esguard, blocking the boss's attack and giving him the chance to turn the tables. And thankfully, he made it out alive. Shu and Kai Lufeng emerged together as they were also the focus of everyone's attention. Their appearance immediately caused a stir. "Look! The heiress of the Jiangnan Merchants Guild is here. She is so beautiful. If I could marry her, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life." "Only 10 years? That is too small-minded. I'd gladly give up 50 years. Kai Lufeng took second place. He is incredibly strong too. Yeah, I heard his older brother is Kai Haoyue, the leader of the AOU Guild. No wonder he has such deep reserves of power." Just then, Kai Lufeng turned his head to glance at Shu and was instantly struck by her beauty. Especially now, with her combat uniform clinging tightly to her slender frame from sweat, beads of perspiration glistening between her brows, and every movement exuding a unique charm. Most of all, it was her aura. It seemed to captivate men's gaze, making their hearts race uncontrollably. "Hello, I'm Kai." Just as Kai Lufeng was about to step forward to introduce himself, Shu darted past him with a look of delight on her face. "You idiot! You're so amazing, you actually took first place." Shu ran over to Chu, who had just emerged, her face beaming with joy, and congratulated him with a smile. Shu saw that her ample bosom had nearly brushed against him, so he quietly took 2 steps back to put some distance between them. "That was close, I almost touched her." Kai Lufeng glared at Chu with a dark expression. It was this guy who had snatched first place from him. He etched Chu's face into his memory, snorted coldly, and turned to walk away. "Fengzi, you're just too good," Yang said with a laugh. "It was okay. The final exam didn't feel that hard," Chu shrugged. As soon as he said that, Yang and Shu both fell silent. Seeing their expressions, Chu realized he might have come across as a bit of a show-off, so he quickly explained, "Actually, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. I still had to use 2 skills." Their faces darkened even more. After a while, the final exam results finally appeared on the big screen. First place, Chu, credits, 12,560. Second place, Kai Lufeng, credits, 5,230. Third place, Shu, credits, 4,895. Fourth place, Wei Fan, credits, 4,560. Fifth place, Lai Qianling, credits, 4,325. 72nd place, Yang, credits, 2,325. At that moment, the cheers in the arena reached an unprecedented fever pitch. People were shouting Chu's name at the top of their lungs, going as wild as girls in a past life who'd just spotted their favorite celebrity.
What is going on? Have they gone crazy?
Shu froze for a moment, completely baffled.
Looks like you've really made a name for yourself, Fingzi. Yang gave him a meaningful look. Yeah, from now on, a certain someone is a celebrity,
Shu said with a touch of jealousy. Shu's heart skipped a beat at those words. Could it be because of his outstanding scores? But he hadn't really done anything, just tossed a few lightning orbs.
Damn it! If he'd known, he would have kept a lower profile. All candidates who passed the exam, assemble. Song Yuan's voice rang out.
Over 100 candidates gathered in the center of the square, looking up with awe at the middle-aged man standing before them.
Song Yuan's gaze swept over their slightly youthful faces as he announced in a resonant voice.
First, congratulations to this year's top scholar of Jiangnan Province Chu.
As the top scholar, you are entitled to multiple rewards from the Imperial Academy. First is a reward of 100,000 credits. Second is a century of free access to the Imperial Academy library. And finally,
Song Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, free access to the first floor of the Tower of Eternity.
The moment his words landed, it was like a bombshell, instantly setting the crowd's emotions ablaze. My goodness! A 100,000 credit reward? The Imperial Academy is really pulling out all the stops. 100 years of free access to the library. That's an opportunity you couldn't buy with all the money in the world. But the last item is the most incredible. The Tower of Eternity has actually reopened after 1,000 years? The crowd was stunned. They found it utterly unbelievable.
In previous years, the top scholar's reward was only 1/5 of this year's.
Not to mention credits at the Imperial Academy, credits are the hard currency. There are places you simply can't enter no matter how rich you are, you can only gain access with credits. The Imperial Academy's library is one of the most wondrous places in the world. It contains records of every skill and spell from ancient times to the present.
As long as you study diligently, you might just master powerful ancient spells.
Even ancient forbidden spells. As for the Tower of Eternity, if the library is a wondrous place, then the Tower of Eternity is a mysterious one.
No one knows the origins of this tower, nor how long it has existed.
Those who enter this tower can battle class changers from the ancient era.
Upon victory, they not only gain massive amounts of EXP and equipment but also have the chance to master the skills those class changers possessed.
It's essentially a super mystic realm.
The rewards were generous that the class changers present were green with envy, so jealous they were nearly driven mad. Shu instantly became the center of attention, with all eyes upon him.
To all candidates who passed the third stage, congratulations on passing the Imperial Academy's 3-stage exam. You are now eligible for admission.
As soon as the words were spoken, the candidates felt a huge weight lifted from their shoulders. The burden on their hearts had finally been lifted.
But
Song Yuan changed the subject abruptly, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, and continued, you have only earned admission eligibility.
To truly gain the Imperial Academy's recognition, you must complete one final, ultimate trial.
What?
The candidates were stunned. What was going on? Why was there another trial? Wasn't it supposed to be just 3 stages? Why was there suddenly another one? The final trial. Defeated gold tier boss rated 1 star or higher.
Obtain definitive proof of your victory, and report to the Imperial Academy in half a month.
You may form teams or go solo. Teams are limited to 3 members.
No cheating is allowed. To obtain proof, violators will be disqualified without exception.
The crowd gasped. Defeat a gold tier boss? Are you kidding me?
This isn't anything like that. Crystal Giant Scorpion projection in gold tier represents a qualitative leap, making these bosses far stronger than silver tier ones.
Song Yuan's announcement plunged many candidates into despair.
They barely managed to clear the previous stages, and now they faced yet another task.
And it's this difficult.
No wonder they say the Imperial Academy is the hardest to get into. Out of these 100+ people, we'll be lucky if even half of them pass.
Song Yuan waved his hand, imprinting a mark on everyone.
This mark would serve to verify their progress through the trials. For the next 15 days, the Imperial Academy will provide you with room and board. If you're in a party, you'll be assigned to the same room. Song Yuan announced in a loud, clear voice. Yang, let us team up. Shu said. Sure. Yang nodded. It suited him just fine. I want to team up with you too. You can't leave me out. Shu said, looking aggrieved, afraid he'd miss out on the last spot. No way. You're not a good fit. Shu shook his head in refusal. What is wrong with me? I've fought side by side with you before, after all. Are you looking down on me? Shu asked, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Chapter 24, Normal Tier Mystic Realm News. Number 60 Middle School is always your home. H1 hearing this, Shu and Yang exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Gold tier bosses are a rare find. The chances of encountering one in the wild are extremely low. The odds are roughly the same as finding 1,000,000 dragon coins lying on the ground. As for dungeons, once a monster of this caliber appears, it's immediately snapped up by guilds of all sizes, who kill it the moment they can. Some adventurers specialize in this very line of work. They track down boss locations and sell the information to guilds for a high price. Shu had originally planned to do just that, so Shu's sudden desire to join them came as a bit of a surprise. Is the intel accurate? Shu asked. I just heard our guild's advisor mention it yesterday. He said there's a place with unusually strong spatial fluctuations, and the probability of a mystic realm appearing there is very high, Shu explained after a moment's thought. Mystic realm? Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, if it really is a mystic realm, wouldn't we strike it rich? That was certainly true. Hanging out with a prodigy like Chu, as long as the mystic realm wasn't too outlandish, anything below the difficult level should be a breeze. The probability of a gold tier boss appearing in an easy level mystic realm was very low. It would have to be at least normal level. A mystic realm must be worth quite a bit, right? Would you be willing to share it with us? Shu narrowed his eyes. Even the worst case scenario for a normal level mystic realm would yield several million dragon coins if they managed to loot gold tier or higher gear. They'd hit the jackpot. Shu didn't think his charm was enough to convince this heiress to share such information. First place on the Imperial Academy entrance exam credit rankings, isn't that enough? Besides, you saved my life once. You can consider this a token of gratitude from the Jiangnan Merchants Guild, Shu said. Just as Song Yuan had mentioned, they had all been marked. If any cheating was detected, their eligibility would be revoked. It was true that the Jiangnan Merchants Guild had many henchmen with their wealth. Finding a few people willing to risk their lives was easy. However, the rules were strict. They could only recruit students also participating in the Imperial Academy entrance exams. Apart from Chu, there was no one else present who was more suitable. Besides, they were comrades in arms who had fought side by side. Asking him for help would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Fingzi, I think with our strength, it wouldn't be impossible to venture into a common tier mystic realm, Yang said. Chu didn't agree right away. He was weighing the feasibility. The appearance of spatial fluctuations would inevitably attract the attention of third-party factions, and the Jiangnan Merchants Guild might not even have received the most up-to-date information. That meant they were bound to encounter others along the way who also wanted to claim the mystic realm. It was impossible to know how strong those opponents would be. After a moment's pause, Shu spoke up, go back and find out the exact location, then give me a call. So are we teammates now? Shu asked with a smile. Do I have a reason to refuse? Shu shrugged. Given his and Yang's strength, hunting down a gold tier boss would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Completing the mission within half a month would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Who knows what the Imperial Academy was thinking, assigning a group of recent high school graduates a mission like this. Sure enough, there was a reason so many people died. To gain admission to the academy, one must not only possess exceptional talent but also resources and luck. All three are indispensable. Alright, write down my phone number and get in touch later. Shu and Shu exchanged numbers, then waved goodbye.
As the two watched her graceful figure fade into the distance, Yang spoke up, Fingzi, the three of us should be fine, right? Hard to say. If it's a high-level mystic realm, we might not even qualify to enter. Shu wasn't sure either. But Shu would definitely find a way to complete the mission by then, they'd just have to act as muscle. As for the loot, that could be decided later. Just then, Chongming strode over from the stands, full of vigor. With his ruddy complexion, he looked as if he'd been rejuvenated by 20 years. Ha ha! Good job, guys. You've really given me a huge surprise. Since its founding, number 60 high school has never had a student come in first on a major exam. Chongming laughed heartily and gave both of them a hearty pat on the shoulder. Coach, is there a reward this time? Chu rubbed his shoulder, which was still a bit sore. There's definitely a reward, not just from number 60 high school, but Donghai City will surely offer one too. Chongming found himself liking Chu more and more the more he looked at him. How could this kid be so endearing? Why hadn't he noticed how cute he was before? Forget it. It's probably just another empty promise. Chu rolled his eyes without mercy. He already knew the school's true colors not long ago. When they won the Rookie of the Year award, they couldn't even bring themselves to rent a plane. And the hotel they stayed at was a dump, too. Don't think that way. Honor comes before everything else. You can't just focus on material things, always remember that. Chongming admonished. Got it, the two said in unison. Afterward, they chatted a bit more about the final exam. Chongming pulled out a bunch of potions from his backpack and shoved them into their hands. From now on, I'm no longer qualified to teach you. I know you find me nagging, but these potions aren't worth much. Be sure to stay safe out there, Chongming said. Silver tier energizing potions. Moonlight potions? Mentor, these are far too valuable, we can't accept them, Yang said, his eyes wide, as he hurriedly tried to push the items back into Chongming's hands. They knew how much a teacher earned in a month. The bulk of their income came from subsidies. But Chongming was also a transcender. He had his own family and life to support. The combined value of these potions might have wiped out nearly half of his savings. Take them. Chongming's usual laid-back demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Having the two of you as my students has been both an honor and a source of pride for me. Your admission to the Imperial Academy fulfills my lifelong dream as a teacher. Teacher Yang's eyes welled up with tears suddenly. He felt that what he was holding in his hands wasn't just potions, but a heavy burden of love. Usually, Shu and he were the most mischievous students in the class, with poor academic performance that consistently placed them at the bottom of the class. As a result, they were frequently reprimanded. Chongming went to great lengths to improve their grades, often giving them extra tutoring sessions. On top of that, because Chu was an orphan, Chongming took special care of him. Don't worry, mentor. We'll definitely get in. Chu nodded firmly. Remember, number 60 high school will always be your home. If you miss home, come back and visit. If you miss this old man, you can come back and see me, too, Chongming said gently. With that, a warm smile spread across his face. As usual, he ruffled both their heads and turned to leave. At that moment, what Chu saw was not a middle-aged man on the verge of old age, filled with melancholy. Rather, he saw a spirited, vibrant young man. His back, which had previously been slightly hunched, now stood straight. Like a spear reaching straight up to the heavens. Chapter 25, A Job Has Come In. The Power of the AOU Guild. H1 that night, while browsing the forum, Shu received a WeChat message from Shu. Shu, deep within the Qingcheng Mountains, common tier or higher. Yang, a job has come in. A gleam flashed in Shu's eyes. Yang, who was doing push-ups nearby, looked up and asked, any news? Looks like we're really in luck. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. Shu's lips curled slightly into a smile as he nodded. The next morning, the three of them packed up early and set off for the Qingcheng Mountains on the outskirts of Jianhai City. Judging by the intensity of the energy fluctuations, it was most likely a common tier mystic realm.
Led by Shu, the trio spent 300,000 silver dollars to take a teleportation gate directly to the east gate of Jianghai City. Shu gazed at the towering black city walls, a deep sense of solemnity welling up within him. The guards on the walls were all at least master-tier. Rows of patrols took turns sweeping the area, their eagle-like eyes leaving no corner unchecked. When the trio reached the city gate, three familiar figures stood before them.
Oh. Isn't this our top-ranked student, Shu? Bringing along 2 deadweights to hunt a boss?
Kai Lufeng wore a mocking expression, his eyes flashing with a veiled glint of murderous intent. Standing beside him were Wei Fan, who ranked 4th in the major exams, and Lai Chenling, who ranked 5th. Each wore a round moon badge hanging from their chest, the emblem of the Proud Moon Guild.
Shu didn't even glance their way, striding straight past them. What's for lunch today? How about grilled chicken? Did you bring any seasonings? Cumin, chili powder, honey glaze, and barbecue sauce, is that enough?
Yay!
I haven't had barbecue in ages.
Kai Lufeng watched as the group ignored him and continued chatting as if nothing had happened. He was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged.
Stop right there. Didn't you hear me talking to you?
Kai Lufeng stomped his foot in anger and shouted loudly.
Shu paused in his tracks, looked around, and asked in confusion, "What was that noise just now?"
Yang scratched his head and shook it good-naturedly, "Probably a dog."
It sounded just like one. Shu had a sudden realization, no wonder I thought the sound was so loud, it was a dog barking. Strange. How could there be a dog out here on the outskirts?
The world really is going to the dogs, and people aren't what they used to be.
Shu shook his head in exasperation.
Kai Lufeng clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed crimson with rage as his fury erupted.
Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?
Kai Lufeng roared. He stomped the ground, his body launching forward like a cannonball. A massive axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it viciously at Shu.
Berserkers possess immense strength.
As a 5-star silver tier warrior equipped with gold tier gear, Kai Lufeng's strength soared to 800. This was a terrifyingly high stat. He had virtually no equal among his peers.
Knight's Guard. Yang's reaction was lightning fast.
With a flick of his lance, a pure white shield suddenly materialized before him.
Boom!
Accompanied by a dull thud, Yang grunted and stumbled back a few steps, his chi and blood churning violently as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth.
Yang!
Shu's face paled as he raised his staff, lightning surging through it.
How dare you! Fighting with weapons is strictly prohibited within Jianghai City.
Just as Chu was about to strike, a figure clad in silver armor stepped between them. Seeing the LV-42 above his head, Chu abandoned any thought of retaliation. Street fights within the city were strictly prohibited by the Dragongxia Empire. Violators would face extremely severe punishment. The lightest punishment was flogging, the harshest was immediate castration.
As for women, that's not something I can disclose. City guards. He insulted me first.
Kai Lufeng said through grit.
With that, the city guard walked up to Kai Lufeng, dragging the chain behind him as he said slowly, "Please come with me."
Kai Lufeng didn't care in the slightest. He didn't take the city guards seriously at all. He flashed the Proud Moon Guild emblem on his chest and declared haughtily, "I'm the younger brother of Kai Haoyue, the guild master of the Proud Moon Guild.
Dare you lay a finger on me?" Upon hearing that name, the city guard's expression shifted.
He slowly lowered the chain in his hand and said, "Be more careful in the future.
Don't let me catch you fighting again."
With that, the city guard turned and walked away, his expression returning to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. If Kai Lufeng hadn't been the younger brother of the Proud Moon Guild's leader, he would already be on his way to prison. But it was precisely because of the name Kai Haoyue that he managed to escape punishment.
Rules are only meant to restrain the weak. As soon as Shu saw this, she panicked and was about to reveal her identity as the heiress of the Jiangnan Merchants Guild.
However, Shu grabbed her hand and said in a deep voice, "I know you're anxious, but don't act rashly just yet."
But they attacked and injured someone in broad daylight. And the city guards aren't even doing anything about it. Shu said angrily. Kai Lufeng let out a loud laugh, stepped through the city gate, walked outside, turned to look at Chu, and made a throat-slitting gesture, the murderous intent in his eyes bursting forth without the slightest pretense. Look at him acting so cocky, don't let this lady catch him. Shu shook her tiny fist menacingly. I'm fine. After taking some red potion, Yang's complexion had already regained its healthy glow. Why did you stop me just now? Shu asked, puzzled. The AOU Guild is a well-known major guild in Jianhai City. Kai Haoyue, Kai Lufeng's older brother, is a legendary tier powerhouse, and the guild has over 1,000 members. They're all involved in murder and robbery, Shu explained. So were you scared? Shu furrowed her willow-like brows. Shu shot her a sidelong glance and explained calmly, the guild has never cared about its reputation, they don't give a damn about what others think of them. But you're different. Your Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is in the business of trade, and in business, reputation is everything, especially in this age of the internet. Even the slightest rumor could deal a blow to your business. So we're just going to let this slide? Shu asked indignantly. Of course not. Shu watched the three figures walk away, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. They dared to hurt my brother. I'll make them pay with their lives. As he spoke, a powerful spirit fluctuation suddenly erupted from Chu's body. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes abruptly turned silver white. Shu stared blankly at Chu's chiseled profile, recalling what he had just said, a sweet warmth filling her heart. Let us go. Don't keep the Grim Reaper waiting. Chapter 26, The Assassin's Backstab. The Howling Silver Wolf. The Qingcheng Mountains are located 50 kilometers outside the east gate of Jianhai City. One must walk across a vast plain to reach them. The Qingcheng Mountains cover a vast area. It typically takes an average person a full 3 months to traverse them. Their destination for this journey lay deep within the heart of the Qingcheng Mountains. Therefore, after leaving the city, the three of them rushed forward at full speed, following the directions on the load map. Along the way, they encountered numerous bronze-tier mobs, all of which Chu dispatched with a single lightning orb. Every time he used the skill, Chu blasted a massive crater into the ground, as terrifying as a meteorite impact. Shu and Yang, stunned, finally understood why Chu had won first place. With such devastating power, even a gold-tier boss wouldn't stand a chance against him, would they? To prevent Chu from further damaging the environment, Shu and Yang decided they would handle clearing the obstacles themselves. It took the three of them a full 8 hours to cover the 50-kilometer distance, and they lost quite a bit of time along the way dealing with minor monsters. Xianxian novels. By the time they reached the Qingcheng Mountains, it was already evening, and the sun was gradually setting. The afterglow draped the mountain range in a golden mantle, and the river reflected the radiance, shimmering brilliantly. I can't go on, I need to rest for a bit. Yang flopped down by the stream, panting heavily. You're this exhausted from such a short distance? You're a big guy for nothing, Shu remarked. Yang immediately took offense and argued back, wasn't I the one killing monsters the whole way? Ask yourself, did you even lift a finger? But you guys told me not to damage the environment. Is it my fault I'm so badass? Shu shouted in protest. Just then, Shu suddenly motioned for the two to be quiet and whispered, don't talk, someone's coming. Chu and Yang immediately went on high alert, scanning their surroundings warily. Spirit spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters, detecting the slightest movement. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind Chu. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a gleaming dagger. An assassin! The hairs on Chu's body stood on end. Goosebumps erupted instantly, and he immediately cast a ring of lightning resistance. The powerful shockwave sent the assassin flying. Thunderous energy erupted with a roar. A flash of lightning shot from his staff, launching a lightning orb. Boom! The explosion startled countless birds and beasts into flight, and the shockwaves rippled out, causing the leaves to rustle. He got away? Shu saw no body and sensed no life force. His expression grew increasingly grave. Fengzi, are you okay? Yang hurried forward to ask. Are you hurt? Shu immediately pulled out a large pile of healing potions from his backpack. Each bottle was extremely valuable. I'm fine. Shu waved his hand,
his eyes fixed on the charred crater on the ground, a cold glint flashing briefly in his eyes.
Looks like someone doesn't want us to make it back alive.
After this incident, the trio slowed their pace. They approached any monsters they encountered along the way with extreme caution, not daring to let their guard down.
Assassins excel at stealth. They can mask their aura and even conceal their bodies. It's truly eerie.
That assassin had just used the signature assassin skill, Shadow Stealth.
Exactly 9 p.m.
The Qingcheng Mountains lay silent under the moonlight, with only the occasional roar of an unidentified monster echoing from the distance. Each of the three held a fist-sized magical crystal lantern, whose light illuminated a 10-meter radius around them.
How much further to the heart of the mountain? Shu asked.
Shu pulled out his phone to check and replied, "We're almost there.
It's right up ahead."
Shu nodded slightly and quickly picked up the pace. Just then, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air. Its speed was jaw-dropping.
Knight's guard.
As always, Yang's reaction was lightning fast. He raised his shield and positioned it directly in front of him.
Rip! A tearing sound echoed through the air.
A massive gash was torn open in the shield.
Yang's eyes widened, and his face suddenly turned deathly pale.
"Get behind me, something's south off about this place." Shu shielded the two of them behind him, gazing ahead with a grave expression. Before long, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared out of the pitch-black darkness.
Shu cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Howling Moon Silver Wolf Elite.
Tier, Silver Tier. Level, Gold Tier, 1 star.
Strength, 798.
Agility, 855.
Spirit, 862. Constitution, 803.
Skills, Moonblade, Pounce. It's a Gold Tier, 1 star beast. Shu scanned his surroundings with his spirit, his vigilance growing ever sharper. Wolves are pack animals that hunt in groups. If this small pack lacks a boss-level wolf king, then this elite monster is likely the leader. In other words, there's probably a pack of wolves surrounding them right now. Shu detected no other creatures within a 100-meter radius. A ball of light coalesced on his staff, and a lightning chain suddenly shot forth. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf refused to back down. It opened its massive jaws, and a moonblade flew straight toward him. The two collided, but the expected explosion failed to materialize. Instead, the lightning devoured the moonblade's strength, and the attack continued forward with undiminished force. The moon-howling silver wolf sensed a profound threat and turned to flee, but the lightning chain had already struck its hindquarters.
Sizzle! Sparks and flashes of lightning erupted. The moon-howling silver wolf's body convulsed frantically at a rate of 10 times per second.
It swore that even when it was creating wolves, it had never seen such a rapid frequency. What a rush, simply indescribable. Killed Silver Tier Gold Tier 1 star Howling Moon Silver Wolf Elite, EXP plus 20,000. The three walked over to the charred, shriveled corpse and marveled at it.
"Hey, Fingzi, was it really necessary to aim specifically for its rear end?"
Yan thought back to that tingling sensation, and his sphincter involuntarily tightened. "It's not my fault, it's the one that turned its butt toward me," Shu shrugged. "Be careful, there's probably a pack of wolves around here,"
Shu warned.
Next, Shu led the way, with Yang sandwiched between the two of them and Shu bringing up the rear. Yang found this position extremely uncomfortable. He was sandwiched in the middle like a filling in a sandwich, and besides,
didn't this feel a bit like being the third wheel?
They hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when Shu signaled for the others to stop. "There are corpses." The other two crowded in for a closer look and immediately gasped in horror. Under the glow of the magic crystal lamp, the ground was littered with wolf corpses. All the corpses had met a gruesome end, their bellies slit open, their wolf hides brutally flayed. A massive gash ran across their abdomens. The blood had long since drained away, and their internal organs had been completely removed. Shu frowned at the sight and fixed his gaze ahead.
"Looks like someone beat us to it."
Judging by the assassin who appeared at dusk, things weren't as simple as they seemed. That assassin had a clear objective and had obviously come prepared. Add to that the corpses littering the ground and the way they'd been disposed of, and he sensed this was the kind of thing only the guild would do. The guild wouldn't let a single valuable part of a monster go to waste.
Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared ahead, illuminating the sky. Let us go check it out. Chu could already sense the familiar fluctuations permeating the air. The mystic realm was right ahead. Chapter 27, Imperial Academy Cadets. We meet again.
Deep within the Qingcheng Mountains. This was a vast basin, where two factions were currently staring each other down, ready to draw their weapons. On one side were members of the AOU Guild, wearing round moon emblems on their chests. On the other were young people dressed in orange-red uniforms emblazoned with a tower and numerous roses. This group of uniformly dressed young people were second-year students from the Imperial Academy. Assigned a mission by the Academy, they had come to the Qingcheng Mountains specifically to search for the mystic realm. The crowd was surrounded by raging flames, and lying at the center between the two sides was a massive silver wolf. Several orbs of light hovered above the Wolf King, emitting a faint yellow glow. We were the first to find this howling moon Wolf King, and it took us great effort to slay it. The spoils rightfully belonged to us. Tai Lu frowned deeply. She was a slender, graceful woman. Her long dress hugged her breathtaking curves, making her look incredibly alluring. Her features were equally enchanting, with her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a seductive charm. Yet beneath that allure lay a hint of heroic spirit. The two qualities blended seamlessly. Then go ahead and tell us who gets the EXP from this beast? The young man standing in the center of the crowd wore a teasing expression as his eyes roamed freely over her body. This was none other than Kai Lu Feng, flanked by over a dozen gold-tier experts. Wei Fan and Light Shanling stood beside him, their expressions impassive. In contrast, the Imperial Academy had sent only 3 people, all 5-star gold tier, a massive disparity in numbers between the two sides. But every member of the Imperial Academy was the cream of the crop. Anyone who could gain admission to such an institution was no pushover to begin with. That's why Kai Lu Feng didn't rashly strike first. What a joke! You guys just delivered the final blow while the boss was critically wounded and on the brink of death, and you have the nerve to try to steal our EXP. Tai snorted coldly. In monster battles, the concept of stealing a monster has always existed. No matter, Tai felt extremely resentful. These were clearly things that belonged to them. Why should they just hand them over? Xiao Jiaming is right. We'll keep this in mind for now and settle the score later. Yun Fan said coldly. Tai assessed the situation on the battlefield. She noticed that the enemy's lineup was complete, featuring not only combat-oriented classes but also support classes. For example, sorcerers, priests, and wizards. Although these classes didn't have many damaging skills, they possessed a plethora of crowd control abilities which were incredibly annoying. Fine. We'll remember this. You'd better watch out. Tai turned and walked away. Kai Lu Feng's movements faltered for a moment. He suddenly looked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Did I say you could leave? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the ground beneath Tai and her two companions suddenly gave way, and their legs sank straight into a quagmire. Oh no! They reacted quickly, instantly breaking free from their bonds. But just as they stood up, a cloud of black mist swept toward them, blinding them. Damn it! You bunch of cowards! Have the guts to face me one-on-one. Tai, gripping a long halberd in her hand, roared furiously. Ha ha! Save your energy, you'll have plenty of time to waste it tonight. Kai Lu Feng licked his lips excitedly. Judging by the shape of Tai's legs, she was still a young girl. Those magnificent curves, her pear-shaped lower body, and her alluring, stunning face. What was most captivating, however, was her feisty personality. Kai Lu Feng had a particular fondness for feisty women. Generally speaking, the fiercer a woman's temperament, the louder she screams. Bastard! I'll kill you! Tai took a few deep breaths, trying her best to calm herself down. Their team composition wasn't great. She was a spellbreaker, whose skills primarily ignored defenses and dealt massive damage. The other two classmates were an assassin and an earth mage. They weren't good at group battles, especially since the AOU guild had deployed so many support classes. Therefore, the best course of action right now was run.
Let us go. Tai fled in the opposite direction of Kai Lufeng's voice. This damn blindness status lasted far too long without a priest, they'd be blinded for over 5 minutes. Do you really think you can get away? Kai Lufeng remained completely unperturbed. He had already set up a tight net all around them. Just as Tai ran out of the flames' range, a powerful aura descended from the sky. At the very last moment, Tai lunged backward. A shield warrior landed on the ground, sending out a terrifying shockwave that forced them back. But that wasn't the end of it. The warlock cast stasis once more. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the three of them were trapped in quicksand again. At the same time, the archers took aim, firing 3 blazing arrows in a triangular formation to seal off all their escape routes. Immediately afterward, several mages cast spells, completely destroying the terrain around the three. Such seamless coordination. It caught Tai and his companions completely off guard. They were utterly powerless to fight back. Ha ha ha. Do you like this welcome gift? I picked it out especially for you, Kai Lufeng said smugly as he slowly walked up to the three of them. Tai's vision gradually cleared. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Kai Lufeng's hideous face and spat out, "You're despicable. Is this how the Imperial Academy teaches you? The victor takes all. How can you call this despicable?" Kai Lufeng sneered. Tai said nothing, his eyes fixed intently on Kai Lufeng, his gaze so sharp it seemed as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Don't look at me like that. By the end of tonight, you'll be completely captivated by me and deeply in love with me. The lust in Kai Lufeng's eyes was unmistakable. He couldn't wait to savor this delicacy. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion rang out, and the warrior standing beside Kai Lufeng was instantly struck down by lightning, reduced to nothing but ashes. Who? Kai Lufeng suddenly retreated to the back of the group, staring around in panic. The rest immediately went on high alert. The priest cast a buff on Kai Lufeng, while the shield warriors stood guard tightly by his side. Sorry, it's too dark out here. The lighting's not great. I accidentally missed my target. A figure leaped straight down from the slope, landing in the center of the basin. It's you! Kai Lufeng's expression gradually turned ferocious. What a coincidence we meet again. Shu grinned widely, his several large white teeth gleaming in the firelight. Chapter 28, Infinite Heavenly Thunder. Kai Lufeng's death. Tai's heart leapt with joy at the sight of the newcomer, but the moment she saw Chu's level, her joy vanished completely. Young man, run! You're no match for them! Tai exclaimed anxiously. Chu merely glanced at her without responding. His appearance didn't make Kai Lufeng nervous. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible as he said coldly, "I've wanted to kill you for a long time. I never expected you to come right to me." Chu looked around, committing everyone's positions and classes to memory. At the same time, his spirit energy radiated outward, on guard against any unexpected developments. There are plenty of people who want to kill me. You'll have to wait your turn, Chu said nonchalantly. Before completing the final assessment, Chu's status as the provincial top scholar was nothing more than an empty title. Only by truly enrolling in the academy could one claim such an honor and its rewards. Therefore, before officially becoming a student of the Imperial Academy, if he were to die, everyone's ranking would automatically move up one spot. Kai Lufeng coveted the top scholar's rewards intensely. Every single one of them was enough to drive anyone mad. Especially the Tower of Eternity. Its re-emergence after 1,000 years had drawn countless class changers like moths to a flame. "Where are those 2 dead weights of yours?" Kai Lufeng asked. "If you want to fight, stop all this nonsense," Chu said indifferently. "Fine. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being ruthless." At Kai Lufeng's command, 10 gold tier 3-star warriors suddenly charged forward. "Watch out!" Tai cried out in alarm, her body struggling frantically to break free from the ground. She had to use the time Chu had bought for them to escape as quickly as possible. Lightning chain. Lightning surged through her staff. A massive bolt of lightning, like a soaring dragon, roared toward them. Thunder Mage? One of them paused in slight surprise,
but quickly dismissed it with disdain.
A mere silver tier mage? I don't even give a damn about that.
The warrior showed no intention of dodging, choosing instead to face the attack head-on.
However, the moment the lightning struck his body, he regretted it. Ah! Accompanied by agonized screams, a barrage of lightning danced across the 10 men, charring them black. Thud! Driven by inertia, the bodies fell at Chua's feet. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Kai Lufeng's mouth hung open, his tongue seemingly tied in knots, unable to utter a single word. The rest were even more horrified, their hearts pounding violently.
10 gold tier, 3-star warriors instantly killed by a silver tier, 3-star mage. Tai and his 2 companions were also stunned. They had originally thought Chu was a hothead who'd come specifically to die.
But they never expected the outcome to be so dramatic. A silver tier instantly killing gold tier warriors? And 10 of them were well-equipped warriors? Are you kidding me? Just then, Yun Fan remembered something and exclaimed, "You're this year's top scholar from Jiangnan province, Thunder Mage Chu?" "He-s Chu?" Tai's mouth dropped open, his face a picture of disbelief. No wonder he-s so powerful. And no wonder he-s so bold. So he actually possessed such formidable strength all along. But isn't Thunder Mage supposed to be a trash class? Kai Lufeng was the first to snap out of his daze, bellowing, "What are you all standing there for? Get on the attack." At that moment, the wizards and warlocks began their casting. But Chu didn't give them a chance to strike back. He pointed his staff from afar. Thunder Prison. Boom! A massive cage of lightning instantly engulfed the support class characters. The terrifying thunder raged wildly, blasting them to smithereens. At that moment, Kai Lufeng stumbled back a few steps, his chest heaving violently, his face tinged with an unnatural pallor. No wonder you cleared the dungeon so fast. As a mage, you don't even use casting time? After blocking all the arrows, the elemental mage had finished his casting, and a kaleidoscope of spells suddenly struck. At that moment, Kai Lufeng and his 2 companions struck. Berserk! A massive axe swung straight toward Chua's face with a vicious chop, his bloodshot eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. Attacks came from all directions. There was no way to retreat. But Chu had no intention of retreating. He was merely a decoy. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out one after another. The shield of light quickly lost its luster and shattered. By the time the onslaught had fully unleashed, Chua's figure had long since vanished, and Kai Lufeng lunged at empty air. "Where is he?" Kai Lufeng asked, looking puzzled. Suddenly, he remembered something and spun around. He saw Yang and Shu appear not far away, rescuing Tai and the other 2. As for Chu, he stood 100 meters away, his staff radiating a dazzling light. His silvery white eyes held not a trace of emotion, and the thunder elements in the air grew increasingly dense. True thunder skill. Oh no! A deafening roar split the sky. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck, instantly shattering a mage. But that wasn't the end of it. The thunderclouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the pitch-black night, adding a unique hue to the darkness. Tonight was destined to be a night of slaughter. With no cooldown, Chu acted like a commander, striking wherever he aimed. Anyone he targeted, no matter where they were, even 500 meters away, would be shattered by lightning. There was no room for resistance. Boom! 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 The lightning struck with blinding speed. In just 1 second, 5 of their men were killed. This can't be. Why do you have an endless supply of spirit? Why do your skills have no cooldown? Kai Lufeng's eyes widened, filled with deep bewilderment. You have no right to know. Chua's robe fluttered in the wind as the entire basin transformed into a world of thunderbolts of lightning rained down from the sky, bombarding the area relentlessly. Under this indiscriminate assault, no one was spared. Kai Lufeng had nowhere to flee and could only watch helplessly as a bolt of lightning struck him head-on. No! An explosion rang out, and his body was blown to pieces. Chapter 29, Blueprint for the Howling Moon Wolfang. The Barren Lands. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Once the dust settled, Chua's slender figure came into view.
A small patch of undisturbed ground remained intact beneath his feet, while the rest of the area was riddled with craters of varying sizes. As for Kai Lufeng and his companions, they had long since vanished, leaving not even their bodies behind. Chu had single-handedly devised the entire battle strategy. He had detected the archers and mages lurking in the shadows long before they approached this region. If they had engaged in a head-on clash, the enemy would certainly have been no match for him. Eliminating them would have been merely a matter of time. But if even a single one had slipped through the net, they would have faced the AOU Guild's relentless retaliation. At the same time, Mage's attack range wasn't particularly long, and the lightning orb alone couldn't instantly kill everyone. Only the True Thunder skill, with its wide attack range, could accomplish this, so he had to clear the area beforehand. Unrestricted use of the True Thunder skill could easily result in friendly fire. That was why Shu and the others hadn't appeared immediately. Shu and the others approached him, looked at the pockmarked ground, and swallowed hard. "Fengzi, you really are a madman." That was brutal. Yang couldn't help but be impressed. With that level of destructive power, not even a gold tier, let alone a master tier, could withstand it, could they? "Where is Kai Lufeng?" Shu asked. "Dead," Shu shrugged. Tai and the others walked up to him, smiling. "Junior Chu, thank you for saving us." "That's right. I never expected a junior like you, who has only a 3-star silver tier, to be this strong. You truly live up to your reputation as the provincial top scorer," Yunfan said, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Jiaming remained silent, his expression looking a bit sour. "It's no big deal. Saving you was just a side effect. I simply couldn't stand Kai Lufeng as a person," Shu said nonchalantly. Yunfan? Tai? Junior Chu, you're a bit too blunt. Anyway, thanks for saving our lives. From now on at the Imperial Academy, I'll look out for you." Tai gave Chu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Chu staggered, nearly falling to his knees from the force of her slap. Why is she just like Yang? They're both such a pain in the neck. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce us. This sissy is Yunfan, and this guy with the murderous look on his face is Xiao Jiaming. My name is Tai. We're all sophomores at the Imperial Academy." Tai patted her ample bosom, sending ripples through her chest. What a fierce woman! Shu was utterly shocked. How could anyone have a figure this incredible? That magnificent bosom. That peach-like lower half, and that slender waist. It's practically inhuman carrying that much weight around. Doesn't she get tired just walking? Shu managed to keep his composure, glancing only a couple of times before looking away, while Yang looked like a lecher, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Shu, seeing that Chu hadn't been dazzled by her beauty, gave him an approving look. "Why are you here in the Qingcheng Mountains?" Shu asked. "We're here to find the Mystic Realm." "It's an academy assignment," Tai said straight to the point, making their purpose clear. "I see," Shu nodded slightly. Dozens of people had died in this place, and Chu had taken all their gear for himself. The gear these minions were wearing wasn't particularly good. They were likely just the lowest-ranking members of the AOU guild. Only Kai Lufeng's gear was slightly better, a full gold tier set. However, it was all gear suited for berserkers. Chu didn't like bulky armor, so he handed the gear suitable for Yang to him and sold the rest. With so much bronze tier and silver tier gear, he estimated it would fetch at least 10 million dragon coins. At that moment, Tai gathered all the orbs of light from the Howling Moon Wolf King into his hands. "A design blueprint?" Tai's expression turned startled. Howling Moon Wolfang design blueprint. Required materials: black gold iron 5, diamond 2. Tai's face first showed shock, then immediately gave way to intense elation. In a way, design blueprints are even more valuable than the equipment itself. Equipment is essentially a personal item, whereas design blueprints can be used to continuously craft new pieces of equipment. Judging by the materials, the resulting equipment will be at least gold tier.
Gold tier equipment sells for no less than 8 million dragon coins on the market. There were also two other orbs, one was a gold tier ring, and the other was a gold tier helmet. Howling Moon Ring. Tier, gold tier. Required level, silver tier, 5 stars. Spirit plus 256. Constitution plus 222. Passive skill calm, basic skill levels 0-20 cooldown reduced by 20%. Howling Moon Silver Helm. Tier, gold tier. Required level, silver tier, 5 stars. Strength plus 237. Constitution plus 223. Passive skill Silver Moon Shelter, reduces control duration by 10%. Tai glanced at Chu, placed the blueprint in front of him, and said, Junior Chu, all of this should belong to you. Yun Fan and Xiao Jiaming remained silent. They agreed. Chu examined the items, tucked the ring into his pouch, and said, I'll just take this ring. You can keep the rest. Tai immediately grew anxious, but Chu cut her off. These two items aren't being given to you for free. You'll be responsible for crafting them based on the blueprints, and the cost of materials and labor will be offset by this gold tier helmet. Once that is settled, you'll cover any future expenses, and we'll split the profits 50-50 after deducting material costs. Tai thought for a moment, then nodded readily. Deal. Chu smiled slightly. Deal. This deal wasn't a bad one for Tai at all. Without Chu, not only would she get nothing, but there was even a high probability she'd die here. Chu chose to partner with her because he valued her network. Having studied at the Imperial Academy for a year, she was bound to know a lot of people, including many smiths. Working with blueprints isn't just about finding a good smith, you also have to source the materials yourself. It's a real hassle. With someone to help, all she had to do was sit back and collect the money. She'd be repaying a favor while also reaping the rewards. After a brief rest, the spatial fluctuations in the air grew increasingly intense. Here it comes. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared right before everyone's eyes. Mystic Realm, Barren Lands. Difficulty, normal. Minimum level requirement, silver tier, 1 star. Party size limit, 515. Mystic Realm description, a region inhabited by the orc race. The environment is harsh and resources are scarce. The orcs have gradually lost their patience and sanity. A normal tier Mystic Realm? Chua's eyes lit up. This meant a gold tier boss was a sure thing. Junior Chu, let us go in together. Tai suggested. Chu didn't respond, his eyes fixed on Xiao Jiaming, who hadn't spoken a single word from start to finish. You have 3 people, and we have 3 people. That perfectly meets the party size requirement, Tai said. Alright, but, a cold glint flashed in Chua's eyes as a lightning orb suddenly shot out from his staff. Boom! A bloody hole was blown right through Xiao Jiaming's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Now there are only 2 of you left. Chapter 30, Water of the Moon. The senioress rose. Chua's sudden, ruthless strike left everyone momentarily stunned. Junior Chu, what are you playing at? Why kill someone for no reason? Yun Fan asked, his expression dark. Yang and Shu also looked puzzled, but they believed Chu must have had his reasons. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. And he certainly wouldn't attack someone for no reason. Junior Jiaming was usually quiet and not very good at expressing himself. He probably didn't offend you, did he? Tai asked in a deep voice. Shu said nothing. He walked over to the body and pulled a badge from the man's waist. Tai took a closer look, and his eyes widened instantly. Jiaming is a member of the AOU guild? This Yun Fan was also stunned. Shu then pried open the victim's palm, revealing a communication talisman that hadn't been used yet. It seems you don't know your own teammates very well. Shu said slowly. Damn it! No wonder the AOU guild knew our plans and whereabouts. He was a mole. Tai kicked the corpse hard. Just then, Shu suddenly remembered the assassin they'd encountered when they first entered the Qingqing Mountains. He's the one who ambushed us this evening. Shu nodded slightly and said, if he hadn't shown any intent to kill me, I really wouldn't have noticed.
Just a split second earlier, Xiao Jiaming had let his murderous intent slip, allowing Chu to sense a familiar aura. The moment he reached for the communication talisman, Chu struck and killed him instantly. And to think I used to consider him a brother. Yunfan spat on the corpse. Let us go in. Chu stepped into the vortex, choosing to enter directly. The other four followed closely behind. As the five gathered together, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and they found themselves in another realm. It was a vast, boundless desert as far as the eye could see. There was nothing but golden sand. The blazing sun overhead seemed as if it would never set, scorching the earth until it was red hot. Ding! The system has detected a draw point. Do you wish to draw immediately? Yes. Ding! Draw successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1x3x EXP card in 1x Moonwater. Next draw point, Imperial Academy. Moonwater, upon use, permanently increases spirit by 100 points. No usage limit, no level requirement. Nice find. Chu pulled out a blue vial containing a deep blue liquid, with sparkling specks floating on the surface, as if they were tiny fairies. The moon well in the legendary Tier Fairy Kingdom draws strength from the bright moon to create moonwater. He opened the cap and downed it in one gulp. Chu smacked his lips. It tasted a bit sweet. The taste was a mix of fruit and alcohol, with a faint fishy aftertaste. Wait a minute. Why does it taste fishy? After finishing it, Chu could clearly feel his spirit strength increase significantly. Tai surveyed the surrounding terrain and said, orcs are renowned for their strength. They worship the physical body and know nothing about magic. This sun is way too intense, Yang said, furrowing his brow in the heat. Before long, sweat had soaked through his clothes. The others were no exception. Shu was still wearing that familiar tight-fitting outfit with her back drenched. Her body's curves were breathtaking. Yet, compared to Tai, she paled in comparison. If Shu was Oyo, then Tai was Oyo. Her long dress clung to her fair skin, and sweat pooled on her ample bosom, as if it were about to form a small pond. Coupled with her armor, she exuded a unique charm. As the saying goes, a woman who can't even see her own toes when she looks down is already a peerless beauty. Chu suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He struggled to look away and quickly recited the calming mantra twice in his mind. I'll lead the way, stay close behind me. Tai drew her long halberd, her heroic demeanor embodying the spirit of a woman who holds her own against any man. The five walked for 10 minutes, crossing from one stretch of sand to another. Apart from sand, there was nothing else to be seen. Yan couldn't stand the heat anymore and began sticking out her tongue to cool off. Shu, meanwhile, stayed close behind Chu, using his body to block the sun. Another 10 minutes passed, and a barren expanse of land appeared before them. The land was surrounded by a fence, and a 3-meter-tall gate was built from the bones of unknown beasts. 2 towering orcs stood at the entrance. They had blue skin, massive fangs, and wielded maces with wolf-esque teeth. Chu cast an appraisal spell. Monster, Orc. Tier, Gold Tier. Level, Gold Tier, 1 star. Strength, 1389. Spirit, 252. Agility, 278. Constitution, 1005. Skill, Critical Strike. A Gold Tier minion. Yunfan's expression changed. If even the gatekeeper is this high level, just how powerful must the boss be? Charge. Tai, wielding his long spear, led the charge. The orc spotted the intruders, let out a furious roar, and charged toward them with his spiked club. Shipbreaker. Tai leaped into the air, raised his long spear high, and thrust it forward with all his might. Thud. The long spear pierced right through the orc's thick armor and skin, passing straight through its heart. A chilling, clean kill. Another orc let out a blood-curdling scream and charged at Tai. Yunfan's casting time ended, and a dense aura of earth elemental strength surged forth. Just then, the sandy ground trembled, and a massive rock spike burst from beneath the earth. It pierced the orc right through. Killed a Gold Tier 1 star orc, EXP plus 12,500. Killed a Gold Tier 1 star orc, EXP plus 12,500. Having taken down the two minions, Tai slung her spear behind her back, tilted her head back, and signaled to let us go. Yang stared at Tai's retreating figure in astonishment and said, "Fingzi, I feel like she is so badass." You can tell just from her name," Shu agreed. "Ah, what a shame. Such a beautiful woman, why does she have to have a big mouth?" Yang sighed regretfully. Tai had a very strong personality and spoke bluntly, never beating around the bush. A woman like that wasn't someone just anyone could tame. You'd need not only formidable strength but also a strong character. On top of that, you'd need his special talent. Shu, seeing Chu staring intently at Tai's swaying backside, snorted coldly, "Is it really that interesting?" Shu glanced down and couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. Omega? Forget it. Still, once she is fully developed, she'll definitely be just as good. "I'm looking at the rose on her shirt," Shu said earnestly. "Humph. You're clearly staring at the senioress, but don't think I don't know." Shu pursed her lips tightly, expressing her displeasure. "Oh?" Shu pondered for a moment, then realized, that explains why that flower looked so three-dimensional. Shu. After entering the Beastmen's territory, the group slowed their pace considerably. This barren land in the middle of the desert was devoid of even a single blade of grass, with cracks visible everywhere. It was hard to imagine how anyone could survive in such an extreme environment. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air, heading straight for Yang. Having upgraded his gear, he'd gone from a musket to a cannon. A massive skeletal shield blocked the attack in front of him. Thud. Accompanied by a dull thud, Yang took 2 steps back, his brow furrowed. Immediately afterward, a large horde of orcs closed in from all directions. "Brothers, here we go." Chu crumpled a triple EXP card in his hand. Chapter 31, Red-Skinned Orcs. Silver Tier, 7 stars. More and more orcs emerged from all around. They had no fixed formation or strategy, resembling a disorganized mass of loose sand. A pair of beastly eyes stared bloodthirstily at the 5 of them, brimming with a craving for flesh and blood. "There are a lot of orcs. We'd better." Tai was analyzing the situation and just about to come up with a plan when a lightning serpent suddenly shot out from beside him. The thunder split the air, carrying unmatched strength as it instantly electrocuted more than 10 orcs. Killed Gold Tier 1 Star Orc, EXP plus 37,500. Killed Gold Tier 1 Star Orc, EXP plus 37,500. "Senior, I'm going in first." Chu, staff in hand, charged ahead. Tai. The deaths of their kin only fueled the orcs' ferocity. Their bodies, already nearly 2.5 meters tall, suddenly swelled, veins bulged, and their blue skin took on a faint reddish hue. They charged from both sides simultaneously. The orcs roared with boundless fighting spirit. Chu, fighting alone, unleashed a barrage of attacks, lightning orb in his left hand and lightning chain in his right. He single-handedly carved a bloody path through the massive horde of orcs. The fearless orcs seemed completely oblivious to Chu's power, ignoring the devastating thunderbolts. Lightning orb, lightning chain, true thunder skill, thunder prison. Alternating between skills in rapid succession free from concerns about spirit consumption or cooldowns, Chu transformed into a magical machine gun, wiping out every orc that charged at him. Tai and the others were left speechless. Such insane damage, even gold tier mobs couldn't withstand it, getting blown to smithereens instantly. This was the first time Tai and Yunfan had ever experienced such an effortless way to level up. "Junior Chu, you're so strong. I thought lightning orb was a basic skill." As they spoke, the two exchanged glances, each seeing shock and helplessness in the other's eyes. As second-year students at the Imperial Academy, they were actually being led through leveling by a recent high school graduate. If they told anyone that, no one would believe it. The EXP bar was skyrocketing at an incredible speed. Each orc they killed yielded over 10,000 EXP, and with the boost from the triple EXP card, each one was worth nearly 40,000. Before long, a flash of golden light enveloped Chu, and he leveled up to 4 stars in the silver tier. Awesome! An excited smile spread across Chu's lips. Now that S leveling up.
Now that SA massacre.
If he had an area of effect skill right now, he could clear the entire field with just a few moves. Tai and the others had also joined the fray. Wielding her long spear as a spellbreaker, she could ignore the orc's powerful defenses. The moment her spear touched the bluish-green skin, it sank into the creature's body as easily as cutting through tofu. Yunfan's combat style was vastly different from Chu's. Like a traditional mage, he stood in the back row and cast spells from a distance. Although Shu and Yang weren't as strong as the other two, their coordination allowed them to achieve impressive efficiency.
Shu focused on offense, while Yang handled defense. The Knight's battle cry skill even boosted their teammates' strength. In just 2 short minutes, over 100 orcs had been slain. With such blazing efficiency, Shu and Yang both experienced the thrill of a rocket-like ascent, both leveling up to 3 stars in the silver tier. Shu, meanwhile, leveled up again, reaching 5 stars in the silver tier. This rate of leveling left Tai and the others speechless. At this pace, might they even reach the gold tier by the end of the Mystic Realm? A freshman in the gold tier, it was simply unheard of. Junior Chu, you're really insane.
Tai couldn't help but exclaim. Studying at the Imperial Academy, she was surrounded by prodigies. Every student was a top-tier class changer from their respective provinces. But she had never seen a freshman this insane. It was one thing that Chu was a mage, but he was a thunder mage, no less. He is this strong even before starting at the academy. It's hard to imagine just how great his achievements will be in the future. After 5 minutes of combat, Chu's hands were numb. There were so many orcs, it seemed like they'd never end.
No sooner had he slain one than 2 more appeared. Suddenly,
an axe came flying at him with such force that the gust of wind stung his face.
Thunder shield.
The axe struck the shield and sank right into it.
It had been just 3 inches from his face.
Chu looked into the distance, his eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Damn it, trying to sneak attack me?
Behind the group of orcs stood a red-skinned orc in the sunlight. His skin seemed to be ablaze with fire.
Monster, Orc Elite.
Tier, Gold Tier.
Level, Gold Tier 5 star. Strength, 1845. Agility, 268. Spirit, 234. Constitution, 1798. Skills, Flying Axe Throw, Critical Strike.
After equipping a full set of gold tier gear, Chu's combat power had significantly increased. The orc didn't last more than 3 swings of her sword. With a flurry of sword strokes and agile movements, her swordplay was like magic, wondrous and a delight to watch. Tai's fighting style was much more straightforward, wide, sweeping movements, and his long, supple legs held immense explosive power. With a single thrust of his halberd, he shattered the orc's skull, sending a spray of red and white matter flying across the battlefield.
Yunfan. Copy that.
Yunfan held his staff horizontally across his chest. A sudden burst of earth yellow light erupted, and a thick earthen wall rose from the ground, cutting off more than 10 orcs.
Xianshan novels.
Tai swung her long spear like a propeller, mowing down all the surrounding orcs. Blood spattered everywhere. The scene was utterly gruesome. With Yunfan's help, the pressure on Tai eased dramatically, and they cleared the mobs much faster.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang roared, summoning the Knight's soul.
A phantom knight materialized before him with a single stomp. He sent all the orcs nearby flying. Tai and Shu joined forces, carving a bloody path through the dense horde of orcs.
Soon, they reached Chu's side. Fengzi, there are too many orcs.
Yang's spear shot out like a dragon, sending an orc flying. Then he raised his shield and delivered a fierce shield bash.
We can't let this drag on. We need to find a way to end this fight quickly.
Shu's spirit was nearly depleted. He downed a bottle of mana and threw himself back into the fray.
To catch the thief, catch the king first.
Chu looked toward the red-skinned orc not far away, his gaze icy cold.
True thunder skill.
Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning suddenly struck, instantly killing the red-skinned orc. Killed Gold Tier 5-star Orc Elite, EXP plus 75,000. With the elite orc dead, the remaining orcs seemed to have lost their backbone, and their fighting spirit vanished by more than half. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the battle was drawing to a close. Chu threw a lightning orb, killing the last orc.
It's over.
The ground was littered with orc corpses, lying in rows across the ground, and a thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Although there were a few minor hiccups along the way, the outcome was gratifying.
Tai and Yunfan each leveled up once.
Yang and Shu each leveled up 3 times, while Chu leveled up 4 times. He is now a 7-star silver tier.
Chapter 32, Baron Sandworm. Death Hunter.
Chu slipped on the Howling Moonring, and his spirit stat rose another tier. Tai and Yunfan were tasked with collecting the gear dropped by the orcs, while Shu and Yang stayed put to rest and recover their stamina. A moment later, Tai and Yunfan finished gathering the loot. Aside from a pile of materials, only one gold tier piece of equipment was dropped.
Orc Armor.
Tier, Gold tier.
Level requirement, Silver tier, 8 stars. Strength plus 302. Constitution plus 287. Additional passive skill Beast Soul, triggers randomly when attacking, increasing damage by 10%.
Looking around the entire group, the only ones suitable for the
piece of equipment were Tai and Shu.
This orc armor didn't look very appealing covered in thorns, it appeared rather ugly. Shu refused to take it under any circumstances. The gear was too ugly, and wearing it would undermine her status as a beautiful young woman. Besides, she wasn't short on money or gear. The armor she was currently wearing might not have as good stats as this piece, but it was still gold tier, after all. Therefore, Tai accepted it without hesitation. Once she put it on, it added a touch of wild beauty to her appearance.
After resting for a while, the group continued on their journey.
Along the way, they encountered a few scattered orcs, which the group easily disposed of. A few hours later, the party arrived at a narrow canyon. Towering cliffs loomed on either side, and yellow sand swirled through the air, lending the canyon an air of mystery and danger. According to the Mystic Realm map, entering the canyon meant they had truly reached the heart of the realm.
Yang, you and I will lead the way. Yunfan, you bring up the rear. Yushu, you watch your back. Tai instructed.
Got it. Shu replied immediately, wrapping her arms around Chu's and pressing her body tightly against him. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chu's expression suddenly changed.
What kind of tricks is she up to now? What is she trying to do this time? Look at that look in her eyes. Could it be that she is coveting my peerless good looks? Don't get so close to me. I'm scared. Weren't you pretty fierce just now when we were killing those orcs? Shu, you don't want anyone to find out about that, do you?
Shu gave a sly smile and continued, as long as you let me hug you nicely, I won't tell anyone.
Shu looked at her as if she were an idiot. She always conducted herself with integrity. What on earth could she possibly have to hide? Wait a minute. Could it be her underwear? Or maybe that silicone cylinder? Or perhaps her photo book? Or maybe, just take her out right here?
Shu struggled briefly, but realized that the more he struggled, the tighter Shu held him, so he simply let her have her way. After all, he wasn't losing anything.
As they entered the canyon, the group's pace slowed.
Apart from the howling of the yellow sand, no other sounds could be heard, and there was no sign of any beastmen.
Stop! Chu furrowed his brow, staring ahead as lightning surged through his staff, ready to strike. Something's off. Yunfan also detected a life force fluctuation. Feinzi, what's wrong? Yang looked puzzled.
Chu said nothing, but pointed at the ground and mouthed silently, underground.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than yellow sand erupted not far ahead.
A massive figure suddenly burst forth. A gigantic sandworm, 1 meter in diameter, appeared before their eyes, its body coated in disgusting slime. Its mouth was spiral-shaped, lined with rows of sharp teeth.
Monster, Baron Sandworm.
Tier, Gold tier.
Rank, Gold tier, 5 stars. Strength, 1052. Agility, 895. Spirit, 1379. Constitution, 698. Skills, Death Ray, Bite. The moment the sandworm appeared, Yang immediately assumed a defensive stance.
Pft, pft, pft. Sandworms kept appearing all around them, swarming in dense hordes and surrounding them. Yang, don't try to take them head on, these disgusting bugs are no pushover, Chu warned. This was a standard level mystic realm, where the monsters were far stronger than those outside. Plus, since they were deep inside the realm, the monsters were definitely stronger than the orcs. So they absolutely couldn't let their guard down. Leave the ones up front to me. Tie down a strength boosting potion, gaining plus 250 strength. I'll handle the ones behind. Yunfan pulled out a spirit boosting potion and drank it, gaining plus 250 spirit. Chu didn't waste any time, he went straight into action. A true thunder skill served them an appetizer. He then hurled several lightning orbs and lightning chains. Defeated gold tier 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Defeated gold tier 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Shu engaged the monsters on the flank, casually twirling his one-handed sword as he deftly weaved through the swarm of sandworms. Earth-splitting slash. Shu channeled a beam of white light into his longsword, leaped into the air, and slashed at the sandworm, forcefully slicing open a gash from which white liquid spurted out. The sandworm let out a shrill screech, and its massive body retracted directly back into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Chu, sensing the sandworm's movement underground, unleashed a true thunder skill, blasting a huge hole in the sandy ground. Killed gold tier 5-star Baron Sandworm, EXP plus 49,000. Shu glanced back at Chu, gave a slight nod, and continued the fight. Just then, a beam of light suddenly coalesced from the sandworm's massive mouth and shot out. A beam shot toward Yunfan at an incredible speed. He was ready. A wall of earth appeared before him, blocking the attack. However, a large hole still appeared in it. It had nearly been pierced right through. That was close. Yunfan was secretly startled, cold sweat streaming down his face. If the earthen wall had broken, given that trajectory, it would likely have been a direct headshot. With the Howling Moon Ring equipped, Chu's skill damage had undergone a qualitative transformation. These sandworms were no match for him at all. A single true thunder skill could blow their guts right out. Aside from the death ray, the sandworm's massive spiral mouth was no pushover either. Yang had nearly fallen victim to it several times. Fortunately, Chu's eyes and hands were quick, otherwise, Yang's burly frame wouldn't have been enough to fill a tooth gap in front of the sandworms. A dozen or so minutes later, the battle ended. Tai picked up a necklace and walked over to Chu. Junior, this piece of gear suits you perfectly. Death Hunter. Tier, Gold. Required tier, Gold. Spirit plus 386. Agility plus 289. Additional passive skill Spirit Surge, increases skill damage by 10%. Senior Yunfan, I'll take this piece of gear, Chu said, holding up the golden necklace. Yunfan nodded with a smile. Don't be so formal with me, Junior. You've earned this. Before he knew it, Chu had become the leader of this team. Even though he and Tai were seniors, Chu's skills were light years ahead of theirs. Examining the necklace strung from dried bones in his hand, Chu fondled it for a while, unable to put it down. Finally, he deluded gear a mage could, where he just needed to level up one more time to equip it. After all, he still had 3 basic upgrade scrolls on him. Once he reached silver tier, 8-star, he could use the upgrade scrolls to jump straight to gold tier. Once he reached gold tier and his skill levels increased, his combat power would skyrocket. Chapter 33, Leveling Up. Wrath of the Thunder God. Instantly defeating the gold tier boss. In addition to this necklace, Tai divided the materials into 5 equal portions and handed them out to everyone. At the same time, there was also an intermediate skill scroll. Since the others didn't need to learn any skills, it naturally ended up in Chu's possession. Intermediate skill scroll randomly grants a skill for your class between levels 20-40, requires level 20 to use. Chu glanced at his EXP bar, which was nearly full, and a delighted smile spread across his lips. Junior Chu, being around you puts too much pressure on me. I feel like a burden, Yunfan said with a wry smile. Yeah, there aren't many freaks like you even at the Imperial Academy. Tai nodded in agreement. Chu chuckled to himself upon hearing this, watching with interest as Chu's face visibly darkened.
Fengzi isn't just a hot topic on the forums now, he has got his own fan club, Yang suddenly interjected. Seriously? Are you a celebrity already? Yunfan asked in astonishment. Chu shrugged. I really don't know. Yang, you're just bragging, right?
If you don't believe me, wait until we leave the mystic realm and check Weibo yourself. Yang chuckled and continued, plus, 70% of them are female fans, they're all drawn to you because of your looks. Upon hearing this, Tai glanced at Chu. He hadn't noticed before, but now that he looked, he realized Chu was indeed very handsome. Just like the saying goes, a man on the path is as graceful as Jade, a young gentleman without equal in the world. With his unparalleled good looks and formidable strength, it wasn't impossible for Chu to become a top-tier star in the future.
Chu waved his hand. Give me a break. I don't want to have to wear a hat and a mask every time I go out.
The crowd burst into laughter. As they continued on, they spotted an altar built from a pile of white bones in the distance, surrounded by 4 towering stone pillars. Mysterious runes were engraved on them, shimmering with a crimson glow. Standing on the altar was a beast clan priest, holding a bowl filled with blood in both hands. The area around the altar was teeming with orcs, packed so tightly they were impossible to count. Among them were quite a few red-skinned orcs, who had approached the altar, kneeling on one knee with devout expressions on their faces.
What should we do?
There seem to be a lot of them, Yunfan asked.
We can't fight them head-on.
Let us lure the monsters out and fight them, then push our way in little by little.
Tai furrowed his brow.
You guys wait here. I'll take them on alone. Chu stepped forward.
What?
No way, the 4 of them exclaimed in unison. But it was already too late.
Chu charged straight in, unleashing a few skills to kill the orcs.
His appearance drew the aggro of all the monsters, and the orcs roared as they charged toward him.
Chu!
Tai's eyes widened, and he raised his long spear, ready to rush in and help.
Just then, Yang stepped in front of them and said, if we're by his side, we'll just be a liability. Trust Fengzi.
Hearing this, the 3 suddenly recalled that battle in the Qingcheng mountain range basin. The indiscriminate lightning attack had reduced everyone to dust. Chu cast spells as he ran, quickly reaching a spot 10 meters from the altar. He pulled out a light guardian shield and crushed it with all his might. The Shield of Light was a grand-tier magical talisman capable of withstanding a full power strike from an epic tier class changer. Shu had given him 3 of them, and he only used 1 during the battle against the AOU guild.
You beasts, accept the baptism of thunder. Chu's eyes suddenly turned silvery white.
He raised his staff high, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning bolts twisted and coiled within the dark clouds, and the faint roar of thunder echoed in the distance.
True thunder skill. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, transforming the entire canyon into a sea of thunder. Not a single orc escaped unscathed. Suddenly, a red-skinned orc raised his axe.
I won T-fall for the same trick twice. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chu's mouth.
Thunder prison.
Thunder elements rapidly coalesced, enveloping the 3 red-skinned orcs in the blink of an eye. They were obliterated.
The 4 standing at the entrance stared in astonishment.
Chu's slender figure stood at the center of the map, surrounded by a silvery white world. Single-handedly, he had slaughtered hundreds of orcs. The sight of heavenly thunder pouring down before them left them speechless with shock. It was as if the wrath of the thunder god himself were roaring and unleashing his fury.
This could no longer be described as a miracle.
It had to be a divine miracle. Soon, a flash of golden light shone from Chu's body as he leveled up once more. Silver tier, 8 stars. Come on, let me see just how powerful the gold tier true thunder skill really is. 3 basic upgrade vouchers suddenly appeared in his palm. He crushed them one by one. Silver tier, 9 stars. Silver tier, 10 stars. Gold tier, 1 star. Awesome. Chu threw his head back and let out a long, triumphant roar, feeling the surging, powerful strength within him. It was an indescribable sense of euphoria. He immediately allocated all his attribute points to spirit and equipped the Death Hunter he had just obtained.
His character panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Chu Human. Class, Thunder Mage Hidden Class. Level, Gold Tier, 1 star 8.32%. Strength, 316. Agility, 559. Spirit, 1382. Constitution, 569.
Equipment, Death Hunter Gold Tier, Moon Howl Ring Gold Tier, Forest Staff Bronze Tier, Giant Bear Robe Silver Tier, Giant Bear Shoulder Guard Silver Tier, Giant Bear Metal Silver Tier, Rooster Feather Shoes Bronze Tier. Skills, Lightning Orb, Lightning Chain, Lightning Barrier, Resist Lightning Ring Bronze Tier, Thunder Prison Silver Tier, True Thunder Skill Gold Tier, Unrivaled Critical Hit LVU1, Infinite Firepower Unique. Only after reaching the Gold Tier did the true power of True Thunder skill become apparent. Every bolt of lightning that struck the sky was as thick as an adult's thigh, and each strike left a crater 3 meters in diameter. As for just how powerful it was, Chu really had no idea. Since these orcs could already be taken down in an instant, now that he de-leveled up, they stood no chance against his terrifying damage. He has reached the Gold Tier? Yun Fan shouted. What? The crowd stared in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What kind of leveling speed was this? He'd clearly been only a 3-star Silver Tier when he first entered. It had only been a few hours, and now he was already in the Gold Tier? Is he trying to kill us all? Yun Fan's mouth was filled with bitterness. This was the first time he'd ever felt inferior in front of others. They were both mages. Why was the gap between them so huge? And Chu was even the Thunder Mage everyone had labeled a useless loser. Not only does this freak have no cooldowns, but he doesn't even need a casting time. And he never runs out of spirit. How are the rest of us supposed to play? Tai was stunned, yet an inexplicable gleam flickered in his eyes. As for Yang and Shu, they'd become numb to it all. Even if Chu were to one-shot the boss right now, they wouldn't be surprised. After clearing out all the mobs and elite monsters, Chu turned his gaze to the Orc Priest on the altar. Monster, Orc Priest Boss. Tier, Gold Tier. Level, Gold Tier, 8 stars. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 1968. Constitution, 1873. Skills, Soul Scorch, Power of the Beast God. From start to finish, the Orc Priest had been performing some kind of ritual, completely ignoring this intruder. The boss should be pretty tough, right? Chu rubbed his chin, and a lightning orb appeared in his hand. The upgraded lightning orb hadn't changed in size, but the silvery white orb now contained hints of purple, and its power had multiplied several times over. Add to that the unrivaled critical hit buff. The lightning orb shot toward the priest at breakneck speed, striking it in an instant. A dazzling burst of light erupted. Defeated Gold Tier 8-star Orc Priest Boss, EXP plus 300,000. He de-leveled up again. Ha! It's already dead? Tai, Sigma. Yun Fan. Yang, 0Q. Shu. Yang, sorry. I take back what I just said. Could this get any more ridiculous? You're supposed to be a boss, for crying out loud. Chapter 34, Global Announcement. Boss killed in 0.1 seconds. The moment the boss died, everyone leveled up. Numerous orbs of light appeared on the boss's body, standing out strikingly against the sea of yellow sand. At the same time, an announcement popped up in everyone's minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to Gold Tier 1-star Thunder Mage Chu for setting the new record for the fastest Gold Tier boss kills 0.1 seconds. Reward title, Boss Slayer. Global announcement. Congratulations to Gold Tier 1-star Thunder Mage Chu for setting the new record for the fastest Gold Tier boss kills 0.1 seconds. Reward title, Boss Slayer. It wasn't just them and the Mystic Realm class changers all over the world received this shocking news. Killing a boss in 0.1s? What kind of monster is this Chu? The hidden class of the Dragonxia Empire is too formidable. The Sun Kingdom must find a class changer who can stand up to him. Shit.
Send someone to the Dragungxia Empire. Find out everything there is to know about Chu at any cost. Our Korean nation is the ancestral cradle of ancient traditions.
Investigate Chu's origins and make him return home to claim his ancestral roots. Every nation was thrown into turmoil. Such a lightning-fast boss kill left them unable to keep their composure. They still remembered that the previous record holder was a young man named Dracula's, whose record stood at 60 seconds. But his level was gold tier, 10-star, a full tier higher than Chu's. The record challenge isn't open to all levels. Only class changers at gold tier or below are eligible to challenge a gold tier boss. Otherwise, epic tier or legendary tier players could take down a gold tier boss with a single skill. That record would have no real value. Meanwhile, the Dragungxia Empire forums were exploding. The buzz around Chu's post about winning first place in Jiangnan province had barely died down when another viral post appeared. Shocking. An 18-year-old did this to a gold tier boss. Keep in mind, the Dragungxia Empire has a population of 10 billion. Every day, countless threads pop up on the forums, and just as many viral posts fade into obscurity. It's extremely difficult to make people remember a single person. The internet has no memory. Therefore, to become a top influencer, one must constantly stay in the public eye. Below the post, a group of netizens were sharing their opinions. I think Chu must have found a bug in the mystic realm, just like how he cheated on the big exam. The guy above is an idiot. Case closed. My name is Chung Dong. I specialize in evaluating the combat power of class changers. Although Chu is young, he is incredibly strong. It's safe to say he is this year's rookie king at the Imperial Academy. Hey, you up there, what are you even doing here? Anyone can spout nonsense. Can't you say something that makes sense? My name is Feng Hua. I agree with the first poster. Chu is nothing but a worthless rat. Thunder mages may deal high damage, but there is absolutely no way they can one-shot an opponent. I came over from Chu's super topic. Who is Feng Hua? How many years has it been? It's been hundreds of years since the Dragungxia Empire last saw a young person break a record. Chu's emergence has them incredibly excited. At the same time, they become even more curious about him. At the same time, in a bubble tea shop in Donghai City, Zhang Yun was holding a cup of bubble tea, surrounded by elementary school students who were listening intently as he recounted Chu's legendary stories. You guys have no idea how awesome Chu was back then. He just changed his class, and he took me in the heiress of the Jiangnan Merchants Guild to farm the mystic realm. Instant kills, you know what that means, right? Nothing but instant kills. That level 9 elite monster, the brutal giant bear, he took it down with a single lightning orb. When we finally fought the boss, he was only level 10. At the critical moment, he downed a few EXP potions, leveled up to silver tier, and then a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, turning the boss into a charred lump. Whoa! The elementary school students were amazed and pressed him further. Big brother, what is your relationship with the legendary Chu? Zhang Yun took a deep sip, finishing the last drop of his milk tea, then tapped the table lightly. One of the elementary school students immediately got the hint, hurriedly ordered the most expensive milk tea for him, and respectfully brought it over. Zhang Yun nodded in satisfaction, took a blissful sip, and then explained, "We're good brothers. Just a few days ago, he even shared the good news with me that he won first place on the college entrance exam." As soon as he finished speaking, the elementary school students immediately looked at Zhang Yun with adoring eyes. Just then, the voice of the waitress at the milk tea shop rang out, "Hey, Zhang Yun, this is the 10th time you've tricked elementary school kids, isn't it? You're just a student who failed the big exam. Stop bragging here." Zhang Yun's expression grew slightly uneasy, and he said defensively, "Don't slander me, everything I said is true." "Then show me the chat logs," the shop attendant said suspiciously. Well, Zhang Yun was instantly stumped. What chat logs? He didn't even have Chu's contact information. If he'd known Chu was this big a deal, he would gotten his WeChat ID even if it meant kneeling down and licking his shoes. Ha! You don't have them, do you? You're even lying to elementary school kids. Are you even human? The young lady's eyes were filled with contempt.
What? You're lying? Give me back my milk tea. The elementary school student's face immediately turned pale. Oh no! Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Jiang Yun immediately took off like a shot and fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to grab the milk tea, it was his prize. You big liar. I'm going back to mom. The elementary school kid, refusing to be fooled, burst into tears and pulled out his phone to call and tattle. Inside the mystic realm, Shu stared at the boss's corpse in utter bewilderment, completely baffled. To be honest, he was shocked himself. How could the boss be so weak? In his memory, bosses were supposed to be incredibly strong. That savage giant bear had nearly beaten the crap out of him back then. Now, a single lightning orb had taken it down in an instant. Shu looked at the new title that had appeared on his character panel and was overjoyed. Boss Slayer, all stats plus 100, casting speed 20%. What a huge stat boost. Is this the appeal of a title? As soon as he equipped it, several large, gold embossed characters immediately appeared floating above his head, extremely eye-catching. Generally speaking, titles are only obtained after accomplishing unprecedented feats, such as clearing new dungeons, breaking records, or setting new records. Therefore, obtaining a title is extremely difficult. Basically, only a few out of 100 million people might manage it. Tai and the other three walked up beside him, glanced at the altar, then looked at Chu, their expressions slightly uneasy. Fengzi, we've known each other for 15 years, right? Yang asked in astonishment. To be precise, it's been 15 years, 3 months, and 8 days, Shu nodded. When did you start becoming such a freak? Yang asked again. Shu? How is this my fault? Blame this system. Who told it to give me such a powerful buff? Tisk, TSK. Junior Chu, it'll be hard for you not to become famous now. Why don't you sign an autograph for me? Who knows, if you become a top star one day, it might be nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of you. Tai exclaimed admiringly. Senior, please don't tease me. I really don't want to draw attention to myself, Shu said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. His words plunged all four of them into silence. Shu sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off and realized he'd probably come off as a show-off again, so he hurriedly explained, actually, killing a boss takes some effort. You have to use the lightning orb. As soon as he finished speaking, their faces darkened even more. Chapter 35, Hidden Boss. Abyss Demon. Collecting loot is always a joy, especially after defeating a boss. A massive haul. The orc priest dropped a total of 4 orbs, the rest were materials. One of the orbs was a gold tier EXP potion, just 1 bottle. Bronze tier EXP potions are a dime a dozen, they drop in dungeons and the mystic realm alike, and the drop rate isn't even that low. But anything above bronze tier is extremely rare, you might not even get one from a boss. And a gold tier EXP potion costs over 10 million dragon coins. It's practically priceless. As the sole contributor to the victory, this EXP potion naturally belonged to Chu. The second orb is a gold tier gun. Soul siphoning gun. Tier, gold tier. Strength plus 587. Agility plus 496. Passive skill Soul Siphon. Attacks have a certain chance to inflict the Soul Siphon debuff on the target, reducing their attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. This gun is not like other guns, it's not a melee weapon, but a genuine firearm. The silvery white barrel glows with a faint golden light and is engraved with mysterious patterns that resemble souls. This is a gunslinger's weapon, it's no use to any of us. Junior Chu, you should keep it for yourself. Tai said. The gunslinger class is rare, it's considered one of the more exclusive professions. Moreover, the drop rate for its weapons is very low. If put up for auction, it could fetch a very high price. Next up is the third orb. Shu held a ring in his hand entirely golden, with patterns identical to those on the soul siphoning gun. Soul capturing ring. Grade, gold tier. Spirit plus 409. Agility plus 325. Passive skill Soul Capture. Attacks have a certain chance to inflict the Soul Capture debuff on the target,
reducing their attack power by 20% for 10 seconds.
Sorry, Senior, looks like this is another piece of gear I can use. Chu smiled faintly.
Yunfan remained silent. Even if Chu wanted to give it to him, he'd be too embarrassed to accept it. He'd basically just been tagging along the whole time, without contributing a single thing. His only purpose, perhaps, was to make up the numbers so he could enter the dungeon. If there hadn't been a party size requirement, he seriously doubted Chu would have needed to rely on anyone. After all, that is exactly what Chu had just done. The last orb of light turned out to be a parchment that looked quite old. It had already yellowed, and many of the lines on it were barely legible. The treasure of Turlos. 5,000 years ago, Turlos, the pirate king, conquered 90% of the world's oceans. On his deathbed, he hid all his accumulated treasures in a mysterious location, awaiting the arrival of the Chosen One.
A treasure map?
Chu paused for a moment, studied it closely, and immediately felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. This treasure map looked far too crude. It only featured a few wavy lines representing ocean waves and a handful of unidentifiable islands.
In the very center of the map was an eye. There wasn't a single word on it. How was anyone supposed to find the treasure?
Chu tossed the treasure map into his backpack, deciding to deal with it later when the time was right. After collecting all the orbs of light, the 5 of them stood there for a moment, only to discover that the Mystic Realm treasure chest still hadn't appeared.
Isn't it over yet? Didn't we already clear the stage? Yunfan asked. Could we have missed something?
Yang said. Just then, Chu suddenly sensed a sinister aura spreading from behind them.
Warning! An anomaly has occurred in the Mystic Realm.
A hidden boss has appeared. Be careful.
Warning! An anomaly has occurred in the Mystic Realm.
A hidden boss has appeared. Be careful.
A hidden boss.
Chu spun around abruptly and saw the massive altar suddenly tremble. The corpses that had just died suddenly began to dissolve, turning into a mixture of black and red blood that flowed toward the altar. 4 enormous stone pillars shook violently, and the yellow sand beneath their feet shot skyward, forming a tornado that rushed toward the altar.
Immediately afterward, the altar exploded.
A jet-black beam of light shot straight into the sky.
Ha 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 ha! I've finally seen the light of day again.
Suddenly, a pair of massive black wings spread wide, and a demon slowly rose from beneath the altar.
Abyss Demon Boss. Tier, Epic. Level, Master Tier, 5 stars. Weakened state. Strength, 2,564. Agility, 2,493. Spirit, 2,148. Constitution, 3,178. Skills, Inferno, Demon Gaze. A demon. Shu turned pale with fear.
The others kept backing away as well, their faces looking extremely grim.
An epic tier boss, currently still in its weakened phase, and yet it's already at master tier. How are we supposed to fight this? The abyss demon frantically absorbed the strength element permeating the air, its emaciated body rapidly plumping up at a visible pace.
At the same time, purple-black flames burned on the demon's body, scorching the space around it until it warped.
What do we do? This boss's stats are way too high. We're no match for it.
Yunfan felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. His face turned deathly pale. Abyss demons. The demon race has been sealed underground for tens of thousands of years.
I never imagined they'd use the orc's ritual to re-emerge. Tai's expression grew grave.
The demon race is the most evil race in this world without a doubt. They excel at devouring the fear of living beings and transforming it into their own strength.
10,000 years ago, the demon clan ravaged the globe.
Wherever the Abyss army passed, it was like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake.
That unprecedented, epic battle lasted a full century.
It was only through the sacrifices of the top-class changers from every nation that they were finally sealed away once more.
After that battle, humanity spent tens of thousands of years recovering and rebuilding before finally reaching the prosperous era we enjoy today.
This era of peace was won with the blood and tears of countless ancestors, yet now, the demon race still harbors evil intentions.
You lowly, weak humans, why don't you kneel before His Highness Bona? Bona's shrill voice echoed in everyone's ears. You want me to kneel before a disgusting race? Dream on. Yunfan snorted coldly, vowing never to comply. Oh. Bona wore an amused smile as he said slowly, you humans always like to put on an act of death before dishonor, but you know better than anyone that the baseness in your very bones is stronger than that of any other race. Bullshit. Yang shouted, pointing at it angrily. If you're going to fight, just do it, stop dithering. If I make a single sound, I'll take your last name. Hearing this, Bona's expression turned icy. With a flap of his wings, a powerful sandstorm roared toward them. The knight's oath. Yang held his lance horizontally across his chest and slammed his shield into the ground. However, the power of the sandstorm was too much for a single silver tier 5 star like him to withstand. It blew him flying, slamming him hard into the mountainside and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Pathetic humans, you've succeeded in stirring my bloodlust. Bona sneered. Tai and the others were filled with despair, their faces ashen. The disparity in strength between the two sides was so great that there was simply no comparison. Other than waiting to die, they had no other path to take. Humans. Accept the baptism of the demon fire. Bona spread his arms wide. The abyss demon fire surged up before his chest. What do we do now? Shua's face was deathly pale as her trembling hands clutched a light guardian shield. Although she knew it was likely useless, she had to try anything to stay alive. Tai was also at a loss, forced to watch helplessly as the demon fire raged ever more fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Be afraid, Bona roared with laughter. He could already smell the fear in these humans' hearts. However, just then, a basketball-sized lightning orb slammed into his chest, triggering a colossal explosion. Boom! Hey, what are you barking about? Shu took a step forward, his cold eyes fixed intently on the front. Chapter 36, Thunder Hammer. Slaughtering a Master Tier Boss. The shockwaves from the explosion caused the mountain wall to tremble slightly, sending countless rocks tumbling down. Once the smoke and dust cleared, the demoness figure came into view. Half of its body had been blown to pieces, and purple blood dripped onto the sand, corroding a crater. What? I almost killed it? Yunfan was shocked. But that was quickly replaced by intense delight. Junior Chu, give it one more push. Tai felt a spark of hope ignite within him. While Shu felt elated, he also harbored a faint sense of worry, for the demon possessed an incredibly tenacious vitality. If it wasn't killed immediately, it would recover swiftly. Chu, be careful. Bona's hideous face grew even more frenzied. I never imagined there would still be a Thunder Mage in this era. I was too careless. But no matter how much you struggle, you're all going to die today. A powerful, devouring force suddenly erupted from Bona's body. His missing limbs were rapidly repaired, and flesh and blood regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shu impatiently picked at his ear, you're really noisy. Bona's expression froze, then turned to one of intense rage. A mighty abyss demon, a member of the great demonic race. And yet he was being looked down upon by some nameless brat. How could he accept such an insult? In the next instant, the abyss demonic fire erupted with a thunderous roar. A wave of searing flames swept out, instantly engulfing the entire space. The searing flames made the air sizzle as they burned. It felt as if they were striking straight at the soul. In this critical moment, Shu crushed several light guardian shields in his hand. No matter how fiercely the demonic fire struck, it couldn't break through the defenses. But this was only a temporary solution. The light guardian shields wouldn't hold out for long. Senior, do you think Shu can win? Shu looked anxiously at the slender figure not far away. Although he wasn't particularly tall, at that moment, he stood like a giant reaching to the heavens. Thunder is extremely effective against abyss demons. Combined with Chua's strength, barring any surprises, it's not impossible for him to defeat it, Tai said. Now, all their hopes rested on Shu. He was the only one who could pose a threat to Bona. Well, how do you like my demon fire? Bona laughed maniacally. By now, all his injuries had healed.
Shu stared at it impassively with his thunder shield up. The demon fire couldn't harm him in the slightest. However, just like the light guardian shield, it wouldn't last long. The longer this went on, the stronger Bona would become. He was still in a weakened state right now, but his ability to devour everything was truly monstrous. Not bad. How about you try this move of mine? Shu unleashed the Master Tier skill he had just learned, Thunder Hammer. Thunder Hammer Master Tier condenses a powerful warhammer from the element of lightning, dealing a lethal blow to the target. Also has a 20% chance to stun the target for 5 seconds. Shu had mastered this skill using an intermediate skill scroll right when the Abyss Demon first appeared. He'd originally thrown a lightning orb just to test this demon's limits, but he never expected this beast to be so fragile. Plus, with the electrified status effect already applied, a thunderous strike would deal massive damage. The next moment, a hammer formed from lightning suddenly appeared above the Abyss Demon's head. The silvery white warhammer radiated an extremely powerful thunderous aura. Bona looked up, and a profound sense of threat welled up inside him. Impossible. How could a gold tier, 2-star ant possibly pose a threat to me? Bona roared hysterically. It unleashed all its strength, attempting to block the warhammer's descent. But no matter how it channeled its magical fire, it was all in vain against the might of mythic tier lightning. Before everyone's eyes, the thunder hammer crashed down with a deafening explosion. A blinding white light obscured the sky. Shu and the others instinctively closed their eyes immediately afterward. Golden light flashed around them, and they leveled up 5 times in a row. Defeated an epic tier, Master Tier, 5-star Abyss Demon Boss, EXP plus 600,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the unmatched critical hit upgrade requirements 3-3. Level up current level, LV2. Next level upgrade requirement, defeat 3 epic tier or higher bosses. Unrivaled critical hit LV2 upgradable, any form of attack can trigger triple damage. Finally, the upgrade requirements are complete. Shu savored the exhilaration of the level up, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Not only had the unrivaled critical hit been upgraded, but he himself had also risen to gold tier, 4-star. In just one outing, he jumped straight from silver tier, 2-star, to gold tier, 4-star, a 12-level streak. Such a rapid leveling speed was unheard of. He'd done it in just one day. Of course, the triple EXP card played a part, but without formidable strength, he would kick the bucket the moment he entered the mystic realm. Not to mention defeating Abyss Demons. As the aftereffects faded, everyone's vision gradually cleared. They saw that the altar had vanished, replaced by a square pit. As for the Abyss Demon, it was long gone. We survived? Yunfan looked around in confusion. Everything looked so familiar, yet it all seemed utterly absurd. The absurdity lay in the fact that Chu had actually killed the Abyss Demon? Was it really that simple? Tai gazed at the Mystic Realm treasure chest ahead and nodded with a complex expression. Yes, it's finally over. They thought it was a certain death, but unexpectedly, they survived. The Abyss Demon was notorious. Most people would run for the hills at the mere sight of it. But Chu took down the boss with just one skill. That's just ridiculous. Sometimes I really want to dissect him to see if this guy is even human. Shu jogged over and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" A pair of delicate hands moved over his body, accidentally brushing against the soft flesh at his waist. Xian novels. Shu couldn't help but smile. "Do I look like I'm hurt? Why were you so reckless? You nearly scared me to death." Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. "Where is Yang?" Shu asked. Just then, Yunfan carried Yang over covered in blood and said, "I've already given him a life potion. He is out of immediate danger for now. Take him to the hospital once we get out." "This guy is still as reckless as ever," Shu said, shaking his head in exasperation. The gear dropped by the Abyss Demon was all top tier, a staff, a bracelet, and a skill book. Staff of the Dominator. Tier, Epic. Level requirement, Grandmaster tier. Spirit plus 4,598. Constitution plus 4,185.
Active skill Demon Flame Burst releases 3 bursts of demonic flame to attack enemies, inflicting a burning effect. Cooldown 2 hours. Devotee S Bracelet. Tier Epic Tier. Level requirement Grandmaster Tier. Spirit plus 3574. Strength plus 3282.
Active skill, Psychic Surge increases skill damage by 20% for a short time, lasts 1 minute, cooldown, 24 hours. Raging Demon Firemaster Tier, unleashes demonic fire to deal devastating damage to enemies within the area. Damage depends on spirit value.
Research requirement, Gold Tier Demon Race. Chapter 37, City Building Decree in Existence rivaling divine artifacts.
An Abyss Demon dropped 2 epic tier items, both of which are usable by mages. The bracelet goes without saying, it perfectly fills the gap in Chu's current equipment. As for the staff, this is a real treasure.
No epic tier equipment can be bought with money.
Plus, this staff comes with an active damage dealing skill. Combined with its existing stats, it's simply off the charts. After the boss died, a pure gold treasure chest appeared in front of each of them.
Who is going first?
Yunfan chuckled, rubbing his hands together, eager to get started.
Let us open them all at once,
Shu suggested. The 4 of them opened the chests simultaneously, and in an instant, a blinding light erupted.
Yunfan received a gold tier health potion, and his expression instantly fell. Damn it! You can actually get a health potion from this? My luck is truly off the charts. Tai got a pair of gold tier shoulder guards with pretty decent stats. Shu got a cloak with stats perfectly suited for a swordsman. Hee. Looks like both my senior and I are pretty lucky.
Shu slipped on the golden cloak, and she instantly started sparkling. She looked absolutely dazzling. Seeing the smug expressions on their faces, Yunfan felt like crying but had no tears left.
They finally defeated a boss, and at the most thrilling moment opening the treasure chest it actually flopped? Shu, what about you? What did you get? Yunfan leaned in to ask.
Shu stood there with a strange look on his face, holding a vermilion token engraved with a large character for city.
Holy crap! A city building token? Is this for real? Yunfan suddenly screamed out loud. What? Shu and Tai's eyes widened, and they rushed over immediately.
Upon seeing the actual item, the 2 girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and gasp, "Oh my god!
Shu, you're so lucky! Is this thing really that awesome?"
Shu was completely baffled when he first picked it up. He thought it was just some piece of junk.
City Building Decree, select a 5 square kilometer area to establish your domain. You will oversee all construction within the city and possess absolute autonomy within its borders. You don't even know about the City Building Decree? Mentor Chong covered it in class. Shu said. Really? Shu gave a dry laugh.
If he actually paid attention in class, he wouldn't be at the bottom of the class. Shu rolled her eyes at him and explained, the Dragongxia Empire spans 960 billion square kilometers.
Aside from the 36 provinces, the rest is unregulated land. Theoretically, it's all Dragongxia's territory.
And the purpose of the City Building Decree is to claim this ungoverned land for one's own use. Those who have changed professions can enjoy absolute autonomy.
Shu finally got it. So, to put it bluntly, the purpose of this token was to snatch things from the Empire, right?
But the land outside the city was vast. Claiming 25 square kilometers wasn't a big deal. That's about the size of 10 villages, after all. The 3 of them looked on with envy, their eyes tinged with a hint of jealousy. They were grinding their back teeth in frustration.
What does autonomy even mean?
A city lord can set their own rules. Killing someone within their own territory would incur no punishment whatsoever. They can also establish their own market regulations, manage trade with the main city, and even expand their territory.
Simply put, it's like being an emperor.
To date, only about 100 city building decrees are known to have ever dropped.
You can imagine just how low the drop rate is. Its rarity rivals that of a divine artifact.
Shu quickly stowed the city building decree in his backpack to avoid drawing the attention of this pack of wolves. I'll keep Yang's treasure chest safe for him and open it when he wakes up. With that, he waved his hand, and the solid gold treasure chest vanished into his backpack. The treasure chest would only remain for 24 hours if it wasn't opened within that time, it would automatically disappear. Time to go. Chu stretched. He'd been exhausted all day, playing both father and mother. Outside the mystic realm at that moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, its rays bathing the barren land and dispelling the lingering malevolent energy. A group of people was searching for something on this scorched, ravaged earth. They all wore the emblem of the Proud Moon Guild on their chests. Captain, we've been searching all night and haven't even seen a single body. Is your intel accurate? A burly man asked in a deep, booming voice. Chen Qingshan nodded. The guild master imprinted a tracking mark on Lu Feng. This is the last place he was detected. The Proud Moon Guild had 1 guild master, 2 vice guild masters, and 4 division commanders under their command, with each division commander overseeing 10 squad leaders. Each squad leader could lead 10 subordinates, bringing the total number of guild members to around 800. I don't know what the guild master has been up to. With something this big happening, he hasn't even come to check it out himself, the burly man said, shaking his head. Shut up. If you dare to gossip behind his back again, I'll cut your tongue out. Chen Qingshan snapped angrily. Just then, one of the team members cried out in surprise. Captain, one of our own is over here. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshan hurriedly led his men over to investigate. Arriving at the body, Chen Qingshan turned it over, examined it for a few seconds, and said gravely, Xiao Jiaming, he is a member of our AOU guild. That's strange. Xiao Jiaming was supposed to be out on a training expedition with the second-year students from the Imperial Academy, wasn't he? Their destination was the Mystic Realm, so young Master Lu Feng should have come along too, the burly man said, scratching his bald head. Just then, a vortex suddenly appeared before them. 5 young people stepped out of it, each radiating a powerful aura. Especially the handsome youth in the center, so beautiful that even men would fall for him, who exuded a fluctuation so intense it sent a chill down Chen Qingshan's spine. It's so much cooler out here. Chu smiled and stretched, feeling completely revitalized. Chu suddenly spoke up. Huh? Following her gaze, he saw a group of people watching him warily, weapons in hand, poised to strike at any moment. Hey! How's it going, everyone? Chu waved cheerfully. Just as Chen Qingshan was about to speak, he suddenly noticed several large, gold-embossed characters floating above Chu's head. Boss Slayer. You're Chu? Chen Qingshan exclaimed in shock. What? He is Chu? This guy really is handsome. He is the Thunder Mage who took down a gold tier boss in an instant in just 0.1 seconds. And he is also this year's top student in Jiangnan province. The crowd gasped in unison, their hearts racing at the sight of the legendary figure. Just as I thought, Chu shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, being too famous isn't always a good thing. People recognize me wherever I go. Being too handsome is a hassle in its own right. Chu glanced at the badges on their chests, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. So you're friends from the AOU guild. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. No need to be so formal, brother Chu. Chen Qingshan clasped his fists in a traditional salute, then turned to look at Tai and Yunfan standing beside him. Their attire was identical to Xiao Jiaming's. These two were students of the Imperial Academy. Chen Qingshan's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to normal. He asked, It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. Brother Chu, you truly are a fine young man. To possess such formidable strength at such a young age, you're truly a rare gem. You flatter me, you flatter me. It's just good luck, Chu said with a humble smile. Why does this guy speak so flowery? It's just like something out of a wuxia movie. Could he be another teenager with an over-the-top sense of self-importance? Chapter 38, Do I need to check the family tree? We're friends. H1 brother Chu, you're too modest. Chen Qingshan gave a forced laugh and fixed Tai and Yunfan with a piercing gaze. May I ask, you two students from the Imperial Academy, is Xiao Jiaming your classmate? The moment the words left his mouth, their hearts skipped a beat. Yet their faces remained as calm as a still pond. Having been out in the world for several years, what storms hadn't they weathered? So what if he is? So what if he isn't? Tai retorted. Just as Chen Xingshan was about to press further, Shu cut him off. I don't have time for your beating around the bush. You're looking for Kai Lufeng, aren't you? Brother Chu, do you know the young master's whereabouts? Chen Xingshan's heart leapt with joy. He is dead, Shu said flatly. What? Chen Xingshan's joy vanished instantly, and his face turned pale. Where did you hear that? Chen Xingshan asked again. I'm the one who killed him, how could I not know? Shu's lips curled into a mocking smile. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone from the members of the AOU guild to Shu and the others looked utterly shocked. You actually admitted it so bluntly? Without even trying to deny it? Tai hadn't expected Shu to be so straightforward. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation from the AOU guild? Not just Kai Lufeng, there were over 20 members of your guild, plus that good-for-nothing named Shou Jiaming. I killed them all. A smile never left Chu's face. He wasn't the least bit flustered. The highest-ranked opponent was only a 10-star gold tier, the other 10 were all gold tier as well, but they posed no threat to him whatsoever. In fact, their combat prowess didn't even measure up to that of the beastmen in the mystic realm. How dare you? Do you know who young Master Lufeng is? How dare you act so brazenly? Chen Xingshan's aura erupted with fury. So what? Do I have to check the family registry before I kill someone? Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, I'd still kill him. Shu said indifferently. Fine. Very well. Chen Xingshan was so furious his liver ached. It had been a long time since he'd seen such an arrogant young man. But just then, a lightning orb suddenly flew out, instantly blasting the 3 men behind him to death. The terrifying shockwaves sent the surrounding trees reeling in all directions, and the immense explosive force startled everyone present. Since you're so attached to the young master, why don't you all go join him down there? Lightning chain. A flash of silver light, followed by a chorus of screams. The remaining 7 men behind him were all killed almost simultaneously. Chen Xingshan felt a chill run down his spine. In such a short time, Shu had wiped out his men in an instant. Just now, it seemed like there was no casting time. Not even a hand gesture. How did he do that? At that moment, Chen Xingji noticed that Shu and the others all looked completely unfazed. It was as if they were already used to this. Wait! Don't kill me! Chen Xingshan suddenly raised both hands high. Shu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and ended his life with a single lightning orb. I hate it when people whine. Shu walked over to their bodies and stowed all the loot in his backpack. This is all money. I can't just let it go to waste, can I? Junior Chu, it looks like you and the AOU guild are now locked in a fight to the death, Tai said with a sigh. What is there to be afraid of? They can't exactly attack me right here in the city, can they? Shu showed no fear whatsoever. What are your plans now? Heading straight back to Jianhai City? Yunfan asked. Shu nodded slightly. Yang's injuries need to be treated at a hospital. Plus, we've completed our final exam, so now we're just waiting for the new semester to start. Alright. Thanks for helping out with the Mystic Realm. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Yunfan patted his chest. I owe you a huge favor, senior. And as for the blueprints, I'll get on it as soon as I get back, Tai said, patting his chest as well. The difference between the two was striking. Yunfan's thud-thud sounded like he was hitting a hollow wall. Tai's, on the other hand, was duong-duong, with a peculiar rhythm to it. Well then, see you at the academy. Shu nodded. Just then, Tai suddenly walked over and gave Chu a big hug. I've got high hopes for you. Do your best. Chu was taken aback by the sudden embrace, his hands frozen in place, unsure where to put them. The powerful hug buried his face deep in Tai's bosom, nearly suffocating him. The only regret was that Chu could only feel it on his cheeks, nothing else. Soon, Chu was freed from his ordeal. Tai didn't seem to mind this intimate contact being straightforward, she simply preferred this way of expressing herself.
Junior, let us go.
Tai and Yunfan crumpled their teleportation scrolls at the same time. A swirl of spatial energy enveloped them, and they vanished from the spot. Only 3 people remained on the field.
Yang rubbed his shoulders, stretched, and remarked, "It's finally over. Now we can just head straight to the Imperial Academy to report in, right?" Chu waved his hand.
If you hadn't given me the information about the Mystic Realm, I wouldn't know what to do right now.
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
Anyway, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to reach out.
Shu said.
We're friends, so of course I want to stand on ceremony with you.
Friends?
Shu mulled over this unfamiliar yet familiar word, then broke into a smile.
Well then, see you at the Imperial Academy.
From childhood onward, she'd been surrounded by countless friends, many of whom flattered her and fawned over her. That kind of relationship always made her feel as though there was a barrier between them. As she grew up, she realized these so-called friends were only after her family's wealth. If it weren't for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, perhaps she would have lived an ordinary life like Chu, making a group of true friends. Being born into a corporate conglomerate often meant having no control over her own life, doing things she didn't want to do and living a life that had been prearranged for her. During the trial with Chu, she felt passion and excitement, experiencing everything she'd never gone through before. The events of the past 2 days felt like a dream.
Goodbye, Chu waved.
Then, she crumpled the teleportation scroll in her hand.
Before leaving, she gave Chu one last, lingering look and walked away. Fingzi, let us go too.
I need to hurry and tell my dad the good news, Yang chuckled.
But just then, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The system has issued a timed quest, defeat the world boss. Time limit, 4 hours. Quest reward, Golden Dawn God tier. Quest failure penalty, level 5. Chua's expression shifted slightly as he said, "You go ahead and head back.
I've got something I need to take care of." Seeing the gravity on his face, Yang didn't ask any further questions. The two of them were very close, a single glance was enough to know what the other was thinking. Chu had his own secrets, and Yang wouldn't pry nor would he interfere.
Stay safe, then. I'll go back and wait for you. Okay. Chapter 39, Limited Time Quest. World Boss. What is this?
This seemed to be the first time the system had ever assigned him a quest.
Defeat the world boss.
Reward, God tier. Upon reading this, Chua's pupils suddenly contracted. His breathing became hurried. God tier. The weight of those 2 words surpassed everything. God tier was the very pinnacle of this world.
If he completed this timed mission, he'd obtain a divine artifact. Chua's heart pounded violently. Wait.
Calm down first. Chu took deep, ragged breaths, trying his best to steady himself. World bosses are bosses teleported here from another world through a temporal rift. The lowest tier is legendary or higher.
How am I supposed to kill a boss that strong? Chu fell deep in thought.
A boss over level 70. It was obvious even without thinking that a single gold tier 4-star player like him wasn't qualified to take it on. Plus, the quest requirement was to kill it, not just participate in the kill.
That meant he had to land the final blow on the boss.
With only 4 hours left, this was extremely difficult.
Failing the quest will even lower my level? System, you're fucking forcing me into prostitution.
Chu cursed furiously.
Ding.
Given the enormous power disparity between the host and the world boss, the system is providing the host with detailed boss information.
Once the upgrade was complete, a panel suddenly appeared before Chu. Grip of Greed. Rarity, Legendary. Level? Strength? Agility? Chu? This panel is completely useless apart from the rarity, everything else is just question marks. And even if he could see the stats, with his puny build, wouldn't a single breath be enough to blow it away? Wait a minute.
Just then, Shu noticed a line of extremely small text in the bottom right corner of the interface.
Remaining health, 52.235%.
Seeing this, Shu smiled to himself. With a health indicator, things would be much simpler. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind. A green dot marked his current location, and there was a red dot in the distance.
That must be the world boss.
Shu checked the time and, without hesitation, charged straight toward the world boss. Along the way, Shu hid his information, especially his title.
It was way too conspicuous, anyone could guess who he was at a glance.
Although using lightning magic would immediately give him away, at least no one would notice him during the boss raid. Besides, being able to see the boss's remaining health was his greatest advantage. There was an element of risk involved, but no matter what, he had to give it his all. On the other side of the Qingcheng Mountains, a colossal beast, 100 meters tall, stood towering in the heart of the mountain. It resembled a gorilla, its body covered in blood-red fur and engulfed in raging flames. The scorching heat seemed capable of drying up the entire world. Every time its massive palms struck down, the earth shook and mountains trembled, reducing countless class changers to mincemeat. This boss seemed to have a particular fondness for blood and flesh. With a single swipe of its huge hand, it would grab dozens of people and toss them into its mouth. As it chewed, a human-like expression of pleasure would appear on its face. Surrounding the boss was a dense crowd of class changers so thick that as far as the eye could see, it was a dark, swarming mass. Members of the Proud Moon Guild, heed my command. Ranged classes, unleash your full firepower.
Melee classes, stand by.
A burly middle-aged man barked out the orders. This man was none other than Kai Haoyue, the guild master of the Proud Moon Guild. At only 47 years old, he already possessed the strength of a 3-star legendary tier. Standing beside him were a man and a woman, the vice guildmasters, both epic tier, 8-star powerhouses.
Understood. The response was immediate and unanimous.
Nearly 400 ranged classes launched a relentless barrage of skills.
With a bottle of mana clenched between their teeth, they replenished their spirit the moment it hit rock bottom.
This was a disaster.
But it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
When the world boss dies, EXP is split evenly among all class-transformed players who participated in the kill, but only the person who lands the final blow is eligible to claim the loot. That's why numerous guilds from Jianghai City and surrounding cities had arrived, along with a crowd of solo players looking to cash, and they all wanted a piece of the action. The guild didn't stop this from happening. After all, the boss still had plenty of health left, and the more people there were, the faster they could take it down.
President Kai, has your AOU guild brought out its entire force this time?
Next to the AOU guild's formation, members of another major guild from Jianghai City, the Yinyao Guild, had also arrived.
However, their numbers weren't large, only 200 or 300 people, and they were likewise led by their president and vice president.
Zhang Fian, world bosses are a rare occurrence. When an opportunity like this arises, of course we must seize it.
Kai Haoyue paused for a moment, then turned to look at Zhang Fian. As for you, bringing only 200 or 300 people and thinking you can snatch the boss? Isn't that a bit naive?
Ha ha ha.
President Kai, how could you say that? We're just here to join the fun. Zhang Fian laughed heartily.
Upon hearing this, Kai Haoyue snorted coldly and said no more chatting with someone like that was a waste of breath. The Yinyao Guild had always been hostile toward them, and Zhang Fian was also a legendary tier powerhouse, ranked at 2 stars in the legendary tier.
The large guilds present this time weren't limited to just these two. There was also the Xiangba Guild from Jianghai City, the Juding Guild from Shihai City, and the Jialong Guild from Lijiang City.
As for small and medium-sized guilds, there were countless of them. Combined with solo players, the number of people on the field reached tens of thousands. And the numbers were still growing steadily.
Chairman Kai, I heard your younger brother was killed in the Qingcheng Mountains?
They still haven't found the killer yet.
Would you like me to send people to help you look for him? Zhang Fian asked. Kai Haoyue's expression froze for a moment.
She quickly regained her composure, however, and smiled faintly. Please don't trouble yourself over that good-for-nothing younger brother of mine, Chairman Zhang.
This is our guild's business, I'll handle it. I hope you can find the killer as soon as possible.
To dare to assassinate your brother right around Zhanghai City, that takes some nerve.
Zhang Fi inside, shaking his head. Kai Haoyue appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was seething with rage. The other party's mockery was obvious. The fact that the killer dared to assassinate one of her people near the AOU Guild headquarters clearly showed he didn't take her seriously at all. Kai Haoyue had originally planned to lead a team herself to hunt down the killer, but the sudden appearance of the world boss forced her to put that plan on hold for the time being. She sent only Chen Qingshan out to search for the culprit. With no word back for a full hour, she feared the worst. Just then, the boss suddenly roared toward the heavens. A searing beam of light shot from its mouth, instantly vaporizing over 1,000 people. 1,000-meter-long ravine suddenly appeared in the ground, and raging flames spread rapidly. In no time, the entire mountaintop was engulfed in flames, with people's screams rising one after another. Roar! The boss pounded its chest in rage, its enormous eyes bloodshot. At that moment, its body was covered in wounds, blood gushing forth and pooling into a river. The blood seemed to contain an extremely powerful fire element. As it flowed, it melted the very mountain itself. Anyone it touched was instantly vaporized. Such is the terror of a legendary tier boss. An hour passed, and Chu finally reached his destination. Standing atop a tree, he gazed from afar at this colossal beast, his heart pounding with fear. What a terrifying aura! In the presence of this boss, Chu felt utterly insignificant. Like a tiny boat in a tsunami, he could sink at any moment. Looks like it'll be hard to find an opening. Chu observed for a while but couldn't spot any weaknesses in the boss. Although massive in size, it was surprisingly agile. Moreover, the flames on its body were extremely ferocious. Anyone within 10 meters would be instantly vaporized. Just then, the boss roared again, and another searing beam of light appeared, instantly wiping out nearly 1,000 people. At the same time, the boss's health had dropped. A colossal meteor plummeted from the heavens, trailing a long trail of fire and leaving a deep gash across the sky. That's an epic tier skill, someone exclaimed in shock. Soon, the massive meteorite slammed violently into the boss, unleashing a colossal shockwave. It instantly leveled a small hill. Class changers within a kilometer were violently blown away. Some were even torn apart by the shockwave while still in midair, sending a shower of blood flying. When the dust settled, the boss reappeared before everyone's eyes. A deep red mark had appeared on its shoulder, from which blood gushed forth like a volcanic eruption. No matter how powerful the skill, it couldn't inflict any substantial damage on the boss. Instead, it only stirred its ferocity. The next moment, the boss pounded its chest in rage, roared toward the heavens, and the flames on its body suddenly surged, shooting straight into the sky. Instantly, a rain of fire fell from the sky, each ball as large as a 2-meter diameter sphere, crashing straight down onto the ground. Screams and cries of agony rang out one after another. The earth seemed to be struck by countless heavy hammers. Chu kept retreating, moving far away from the boss's attack range. From his vantage point, he could clearly see that 90% of the Jiaolong Guild's members were killed instantly. Transcendence below the Grandmaster tier didn't even have the right to scream. Even Guildmaster Yu Jiaolong was gravely wounded. He lost an arm and fled in panic. This barrage drove the boss's ferocity deep into everyone's minds, causing the vast majority of solo players to withdraw from the battle. They might be greedy, but they weren't stupid. After unleashing its ultimate attack, the boss gasped for breath, looking utterly exhausted, with not a single drop of spirit remaining. It's time! Kai Haoyue, wielding a dark gold scythe, roared, "All members of the AOU Guild, charge!" At her command, the final assault began. Seeing that the AOU Guild had made its move, Zhang Fian refused to be outdone and led his men in a charge. One person moves, everyone moves. The other major guilds joined in as well. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with activity. Skills of every color slammed into the boss, eliciting a massive, agonized howl. Exploding flames shot out in all directions, instantly melting anyone who accidentally came into contact with them. You beast! Kai Haoyue furrowed her brows and crushed an epic tier ice crystal shield talisman. A thick ice shield immediately formed around her body, blocking the scorching heat. In the next instant, she leaped forward, scythe in hand.
A phantom image of the Grim Reaper suddenly appeared behind her.
Soul Judgment.
A black beam pierced through the boss's body, and time seemed to stand still.
Roar. A gash suddenly appeared, running from its left shoulder to its right leg, spilling out blood-soaked internal organs and intestines. As a rare class, the Executioner Kai Hao Yue's class trait is sharpness. He can cut through even the hardest objects. With this strike, the boss's health plummeted. It entered a dying state.
Seeing this, the group redoubled their efforts. They frantically unleashed a barrage of skills at the boss. Zhang Fian, a fistmaster, wore boxing gloves as his black hair gradually turned golden, growing in tandem with his surging aura.
In the next instant, his muscles swelled dramatically. An invisible ripple spread slowly outward from his feet. Twin dragons emerged from the sea.
With a thunderous roar, two golden dragon heads suddenly materialized on his fists, slamming violently into the boss's skull.
The immense shockwave knocked the boss flat to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently.
The area around its temples caved in, and blood streamed from its eyes.
The moment the boss fell, Guild seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of skills. Its health bar quickly hit rock bottom.
At the same time, the leaders of the major guilds watched each other warily at this final moment. No one wanted to miss landing the boss's final blow.
Chu quietly slipped into an unoccupied corner, not daring to breathe a word. This distance should be about right. Boss remaining HP, 0.295%.
Almost there.
Chu's heart was in his throat as he stared intently at the HP bar. 0.126%.
0.051%.
Just a little more.
The forest staff in Chu's hand burst into brilliant light. The lightning element was already primed.
0.001%. Now. Thunder Hammer. Thunder Prison.
True thunder skill. He unleashed all three skills in rapid succession, almost simultaneously.
Boom. Lightning flashed in all directions as immense thunderous power erupted suddenly.
Although Chu's stats weren't among the very best in his level bracket, his lightning mage damage was extremely high. Add to that the triple critical hit buff. And the advantage of knowing the boss's health bar, something no one else had.
He took down the boss in one fell swoop. It caught everyone completely off guard. Defeated a legendary 3-star world boss, EXP plus 2 million. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the limited time quest, defeat the world boss. Quest reward, Golden Dawn God tier.
Unrivaled critical strike LV, 2 upgrade progress, 1-3. Even with the EXP split evenly, he still received 2 million.
A light flashed 3 times in succession, and thanks to the massive EXP from the world boss, Chu was instantly promoted to Gold tier, 7-star. As the boss died, an announcement appeared in the minds of all class changers in the Dragonxia Empire.
Global announcement: congratulations to Gold tier 7-star Thunder Mage Chu for landing the final blow on the legendary 7-star world boss. Global announcement: congratulations to Gold tier 7-star Thunder Mage Chu for landing the final blow on the legendary 7-star world boss. What? The boss was snatched away? That kid named Chu again?
Just as they stood there in shock, a figure whizzed past the boss's corpse and snatched up the only item that had dropped.
Stop right there!
Kai Haoyue snapped back to her senses, her face as dark as water, so gloomy it seemed it might rain at any moment. The fury in his eyes seemed capable of burning the entire sky to ashes.
He stomped his foot down hard. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball.
His speed was so fast it was almost impossible to follow with the naked eye.
In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Chu. Kid, you dare steal from the AOU guild? I'll take your life.
Kai Haoyue said in a deep, menacing voice. You idiot, I killed that boss. Since when did it become your property? Chu swung his staff, and a field of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. The furious lightning struck Kai Haoyue, and his entire body froze abruptly. His vision went black, and he was struck by dizziness. But it lasted only 0.5 s.
Kai Haoyue's vision cleared instantly.
His powerful frame shook, dispelling all traces of numbness.
Kid, you're not getting away today.
Whether you're in heaven or hell, I'll grind you to dust.
Kai Haoyue roared furiously.
He lost hundreds of brothers fighting this world boss, not to mention all the health potions and mana needless to say. It was mainly about the items the boss dropped.
Most likely legendary tier treasures, worth a fortune. For that alone, there was no way he could let you get away. Come on. Chase me until you find my grandpa. Chu laughed heartily and cast another thunder prison. No cooldown? Kai Haoyue's eyes widened in confusion. Chapter 41, The White Tiger Legion.
Mythic tier powerhouses.
What is going on? Why is someone this extraordinary? And it seems like he doesn't have a casting time, does he?
Filled with confusion, Kai Haoyue furrowed his brow as he stared at Chu's retreating figure. He had long heard of the name Chu, the provincial top scholar. The one who set the record for the fastest clear time in history.
And then there was yesterday's global announcement. Not to mention breaking the record for the fastest gold tier kill. He was surrounded by so many accolades. For a young man who hadn't even entered an academy yet, Chu had already far surpassed his peers. But no matter what kind of prodigy he was, today, he would die.
As Chu fled, he glanced back from time to time. Whenever Kai Haoyue closed in, he would unleash a thunder prison. Although the stun duration wasn't long, it still bought him plenty of time. Originally, he planned to shatter his return scroll immediately after looting the boss, but the boss had dropped a treasure, and he simply couldn't bring himself to just slip away like that. Since he already made enemies with the AOU guild anyway, he didn't mind deepening the feud a little. Just as Chu was pondering a way to escape, a wave of heat swept in from his left.
Thunder Shield. Light Guardian Shield.
The fireball struck the shield, shattering it instantly, and slammed violently into Chu, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and fly backward. Upon seeing the attacker, Kai Haoyue said coldly, "Chairman Zhang, how dare you steal what is mine?"
"President Kai, aren't you being a bit too brazen? The treasure isn't engraved with your name, what gives you the right to claim it as yours?"
Zhang Fian roared with laughter as he descended from the sky. Accompanying him was the vice president of the Yen Yao Guild. Not only that, but the presidents of several other major guilds had arrived as well. Their purpose was clear: they had come for the legendary tier treasure.
Kai Haoyue's expression darkened. In a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't fear any of them.
But there were now 5 legendary tier powerhouses on the field, including himself.
What do you mean by this, President Zhang? Are you trying to hog it all for yourself? Kai Haoyue's eyes flashed. Don't try that trick on me, I'm not falling for it.
Kill that kid, and as for the treasure, let us settle it by our own merits.
How about that? Zhang Fian proposed. I agree. Kai Haoyue nodded slightly. I agree too. Immediately afterward, the group approached Chu.
Seeing him covered in blood, Zhang Fian let out a cold laugh.
Kid, keep your eyes open in your next life.
Zhang Fian grabbed Chu by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. At that moment, Chu felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter, his internal organs seemed to have shifted out of place, and his throat burned like fire. They also held the right and duty to root out the scourges of the Empire. In short, Legion soldiers could walk all over the Empire with impunity.
What shocked them now was, why was the White Tiger Legion in Jiangnan province? And judging by the 4 General S stars on the chest of the elderly man leading them, he was the Deputy Legion Commander. His strength was at least mythic tier or higher. I wonder where I've offended you, Senior?
Please speak plainly. No matter how defiant and unruly Kai Haoyue might be, he had to keep a low profile in the face of a mythic-level powerhouse.
If he angered the other party, a single breath could kill him instantly.
This little fellow Tai Ching Tian, have taken him under my protection. Tai Ching Tian's voice wasn't loud, but it thundered like a clap of lightning, it boomed right in their ears. Upon hearing that name, the faces of the leaders of these major guilds paled.
Their hearts trembled violently.
The 3 characters Tai Ching Tian carried the weight of 10,000 Jun. His very existence struck fear into the hearts of other nations.
He had once single-handedly slain a mythic tier world boss. It sent shockwaves across the globe.
Yet here he was, this legendary tier figure standing right before them.
And he dared to claim he'd protect Chu? Senior.
Chu stole my boss and killed my younger brother. He was in the wrong first. I just want justice, Kai Haoyue said, steeled against the odds.
Get lost.
Tai Ching Tian's mouth opened slightly, and a gale swept in, blowing Kai Haoyue straight into the sky.
In an instant, he was gone without a trace. A single breath and the person vanished? Chu was utterly stunned. Was this really that exaggerated?
Zhang Fian and the others realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly fled.
If they stayed any longer, they'd likely be the next unlucky ones.
Although a legendary tier treasure was tempting, it wasn't worth risking their lives for. Tai Ching Tian, riding his celestial horse, slowly landed beside Chu and casually tossed him a bottle of red potion.
Save your life first.
Chu caught it with both hands and looked down, only to discover to his astonishment that it was a legendary tier health potion.
Wow! Top-tier players really are in a league of their own. Even their showboating is so elegant and refined. After Chu drank the potion, all his injuries healed instantly. Calling me senior sounds too formal, just call me grandpa. You have Nan to thank.
She heard a world boss had appeared around here, and since I happened to be nearby, I stopped by on my way.
Tai Ching Tian laughed heartily as he slapped Chu on the shoulder.
A massive force struck him, and Chu was instantly knocked flat on the ground. Tai Ching Tian furrowed his brow slightly.
For a man, you're way too weak. You really need to work out more. Chu? Are you sure it's not just because you're too strong? Wait a minute, who is Nan? Just then, two towering mountains suddenly appeared in Chu's mind. It couldn't be Tai, could it? Chu's mouth twitched. Come to think of it, the two of them really did look alike and their personalities were exactly the same. My senior is very thoughtful.
I'll be sure to thank her in person later, Chu nodded.
Ha ha. I heard you're the top student in Jiangnan province and even broke the record. That's impressive.
Tai looked more and more pleased as he spoke, then asked.
Interested in joining the Legion with me?
Chu raised an eyebrow and politely declined, no, thanks. For now, I'd rather focus on my studies.
To each his own, I won't force it.
Nan has a bit of a free spirit, so be patient with her when you're dating. Tai Ching Tian flashed a mysterious smile.
Chu? Dating? Are you talking about a serious relationship? Keep up the good work. I've got high hopes for you. Tai Ching Tian slapped Chu on the shoulder. The next moment, he slammed him right back onto the ground. Chu's whole body sank into the mud, leaving a clear imprint of his body. Tai Ching Tian said sternly, "You're a grown man, why do you act like a little puppy? You need to work out more from now on." Chu. Chapter 42, The Divine Artifact Golden Dawn. By the time Chu returned to the trainee dormitory in Zhanghai City, it was already 9 p.m.
As soon as he opened the door, he found Yang kneeling on the floor in an extremely bizarre posture, his hands braced against the ground, emitting a most peculiar sound from his mouth. It was enough to make anyone want to kill themselves. "What are you doing? Imitating a dog?" Chu asked. Hearing the voice, Yang hurriedly stood up and rushed over to give him a familiar bear hug. It was the same familiar strength that seemed his injuries had fully healed. "Fengzi, you're getting stronger and stronger. I just got the news this afternoon that you've been reported and it was a world boss." Yang chuckled and rubbed his palms together. Chu shot him a glance. Having known Yang for so long, he could tell whether Yang was taking a dump or peeing just by looking at his butt. "Here. Your treasure chest." Chu tossed the gold tier treasure chest to him, then asked, "Where is Shu?" "Oh, she heard you killed the world boss, so she brought some people to find you." Yang couldn't take his hands off the chest, caressing it as if it were a priceless treasure. That girl. Chu shook his head in exasperation. He pulled out his phone and sent her a message, letting her know he was safe and had already made it home. The reply came back almost instantly. "Shu, are you hurt?
Kitten question mark. Shoo, no, a guy riding a rainbow-colored white horse came to my rescue. Shoo, black person question mark. Afterward, Shoo logged onto the forum and registered an account under the name, Duck, You're So Ugly. He skimmed through the posts and found there was actually quite a bit about him. From newcomer king of number 60 high school and provincial top scorer to setting the record for the fastest kill of a gold tier boss. And the top trending post shocking. Legendary world boss defeated by a gold tier player. Under the post, a crowd of Ithing fans were bragging about how awesome their idol was. Have you guys noticed Chu's been making quite a stir lately? And isn't he leveling up way too fast? How long has it even been since he changed classes? He was a 1-star gold tier player when the boss respawned, but by the time he killed it, he was a 7-star gold tier player. I can't take it anymore. Girls, I'm logging off for now. Many were stunned by his rocket-like leveling speed. It wasn't just then even his closest friend, Yang, found it strange. But he didn't ask everyone has their own secrets. After scanning the forum, Shu checked Weibo and what he saw left him speechless. The fan group created specifically for him had a staggering 1 million members. Holy cow! Could I really have become a celebrity? Shu broke out in a cold sweat. In this world, there were no singing stars or movie stars, let alone trainee groups. In a world where strength reigns supreme, people worship only the powerful. Take Tai Qingtian, for example, he had at least 500 million fans. But that didn't even make him a top-tier star. The true top-tier stars were all mythic-tier powerhouses, and they rarely appeared in the public eye. By the time he finished browsing, it was already late at night. Shu pulled out the soul-capturing ring and slipped it on, then took out the loot he dropped from the world boss. It was a massive fong, about half the size of a person. Grip of Greed Legendary Tier, a token of the brave legendary tier users can make a certain kind of deal with the gods. Upon seeing this item description, Shu furrowed his brow. Gods? Are there really gods in this world? The ancient texts do contain quite a few records about legendary tier gods, but no one has ever seen one with their own eyes. Besides, wasn't this description way too vague? Some kind of deal, it was kind of creepy. Finally, the divine artifact rewarded by the system. It was a medallion, circular in shape, with a greatsword engraved in the center, radiating a dazzling golden light. Shu cradled it carefully in the palm of his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably as if it were about to leap right out of his chest. Is this a legendary tier artifact? Artifacts are on par with the gods. Golden Dawn. Tier, artifact sealed. Level requirement, none. Strength plus 1000. Agility plus 1000. Spirit plus 1000. Constitution plus 1000. Additional passive skill, Divinity plus 10% to all attributes. Below are 6 consecutive question marks probably related to the seal. Just looking at the attribute bonuses alone is already insane, and it even comes with a percentage-based boost to all attributes. In other words, the higher his attributes are, the greater the bonus will be. Judging by the stats, only the first layer has been unsealed. Just how powerful would it be if it were fully unsealed? Shu dared not imagine it was this the allure of a divine artifact? He ran his fingers over the medallion, feeling as if he were in a dream. The divine artifact that countless people longed for lay right in the palm of his hand. If anyone found out, it would surely bring him certain death. Fortunately, this metal looked quite unassuming. Those in the dark would probably assume it was just a gold tier metal, right? Chu slowly fastened it to his chest, placing it alongside the giant bare metal. The moment he put it on, he felt as if something had been added to his mind. His entire being was bathed in divine light, making him appear exceptionally sacred. His stats had also undergone a dramatic transformation. His spirit value soared to 3,334. More than double what it was before. Combined with his upgraded unrivaled critical strike, Shu could hardly imagine just how devastating his thunder hammer would be now. Could he take on a Grandmaster tier boss single-handedly? Early the next morning, after freshening up, Shu headed straight for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce headquarters. He had a lot of gear and materials he needed to sell.
As the provincial capital, Zhanghai City was home to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, located right in the city center. As far as the eye could see, the headquarters resembled a colossal beast, covering a vast area. There were dining areas, leisure zones, and even a combat area specifically for class changers. Of course, the largest section was the trading platform. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu kept his personal information hidden. Upon entering, he found the place teeming with people, the din of voices nearly drowning out the crowd. "Hello, I'd like to sell a batch of gear and materials," Chu said as he approached the sales area. The manager in charge of appraising items looked up at him and smiled politely. "Sir, just bring them out, no need to be so formal." "Are you sure?" Chu raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any concerns, sir?" the manager asked. "No concerns, exactly, it's just that I might have a bit too much." He. "Don't worry. With the Jiangnan Merchants Guild's resources, no matter how much you have, we can handle it." Before he could finish, a massive pile of gold tier beast bones and countless silver tier and bronze tier materials instantly appeared on the counter. These were all his spoils of war, including the beast bones he obtained in the mystic realm. The moment the materials appeared, they completely filled the entire table, even piling up into a small mound. The manager froze for a moment, swallowing hard. "Can you settle this within 10 minutes? Shu asked again. "Although it's a bit of a lot of work, please trust in my abilities, sir." The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling slightly taken aback. He was used to seeing big things and wasn't easily fazed. But Chu had brought way too much. Did he go on a shopping spree or something? A rough count revealed over a dozen types of gold tier materials. Dozens of silver tier types. And the bronze tier ones, needless to say. And the quantities were staggering. "Since you put it that way, I won't hold back." With that, Chu tossed out another huge pile of gear, piling it up into a small mound. "Get started. Finish this within 10 minutes. Chu pursed his lips. "Manager. I admit I was a little loud just now." Chapter 43, ended up in the ICU? Fury of the storm. The 10 minutes passed quickly. During that time, Chu glanced at the gear in the surrounding display cases but wasn't very satisfied with any of it. Generally, the gear the Jiangnan Merchants Guild brings out to sell isn't very good. Not only are the stats poor, but the attached skills aren't suitable either. Plus, the prices are more than 10% higher than market value. "Sir, we've finished tallying your materials and gear. The total comes to 35,780,000. The manager's face was slightly pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Tallying all this stuff felt more exhausting than running 10 consecutive quests. Chu nodded in satisfaction. The price was pretty much what he expected. Immediately, he pulled out his gold tier membership card and slammed it down on the table. "That makes it 42 million now." The manager's pupils contracted slightly. He picked up the gold tier membership card and, upon seeing it, exclaimed, "You're Mr. Chu?" The moment those words were spoken, the noisy hall fell instantly silent. Countless eyes turned toward him all at once. "Is that Chu? Just as the rumors say he is so handsome. And didn't you notice? He is actually glowing with a faint golden light, it's so amazing. Yesterday, he snatched the world boss right from under the noses of several major guilds. And he came back completely unscathed? You didn't know? The White Tiger Legion showed up yesterday, and Deputy Legion Commander Tai Ching Tian vowed to protect him. No wonder Kai Haoyue was so badly injured yesterday. He is still in the ICU and hasn't woken up yet." The crowd was in awe, staring at this newly minted internet sensation as if they'd seen a ghost. Chu had so many labels attached to him. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he also had Tai Ching Tian as his backer. The deputy commander of the White Tiger Legion, a mythic tier powerhouse. Who would dare mess with him? The manager noticed everyone's stares and realized he'd made a fatal mistake. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I lost my composure." "It's fine," Chu said, waving his hand. Sometimes, fame isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least in many situations, having a big name can make things go more smoothly.
I'll transfer the money to your card right now. With that, the manager pulled out his phone and transferred over 42 million to Chu on the spot. After receiving this massive sum, Chu initially thought about buying some skill books, but then suddenly remembered that he could go straight to the Imperial Academy library to learn skills, so he dismissed the idea. That being the case, it seemed there really wasn't much he could buy. He already had all the equipment he needed. His staff and bracelet weren't quite at the required level yet. Given his leveling speed, he'd meet the requirements in no time. By the way, I have a gold tier piece of equipment I'd like to sell. Can I list it for auction here? Chu remembered that the soul siphoning spear was still sitting in his backpack. Mr. Chu, you probably don't know this, but the Jiangnan Merchants Guild headquarters holds an auction once a month around the middle of the month. If you're not in a hurry, you can store the item here temporarily, the manager explained patiently. Hearing this, Chu furrowed his brow. It was still more than half a month until the middle of the month, and he didn't have the patience to wait that long. Besides, in half a month's time, he might not even be interested in those tens of millions anymore. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. In addition to the auction, we also have a consignment section here, the manager said. Alright, take me there, Chu nodded. Better to sell it right away than let it sit around gathering dust. The manager led the way, explaining the rules of the consignment section as they walked. Items for consignment are sold at a fixed price only. As long as you find something you like, you can take it home immediately after paying. This applies to materials, gear, support potions, and more. Similarly, if you want to buy a specific type of item, you can post your request here. The catch is that you have to pay in advance, and the Jiangnan Merchants Guild will take a 5% commission after the transaction is complete. Chu arrived at the consignment area and found that there were even more people here than in the main hall. Rows of counters stretched out before him, the consignment section on the left and the buying section on the right. Mr. Chu, what would you like to list for consignment? The clerk asked. Chu held up the soul siphoning spear and the Raging Inferno skill book. These two you can set the price as you see fit. Alright, the clerk nodded and immediately began processing the paperwork. This was the perk of having a high status with a single gold tier membership card. He was instantly elevated to the status of a top VIP. He enjoyed privileges others could only dream of. Chu strolled through the consignment area, surveying the dazzling array of goods on display, and nodded to himself. There were quite a few valuable items among them. He even spotted Grandmaster tier gear. However, the prices were astronomical with so many zeros at the end, he couldn't even count them all. He also noticed that items in the consignment area were generally cheaper than those sold directly by the Jiangnan Merchants Guild. Perhaps this was part of their marketing strategy. The guild's primary source of income was commission fees. Suddenly, Chu stopped in front of a display case, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. Fury of the Storm Master tier, summon the power of the wind using spirit to deal devastating blows to enemies within range. Enemies caught in the storm are slowed. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Prerequisite, gold tier, 1-star mage. A skill book. And it's an area of effect skill book with no class requirements. Chu's heart raced. Just then, the manager finished processing the paperwork and jogged over, saying, Mr. Chu, I've listed your items for consignment. The soul siphoning spear is priced at 30 million, and the Raging Inferno skill book is priced at 5 million. Chu said nothing, just stared silently at the item slot in front of him. The clerk followed his gaze. Mr. Chu, are you interested in this item? It's a master tier skill book with no class restrictions. It should sell for a good price, right? Chu glanced at the price again and realized it was only 30 million. That's way too cheap. Even a common master tier skill book, even for the least popular classes, costs over 50 million. And Storm's Wrath isn't just an area of effect mage skill, it also has some crowd control effects. Mr. Chu, you may not be aware of this, but while this skill does deal high damage, it has significant limitations. The manager paused for a moment before explaining. Not only does this skill have a long cooldown, but its casting time is also very long. For a gold tier mage without any equipment, the casting time is 1 minute. Moreover, it consumes a huge amount of spirit. Basically,
A gold tier mage will deplete all their spirit after casting a single Storm's Wrath.
Upon hearing this, Chu's eyes lit up.
What was a massive drawback for others was, in fact, an advantage for him. The more powerful the skill, the greater the resource cost. The casting time would also be longer.
Consequently, the cooldown would be extended as well.
Take Forbidden Spell, for example, its casting time could be as long as half an hour.
And during that time, you'd have to constantly consume mana.
The cooldown for Forbidden Spell ranges from 3 days to half a month.
I'll take this skill book.
Chu swiped his card without hesitation, spending 24 million, then immediately crushed the skill book to pieces. Successfully mastered the Master Tier skill Fury of the Storm.
Chapter 44, Slaughtering Grandmaster Tier Powerhouses. Who dares touch me?
The manager watched in astonishment as Chu moved so swiftly, swiping, grabbing, and crushing.
It was all done in one fluid motion, without a single moment of hesitation or pause.
And this was after he finished listing the drawbacks, which only made Chu more determined to buy it. The manager felt a bit bewildered.
Had he not explained things clearly enough?
This skill book had been sitting here for years, with no one showing any interest. The price had been slashed time and time again, from 100 million dragon coins at the start to the current 30 million. No mage would be foolish enough to buy such a useless skill. It's the classic case of being neither here nor there. Low-level mages can't afford to use it, while high-level mages look down on it.
Mr. Chu, the manager started to speak but stopped short, letting out a deep sigh.
Before he could finish, Chu walked straight past him to another counter. After browsing around, he didn't find anything else of value. Just as he was about to leave, Golden Dawn suddenly trembled.
Ding!
An item capable of unlocking a divine artifact has been detected near the host. A cold notification sounded in his mind. Chu paused in his tracks, his gaze falling on a wooden statue in the corner. He strode over and bent down to examine it closely. The statue depicted a half-naked man, his body covered in a dense network of scars. The closer he got to the statue, the more intensely he could feel Golden Dawn's craving.
How much is this statue? Chu asked.
The shopkeeper glanced at it and replied, 500,000 dragon coins.
This belongs to a butcher.
It's been examined by many appraisers, but none found anything extraordinary about it. They all agreed it was just an ordinary statue. But that butcher insists on selling it for 500,000 dragon coins. Chu didn't think twice, he simply swiped his card and bought it. The moment he held the statue in his hands, a golden flash suddenly flickered across his pupils.
Ding! An unsealed item has been detected. Do you wish to absorb it?
Yes. In the next instant, a barely perceptible thread of divinity flowed from within the statue toward the Golden Dawn on his chest. Instantly, the golden greatsword on the medallion shone even brighter.
Ding! Golden Dawn Divine Artifact 2nd Tier Seal Unsealing Progress 1-5.
Seeing this, Chu's heart leapt with joy. It seemed that unsealing a divine artifact required divinity. But divinity was an elusive, ethereal concept. It might be inside the weathered statue, or within a rock, or even in the feces of a stray dog.
So obtaining divinity was entirely a matter of luck. Chu wandered around one more time.
Finding nothing else of value, he headed toward the main gate. When he returned to the hall, the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their expressions seemed to be a mix of pity and concern. Just then, a man stepped forward, about to speak. The person next to him suddenly grabbed his arm and said sternly, "Don't meddle in other people's business." Chu shot him a glance, a mischievous smile curving his lips.
Looks like there really are some blind fools who want to lay a hand on me.
The moment he stepped through the main gate, he realized the once bustling crowd had vanished, replaced by a group of men with menacing expressions.
The AOU Guild again?
You guys really are like a persistent ghost, Chu sneered, showing no fear whatsoever. You stole our AOU Guild's world boss, killed young Master Lu Feng, and even left our guild master seriously injured and hospitalized.
If we don't avenge this, how can we possibly hold our heads high in Zhanhai City?
The leader was a slayer at Grandmaster Tier, 2 stars. Standing beside him were more than 10 Master Tier class changers, their eyes blazing with murderous intent.
How dare you! This is the Jiangnan Merchants Guild's territory.
The Proud Moon Guild has some nerve, starting a brawl here. Aren't you afraid of the city guards? The official said coldly.
Ha ha. What is there for someone like me, Wang, to fear?
Rest assured, I'll take your head before the city guards arrive.
Wang Bo grinned savagely. Are you that confident you've got me beat? Chu spoke up. Humph. I've already made sure to find out Tai Qingtian is currently on a mission in the East Sea. He is too busy to worry about you. Wang Bo held his broadsword and licked the blade excitedly. Mr. Chu, rest assured I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. The manager pulled out his phone, ready to call security. Don't waste your breath. Our guild has already taken control of all your chamber's bodyguards. Wang Bo's eyes were bloodshot. Chu, you're not getting away today. The manager's expression changed. He never imagined the AOU guild would be so brazen. How dare they openly defy the authority of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and Zhanghai City? Aren't they afraid of facing the consequences later? Who said I'm running? Chu's aura slowly surged as a gentle breeze brushed past his cheek. I've just learned a new skill, and I happen to need someone to help me test its power. Since you've come right to me, why not give me a hand? Storm's wrath. As soon as the words left his mouth, his staff burst into a dazzling light. In an instant, a violent gale erupted. Bitingly cold wind blades mercilessly sliced through everything in their path. Trees, rockeries, stone benches. All were reduced to dust beneath the raging storm. The skill's area of effect span a full 2,500 square meters. Under the force of this strength, the Master Tier class changer was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere in an incredibly gruesome scene. What? Everyone was utterly shocked. What had they just witnessed? Chu simply waved his hand, and the skill appeared instantly? What kind of sorcery was this? No one was more shocked than the head administrator, who had previously advised Chu not to buy this skill. Fury of the Storm was a completely useless skill. It was of no use whatsoever in a life or death battle. But reality had just slapped him hard in the face. The facts proved it. With Chu, it seemed nothing was impossible. Ever since he changed classes, he pulled off countless incredible feats. And instant cast skills were perhaps his greatest asset. Good heavens! What kind of monster does Miss know? Wang Bo's muscles bulged as he desperately resisted this strength. The tornado howled, sweeping everything in its path. Anything caught in this storm was doomed to destruction. Ah! Wang Bo could finally hold out no longer. With a furious roar, he turned into a shower of blood and vanished into the dust. With a sweep of Chu's hand, the gale vanished, leaving only a field of ruins. This battle pitted a gold tier against a grandmaster tier. And yet, his opponent didn't even last a single move. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, the city guards arrived belatedly. Clad in silver armor, they strode toward him with an intimidating air. Who has been fighting in the city? At these words, the crowd fell silent, instinctively glancing at Chu. It was me. Chu stepped forward and admitted it openly. Come with us. The city guards remained expressionless, as stern as iron-faced magistrates, reaching out to seize him. Wait. Actually, it was the AOU guild who provoked him first. The manager hurriedly spoke up to explain. No matter who provoked it, anyone who breaks the rules must be punished. The city guard showed no mercy whatsoever. The manager was extremely anxious. Chu was a close friend of the Jiangnan Merchants Guild's heiress. If he were arrested, who knew what kind of trouble it might cause? Bystanders sighed in unison. Jiangnan province had finally produced a genius, only to see his potential cut short before he could even fully blossom. The rules of Zhanghai City are law. Defying the rules is tantamount to defying the Dragongxia Empire. No one dared to step forward to speak on his behalf. Just as the manager pulled out his phone to call Chu beat into it, flashing a platinum token. The White Tiger token is here. Who dares lay a hand on me?
Chu roared, his voice like thunder, exploding with a deafening crash.
Chapter 45, Shoveling Shit Harder. City of Dawn. The moment the white tiger token appeared, the city guard's hand, holding the shackles, froze instantly. The entire hall fell silent.
The chief's eyes widened so much his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets.
The white tiger order? Xian stammered.
This was the supreme military order of the White Tiger Legion.
It represented the will of the entire legion. With this order, one could exercise the White Tiger Legion as full authority, even mobilize the White Tiger Army. To see this order was like seeing Tai Ching Tian himself.
After a moment of stunned silence, the city guards all knelt in unison. Tai Ching Tian had given him this token before leaving. It was essentially another form of protection.
With such a powerful ally, Chu was definitely going to latch on. Anyone who didn't would be a fool. I ask you, does the White Tiger Legion have the right and duty to punish the wicked and root out evil? Chu shouted. Yes.
The AOU guild that bunch of beasts rape, plunder, and commit every conceivable evil.
As the White Tiger envoy personally appointed by Tai Ching Tian, do I have the authority to act first and report later? Chu asked without batting an eye. The head official's mouth twitched violently.
These two charges were completely fabricated. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare do such things in Zhanghai City.
What a vicious smear campaign!
In an instant, he had completely washed his hands of the fact that he had committed murder. Moreover, he had brought up Tai Ching Tian, so the city guards dared not utter a word.
The AOU guild has brazenly declared their intent to kill me. They flout the law. This is a direct challenge to the laws of Zhanghai City. A provocation against the White Tiger Legion. And a provocation against the entire Dragongxia Empire. Tell me, these scum, do they deserve to die?
Chu's voice wasn't loud, but it rang out with authority, brimming with overwhelming strength. They deserve to die, the city guards shouted in unison.
Very good.
Chu nodded in satisfaction and slowly tucked the White Tiger badge back into his pocket.
You arrived too late. Because of you, I accidentally destroyed so much public property. The city guard will be responsible for the compensation, Chu said in a somber tone. The city guards looked terrified and dared not speak.
Immediately, he turned and patted the chief's shoulder, instructing him, "You handle the compensation arrangements with them."
I'm leaving now. Ha? Omega?
The chief was a bit bewildered and said, "Actually, these items aren't that expensive, Mr. Chu. You're more than capable of paying for them yourself." Going through the whole process of negotiating compensation with the city guards, who knows how long that would take.
What did you say?
Chu pretended not to have heard him and leaned in to ask.
Clack. Just then, the White Tiger token accidentally fell to the ground.
Sorry, I didn't catch that just now.
Could you repeat it? Chu picked up the White Tiger token and leisurely stuffed it into his backpack. Hee, Mr. Chu, you must be hearing things.
I didn't say a word just now. The official wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
A promising young man. Chu nodded with satisfaction, then swept his gaze over the onlookers and declared in a loud voice. Tell Kai how you I'm keeping track of this.
Tell him to take good care of his injuries one day. I'll personally cut off his head. With that, Chu flung his robes aside and strode away with flair. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pick up the items that had fallen from Wang Bo and the others.
That was such a satisfying act, it felt so good. Chu felt every pore in his body open up, and the gloom was swept away in an instant.
The crowd stared blankly at his receding figure, stunned. Back at the hotel, Chu saw Yang holding his phone and grinning like an idiot, his smile extremely eerie.
It looked just like a wilted old chrysanthemum. Wrinkled and ugly. What are you laughing at? Chu crept closer and took a closer look. Wow! Xiao Tian Bu Tian.
That name clearly belongs to a soft, girly girl. Yang, a burly guy like him flirting with a petite, cute girl this scene.
Beauty and the Beast? Fingsy, snooping on other people's private messages is very rude. Yang hurriedly covered his phone. You're not trying to pick up a girl, are you? Come on. Let me help you strategize.
I guarantee it'll work, Chu said, patting his chest.
You? Yang shot him a disdainful look. What else with that look? You don't believe me, do you? Give me your phone.
I'll chat with her for a bit. I guarantee I'll make her heart flutter.
Chu smiled confidently. Forget it. I don't want the Liu family line to die out. Yang made no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes.
Chu was actually a complete clueless when it came to romance back then, even Chu had gone to such lengths for him. It was as if the matchmaker god had tied them together with rebar. Yet his steel-hard straight guy mentality had snapped that bond right in two. That just shows how deep his skills run.
Holy shit. Yang, you're a fucking troll. Watch out for the green corpse cold. Duck, you're so ugly. How do you know my forum username? Take a guess. Holy shit. Yang, you're playing dirty. Spying on my privacy. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Ouch. Don't poke my asshole. Over the next few days, Chu and Yang toured every tourist attraction in Shanghai City.
They originally planned to invite Chu along, but that girl who knows what got into her refused flat out to come out. Maybe what happened last time had left her traumatized. But there was nothing to be done about it. Sometimes being too hard is a sin in itself. After all, she was inexperienced. It was only natural for her to be afraid. Meanwhile, the video of Chu slaughtering members of the AOU guild was posted online.
It instantly caused a huge uproar. Now I finally know why Chu won the provincial championship. He cast spells without any casting time.
A mage without a casting time is truly insane.
He must have taken some kind of potion that drastically reduces casting time. Exactly.
A mage without a casting time simply can't exist. Regardless, killing Wang Bo, a Grandmaster Tier 2 player with near instantaneous speed as a Gold Tier 7 Star Mage, was, in itself, a feat that defied the laws of nature.
Throughout history, kills that span two major tiers have always been rare. From that moment on, Chu's fame spread far and wide across the Dragonxia Empire. His fan base skyrocketed by 1 million followers every day. His popularity shot up several notches. He even had female fans asking for photos with him while he was traveling.
Yang watched with such envy that he could have ground his back teeth to dust. However, when he thought of Chu's steel-like mindset, he felt somewhat more at peace.
Indeed, God is fair. With just 1 day left before the Imperial Academy's opening ceremony,
Chu and Yang set off on their journey to school. Now that he was a multi-millionaire, he no longer had to ride the damn magic train. He simply spent 5 million dragon coins, stepped through the teleportation gate, and the very next second, he appeared in the City of Dawn. The imperial capital is the capital of the Dragonxia Empire. Surrounding it are 5 major cities: the City of Dawn, the City of Falling Flames, the City of Twilight, the City of Mountains and Rivers, and the City of 100 Flowers. These 5 major cities encircle the imperial capital like 5 guardian deities.
Each city spans 1 million square kilometers, an incredibly vast area.
The Imperial Academy is situated in the heart of the City of Dawn, covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers. It's worth noting that, strictly speaking, the City of Dawn isn't considered part of the Dragonxia Empire's territory. It is a major city, built 100,000 years ago by a mythic tier powerhouse using a city building decree. It took a full 100,000 years of expansion to reach its current size. Just as the two set foot on this land, a giant crab, as tall as a person, suddenly scurried past them.
"Monster, where are you running to?" Immediately afterward, a young man wearing the Imperial Academy's orange-red uniform gave chase, riding a broomstick.
The next moment, a flash of swordlight sliced the crab in half, revealing golden crab roe at the cut that glistened in the sunlight. Then, he lit a fire right there and began boiling the crab. The two of them were stunned.
Seafood running around on the streets? Is there such a thing?
Just as you'd expect from the main city, no need to run to a restaurant for a meal. Ingredients are everywhere. Just then, a donkey strolled leisurely past them.
Gulp.
Chu and Yang exchanged glances and swallowed hard.
How long has it been since we last had donkey meat buns?
5 years, I'd say.
Why don't we do as the locals do? I'm all for it. With that, the two gazed eagerly at the plump donkey. Chapter 46, Roll the Dice. The one and only hidden class, Dragon Mage. Dual class. A moment later.
Chu and Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, each holding a fragrant donkey leg and happily munching away.
The City of Dawn is amazing. Even a donkey we just caught along the way is this delicious.
Yang, with grease dripping from his mouth, let out a contented sigh.
You're right, this donkey meat is the best I've ever had.
Chu gave a thumbs up. Just then, a shout came from behind them.
Xiao Bao. He ran up to them and asked anxiously, "Brothers, have you seen Xiao Bao?" "Don't panic.
Take it easy," Yang said, setting down the piece of donkey meat he was holding.
"Xiao Bao is gone. He was right here just a moment ago.
I just went to the bathroom, and when I came out, he was gone," Xiao Langtian said, frantic with worry. The square beneath their feet was extremely open, with nowhere nearby to hide. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have vanished.
How strange.
Don't worry, brother. We'll help you look for it,
Yang said.
Seeing injustice and drawing my sword to help, that's my knightly spirit.
Yang chuckled. We've just eaten and drunk our fillets, good to get some exercise to help with digestion.
Chu stretched.
Oh, right. Chu and Yan walked over to him and asked, "What does Xiao Bao look like? Give us a quick description so we can find him." "A person?"
Xiao Langtian paused for a moment, then shook his head.
"Xiao Bao isn't a person, he is my pet."
Just then, the two suddenly remembered the giant crab that had scuttled past them earlier.
The pet he was talking about, could it be? Is it a crab? Yang asked tentatively.
No, Xiao Bao is a brown donkey.
Have you seen it? Xiao Langtian seemed to see a glimmer of hope. A donkey? Chu. Yang? I.
The two exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and broke out in a cold sweat.
Well, they had seen one. And they'd even tasted one.
Xiao Bao means the world to me, it's like family.
Xiao Langtian's eyes welled up with tears as grief welled up inside him.
If anything happens to Xiao Bao, I curse the child of whoever harms it to be born without an anus.
Xiao Langtian's eyes flashed with the fire of hatred.
Hearing this, the two men's sphincters tightened involuntarily.
Gurgle. Just then, Xiao Langtian's stomach suddenly growled. He gave an awkward smile. Is there any of that meat you guys just ate left?"
Chu and Yang exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes.
"Well, there is some. But it might not be very convenient for you to eat," Yang stammered. "It's fine, I'm not picky, I can eat any kind of meat." Xiao Langtian licked his lips. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "You said so."
Yang slowly pulled a piece of donkey breast meat out of his backpack and handed it to him with trembling hands.
Xiao Langtian held it in his hand, took a deep sniff, and his eyes lit up.
The moment he took his first bite, his taste buds were instantly captivated by the grilled meat, and he began eating at lightning speed. As he ate, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You're such a great cook.
This is so delicious."
"Hey, as long as you don't mind," Yang said with a dry laugh, his heart filled with guilt. He hadn't realized that the donkey they caught was actually someone else's pet.
"By the way, what kind of meat is this? How come it tastes so good? Someday I'll have my chef buy this kind of meat to cook." Xiao Langtian asked.
"It's some kind of processed monster meat, I forgot what species it was," Chu replied.
"If you ever find this kind of monster again, be sure to let me know," Xiao Langtian instructed. Someday? There was no someday anymore. A moment later, the three set off together. From what Xiao Langtian said, it turned out he was also a freshman at the Imperial Academy. What's more, his background was no ordinary one apparently, one of the top leaders at the Imperial Academy, was his father.
I never imagined I'd run into the Thunder God from the legendary tier on my very first day in the City of Dawn.
My luck is incredible, Xiao Langtian exclaimed. Chu, you'd have had even better luck if you hadn't ridden a donkey out here.
The three arrived at the entrance to the Imperial Academy and looked up at the towering gates, slightly startled. Grand, majestic, solemn, and awe-inspiring, it seemed to embody all the finest essence of heaven and earth, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Upon reaching the registration desk, he discovered a long line had already formed, all of them this year as freshmen at the Imperial Academy.
Unsurprisingly, where there are freshmen, there are upperclassmen.
A group of upperclassmen stood by the main gate, eyeing every young and beautiful freshman girl with a predatory gaze, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. As soon as an attractive freshman finished registering, they would immediately step forward with great enthusiasm to guide her through the orientation and show her around the Imperial Academy. It seemed that no matter which world one was in, the attraction between the sexes was simply unavoidable. After waiting in line for over an hour, it was finally Chu's turn.
Place of origin: Donghai City, Jiangnan Province. Full name: Chu. Occupation: Thunder Mage. Upon hearing those 4 words, the bespectacled admissions officer looked up at him, slightly taken aback. So he is the Thunder God Chu? Just like the one in the legendary tier, his aura is truly extraordinary. No wonder he gives me such a strong sense of intimidation. I've heard he can already slaughter Grandmaster tier experts. This year as freshmen are 2 formidable: a spatial mage, a necromancer, and now a thunder god. They immediately felt immense pressure. These titans loomed over them like a crushing weight, leaving them little hope of ever making a name for themselves. After Chu submitted his proof of defeating the gold tier boss, he received an ID badge and 2 sets of school uniforms. It was the familiar orange-red attire, embroidered with the Eternal Tower and roses. "Student Chu, welcome to the Imperial Academy," the mentor said with a smile. Chu smiled in response and walked toward the main gate, holding his ID token.
A magical barrier enveloped the entire Imperial Academy. One needed the ID token to enter safely. Otherwise, should an intruder approach, the magical array would unleash terrifying destructive power, capable of instantly killing anyone below legendary rank.
Holding the token, Chu stepped inside without any hindrance. Ding!
The system has detected a draw point.
Do you wish to draw immediately?
Yes.
Ding! Draw successful.
Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the unique hidden class Dragon Mage.
Next draw point, Tower of Eternity.
At that moment, Chu felt as though he could hear a dragoness roar echoing from the heavens to the earth in his mind. At the same time, his spirit doubled in power. This was the true terror of dual classes. Of course, a doubling of spirit didn't mean his spirit stat had doubled, it meant his skill damage had doubled. If a single class is like an unsharpened sword, then dual classes are a razor-sharp blade. It's actually a legendary tier Dragon Mage.
Chu thought, overjoyed.
Thunder Mage plus Dragon Mage, he was confident that no one at his level could beat him. Moreover, if he were to equip a full set of gold tier gear, it wouldn't be impossible to instantly defeat a Grandmaster tier 10 star player.
Chapter 47, Dragoness Breath. Combat Power Test.
While Thunder Mage damage is primarily characterized by ferocity, the Dragon Mage is renowned for its dominance. However, throughout history, there have been very few Dragon Mages, and humans cannot become one through class advancement.
Only the offspring born from the union of a human and a dragon have a very slim chance of awakening this ability. Once awakened, a Dragon Mage is incredibly powerful, almost a favorite of heaven and earth, a sovereign of the elements.
In a sense, thunder magic pales in comparison to dragon magic.
This is because the defining trait of a Dragon Mage is magic immunity.
It ignores magic defense and is immune to both magical damage and crowd control.
This trait is utterly insane.
It differs from the spell break ability of the Tai class, which ignores magic defense. She can only ignore physical defenses, whereas a Dragon Mage can directly penetrate not only physical defenses but also magical shields. Being immune to magical damage and crowd control is even more outrageous. Basically, ranged classes can't scratch them at all. Against melee attackers, they have the Ring of Fire resistance and Thunder Shield. Ranged attacks don't deal any damage. That's what true invulnerability looks like. Chu took a look at the Dragon Mage's basic skills and found there were only two. Dragon Breath basic skill, summons a dragon to breathe fire, dealing massive damage to enemies within a cone-shaped area. Damage depends on the spirit stat. Dragon's Might basic skill, unleash the might of the dragon. Reduces the attack power of enemies within a certain range and stuns them. What powerful skills! Chu thought to himself in awe. Although they were basic skills, Dragon's Breath was an area of effect attack with immense power. Dragon's Might, on the other hand, was a crowd control skill. Chu couldn't wait to test the Dragon Mage's strength for himself. By then, Yang and Xiao Langtian had already completed their registration, and the three of them entered the campus together. Walking along the wide avenues of the Imperial Academy, they couldn't help but marvel at the towering buildings and beautiful scenery surrounding them. This is the true grandeur of a prestigious academy. As the son of a high-ranking official at the academy, Xiao Langtian had grown up at the Imperial Academy and was very familiar with the place. The Imperial Academy has 15 colleges: the College of Divine Warfare, the College of Swift Wind, the College of Celestial Law, the College of Shadow Flow. Accommodations are divided into three types: 4-person dorm rooms, 2-person dorm rooms, and standalone villas. A 4-person room costs 50 credits a month, a 2-person room costs 150 credits, and a standalone villa costs 500 credits. The credits you earn during the major exams are the most important form of currency at the Imperial Academy. Dragon coins aren't very useful here except in the cafeteria and the snack bar. You'll need credits everywhere else. As for your class assignments, they'll be sent to your phones via text message tonight. Since the Academy's grounds were so vast, the group rented a mode of transportation, a magic broom. Riding a broom was fast. They reached the dormitory area in just over 10 minutes. He wasn't sure if he was prone to motion sickness from cars or brooms, but he felt a bit queasy after the ride. Chu had no intention of staying in a 4-person dorm. He had plenty of credits now and saw no need to scrimp, so he spent 500 credits to rent a detached villa to share with Yang. Xiao Langtian was staying with his father in the faculty dorms, where the living conditions were much better than here. By the way, there's a special program for freshmen on orientation day. You might even win some credits if you're lucky. Want to check it out? Xiao Langtian asked with a smile. Anyone who won't earn credits when they can is a total idiot. Chu shrugged. So the three of them rode their magic brooms to their destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at a massive plaza. In the center stood a huge anthropomorphic statue, surrounded by combat arenas. This is the Imperial Academy's combat plaza. Internal fighting is strictly prohibited on campus. Violators will be instantly killed by the magic array. Immediately afterward, Xiao Langtian pointed to a crowd in the distance and said, "Every year, the Academy opens the combat power testing stone. As long as your attack meets a certain threshold, you can earn credits. This is a competitive incentive the Academy uses to motivate students, and only freshmen are eligible to participate each year." Cheers from the crowd could be heard from afar. The crowd seemed as though they'd been injected with adrenaline. This scene reminded him of a time in his previous life when a group of people had gathered to watch a soccer match. As he approached, he discovered that the combat power test was conducted using a massive black stone engraved with numerous magical symbols. Just then, a sword-wielding youth lunged forward and thrust his blade violently at the boulder. The moment the blade struck the stone, a line of information instantly appeared on its surface. Rank, Silver Tier, 5 stars. Combat Power, 2,658. Reward Credits, 100. As soon as the numbers appeared, everyone nodded in approval. A Silver Tier, 5-star combat power exceeding 2,500 was already a solid achievement. Although it wasn't much to speak of at the Imperial Academy, where geniuses abounded, it was still remarkable. Move aside, move aside. Liao S. going in. Just then, a man with delicate features stepped out of the crowd, flanked by a group of people. Not a single piece of equipment he wore was below gold tier, and his spirit fluctuations were extraordinary. His appearance caused some people to instinctively clear a path for him. Liao himself might not be a top-tier genius, but his uncle was the dean of the Gale College at the Imperial Academy. As a death mage, a rare class, Liao's strength lived up to his reputation. As he stood before the boulder and began his casting, vibrant little blades of grass suddenly sprouted from the cracks in the blue stone beneath his feet. Immediately, the wood element in the air surged with such vigor that everyone felt as if they had been transported back to the season when all things come to life. The flower of death. His staff burst into a blinding glow, and a flower emitting an excruciating stench drifted slowly toward the boulder. Then, it exploded violently. A putrid stench spread rapidly. People hurriedly covered their noses and retreated in droves. Chu, who was already prone to motion sickness, felt his stomach churn at the smell and began to retch. Level, Silver Tier, 9 stars. Combat Power, 3298. Reward Credits, 200. Whoa! The crowd marveled at the stats. For a Silver Tier player to deal over 3,000 damage was already impressive, especially for a wood attribute mage, whose damage output is typically low. Liao heard the gasps of astonishment beside him, brushed his bangs off his forehead, and walked away with a smile. However, when he caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, his footsteps faltered. Xiaolang Tian, a support class like you shouldn't even be allowed in a place like this, right? What are you, a healer, doing here causing a commotion? Liao sneered. Upon hearing this, Xiaolang Tian's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted, "Is the Imperial Academy your family's private property? This is a public area, why shouldn't I be here?" Both had grown up within the Imperial Academy, and they disliked each other since childhood. As they got older, they were constantly at each other's throats. But after Xiaolang Tian awakened as a priest, Liao became even more arrogant. Healers are only fit to hide in the back like scaredy cats. Why aren't you cowering behind your dad's back instead of coming out here to make a fool of yourself? Liao roared with laughter. Xiaolang Tian clenched his fists, his face turning purple with rage. Liao's taunt had set him ablaze with fury. But there was nothing he could do about it. Priests really weren't cut out for one-on-one combat, and when it came to combat power, he was no match for Liao at all. Get the hell home. You have no right to be here. Liao snapped. Whether he has the right or not, since when is it your place to decide? Chu said slowly. Chapter 48, Everyone step aside. I'm about to show off. Who are you? Do you even have a say here? Liao shouted. Chu narrowed his eyes. The last person who dared to speak to him so loudly had already become fertilizer for Mother Nature. Xiaolang Tian grabbed Chu's arm and said helplessly, "Forget it. Liao holds a grudge for the slightest offense, and he has an older brother, Hui, who is a junior in college and really strong. You don't need to make an enemy of him just for my sake. You've got it wrong. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for Debeo," Chu said, glancing back at him. Xiaolang Tian? What does this have to do with Debeo? Kid, don't think that just because you got good grades in a small town you can act all high and mighty. The world is a big place, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Liao threatened. Yang chuckled inwardly. What would this dimwit's reaction be if he knew the person standing in front of him was Chu? I don't know about offending anyone or not, but I do know this: if we're ranking people by skill, you're not even worthy of tying my shoes, Chu said coolly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liao burst into laughter as if he heard the funniest joke in the world, unable to straighten his back. Another arrogant hick. He has got a pretty spirit-like look, but why is his brain so slow? Liao is actually quite capable, and he has got an older brother who is a student council member. This guy should done his research before spouting such nonsense. I'm afraid this guy has 4 years at the academy aren't going to be easy. Liao crossed his arms and looked at Chu with a smirk, saying, I admire your courage. I hope your skills are as tough as your mouth. I'm curious, how did your dad manage to produce an idiot like you? A genetic mutation? Chu asked. Liao's expression darkened. Do you know who I am? Who gave you the nerve to talk to me like that? Chu shook his head in exasperation. These people must all be in the late stages of middle school syndrome, boasting about having a powerful father just to stir up trouble everywhere. Sooner or later, his father would be driven to his grave by his son's behavior. I didn't come here today to waste my breath on you. Open your dog eyes wide. Chu walked straight up to the boulder, holding his staff horizontally across his chest. When people saw the staff in his hand, their expressions turned peculiar. A bronze tier staff? Is that for real? Looks like a forest staff. He isn't planning to test his combat power with a bronze tier weapon, is he? Is there a chance his main weapon is actually bronze tier? Leo stared at Chu with an icy gaze. He was eager to see just how much combat power this guy could unleash. Yang and Xiao Langtian were also eagerly anticipating the outcome. Just how powerful was the thunder god of the legendary tier, after all? Suddenly, a lightning orb shot out, slamming violently into the boulder and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The group standing nearby was violently knocked back several meters by the impact of the shockwaves. Looking up, they saw a long string of numbers suddenly appear on the combat power test stone. Rank, Gold Tier, 7 stars. Combat Power, 124,872. Reward Credits, 5,000. Holy shit? 120,000 combat power? A Gold Tier, 7-star newbie? Are you kidding me? Could he be an upperclassman pretending to be a freshman just to show off? Just as everyone was in shock, someone suddenly shouted, "Lightning Orbits Thunder God Chu." That's right. Lightning element skills. Is there any other Thunder Mage in the entire country besides him? He is too strong. He is hitting 120,000 combat power with just a basic skill. If he uses a Gold Tier or Master Tier skill, would his combat power break 500,000? Among all the freshmen at the Imperial Academy, there are very few who can rival him. Never mind freshmen, even among seniors, how many could possibly hit 500,000 combat power? Looks like Liao S hit a brick wall this time. The onlookers were instantly electrified, and a crowd turned to look at Liao. He wore an expression as if he'd just eaten shit, his face as dark as coal, and he remained silent. His heart was now pounding violently. An indescribable sense of humiliation washed over him. He thought this kid was just some nobody. But it turned out he was the Thunder God? So, are you satisfied with that score? A mocking smile played on Chu's lips. Don't get too cocky. Once I reach Gold Tier, I'll be able to pull off a combat power this high too. Liao, unable to swallow his pride, spat out a defiant threat. Is that so? Well, how about this? Chu raised his staff once more. As everyone watched, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and suddenly a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, its overwhelming power seeming capable of shattering boulders to pieces. Level, Gold Tier, 7 stars. Combat Power, 587,496. 58,000 combat power? It's here. A skill with no casting time. From now on, anyone who says Thunder Mages are weak, I'll take them on. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, as they gasped in unison. Chu turned to look at the stunned Liao and asked, "Now that you've reached Gold Tier, you should be stronger than me, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone burst out laughing. Once you reach the Gold Tier, skill damage does indeed jump up a notch. Attributes also see a corresponding boost. But keep in mind that Chu was holding a Bronze Tier staff and wearing Bronze Tier boots. His robe, shoulder guards, and the medallion on his chest were merely Silver Tier. In contrast, Liao was gleaming from head to toe, decked out entirely in Gold Tier gear. Just in terms of equipment alone, there was a huge gap between them. Yet Chu's combat power would still wipe him out in an instant. That's the difference. I thought you'd bring your brother into this, or use your dad to threaten me. I didn't expect you to have such a thick skin. A hint of amusement flashed in Chu's eyes. Humiliated beyond belief by these words, Liao snorted coldly and turned to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he lingered, who knew how far Chu's mockery would go? As they watched Liao walk away,
the crowd erupted into cheers. Thor. Sign my autograph. Thor. I'm ifing. I want one too. Thor. Love me. I'm Zero. A huge crowd immediately surrounded him, some even tried to sneak a touch of his crotch amid the chaos. Take it easy, don't rush, everyone's getting one. Chu held the pen and signed autographs for them one by one.
Just then, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs shyly pulled open her collar.
Thor, sign here for me.
She pointed to a spot 3 inches below her neck, her pretty face flushed crimson. Chu paused for a moment, then said sternly, that spot is too soft, I won't be able to write anything. Yang, listening from the side, nearly fell over from shock.
It had to be you.
After a while, Chu walked over to the two of them, looking a complete mess. Fingzi, there are a few lipstick marks on your face that you didn't wipe off properly, the observant Yang pointed out.
Chu waved his hand listlessly. Let it be. I'm exhausted. He thought signing autographs would be as simple as scribbling a few words. He never expected these people to be so crazy they practically wanted to tear him in half.
The most outrageous part was when a woman just shoved a note into his hand that read,
Jing Ho Jiayin, followed by a string of room numbers.
Chu gave a dismissive smile, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it on the ground.
Trying to get at his kidneys? Not so fast.
Xiao Langtian patted Chu on the shoulder and said, thanks for sticking up for me.
I'll remember this favor. Don't get the wrong idea.
I told you, this is for Debao, Chu emphasized again.
Xiao Langtian was still puzzled and couldn't help but ask, you know Debao? Chu instinctively glanced at his stomach and said wistfully, I've inherited Debao's will. Does doing this count as repaying the favor in a roundabout way?
You're talking so weirdly I don't understand a single word you're saying, Xiao Langtian said, looking completely baffled.
Never mind if you don't get it. Let us go. By the way, have you guys really met Debao?
It lives in our stomachs and our hearts. Just for that line alone, I, Xiao Langtian, am definitely going to be friends with you guys.
Chu.
Chapter 49, Imperial Academy, the Living King of Hell.
The dragon-slaying hero? Chu and Yang walked along the Academy South Main Avenue, feeling the gentle cool breeze.
The ginkgo trees lining the road were like lively young girls, dancing gracefully.
Fingzi, you've already offended Liao to no end right after entering the academy. Aren't you afraid of his older brother and his dad? Yang asked worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? His older brother is a junior, he's not going to lose face by going after a freshman like me, is he?
Besides, his dad is the dean of the Stormwind Academy. I'm a mage, we're worlds apart, Shu said.
That may be true, but Hui is a member of the student council.
Who knows what kind of trouble he might try to stir up for you.
Within Imperial Academy, aside from the school administration, the student council held the most authority.
They oversaw numerous matters on campus, including rewards and disciplinary actions.
Moreover, those who made it onto the student council were the cream of the crop. As for Hui, let him come.
I've been itching to kill someone these past few days anyway. It'll be the perfect way to relieve some boredom. When they returned to the villa district, two familiar figures stood not far away under a Chinese hackberry tree. Her curves were as voluptuous as ever, the loose robe clung to her body like a bodysuit, making one suspect it might burst open at any moment. Her face was stunningly beautiful and alluring, yet her brow carried a strong, heroic air. The other person had a soft, feminine face and was also very beautiful, though unfortunately, he had an Adam's apple.
These two were none other than Tai and Yunfan. Junior Chu. Junior Yang.
It's been a few days since we last saw you, and you both look even more dashing than before.
Yunfan waved with a smile.
Tai was much more direct. He walked right over, slung his arms around both of their shoulders, and grinned. Junior, welcome to Imperial Academy. Chu felt as if something massive were pressing against his chest, causing an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Just as he was about to reach out to push the intruding object away, his hand stopped halfway. It didn't seem quite appropriate. Senior, thank you so much for what Grandpa Tai did to help me out the other day, Shu said sincerely.
Hey! No big deal.
My grandpa is bored out of his mind every day. He can't sit still unless he is stirring up some trouble, Tai said, waving his hand dismissively.
By the way, you guys haven't gotten a feel for the academy yet, have you?
Let me show you around, Tai suggested.
No need.
Xiao Langtian has already shown us around, Shu replied.
Xiao Langtian?
Tai and Yunfan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning somewhat peculiar.
Do you know him? Shu asked curiously.
We don't know him personally, but his dad's reputation is legendary, the living Yama of the Imperial Academy, Xiao.
Tai shuddered involuntarily at the mention of that name.
His dad is the head of discipline at our school. He holds immense power. Any student who breaks even the slightest rule gets dragged in for punishment. And the punishments are downright twisted.
Yunfan was clearly terrified as well. Is it really that extreme?
Shu was skeptical.
Judging by Xiao Langtian's personality, he didn't seem like the type to be erratic or violent. So his dad probably isn't that out of line, right?
After all, they share the same bloodline. Seeing Chua's skeptical expression, Yunfan whispered, back then, there was a genius student just like you guys, a freshman. One time, he hit on a girl, and Yen Wang caught him red-handed.
Guess what happened?
Yen Wang stripped the skin right off his body, then he sprinkled salt on the wounds and left him to marinate for a full 3 days. After that, he hung him on the statue in the martial arts plaza to dry in the sun for another 3 days. When they finally took him down, his whole body was rotting, and he was covered in maggots. That man was Liao Qianming, the cousin of student council member Hui. Recalling this incident, Yunfan's face turned ashen, and his lips trembled. There are many other forms of punishment, each one more horrific than the last. That's how the King of Hell earned his fearsome reputation. Yunfan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart filled with dread. Because of the King of Hell, Xiao Langtian has never had any friends his whole life, and no one dared to play with him.
Tai added.
Now he finally understood why there was always a faint air of loneliness in Xiao Langtian's eyes. With a father like that, it's no wonder everyone else avoided him like the plague, and it's no wonder that Liao, despite having grown up with him, not only stopped playing with him but also targeted him at every turn.
That must be why he kept a donkey as his companion.
After hearing this story, Shu felt a pang of regret. By a twist of fate, he actually cooked someone else's companion. It was delicious, sure, but he lost his merit. Tai and Yunfan took the two of them to the cafeteria for a meal, then they each returned to their dorms to rest. Back at the villa, Shu chose to stay in the master bedroom on the second floor, while Yang stayed on the first floor. The villa covered an area of over 500 square meters, was fully furnished, and featured luxurious decor. It had to be said those 500 credits were well spent.
Ding! Just then, a text message arrived.
Dear Chu, you have been assigned to Class 1, Year 1 at the Academy of Celestial Law.
Please report to your class promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Chu wasn't at all surprised by his class assignment. It was only natural for a mage to study at an academy dedicated to training mages. Just then, Yang leaned over to take a look and said, I've been assigned to the Knights Academy. Our two academies are right next to each other.
Knock, knock. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Who could it be at this late hour?
Shu opened the door and found a middle-aged, dashing man with a full head of white hair and a white beard.
Director Sun Yuan?
Shu paused in surprise.
Follow me. Sun Yuan gave an almost imperceptible nod and turned to leave.
Shu was completely baffled.
What was going on? Why had even the director come to his door? Could it be because he stood out so much during the orientation activities?
He immediately followed, still puzzled.
Sun Yuan walked to the lakeside, gazed at the moon's reflection on the water, and said nothing. After a long silence, Shu couldn't help but break the quiet. Director, why did you call me here? How much do you know about dragons? Sun Yuan asked suddenly.
Shu's pupils suddenly contracted.
His heart skipped a beat. Could he already know that he was a dragon mage? But he had only just obtained his second class today, and he had never demonstrated his dragon mage skills in front of anyone else. How did he know? Was he a prophet?
Chu took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said, "Dragons live in the Dragon's Nest, located in the storm seas of the legendary tier. The Dragon's Nest is over 100 million kilometers away from the Dragongxia Empire, an incredibly distant place. Moreover, the stormy seas are a terrifying place. That stretch of legendary tier waters has been cursed by the god of storms, and anything that approaches it will be mercilessly torn to pieces. Only the mighty bodies of dragons can navigate it freely."
Song Yuan wasn't surprised by this answer, as this knowledge could be found in books. If a thunder dragon were to invade the Dragongxia Empire, and I asked you to retrieve its dragon crystal, would you be willing to go? Song Yuan turned around, his deep eyes fixed on Chu.
"Director, please don't joke around.
With my current strength, a single breath from a thunder dragon would kill me," Chu said with a wry smile. "What kind of creatures are dragons?"
"They are the chosen of the gods, possessing epic tier strength from the moment they're born, not to mention fully mature dragons." Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't foolish enough to try to play the hero and become a dragon slayer.
What if that thunder dragon were already dead? A gleam flashed in Song Yuan's eyes. Chapter 50, The Fusion of Lightning Magic and Dragon Magic? The Spatial Mage. Boom! Song Yuan's words hit like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the room.
Chu was struck as if by lightning. He froze in place, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word.
The dragon is dead? Who did it? And how did Song Yuan find out about this?
Every part of a giant dragon is a treasure: its scales, bones, blood, wings. The most precious of all, of course, is the dragon crystal, the very core of the giant dragon. Even a single item from it, if leaked to the outside world, would cause a massive uproar and draw countless people scrambling to claim it. Yet, despite discovering this, he didn't simply reap the benefits for himself. Instead, he shared the news with Chu.
Song Yuan saw the confusion and doubt in Chu's eyes and explained, "The thunder dragon died in a secluded canyon, a very hidden place.
Moreover, there are thunder magic barriers surrounding it. Ordinary people can't get in. Only someone who masters thunder magic can break the barriers and get close to the corpse."
Chu furrowed his brow.
If that were the case, then he was indeed the best candidate. After all, across the entire Dragongxia Empire, he was likely the only one capable of controlling the element of lightning.
"So, Director, what do you want me to do?" Chu's interest was immediately piqued. "I only want the dragon's blood."
"You may take whatever other materials you like, including the dragon crystal," Song Yuan said slowly. Chu looked at his head of white hair and suddenly recalled that Song Yuan had apparently been poisoned by the extreme cold nether poison during a Mystic Realm expedition several years ago. His physical functions had rapidly declined, even threatening his lifespan. He was now over 100 years old. Under normal circumstances, a legendary tier powerhouse could live for 500 years. But if this poison wasn't neutralized, he'd only have a year left at most. Dragon's blood was the most crucial ingredient for the antidote, otherwise, he'd have no choice but to wait for death. So when he heard that a thunder mage had been certified in Donghai City, Jiangnan Province, he went there in person to oversee the exam. His goal was to assess Chu's strength. Inside the trial tower, he had been observing Chu for some time. His formidable offensive power and his ability to cast spells without a casting time gave him hope.
"Are you interested?" Song Yuan asked again.
Chu didn't rush to answer. Instead, he pondered the feasibility of the situation. This was dangerous, extremely dangerous.
The slightest misstep could lead to irreparable ruin.
Even a dead dragon still radiated its dragon's might.
It proved the saying, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. If he obtained the thunder dragon's dragon crystal, the power of his lightning magic would skyrocket several times over. The damage from his dragon mage skills would also increase dramatically. He might even be able to fuse these two completely different skill sets together. Such a huge temptation, to be honest. It was hard to resist. "I'll do it." Chu nodded solemnly.
Song Yuan nodded and said, "The thunder dragon has been dead for a month, but its dragon might hasn't dissipated yet.
Wait a little longer, when the time is right, I'll let you know. With that, Sun Yuan drifted away like a ghost, vanishing into the night.
Just then, his authoritative voice suddenly echoed across the vast expanse of sky and earth.
Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Shu stared in the direction he vanished, licking his lips with excitement.
I can't be a dragon slayer, but I might as well try my hand at being a looter. When he returned to the villa, he was startled to find a young woman lying on the sofa he had no idea when she'd gotten there. She wore a loose, bare print pajama top that reached her knees, revealing her smooth, fair legs and a face of breathtaking beauty.
How did you get here? Shu asked. You idiot! You came to school without asking me to come along.
Shu pouted in displeasure. Just then, Shu noticed that Yang was nowhere to be seen. His door was locked tight, so he must be inside chatting with a female online friend.
Didn't I ask you to hang out last time?
You were the one who said you weren't available.
Shu pursed his lips and plopped down on the couch. I came over a few days ago because of that, Shu stammered.
In truth, the intimate moment they shared at the entrance to Mystic Realm had made her heart race, and now she suddenly didn't know how to face Shu.
She spent the past few days holed up at home, not setting foot outside. Spit it out. Why do you come find me? Shu asked. Are you ready for the freshman trial tomorrow? Shu asked. Shu? What freshman trial? Never heard of it.
Shu looked completely baffled. No one had ever mentioned anything like this to him.
You don't even know about the freshman trial? Shu was speechless.
She explained, the freshman trial is a test specifically designed to toughen up new students.
Students who perform well can earn credits. The trial takes the form of team combat, with students randomly assigned by the homeroom teacher into groups of 3. After hearing this, Shu finally understood. Wasn't this just college military training?
It was something they did right after enrollment to intimidate the students and make them toe the line. Under the guise of a trial, the real goal was to smooth out their rebellious edges. Those who make it into Imperial Academy are all top-tier geniuses, so it's only natural they have a touch of arrogance.
Do I look like someone who needs to prepare? Shu retorted.
I guess so. You're such a freak, Shu said playfully, sticking out her tongue.
All right, let us head back. Good night. Shu gave her the boot.
Shu glanced at the time on her phone and exclaimed in shock, it's only 9 o'clock.
Shu shot her a sidelong glance and said, don't you know there's a thing called a social goodnight? Humph. Well, I'm leaving then. Shu scrambled off the couch, looking back every 3 steps. I'm really leaving now. What's the matter? You want to stay the night? Shu narrowed his eyes. If you insist that I stay, this lady might just consider it.
Shu lifted her chin proudly, hands on her hips. Shu stared at her for 2 seconds, then grabbed her by the neck with one hand and flung her right out the door.
Bang!
The front door slammed shut.
Shu! You big pig! You big dummy!
Shu fumed, fidgeting with the grass in the courtyard with her toes.
You don't know how to treat a lady at all. I'm cutting you off. Just for an hour. Shu muttered. 7 a.m. the next morning.
After finishing his morning routine, Shu had breakfast with Yang in the cafeteria and then headed straight to class. It had to be said this academy was truly massive. Even riding a broomstick from the Villa district took 20 minutes. Arriving at Tianfa Academy, he glanced at the signs and found his classroom. The moment he stepped inside, the noisy atmosphere fell instantly silent, and everyone stared at him with eyes full of fervor and reverence.
That's Shu,
the thunder god of the legendary tier. I heard he scored over 500,000 on the combat power test stone yesterday.
That's insane.
You bet. Plus, the thunder god is already a 7-star gold tier. Shu found a random seat and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. A moment later, a wave of gasps suddenly swept through the classroom.
Shu opened his eyes and a faint look of admiration flashed across his face.
Walking in was a girl with a cool, composed expression. She had jet black hair, a slender jade-like neck, fair skin, and a graceful figure. From a distance, she resembled a fairy from a painting or a shining pearl in the dark night. It was impossible to look away once you saw her. Her beauty rivaled Shu's. Each had her own unique charm. One was lively, the other aloof.
This was evident from the mysterious aura emanating from her. She was Su Yueshi, the spatial mage. Chapter 51, I'm no pervert.
The trial begins. This year, Tianfa Academy has 2 hidden class students.
One is a thunder mage, and the other is a spatial mage.
Su Yueshi was the top scorer in this year's Magic Capital exam and is now a 5-star gold tier mage. She and Chu are hailed as the freshman twin stars of Tianfa Academy, and many are eager to see which of the two is stronger. After Su Yueshi entered the classroom and scanned the room, anyone she locked eyes with caught their breath. Her intimidating presence didn't stem from her beauty, but from the spatial fluctuations she constantly emitted.
It was as if she could isolate anyone from this space at any moment.
Just as she found a seat and sat down, a notification suddenly rang in Chu's mind.
Ding! An item capable of unlocking a divine artifact has been detected nearby.
Chu's spirit stirred. He whipped his head around to stare at Su Yueshi. Just as he looked at her, Su Yueshi was staring right back at him. But her gaze was filled with intense fighting spirit.
Look!
The twin stars have locked eyes.
They're not going to start a fight right here in class, are they? They wouldn't dare fight inside the academy. Have you forgotten about the magic array? Which one of them do you think is stronger?
Hard to say. The Thunder Mage deals high damage and has strong burst damage. The Spatial Mage wins with her unpredictability. You never know what card she'll pull out of her sleeve.
The crowd chatted animatedly, their faces glowing with intense curiosity. The upcoming newcomer trial was sure to be another fierce battle. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked in.
Despite the sweltering heat, he was dressed in a suit, his hair combed immaculately, his feet in a pair of expensive leather shoes, and a thermos in his hand.
He exuded a melancholic aura.
I am your homeroom teacher.
My name is Li Zhangbai. For the next 4 years, I will be guiding you in your magical studies.
As one of the top 3 institutions of higher learning in the Dragongxia Empire, from this moment on, you need to keep only 2 goals in mind. Li Zhangbai slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of pure white eyes.
Even his pupils were white.
Reach the epic tier at all costs.
And stay alive. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone inexplicably felt a suffocating sensation.
The Imperial Academy's entrance exam is extremely difficult, with a high mortality rate.
Once admitted, students must face various assessments and missions, and the mortality rate is even higher.
As a sanctuary for cultivating talent, the Imperial Academy 1T lets you study peacefully within its walls.
As for the graduation requirement, it's quite simple.
Reach the epic tier within 4 years, and whether you're a freshman or a senior, you can graduate immediately. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, Li Zhangbai said calmly as he took a leisurely sip of goji berry tea.
Class advisor.
How many missions assigned by the academy do we have to complete each year at minimum? A male student asked, raising his hand.
At least one. There's no upper limit.
Hearing this answer, everyone's hearts, which had been in their throats, slowly settled. Unlike the other students who were in the dark, Chu had a pretty good idea of just how demanding these missions were. A few days ago, Tai and Yunfan had been assigned the task of clearing the Mystic Realm and the Barren Lands. And this was just a common tier Mystic Realm. Not only were the monsters powerful, but there were also a lot of them. But the biggest threat was the hidden boss. If it weren't for Chu's insane damage output, they all would have met their end there. On the surface, completing just 1 mission a year seemed simple. But in reality, the difficulty far exceeded their imagination. After a few more students asked some trivial questions, and when no one else raised their hand, Li Zhangbai put his sunglasses back on. Let us head to the field. The group arrived at the sports field, where all the freshmen had gathered, a total of over 5,000 people. With over 5,000 chosen ones gathered in one place, the vast majority wore a faint air of arrogance on their faces. When Chu spotted Su Yueshi in the crowd, a strong sense of longing surged from the Golden Dawn emblem on his chest. He quietly slipped up beside her, stealing furtive glances at her.
What are you looking at?
Tsuyoshi furrowed her willow-like brows and asked coldly.
What do you think? Of course I'm looking at you. Chu replied.
I'm not going to date anyone before I graduate.
Give it up.
Tsuyoshi wrinkled her nose.
Chu? What the heck? Did she mistake him for a pervert?
Tsuyoshi's voice wasn't loud, but the people around her heard every word clearly. They turned their heads to stare at Chu with puzzled expressions.
Who's interested in you?
Your skin and bones, even having you lean on me makes me feel queasy.
Chu rolled his eyes. You? After this novice trial, I'll formally challenge you.
Tsuyoshi said, her fighting spirit running high. Just as she turned to look at him, Chu's gaze suddenly fell on the jade pendant hanging around her neck.
Can I take a look at that jade pendant? Chu asked.
Tsuyoshi turned to look at Chu, clutching the jade pendant tightly, a faint trace of irritation in her beautiful eyes.
What exactly are you up to?
Ever since they met, she felt that there was something off about the way Chu looked at her. Most guys looked at her with either a passionate or lustful gaze. But Chu's gaze wasn't focused on her figure or her face. Instead, his gaze kept lingering on her gear and accessories.
What a strange person. Chu's eyes darted about, and he nodded. How about this? I'll accept your challenge.
If I win, you let me take a look at the jade pendant. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me.
How does that sound?
Tsuyoshi looked down at the jade pendant her mother had given her on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. She didn't know what purpose it served, she simply wore it as an accessory.
But since Chu only wanted a quick look, the request wasn't unreasonable. Fine. Tsuyoshi nodded slightly. Phew.
A hint of delight flashed across Chu's lips. He finally succeeded. Items imbued with divine power were hard to come by, and once found, he absolutely couldn't let them slip away. The attributes and accompanying skills of divine artifacts were incredibly powerful. He believed that if he could unlock the second layer, it would surely grant him an even more explosive boost. Once everyone had gathered, a massive screen appeared in the void, dividing everyone into groups of 3.
To ensure fairness, the Academy made sure each group included at least one support class.
1 melee, 1 ranged, and 1 support. The most basic team composition. Chu looked up, scanned the list, and found his name.
Group 88. Members: Wei Dark Warrior, Chu Thunder Mage, Xiaoleng Tian Priest.
Once the grouping was complete, a booming voice suddenly rang out.
Everyone, line up in order of your group numbers.
Chu made his way to the designated spot and saw Xiaoleng Tian and another plain-looking young man waiting there. Brother Chu, it seems our bond runs deep.
Xiaoleng Tian exclaimed with delight. Chu's lips twitched. Was this fate, or was it karma? Hello, Thunder God. My name is Guoyu.
Guoyu extended his hand nervously.
The most brilliant genius at the Imperial Academy.
A top-tier Thunder Mage with combat power as high as 500,000. To be teamed up with such a legendary figure, if this weren't a public place, he would burst out laughing.
Hello,
Chu said, nodding indifferently as he extended his hand for a shake. Guoyu suppressed his inner excitement and forced himself to remain calm. The people around them looked on with envy as Guoyu and Xiaoleng Tian stood there. As the saying goes, a good team is better than a good player. Even if you're incredibly strong, having a terrible teammate is bound to be a nightmare. Although they were all prodigies, the trial was all about clearing the stages as fast as possible.
The stronger your teammates, the faster you clear the stages.
Just then, Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he saw Liao glaring at him with a face full of venom. The hate-filled gaze seemed as if it would devour him alive. Chu gave a dismissive smile, turned back, and ignored him.
Immediately afterward, a massive vortex appeared before everyone. Now, everyone, enter the Wailing Cave Dungeon. Chapter 52, cleared in 20 seconds. Astonishing everyone. Let us go.
5,000 people surged into the Wailing Cave at once. In an instant, only the instructors remained on the vast playground. As homeroom teachers, their role in this trial was not only to assess their students' abilities but also to formulate plans for future instruction. On the podium, Song Yuan sat in his chair, staring at the vortex. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, fixing directly on its center. Beside him stood a menacing-looking middle-aged man with two thick, arched eyebrows that bore a slight resemblance to Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms period. This man was Xiao, the head of criminal law at the Imperial Academy. Brother Song, that kid you picked is only a 7-star gold tier, right? With such a difficult mission, aren't you afraid he'll die out there? Xiao's deep voice sounded like a demon from the ninth hellhorse in Gravelly. You, the ruthless king of hell, when did you start worrying about other people's lives?
Song Yuan retorted.
Ha 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 ha. Xiao burst into laughter, his gaze fixed intently on the name Chu on the leaderboard. I don't care whether he lives or dies, it's just you only have a year left, don't you?
Don't forget, I hate attending funerals more than anything. A year is enough, Song Yuan replied, his expression unflinching.
Just as they were talking, representatives from the student council and various clubs arrived to observe the trial. After the trial, it would be time for the student council and the clubs to recruit new members. They would seek out all kinds of suitable talent. A young man who bore a striking resemblance to Liao stood with his arms crossed. His high cheekbones and bulging eyes made him look like a vulture. This year, Hui was in charge of student council recruitment. Normally, he would have looked down on such work, but since his own younger brother had enrolled, as an older brother, he had to keep an eye on things for Liao.
Isn't this our great student council president Liao?
I heard your younger brother was thoroughly humiliated yesterday. Aren't you, as his older brother, going to help him redeem himself? Teased a handsome young man clad in robes. Xin Xiaowan, if you want a fight, we can head to the dueling plaza right now. Hui said, his face darkening. Don't be so quick to resort to violence.
Do all of you in the student council solve problems with your fists?
Xin Xiaowan's lips curled into a smirk as he continued. If you ask me, your brother is way too bold. With just over 3,000 combat power, he dared to provoke someone with 500,000 combat power. This generation of the Liao family sure is bold. Xin Xiaowan's words carried a hidden meaning. He wasn't just referring to Liao, but also to Liao Chenming, who had once harassed a female classmate and been mercilessly punished by the King of Hell.
You're asking for death. Hui's eyes flashed with fury.
His aura erupted with a thunderous roar, and an invisible surge of energy burst forth from his body.
Don't get so worked up. We're all classmates here, it's best to keep the peace.
Xin Xiaowan chuckled and was just about to continue provoking him when the leaderboard in the sky suddenly changed. A team shot up to first place at a speed like a rocket.
First place, Team 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Time for level 1, 20 seconds. What? Am I seeing this right?
They cleared the first level in just 20 seconds?
That's an insane speed. I know this guy named Chu.
He is the genius our Qingtian club president specifically requested to recruit.
Oof. The entire Qingtian club has only 5 members total. Does a tiny club like that even have the qualifications to recruit the Thunder God?
Aren't you guys celebrating a little too soon? The early stages are easy, sure, but if he blindly burns through spirit, even someone as talented as him will hit a wall. Soon, 1 minute later, the second team to clear the first level emerged.
Second place, Team 16. Members, Wang Junming, Chen Xinfeng. Time for level 1, 1 minute 50 seconds. Second place is fast too. Isn't this guy named Wang the top student in Yannan province?
That's right. He is a holy knight, a class that has a natural advantage against undead creatures. No wonder he cleared it so fast. I remember the fastest time ever for the first stage was around 40 seconds, right? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone finally realized just how terrifying this was.
Team Chu actually finished in just 20 seconds? Twice as fast as the all-time record? What kind of monster is this?
Hui narrowed his eyes as he looked at the leaderboard, his expression turning slightly uneasy. Back when he was a freshman, thanks to the efforts of the three of them, their team had taken 5 minutes to clear it. Yet a Thunder Mage, a class often dismissed as useless, was this fast? Even though there was a magic warrior named Guiyu on their team, he was only an 8-star silver tier, and his strength wasn't worth mentioning. All the monsters on the first floor of the Wailing Cavern were silver tier 10-star or higher, and at the very end, there was even a gold tier 1-star elite monster. With both the quantity and quality of monsters being so high, they managed to clear it in less than half a minute? Could it really be true, as rumored in the legendary tier, that Chu possessed an artifact that reduces casting time? A strange expression flashed across Wei's eyes, and a cold smile crossed his lips. An artifact that reduces casting time, huh? As time passed, the remaining teams gradually made their way through the first level as well. Su Yueshi's team ranked 5th, with a necromancer and a spellcaster ahead of her. The rankings were as follows. First place, 20 seconds. Second place, 1 minute 50 seconds. Third place, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Fourth place, 3 minutes 25 seconds. Fifth place, 3 minutes 33 seconds. With identical team compositions, the participants' skill levels varied, but the gaps weren't too wide. Yet Chu's results stood out like a sore thumb, making one wonder if he had mastered some secret technique. Song Yuan wasn't surprised by Chu's performance. As far back as the trial tower, he had sensed the other's potential. If he continues to develop, he'll likely become a member of the Longsha Council of Elders. After all, every elder is a 10-star mythic tier. Their power is virtually on par with that of the gods. Brother Song, it seems you didn't misjudge him. I just wonder if his future performances will remain this dazzling, Xiao said, nodding in agreement. His son, Xiao Lang Tian, was in Group 88, so naturally, he was paying even closer attention. Just wait. He'll bring us even more surprises. A long-absent smile appeared on Song Yuan's face. Xiao felt slightly surprised. Was Song Yuan's assessment of him a bit too high? Although his speed in clearing the first layer was indeed fast, a mage was, after all, just a mage. If he goes all out at the start and runs out of steam later, it'll seriously slow down the team's progress. That's the common weakness of mages in a team. Just then, the leaderboard updated again. First place, Team 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Time to clear the second level, 30 seconds. What? 30 seconds? Are you fucking kidding me? Even if you're going to hang yourself, you'd take a breather, right? Chu, has he lost his mind? Does this freak really not need any casting time? No cooldowns either? Soon, the leaderboard updated again. First place, Team 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaolang Tian. Time on level 3, 35 seconds. Everyone. Alright, you really are a freak. Chapter 53, Charging Through the Levels. Why not just shove the trophy down your throat? Chu and his team arrived at the 4th floor. As soon as they entered, they saw a huge horde of skeleton soldiers charging toward them, brandishing swords and axes. Monster, skeleton soldier. Tier, gold tier. Level, gold tier, 3 stars. Strength, 1248. Agility, 589. Spirit, 0. Constitution, 1002. Skills, none. The level has gone up again. At this rate, the monsters on the 9th floor will be gold tier, 8-star monsters. Xiao Langtian exclaimed in surprise. The dungeon for the annual trial changes every year, but the clearance requirements remain the same. Defeat 100 regular monsters and 1 elite monster. Inside the vast cavern, 5,000 people were teleported in at once, and they could see the progress of other groups. As soon as they entered, the first floor of the Wailing Cavern was teeming with skeleton soldiers, and the 5,000 players were instantly surrounded by them. Just as Guiyu was about to swing his sword, Chu casually cast a few lightning chains, effortlessly taking down 100 skeleton soldiers. Then the 3 of them headed straight to the end of the first level, where Chu instantly killed the elite monster with a single lightning orb. The second level was even easier. As soon as Thunder Prison was cast, all monsters within a 50-meter radius were reduced to ashes.
With such a fast monster clearing speed, Wei Yu was completely blown away.
He had never experienced such a thrilling feeling before. He didn't have to lift a finger. He just kept his hands in his pockets and followed right behind Chu. Needless to say, Xiaoleng Tian was already a huge fan of Chu's. He stood by, fanning him and handing him water, occasionally peeling an orange.
He embodied the role of a healer to a T.
If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to glance their way. Only a brave man like Chu could win his favor. For no other reason than the sheer respect he showed Xiao Bao, Xiaoleng Tian had already decided this guy was his brother. Just then, Chu raised his staff high. Surging wind elemental energy gathered around him, and at his command, a furious gale erupted.
Fury of the storm.
A tornado appeared out of nowhere, instantly shredding countless skeleton soldiers. Killed gold tier 3-star skeleton soldier, EXP plus 1500. Killed gold tier 3-star skeleton soldier, EXP plus 1500. In the blink of an eye, a clear space suddenly appeared before them, and their quest information updated immediately.
Kill 100 common monsters, 245 100.
A single skill had instantly killed over 200 skeleton soldiers. Xiaoleng Tian shook his head violently, slapped himself hard across the face, and realized this wasn't an illusion.
Holy cow!
No wonder the Thunder God can one-shot a gold tier boss in 0.1 seconds.
Xiaoleng Tian finally understood completely.
Strength must be demonstrated to the world to be recognized. He had received 2 official notifications before, and had also seen plenty of posts about himself on the forum.
But that was merely superficial. It wasn't enough to convince everyone. Who knows if the gold tier kills you've logged are actually legitimate? And killing a world boss could just be a fluke. Maybe you happen to land the final blow by sheer luck?
Facts speak louder than words. 1,000 words are no match for a single storm's wrath.
Let us go.
Chu gathered all the dropped materials and hurried toward the end of the 4th floor. As soon as they spotted the 4th floor's elite monster, Chu immediately cast a lightning orb. Defeated gold tier 4-star skeleton soldier elite, EXP plus 3800.
At the same time, the numbers on the leaderboard refreshed once again.
First place, Group 88. Members, Wei Yu, Chu, Xiaoleng Tian. Time on level 4, 50 seconds. The upperclassmen and instructors standing outside had long since become numb to it. What Chu delivered to them could no longer be called a surprise. It was more like a shock. He had broken the record for the Imperial Academy's newcomer trials on every single level. His actions gave others the false impression that the trials were easy. If these seniors hadn't gone through it themselves, they might actually think it was easy just by looking at this leaderboard.
Li Zhongbai's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were fixed on the leaderboard, his face completely expressionless.
Old Li, you've struck gold here. This guy might just rewrite Imperial Academy history, marveled Yu Haoguang, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Year 1 at the School of Celestial Law.
Who are you talking about?
Li Zhongbai looked completely baffled. Yu Haoguang slapped his forehead and said apologetically, Chu.
The student from your Class 1. He's ranked number 1 right now.
Li Zhongbai was a spirit eye user. His eyes were essentially half blind, and he could only gain vision by consuming spirit. Once his eyes were activated, they became his most fearsome weapon. Once, a legendary tier elite monster was rampaging on the outskirts of the City of Dawn. Li Zhongbai happened to be passing by and killed the monster with a single glare.
He then walked away nonchalantly.
When people went to dispose of the corpse, they discovered that the elite monster had no injuries whatsoever. Even its internal organs were intact.
Yet it was indeed dead.
Since then, no one has dared to call him blindly anymore.
Oh, not bad. Li Zhongbai nodded.
Yu Haoguang curled his lip. If it had been one of his students who'd taken first place and repeatedly broken records, he'd probably be over the moon. But this guy showed absolutely no reaction, as if he wasn't the least bit surprised.
In fact, rather than being unsurprised, it was more accurate to say that everything was exactly as expected.
In class, the moment Li Zhongtian took off his sunglasses, he had seen right through every student in the class. Chu's spirit fluctuations were the strongest.
stronger than any freshman he'd ever taught.
Even the spatial mage Su Yueshi paled in comparison to him.
And most importantly, he sensed an unprecedented, mysterious aura emanating from Chu.
This aura was deeply concealed, brimming with both sacredness and dominance, as if it were the overwhelming pressure left behind by some ancient colossus, truly awe-inspiring. So from that moment on, Li Zhangbai knew that Chu would undoubtedly display a level of power that would astonish everyone.
Suddenly, the leaderboard refreshed once more.
First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaoling Tian. Time to clear level 5, 51 seconds.
He cleared it again. Is this guy riding a rocket or something? Everyone else is still on level 1, and he has already cleared level 5? Damn, this is such a blow. I can't take it anymore.
The trainees in the Cave of Wailing also stared at the leaderboard in utter shock.
How many times has this happened now? While everyone else was still struggling through the first level, Chu just damn it blasted straight through to the 6th level? Is this even a trial anymore?
You might as well just play this by yourself.
With such a huge gap, how can we even compete? We might as well shove the trophy right down his throat right now.
The trainees were both shocked and jealous.
They were all freshmen. How could the gap be this huge? If other hidden classes were fast, that would be understandable. But you, a Thunder Mage, going this hard? I'd start to wonder if I'm a total loser, you know?
Meanwhile, on the second level of the Wailing Caverns, Liao gave it his all, unleashing a Death Blossom to take down a gold tier, 1-star skeleton warrior.
Damn it! Speed up! We have to speed up too.
Liao's face was as dark as storm clouds. A warrior on his team replied bitterly, "This is already as fast as we can go. It takes at least 3 seconds to kill a skeleton warrior, and that's without managing spirit consumption." Liao stomped furiously on the skeleton lying on the ground, a surge of pent-up anger in his chest making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Chu's ranking, feeling as if a foot were stomping on his head, brought back memories of yesterday's humiliation. Ever since he was a kid, when had he ever had to put up with this kind of crap? Just as his rage was reaching its peak, the leaderboard refreshed again. First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiaoling Tian. Time to complete the 6th floor, 50 seconds. Chapter 54, Is there something wrong with my sexual orientation? Thunder God, save me. Liao froze in shock, his whole body feeling as if struck by lightning, staring at the leaderboard in disbelief. How could this be? Why was he so fast? This is impossible. Damn it. Pick up the pace. I don't care how you do it. If you run out of mana, come to me for potions. If you get hurt, the healer will heal you. Liao screamed hysterically. Liao simply couldn't believe that the gap between people could be this huge. Although Chu's level was much higher than his, the limitations of a mage were obvious. No matter how strong you are, there has to be a limit, right? The other 2 members of the party rolled their eyes in exasperation and threw themselves back into the fray. If it weren't for Liao having a great older brother and a great dad, who would even pay attention to this jealous jerk? With his vindictive nature and a mind smaller than a chicken's eye, no wonder he was humiliated by the Thunder God. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the Wailing Caverns, Shu kept a close eye on Chu's ranking. Seeing him continue to surprise everyone as usual, she couldn't help but let a look of pride cross her face. The 2 boys in the party stared at her stunning smile, momentarily mesmerized. What are you looking at? Hurry up and kill some monsters. Shu placed her hands on her hips, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Humph. You little fools, you're mesmerized by this lady, aren't you? The 2 boys shuddered, snapped back to their senses, and continued grappling with the skeleton warriors. It seemed as though they were trying to show off their strength in front of Shu, putting all the effort they usually held back into the fight. Seeing the 2 of them working so hard to impress her, Shu felt a moment of dizziness. That feeling of being the center of attention returned. You big dummy. I'm this good looking, and you won't even give me a second glance. Shu felt a pang of hurt as she recalled Chu kicking her out the door last night. Ever since she was a child, she'd always been the center of attention wherever she went, and in school, she'd had countless admirers. She'd always been confident in her looks, but in front of Chu, she'd briefly begun to doubt herself.
Could it be that Chu has issues with his sexual orientation?
But that couldn't he be right back at the entrance to the mystic realm that day, he had even. At the thought, Chu couldn't he help but blush. Meanwhile, Yang, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, trampled a skeleton warrior underfoot with the help of his teammates and extinguished its soul fire with a single shot. Damn, I'm exhausted. Yang gasped for breath, downed a potion, and watched his injuries slowly heal.
He really wasn't used to life without Chu. In the past, he'd just hide in the back, quietly farming EXP.
Now that he was actually on the battlefield, he realized he was sorely lacking in combat experience.
Once a sense of dependence sets in, it's hard to shake off.
Yang didn't want to be a liability, so he gave it his all during this trial.
Chu cleared it again? He's already up to the 7th level, right? That's insane. He clears a level in just a few dozen seconds. Yang looked at his teammates' stunned expressions, instinctively rubbed his nose, and said, "It's not bad."
And that's not even his full potential. Hearing this, the two men whipped their heads around.
Dude, do you know Thunder God? Yang chuckled and raised an eyebrow. To be honest, Thunder God is my brother. He is also my best buddy.
At those words, his teammates were instantly flustered. They hurriedly crowded around him and asked, "Have you seen Thunder God's true strength?"
You've seen all the videos online, right? Yang asked, noticing their curious expressions. We've seen them all. He fought a Grandmaster tier powerhouse in Zhanghai City. And he even killed the opponent. Is that true?
A lot of people say it's fake, but I don't think that's likely. My 7th cousin's niece lives in Zhanghai City, and she said she was nearby at the time and actually felt a very strong energy surge.
Yang cleared his throat and explained, "Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, this incident is indeed true."
The two exchanged stunned glances, utterly shocked.
But the information you have is incorrect.
Chu didn't engage in a fierce battle. He instantly killed the Grandmaster tier fighter with a single skill.
Yang revealed the truth. Whoa!
The two sucked in a sharp breath to possess such formidable strength at such a young age.
Given a few more years to train, just how high would he rise? They dared not imagine it.
In that moment, Yang's stature soared in their eyes. The other teams ranked in the top 10 were slightly surprised upon seeing Chu's results. As one's strength increases, one's perspective broadens, and one gains a deeper understanding of other classes. Therefore, they remained largely unfazed. The final stage was the crux of this trial. His rapid progress through the earlier stages merely indicated his high damage output. Mage AoE skills have a wide range to begin with, and combined with the high damage of lightning magic, achieving this level of performance was only to be expected. If he didn't possess such speed, he wouldn't be worthy of the title Thunder God.
Su Yueshi was desperately catching up. The Su family of Magic Capital possessed a never-say-die spirit deep in their bones.
The Su clan of Magic Capital has guarded the frontiers for tens of thousands of years. Countless ancestors have rushed to the front lines one after another, earning illustrious military merits for the Dragongxia Empire. Su Yueshi knew her destiny clearly. She had to make the most of these 4 years to continuously improve her strength. And Chu would be the first stepping stone on her path to growth.
7th level of the Howling Caverns.
As Chu stepped onto this pitch-black, barren land, he discovered that the monsters before him had undergone a drastic transformation. The familiar skeleton warriors were gone, replaced by skeleton knights and skeleton mages.
Monster, Skeleton Knight.
Tier, Gold tier. Level, Gold tier, 6 stars.
Strength, 1578. Agility, 1026. Spirit, 0. Constitution, 1396.
Skills, Undead Charge, Knight's Soul.
Monster, Skeleton Mage.
Tier, Gold tier. Level, Gold tier, 6 star.
Strength, 0. Agility, 217. Spirit, 1632. Constitution, 899. Skills, necromantic shock. There weren't many monsters on the 7th floor.
Shu walked ahead alone and said, "You guys go find the elite monster, pull it over here, and let us take it down together."
Ha!
Xiao Langtian paused for a moment, then nodded, "Got it." Guiyu suddenly felt his mouth go dry.
Was this what a big shot's presence was like?
While the rest of us have to kill them one by one, you just go ahead and pull all the monsters over here.
And you say it so casually, too.
You make it look so easy, it's giving me the illusion that I could do it too. Just as the two of them were luring the elite monster over, they suddenly realized there were already over 100 corpses on the ground.
Thor! Save me!
Guiyu fled for his life. Behind him, a skeleton horse spewing green flames was chasing him relentlessly. Shu yawned, didn't he even glance back, and casually hurled a lightning orb. A silvery white light swept toward him. Guiyu's eyes widened instantly as he ducked. Suddenly the lightning orb whizzed past just above his head. It was only a few inches from his head.
Boom! With a deafening explosion, the elite monster was instantly blown to pieces.
Killed Gold Tier 6-star Skeleton Knight Elite, EXP plus 16,980. A flash of light enveloped Xiao Langtian, and he instantly leveled up to Silver Tier, 10-star.
With such a massive amount of EXP, it was practically impossible not to level up.
With just one of Chu's skills, a whole group of monsters was wiped out, far more than the trial required. Guiyu looked at the corpses on the ground with lingering fear and swallowed hard.
If his reaction had been even a split second slower just now, he'd probably have been reduced to nothing but bones, right?
Chu strolled over leisurely and patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, your reaction time is pretty good."
Guiyu, oh. I almost died just now. Aren't you going to say you're sorry? Chapter 55, Fireflies and the Bright Moon. An invitation from the Holy Light Knight.
First place, Group 88. Members, Guiyu, Chu, Xiao Langtian. Time taken on the 7th floor, 60 seconds.
This minor incident left a huge emotional scar on Guiyu's fragile psyche.
After all, he was a top student in Dongguan province and had been the object of admiration at his former high school. But once he actually arrived here, he realized that the gap between people could truly be as vast as that between a firefly and the full moon. Upon entering the 8th level, Shu resorted to his old tactics again, sending Guiyu and Xiao Langtian to lure the monsters while he cleared the minions with a single Storm's Wrath. It took 1 minute to complete the trial objectives and reach the final level. The 9th level's area was nearly equal to the combined area of the previous 8 levels. A tower of bones stood towering overhead, and the air was thick with a deep, eerie atmosphere. This level contained neither ordinary monsters nor elite monsters, only a massive skeleton crouching on the ground, with a green soulfire burning at the center of its enormous skull.
Monster, Bone Dragon Boss.
Tier, Grandmaster Tier.
Level, Grandmaster Tier, 1 star. Strength, 3,287. Agility, 3,056. Spirit, 3,196. Constitution, 3,005. Skills, Undead Fury, Control the Dead. A magical barrier now blocked their path. This level wasn't about speed, it was all about damage. The team's total damage output. Completing the first 8 levels grants credits based on the team's speed and ranking, while the final level awards credits based on the team's share of total damage dealt to the Bone Dragon. Therefore, Shu and his team must wait on the 9th level. The magical barrier will only open once everyone has completed the trials of the first 8 levels. Thor, what should we do next? I'll follow your lead.
Guiyu looked at the crystal-clear bone dragon with some trepidation. The blazing fire of its soul seemed to have transformed into an eye staring right at him.
What else can we do? Let us just go for it. It's not like it's just the 3 of us fighting.
Xiao Langtian plopped down on the ground, pulled an apple from his backpack, and started munching on it. He wasn't particularly afraid after all, he was just a priest, so all he had to do was heal and buff the others from the back. Shu closed his eyes and meditated, thinking about what needed to be done next. First, he had to get the dragon crystal that Song Yuan had mentioned. The exact timing wasn't said yet, but it certainly wouldn't be too far off. Next was the Imperial Academy library. He intended to learn every skill available to Thunder Mages. Finally, the Tower of Eternity. This was the most critical and important task of all. The Tower of Eternity would open in a month. During this time, Shu needed to keep leveling up. Oh, right, he almost forgot about his duel with Su Yueshi. Just as Chu was meditating, a party completed all the trials on the first 8 floors and arrived at the 9th floor. The young man leading the group was clad in armor, clutching a shield radiating holy light in his left hand and a spear in his right, his brow radiating righteousness. Wherever he stood, all malevolence dissipated, and a glow shimmered above his head, making him appear exceptionally sacred. Shu sensed an extraordinary aura and opened his eyes to see several figures approaching them. Guiyu and Xiao Langtian immediately went on high alert, summoning their weapons and bracing for battle. Killing was permitted during the trials. The academy placed no restrictions on this. The young man leading the group paid no heed to their actions, walking straight up to Chu. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded an overwhelming presence. 1. Gold tier, for Star Holy Light Knight. Wang extended his hand. Shu, a gold tier 7-star Thunder Mage. Shu reached out and shook his hand. I mean no harm, I simply want to team up with you, Wang suggested, noticing the wariness on Guiyu and Xiao Langtian's faces. Team up? Shu didn't refuse outright, but asked with interest, why? The final stage is based on team DPS percentage. Since the overall strength of each group is roughly the same, the gaps between teams 1T be too significant, and at 1T have much impact on the final rankings, Wang explained. So you're saying some groups will secretly form alliances to target the top-ranked teams? Shu analyzed. Exactly. Wan nodded. This has happened in every tournament. High-ranked teams get ambushed by numerous lower-ranked teams, all with the goal of preventing them from earning credits in this stage. Right now, Shu was ranked first and Wang second. If they played normally, the top 10 rankings would likely remain unchanged. For the lower-ranked teams looking to climb up, this is their only option. How does this partnership work? Shu asked. It's simple, you attack, I defend. You handle the boss, and we'll protect you. I'll find a few more teams to form an alliance with later. Wang said. What are the terms? Shu knew that any partnership was ultimately about profit without a benefit. No one would be willing to work for free. We'll split the credits you earn after the trial evenly. A gleam flashed in Wang's eyes. What he had his sights set on was the credits reward for first place. A total of 300,000. Second place only gets 150,000, third place 100,000, fourth place 50,000. The lower the ranking, the fewer the credits and the greater the gap in the base amount. Shu chuckled inwardly, so that's what he was after, his credits. Guiyu was somewhat tempted. If things played out as Wang said, and they didn't form an alliance, they might not only miss out on the top 10 but could even lose their lives. Thor, why don't we team up with them? Guiyu suggested. I think it's a good idea. Although we don't know who else is in the alliance, given Liao's vindictive nature, he'll definitely seek revenge. Xiao Langtian nodded in agreement. Wang looked at Chu with a broad smile, brimming with confidence. He was certain the other party wouldn't refuse. After all, the player in first place would undoubtedly be the target of everyone's attacks in the final stage, and many would be out to get him there. And as the current second place player, he was extending the invitation Chu had absolutely no reason to refuse. Sorry, I'm turning down the offer, Chu said slowly. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Wang's expression changed, and he furrowed his brow. Are you sure about this? What? Guiyu was a bit bewildered. Refusing to cooperate meant you're going to take on an army all by yourself? And you'll still need to keep your hands free to kill the boss. Although Xiao Langtian was somewhat surprised, he didn't question Chu's decision. Just look at how he treated Xiao Bao. If danger really struck, as a friend, he'd do everything in his power to save him. Even if it meant becoming a demon. There's nothing to think about. I 1T give away my credits, and I certainly 1T have a stranger watching my back, Chu said bluntly.
Wang stared into Chua's eyes, then nodded after a long moment. What a stranger. In that case, you're on your own.
With that, Wang snorted coldly and walked away, his face dark with anger. He hadn't expected Chu to actually refuse his offer of cooperation.
Wasn't he afraid of dying?
Bro, what do we do next? Asked a trainee standing nearby. Chua's combat prowess was undoubtedly the strongest. No one would question a Thunder Mage's damage output.
Find another team.
Chua's the best choice, but he's not the only one,
Wang said.
Glancing back, he saw Chu meditating with his eyes closed, and a cold smile flashed across Wang's lips. If Chua's team were to suffer a total wipe, it would actually be a blessing in disguise for him.
Second place would move up a rank, and he would become first. So whether they teamed up or not, he stood to gain either way. Chapter 56, Grandmaster Tier, 1-star Bone Dragon Boss. Die Hards, come on in.
As time passed, more and more teams began to arrive. Most of them looked utterly battered, some with severed arms, others covered in blood, and some teams had been wiped out entirely. This trial was brutal, to be precise. Any trial arranged by the Imperial Academy carried the risk of death. Whether due to bad luck or poor teamwork, a team could easily face certain doom. Wang rallied several top 10 teams to join forces, along with over 10 lower-ranked teams. He had originally approached Su Yueshi as well, but this Ice Queen had no intention of giving him the time of day. Without a word, she flatly refused. When Yang and Shu arrived, the two immediately led their team members to find Shu.
Fingzi, this is bad news. I just heard that Liao is looking to have you taken out. Yang's expression was a bit grim. Shu, don't worry, we've got your back. Shu stood firmly by his side. Shu scanned the area, his gaze landing on Liao not far away. He saw that a large crowd had already gathered around Liao.
Liao sensed Chua's gaze and, with a cold expression, made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Just an ant, not worth a second thought. Shu didn't give the matter a second thought. A waste like Liao wasn't even on the same level as a member of the AOU guild. Although his gear was decent, he was still just a slightly stronger ant. As for the people he gathered, the highest ranked among them was only a 2-star gold tier. What kind of threat could they possibly pose? If Chu so much as glanced at Liao, he would have lost. Currently, the Wailing Caverns were divided into over 10 factions of varying sizes. They moved in groups, keeping a wary eye on those around them. There were also quite a few solo groups, mostly made up of people quite confident in their own strength. For example, Su Yueshi, as well as hidden class dragon riders, swordmasters, and spellcasters. And then there was the most mysterious of all, the necromancer, who sat alone in a corner, surrounded by hundreds of skeleton warriors. No one dared to provoke him. Once all the trainees had assembled, Shoa's voice suddenly rang out above the crowd. A total of 5,126 trainees are participating in the newcomer trial. 597 deaths. The final level will begin in 3 minutes. As soon as the announcement ended, a brief silence fell over the crowd for a few seconds. At the same time, above the training ground outside the dungeon, a massive light screen suddenly appeared before everyone. From outside, they could clearly see everything happening inside the dungeon. Look! That burly guy, nearly 2 meters tall, is Holy Knight Wang. Our Light Knight Guild plans to recruit him. Wow! The necromancer has summoned way too many creatures, and they're all silver tier skeleton warriors. That's quite a force. That young man right in the center must be the so-called Thunder God Chu, right? Why did he only team up with 2 groups? I'm not sure. Logically speaking, the first place finisher should have the strongest influence. Everyone's gaze fell on Shu at once, their faces filled with confusion. What's so strange about that? It's just a genius's arrogance. He looks down on teaming up with others. He regretted later, someone suddenly said. Once those words were spoken, people thought about it carefully and realized it wasn't entirely impossible. Shu was surrounded by too many accolades, and they were too dazzling. Who among his peers could surpass him? It was natural for him to be arrogant, but facing an onslaught from hundreds or even thousands of people, was he confident he could survive? We spotted Liao's figure on the light screen and, seeing the students gathered around him, gave a slight nod. Commander Liao, what kind of perks did your student council promise to get so many students to follow your every command? Xin Shaowan's teasing voice rang in his ear. Is that any of your business? Mind your own business. Hui said coldly. Tisk, TSK. Looks like Chu is in grave danger this time. Xin Shaowan clicked his tongue, a look of regret on his face.
It had been such a rare occurrence to produce a hidden class mage one who was quite powerful at that, yet he never expected him to fall so quickly. Many present shared the same thought. The adage, many ants can bring down an elephant, had always held true. Even if you have a treasure that eliminates casting time, don't you still have cooldowns? 1 T your spirit run out? Brother Song, I'm afraid the youngster you've chosen 1 T last even a year, Xiao said.
Song Yuan remained silent, simply gazing quietly at the sky. 3 minutes passed quickly.
As the words begin echoed, the magical barrier slowly vanished.
In an instant,
the bone dragon within the cavern of whales slowly raised its head, unfurling a pair of massive bone wings spanning 30 meters, and a colossal aura swept through the air with a thunderous roar. Countless blue will-o'-the-wisps suddenly appeared in the air, gathering on the bone dragon's body and forming a layer of blue armor around it. Its once lifeless appearance instantly came alive.
It started.
Let us go. The group immediately engaged the boss in battle, and in an instant, a flurry of colorful skills flew out, slamming into the boss. The bone dragon roared, sending an invisible shockwave that knocked everyone within a 10-meter radius flying.
They spat blood.
Damn it, this boss is way too overpowered. We can't even break through its defense. How are we supposed to beat this? Only half the group is actually fighting the boss, the rest are fighting amongst themselves.
Screw it, let us just pile on the damage. Just then, the necromancer Su struck.
With the point of his staff, hundreds of skeleton warriors poured forth.
Wielding their weapons, they left a series of barely visible white marks on the boss's body. On the DPS leaderboard, Su's name climbed steadily, shooting straight to the top spot. Su Yueshi wasn't about to be outdone either.
Spatial ripples spread from her body, and a spatial blade suddenly materialized out of thin air, whistling as it aimed straight for the boss's head. The spatial blade passed through its skull without the slightest resistance. The soul fire flickered, and immediately afterward, her damage rating shot up to first place.
It was 20% higher than Su's damage.
Such damage caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment. Spatial mages are truly unpredictable. They can actually pierce through armor and attack the soul fire directly. Once the Swordmaster and the Dragon Rider had gauged the boss's capabilities, they too launched their attacks. The Swordmaster's attacks were sweeping with a single gesture. 99 gold tier longswords suddenly appeared behind him, flying out in unison and slamming into the boss.
Clink, clink, clink. Accompanied by a crisp clanging sound, a small hole was forced open in the boss's armor.
But before the group could celebrate, ghostly flames appeared once more, instantly repairing the breach. Meanwhile, the Dragon Rider began his casting, and a white star-shaped array appeared beneath his feet. Immediately afterward, a gold tier, 3-star Earth Dragon suddenly materialized. Thousands of people rushed forward one after another to launch attacks, but the Bone Dragon's defense was too high. Ordinary attacks simply couldn't break through its defenses.
Moreover, its attack power was also immense. A single tail swipe could smash a dozen people into mincemeat. Just as they were collectively dealing damage, on the other side of the 9th floor, over 700 students had Chu and his group completely surrounded. Give up the fight. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, you're as good as dead today. Liao sneered coldly. You little punk, do you dare fight me one-on-one? I can take you out with just one hand.
Yang's temper flared, and he thrust his spear straight at Liao's face.
Very well. Still acting cocky even as death approaches? Attack!
Whoever kills Chu will get a spot on the student council.
Liao bellowed. Hearing this, everyone's hearts leapt with excitement. The student council isn't open to just anyone. The bar is extremely high.
But once you're in, not only are the perks great, but you also gain significant power and more ways to earn credits.
Faced with such an opportunity, they were tempted.
The warriors charged forward with a roar. 100 of them moved as one, causing Guan Yu and the others' faces to pale. Just then, a plain, unassuming lightning orb streaked past at lightning speed, striking one of them and suddenly bursting into dazzling light. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the entire space, and the powerful shockwaves swept over those nearby, knocking them back several steps. What incredible power! The mages jerked their heads up to look at Chu. This power was completely beyond anything they could have imagined. Is this the true might of the Thunder God? When the dust settled, the warrior was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. A shocking sight. If you're not afraid of dying, come at me. Chu held the lightning orb in his hand, took a step forward, his expression impassive. Chapter 57, 1 against 500. Scared shitless. Chu's sudden move stunned everyone. Originally, they hadn't believed that Chu could cast skills without a casting time, but now it seemed it was actually true. Hundreds of people stared intently at the lightning orb in Chu's hand at that moment. No one dared to make a move. No one dared to be the first to act. Liao's face was ashen. This reminded him of the humiliation Chu had inflicted on him back at the dueling arena. If he didn't avenge this, how could he possibly keep his dignity at the Imperial Academy? Whoever takes his life, I'll give them a master tier piece of equipment, plus 50,000 credits. Liao roared. As soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd seemed to overcome their fear. A master tier piece of equipment was worth at least 80 million dragon coins. Not to mention the value of 50,000 credits. Some students might not even earn that much in 4 years. I never thought my life was worth so much. It's making me want to chop off my own head just to claim the reward. Chu chuckled softly as he tossed the lightning orb into the air. The purple orb, imbued with extreme ferocity, sliced through the air and suddenly hurtled toward Liao. At the very last moment, Liao actually grabbed the person next to him and thrust them in front of himself. In an instant, the human shield was blown to smithereens, and Liao was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air. See? And you actually believe someone this treacherous and vicious? Chu sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. Someone who would use a comrade's life as a shield doesn't deserve to have others risk their lives for him. Kill him. Kill him now. Otherwise, once the dungeon is over, my brother won't let you off the hook. Liao's eyes bulged with fury. Being humiliated in public like this by Chu had him seething with rage. The group was instantly at a loss, caught between a rock and a hard place. What should they do? Don't you guys have any brains? He's just a mage. His spirit will run out sooner or later. What are you all standing there for? At Liao's urging, the group suddenly snapped out of it. That's right, no matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could break free from an attack by so many people. Liao's words snapped them out of it, and the priests acted decisively, immediately applying buffs to both the ranged and melee classes. Countless flashes of white light filled the air, and the melee fighters' bodies seemed to be coated with a faint layer of gold leaf, giving them a rather sacred appearance. Meanwhile, the mages' spirit fluctuations surged to a whole new level, and their casting times appeared to have shortened. As for the warlocks and wizards, they prepared to cast debuffs on Chu. Meanwhile, the archers had taken their positions. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Chu took a step forward, thrust his staff heavily into the ground, and his eyes suddenly turned silvery white. They shimmered with intense lightning. Xiao Langtian, buff me. Everyone, spread out. Remember, staying alive is the top priority. Chu ordered. Shu and the others nodded firmly, their expressions more serious than ever. This battle was inevitable, whether out of hatred for Liao or to compete for a higher ranking in this trial. They had to fight. The next moment, Xiao Langtian swung his staff, bestowing a spirit buff and divine protection upon Chu. Guan Yu and the others were no exception. Their stats reached their peak. Thunder God, we're with you, the men behind him said with burning determination. Kill. At Chu's command, wielding the lightning orb in his left hand and the lightning chain in his right, he instantly wiped out 30 men. Yang roared and charged forward. A massive phantom of a knight slowly rose, his fighting spirit reaching its peak. Compared to other knights, Yang's knight's soul was far more solid.
Perhaps it was due to his personality. He possessed a knight's bravery, resilience, loyalty, and pride.
The knight's spirit has little to do with personal attributes, it is primarily tied to one's character. This is why Yang could unleash unprecedented combat power at the moment of crisis.
It is also why he stood out among the countless candidates at the Imperial Academy.
He slammed his shield violently onto the ground, sending a massive shockwave that knocked 5 people flying. Immediately afterward, his spear shot forth like a dragon, its tip glowing with a dazzling light as it pierced the hearts of 3 of them in a single strike. Shua's attack was more like a work of art. Her agile movements, combined with her masterful swordsmanship, allowed her to weave through the crowd as she swung her longsword. She sent sprays of scalding blood flying. But no matter how strong their individual abilities were, facing such a massive, coordinated assault, they ultimately couldn't hold their ground. In the blink of an eye, Yang took a hit from the fire mage's exploding fire meteor, grunted, and stumbled backward, leaving a long trail on the ground. Shu was also wounded, with a gash on his shoulder deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing out in a torrent. As for the others, needless to say, they lacked both formidable strength and the experience of life or death combat.
Fall back! Shu roared.
Shu and Yang's spirits snapped to attention, and they retreated rapidly. They knew Chu was about to unleash an area of effect spell.
Ha ha! Fools, do you really think you can escape my grasp?
Seeing them retreat, Liao assumed they were afraid of him and were trying to desert the battlefield. Without a word, Chu raised his staff, and a massive purple star ray formation, 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared above their heads.
Thunder Prison. In an instant,
countless bolts of lightning struck down, reducing all 80-plus people to charred husks.
But that wasn't the end of it.
Shu's aura surged to a whole new level. The terrifying spirit fluctuations even shocked the students in the distance who were in the midst of fighting a boss.
What a terrifying spirit fluctuation! Has the Thunder God been angered? Even a 500-strong assault couldn't kill him? And even now, his spirit hasn't been depleted yet. The crowd was instantly stunned. At this rate, wouldn't Liao and his group be wiped out? 2 starkly different battlefields unfolded, thousands of people besieging the Bone Dragon. Meanwhile, on the other side, hundreds were besieging Chu. Fury of the storm. Shu's staff erupted with an incredibly dazzling light in an instant. Countless people were blinded by the glare.
They could only feel a howling gale sweeping past them. When they finally opened their eyes, they saw the ground covered in blood and scattered flesh.
Whoa!
The crowd gasped in shock.
Was this the kind of damage a human's strength could inflict?
Judging by the marks left on the ground after the storm had raged, the skill's area of effect was at least 50 meters in diameter. Wang had been keeping a close eye on the situation on Shu's side. When he realized that Liao and the others hadn't managed to kill Chu and had instead lost half their numbers.
Useless! Wang cursed under his breath and continued attacking the boss to rack up DPS.
Su Yueshi, however, wasn't particularly surprised if Chu weren't strong. There'd be no point in the challenge.
The stronger the opponent, the more excited she got.
Liao was so terrified he slumped to the ground, looking completely dazed. A large wet patch spread across his crotch, and a foul stench wafted out.
You're a demon.
Chu ignored him completely, advancing step by step toward him.
Liao let out a shriek. Warlocks, are you all eating shit? Why aren't you moving?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the support classes unleashed all their prepared debuff skills. Blind, slow, delay, stagnation.
Now's the time. Mages, cast your spells.
Liao's eyes turned blood red, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, countless spells rained down from the sky, bombarding Chu relentlessly. A terrifying elemental tide spread out, its sheer magnitude causing everyone to tremble. Faced with this strength, even the most godlike gold tier would meet their end right there. Chapter 58, Immune to all spells. The terrifying power of the Dragon Mage's magic immunity.
So this is the so-called Thunder God. Put. In the face of absolute strength, what difference is there between him and an ant?
Liao laughed maniacally, his laughter brimming with arrogance and triumph. He had finally killed Chu. Everyone sighed in unison sometimes, being too confident isn't a good thing. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind.
If anyone is to blame, it's Chu for not being tactful enough. Of all people to offend, why did he have to cross a villain like Liao? Wang snorted derisively and sneered, "This is what happens when you refuse to cooperate with me. Arrogance comes at a price."
The necromancer Su turned her head toward the direction of the elemental tide, her eyes flickering. Su Yueshi paused what she was doing and furrowed her willow-like brows. Although she had a vague feeling that Chu wouldn't die so easily, this strength was indeed far too powerful and unguarded mage simply had no way to withstand it. The upperclassmen on the training ground outside the dungeon shook their heads in regret.
What a waste of such a promising talent.
They had originally thought he would succeed in breaking the Imperial Academy's 1,000-year-old record during this rookie trial.
Who would have thought he'd be so arrogant as to ignore the attacks of over 100 mages? Oh well, he brought this on himself. No one else is to blame. He is way too cocky. Just because he has won a few titles, he has forgotten who he is.
Yu Haoguang sighed and muttered, oldly, "It looks like Chu is in deep trouble this time."
Oh? Is that so?
Li Zhongbai took off his sunglasses for the first time in a long while, his snow-white pupils flashing with intensity.
Looks like we'll have to provide psychological counseling for freshmen from now on. Being too cocky isn't a good thing, Yu Haoguang said.
Just then, Li Zhongbai pointed to the rankings on the screen and asked, "His name hasn't disappeared yet?
How can we be sure Chu is dead?"
Hearing this, Yu Haoguang looked up abruptly.
Sure enough,
the name was still there.
The others noticed this as well. Normally, when someone dies, their name is removed from the list.
But right now, Chu's name was still at the top of the rankings.
Could it be that? The 9th level of the Wailing Cavern. Liao had been laughing for quite some time. His facial muscles were practically cramping from the effort.
In all these years, he had never been as happy as he was today. The pent-up anger and resentment in his chest had vanished without a trace. Then, he fixed his gaze on Yang and the others and said coldly, "Now it's your turn." Not a single person connected to Chu would be spared. The principle of uprooting the problem at its source, his father had drilled it into him countless times since childhood.
He absolutely must not leave any potential threats behind. However, Shu and Yang showed no sign of panic. In fact, the look in their eyes as they gazed at Liao was thick with scorn.
That look made Liao extremely uncomfortable.
Did they not even know the meaning of the word death? Or were they just putting on a brave face as death approached? You still have the nerve to laugh when death is upon you?
I admire your courage, Liao said, his expression suddenly darkening.
Death? Yang burst out laughing, sneering, "If anyone is going to die, it's you, isn't it?" Liao narrowed his eyes and gave a cold laugh. "Arrogant people never live long." "You're right, arrogant people certainly don't live long."
Just as Liao was about to give an order, the elemental tide slowly receded, and a figure emerged from it. Chu walked toward him step by step, completely unharmed. As the elements neared him, an invisible force actually annihilated them.
The elements couldn't get close to him? How is that possible? Why are you still alive?
Liao's eyes widened, filled with sheer horror.
It wasn't just him. No one present, including those watching from outside, could understand it.
He clearly should have been blown to bits by those skills.
Yet now, standing before them, was indeed a living, breathing person. And not a scratch on him. This is impossible. Wang furrowed his brow, his expression one of utter astonishment.
Su, on the other hand, didn't look particularly surprised. He had anticipated this outcome.
He just hadn't expected Chu to emerge completely unscathed. It was simply beyond belief. Even the King of Hell dares not claim my life. As this explanation satisfy you?
Chu flashed a devilish grin and suddenly raised his staff high.
Immediately, the lightning elements swirling in the air erupted into chaos. "You're dead. You're supposed to be dead. Why won't you just die?"
Liao's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed hysterically. Chu stared impassively at the enraged Liao, his mouth slightly agape. "The one who deserves to die is you."
Thunder Hammer.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive warhammer suddenly appeared above his head, carrying an overwhelming aura and strength, and came crashing down.
No! You can't kill me!
Liao's pupils contracted sharply as he watched the thunder hammer draw ever closer.
Boom!
The earth-shattering explosion tore the mages and warlocks around him to shreds in an instant. This strike was Chua's most powerful skill to date. Of course, with the exception of the Dragon Mage's skills. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the massive crater on the ground.
Could a human really deal that much damage? Oh, sorry, he won human.
He was the god of thunder. Hui, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, froze for a moment, then his expression turned icy, and the temperature around him plummeted. He had just witnessed his own younger brother being killed right before his eyes. The scene was just like that time years ago when he had watched Liao Qianming get flayed and dismembered right before his eyes.
Shu! Hui, will kill you.
Hui's face turned purple, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Xin Shaowan sensed the overwhelming rage in his heart and didn't dare provoke him at a time like this.
The playground was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was wondering, if they were Liao, could they have withstood that blow?
The power of the thunder hammer was clearly well over 500,000. In fact, it exceeded 1 million combat power, approaching the very peak of the Grandmaster tier. At that moment, people had only one thought in their minds: comparing oneself to others really is enough to drive a person mad. When Shu killed Liao, he felt no emotion whatsoever in his eyes. Liao was nothing.
Anyone who dared to provoke him had to die.
Thunder God, please spare me. I was blinded by greed because of that beast Liao. I never intended to harm you. That's right, it's all that good for nothing Liao's fault. Everything is his fault. I truly realize my mistake. I let greed cloud my judgment and failed to recognize a great man. Just treat me as nothing, let me go. The remaining men all knelt on the ground, frantically banging their heads against the floor, trying to stir Chu's compassion. But Chu had never been a forgiving man. If someone were to slash at you with a knife, would you still forgive them? Hope you're reborn into a better life next time, and remember to keep your eyes open. Chu stroked one man's head, his tone indifferent. Immediately afterward, a lightning orb exploded with a thunderous boom, instantly killing one man.
Run! Chu's gone mad. He's a lunatic.
The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Chu hurled several lightning chains, effortlessly turning the remaining attackers into charred corpses. Despite being besieged by over 500 people, not a single member of Chu's side had died. In contrast, Liao's entire force had been wiped out. From start to finish, they never managed to figure out why Chu had emerged unscathed from the assault of over 100 mages.
Chapter 59, The Bone Dragon Submits. 80% DPS.
Over 500 people were killed, all within a mere 10 minutes.
Chu, single-handedly, held off 500 Imperial Academy prodigies.
Such a feat was enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless people.
This was a massacre unlike anything ever seen in the history of the Imperial Academy.
The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chu, who was unscathed, their hearts filled with utter astonishment.
How did he manage to take no damage?
I didn't see it clearly, but that's impossible, right?
Could it be some kind of magical incantation? Did it block the damage? Impossible.
Even the Shield of Light couldn't possibly do that.
As people analyzed the situation, they found it even more unbelievable.
The mysteries surrounding Chu were piling up. First, no casting time, then an endless supply of spirit, and finally, immunity to damage.
Combined with his terrifying damage output, doesn't that make him invincible? You okay?
Shu looked at Shu. Just a few scrapes.
I've already taken a red potion, Shu giggled. Fingzi, I'm this badly injured and you won't even spare me a glance.
So, love really does shift, doesn't it?
Yang clutched his chest, feigning heartache. With a build like yours, you'd be fine even if you took a few more hits.
Shu caught the teasing tone in Yang's voice. Her pretty face flushed, and she stole a sly glance at Chu. By then, Chu had already gathered all the gear and materials from the ground and turned his attention to the boss. As he walked toward the crowd, people parted to make way for him, not daring to block his path. Wang's heart tightened slightly when he saw Chu approaching, and his expression grew slightly uneasy. Given Chu's formidable strength and seemingly endless spirit, Wang had no desire to fall out with him. "Brother Chu, it seems I was right, you can handle this trouble all on your own." Wang forced a smile. Chu didn't even glance at him, walking straight past him. The smile on Wang's face froze abruptly. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. Even though he was a hidden class with considerable strength, he wasn't confident enough to take on 500 opponents alone. With a powerhouse like Chu, one could only stay on good terms. Under no circumstances should one make an enemy of him. The crowd watched Chu walk past them with mixed expressions. It was as if they were witnessing a dazzling new star rising on the horizon. Chu stopped 100 meters in front of the bone dragon, looked up at the colossal beast, and met its gaze without a hint of fear. Whoa! What is he up to? Does he plan to take on the bone dragon alone? That's way too bold. The bone dragon's defense is so formidable. Even with powerful lightning magic, there is absolutely no way he can one-shot the boss. Exactly. The bone dragon's armor regenerates incredibly fast. If his first strike fails and the bone dragon counters, even the thunder god would be in grave danger. A Grandmaster tier class changer and a Grandmaster tier boss are in completely different leagues. There is simply no comparison. Even a Grandmaster tier 1 star boss could effortlessly slaughter a Grandmaster tier 10 star powerhouse. Therefore, Chu's audacious move had everyone's hearts in their throats. He was way too cocky. The spectators outside the dungeon were also on edge, their eyes fixed intently on Chu as they tried to guess his intentions. What a fool! What gives a 7-star gold tier player the right to provoke a Grandmaster tier boss? And he is a mage. Does he really plan to go head-to-head with it? He is way too cocky. Just because he has got a little strength, he is mindlessly going solo against the boss. Does he think the boss is as easy to kill as a mob? The upperclassmen shook their heads. He was acting so impulsively just because he earned a little prestige. Yu Haowang also found it quite unbelievable. He taught so many classes of students, but Chu was the only one he couldn't figure out. Xiao, on the other hand, was intrigued. He glanced at Sun Yuan's expressionless face and watched with keen interest. However, just as everyone was convinced that Chu's actions were tantamount to courting death, the next scene nearly made their jaws drop. Suddenly, a terrifying, overwhelming aura surged from Chu's body, and his entire demeanor changed in an instant. He was like an ancient, ferocious beast. Beast! Kneel! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the bone dragon's massive body actually began to slowly crawl toward the ground, its proud head bowed low, as if submitting to a monarch. It seemed as though they could sense fear emanating from the 2 empty eye sockets in the bone dragon's skull. That's right, it was definitely fear. Fear of a monarch. Holy shit. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Why is the boss kneeling in front of him? I must be dreaming. The new recruit trial isn't until tomorrow. I'm in a dream right now. Smack. Why do you slap me, vessel? Didn't you say you were dreaming? I'll see if I can wake you up. Damn it, that hurts. This bizarre scene left everyone utterly stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Xiao Langtian stared at Yang with wide eyes, his gaze filled with confusion. Don't look at me, this is the first time I've seen this, too. Yang shrugged. Xiao Langtian turned to look at Shu. Don't look at me either, I have no idea. Shu's mouth hung open slightly, showing just how surprised she was. This is crazy. Xiao Langtian had been alive for over a decade. Even if he'd never eaten pork, surely he'd seen a pig run? Wasn't he every boss an unruly, defiant being? A boss kneeling before a human? He'd never even heard of such a thing. This was just too outrageous. A hint of curiosity flashed across Chu Feng's usually calm and composed face. This was his first time trying out this ability. When he looked at the bone dragon, he had a vague feeling that he might be able to do something to it.
So, when he exuded his regal, domineering aura, did it actually kneel? Perhaps, aside from magic immunity, dragon mages also possess an aura that intimidates the dragon race. At that moment, he looked up at the overall DPS damage leaderboard. Currently in first place was Team Su, with damage totaling 300,000 and a DPS of 7%. Second place went to Su Yueshi's team, with damage totaling 200,000 and a DPS of 5%. Third place was held by the Swordmaster's team, with a DPS of 4%. Fourth place went to Team Wang, with a DPS of 2%. Damage refers to effective damage dealt to the boss if you can't even break its defense. You don't even qualify to be on the leaderboard. One-shotting the boss might be a bit difficult, but first place can only be mine. Chu raised his staff, and lightning elements surged rapidly. Look! The Thunder God is about to strike. Everyone stared intently at Chu's movements, afraid to miss a single detail. They wanted to see exactly how zero casting time was achieved. Su and the others also paused what they were doing, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Chu slowly cast a lightning orb, which exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering the bone dragon's armor. Applied the electrified status effect. Immediately afterward, a massive thunder hammer came crashing down. Boom! The explosion nearly ruptured their eardrums. Everyone retreated 50 meters to avoid being hit by the shockwave. In the next instant, the bone dragon's head was blown to smithereens by the thunder hammer. The soul fire vanished. The boss is dead? Looking up again, they saw the top spot on the leaderboard change hands in an instant. First place, Chu Group 88, DPS 80%. Chapter 60, Breaking the Imperial Academy's Millennium Record. The newcomer king, Chu. In just a single exchange, Chu actually one-shot the boss? What kind of terrifying damage and destructive power is this? So using the thunder hammer to kill Liao just now was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Judging by the scale of this, if damage dealt were directly proportional to HP loss, that single strike would have been enough to kill Liao 100 times over. A terrifying DPS of 80%. Chu left everyone far behind. Electric arcs still flickered on the ground, as if showcasing the terrifying destructive power of lightning magic. High spirit values, combined with the damage bonus from the Dragon Mage fusion, plus the destructive power of lightning magic. And the unrivaled critical hit buff. And the most crucial electrified trait. Only when all these factors combine can such explosive damage be unleashed. Now that's brutality. This is the Thunder God. Defeated Grandmaster Tier 1 Star Boss Bone Dragon, EXP plus 1,250,000. With a flash of light, Chu was instantly promoted to Gold Tier 8 Star. He then picked up the orb that dropped when the boss died and took a closer look. Undead Boots. Grade, Grandmaster Tier. Level requirement, Master Tier, 1 Star. Spirit plus 2,684. Constitution plus 2,481. Additional passive skill: the dead. When taking fatal damage, there is a chance to trigger Undead Sanctuary, which blocks the fatal blow. Just because of these colorful boots, I'm almost ready to retire. Chu glanced down at the brightly colored shoes and slowly stowed them in his backpack. Equipment that could only be worn at the Master Tier. Chu wasn't too far from that goal. As he turned to leave the dungeon, he suddenly noticed his classmates staring at him in stunned silence. Their expressions couldn't have been any more dumbfounded. The Thunder God can take on 500 people. I wonder if he can handle a few thousand of us. What are you trying to do? If you're looking to die, don't drag me down with you. I just want to give it a try. Try it and die? I'm not going to go crazy with you. The crowd shook their heads in exasperation, realizing that the new recruit trial was finally over. The shock they experienced today was greater than what they endured over the past decade or so combined. How on earth did a monster like Chu come to be in this world? Strange indeed. Chu watched their dejected backs and rubbed his nose, seemingly realizing just how shocking his behavior had been. He never intended to keep a low profile when someone with real power shows off. It's impressive.
A little restraint is necessary, but when it comes to interests,
you've got to strike when the time is right.
Shu walked over to Shu and the others and called out, "Let us go." The group stepped through the teleportation gate together and returned to the sports field. Compared to the start of the newcomer trial, only about 4,000 people remained. A full 1,000 or more had died inside the dungeon.
The mortality rate was as high as 20%.
Of course, Shu deserved the lion's share of the credit for that. Xiao stood on the stage, his fierce eyes sweeping across all the students present.
The newcomer trial is officially over. First, congratulations to the students who survived.
I hope to see each and every one of your faces at the graduation ceremony 4 years from now.
Rewards will be distributed according to ranking. The first place team will receive 100,000 credits per person.
As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Envy nearly overflowed from their eyes. Xiao Lengtian and Guiyu were simply lucky. They both agreed that even if Chu had brought a dog, he still would have achieved such excellent results. Upon hearing that figure, Guiyu's face flushed with excitement.
"Thor, thank you. Thank you so much."
Guiyu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes.
100,000 credits.
That would be more than enough to live comfortably at the Imperial Academy for at least 2 years, enjoying countless resources and privileges. You could say that receiving such a reward was equivalent to saving 10 years of hard work.
Guiyu immediately began to worship Chu like a god. If there hadn't been so many people around, he might have dropped to his knees right then and there.
Xiao Lengtian didn't say anything, he just stood there grinning like an idiot.
Also, Xiao stared intently at Chu and announced loudly, "Chu of Class 1, Year 1 at the Imperial Academy. You've broken the historical record for the fastest completion of the newcomer trial and set the highest DPS record. An additional reward of 100,000 credits. Whoa! Another 100,000 credits on top of that? That's just insane."
The 100,000 credits from winning the provincial championship, plus the first place bonus, plus the record-breaking bonus.
That's a total of 300,000 credits?
Everyone looked at Chu with envy, grinding their teeth in frustration. But what was most surprising was the record-breaking feat.
He had broken 2 records in a row, an unprecedented achievement, completing the trial in just 20 seconds. Even the fastest time in Imperial Academy history was 1 minute and 20 seconds. This new record might stand unbroken for tens of thousands of years. Chu, you're amazing.
Shu was genuinely happy for him, her pretty face flushing bright red.
"Fingzi, it looks like it'll be hard for you not to become famous now," Yang remarked with a sigh. He could still vividly recall that afternoon, when countless people were scrambling to take photos with Chu. The crowd was so massive that it even blocked the entrance to the scenic area, bringing traffic to a complete standstill. The star power was simply overwhelming. Immediately afterward, Xiao waved his ID badge, and thousands of light dots, some large, some small, rained down on the crowd. When he checked his credits balance again, he saw he'd already received the corresponding rewards. Shu now had a total of 312,060 credits. Renting a villa costs 500 credits. With his current balance, he could rent one for 52 years straight. With over 300,000 credits, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of credits if he ever wanted to enter the second floor or higher of the Tower of Eternity in the future. Finally, I wish you all a wonderful 4 years at the Academy. And don't do anything that violates the Academy's rules. Otherwise, if I catch you, endless torture awaits you." As he finished speaking, Xiao's menacing face contorted into an extremely ferocious and terrifying expression. The students shivered in fear. After the meeting, everyone went their separate ways. "Chu, what are you planning to do next?" Shu suddenly asked. Shu glanced at the time on his phone. It was 4:30 p.m., and the library wasn't closed yet. Perfect timing for a quick trip. "I've got some personal business. You guys go ahead." Shu pulled a magic broom out of his backpack. "Personal business?" Shu immediately grew alert and asked suspiciously, "What is so mysterious about it? Can't you even tell me?" Shu shot her a glance and said slowly, "Who are you, beautiful?" Shu's words faltered, and she seethed with anger. Just as she was about to extend her magical claws to teach Chu a lesson he'd never forget, several figures approached with menacing expressions. Shu sensed a thick aura of murderous intent. She furrowed her willow-like brows and turned to face the newcomers. "Shu, are you interested in joining our student council?" Hui asked with a grim expression. He had just received orders from the student council president, who had made it clear that Shu must be recruited into the student council. Even though Hui was deeply reluctant, he had no choice but to obey. Staring at the beast that had killed his younger brother, Hui suppressed his urge to kill and forced himself to remain calm. Within the academy, he absolutely could not resort to violence. The magic array would immediately inflict punishment the moment it detected any spirit fluctuations. Shu recognized this person's identity the moment he saw the facial features strikingly similar to Liao's, along with the Eternal Tower emblem on their chest. Hui, a third-year student and a Grandmaster Tier 7-star summoner. "Hey! You can't just snatch people like that, can you? It's not even recruitment season for clubs yet." A rather handsome young man approached. He extended his hand in a friendly gesture, flashing a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Hello, my name is Qin Xiaowan, a member of the Arcane Guild. Junior Chu, join our guild. There are plenty of pretty girls here." Qin Xiaowan coaxed. Chu's lips curled slightly, and after a moment's pause, he replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in clubs." Chapter 61, Not even walls can hold you back, only you can. Imperial Academy Library. As soon as those words were spoken, the student council members' expressions instantly darkened. "Kid, do you know what the student council is? Most people would kill to get in. Who do you think you are? How dare you refuse a senior's invitation?" One of them stepped forward and snapped, "You only get one chance. If you don't seize it, don't say I didn't warn you." Hui simply stared straight ahead, saying nothing. Publicly, he dared not offend the student council president, as the other's status was far above his own, and his strength was far greater. On a personal level, he didn't want Chu to get involved. The student council didn't allow internal strife even on the combat stage. Fights were limited to light skirmishes at most. But what he wanted was Chu's life. He wouldn't be able to vent his hatred unless he killed him. Chu glanced at their expressions and smiled contemptuously. "Can't you understand plain speech? I said I'm not interested. Go back to wherever you came from." You seeing Chu's brazen defiance, murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes. Hui was the first to lose his temper. He stepped in front of Chu, unleashing his aura with reckless abandon. A powerful surge of spirit energy swept out like a gale, and faint, beast-like roars seemed to echo in the air. "You ungrateful bastard! I'll settle the score for killing my brother, one by one." Hui gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "What? Afraid to fight now? Scared?" Chu grinned, his eyes brimming with scorn. Seeing his smug expression, we felt like his lungs were about to burst with fury. "Don't think I won't dare touch you just because we're inside the Imperial Academy's magic array." Hui's eyes were bloodshot, and his murderous intent seemed to take on a tangible form. To Chu, his threat held no weight at all. The magic array could instantly kill even a legendary tier powerhouse. A mere 7-star Grandmaster tier, what was he playing at? Then go ahead and kill me. What are you dithering about? Seeing that Hui still showed no intention of attacking, Chu continued to pour fuel on the fire. "Your brother is a total waste of space. He called in over 500 men and still couldn't beat me alone. What use is someone like that to the world? If he dies sooner, he might be reborn into a better life in his next incarnation, don't you agree?" Hui was already on the verge of exploding. His staff suddenly materialized. Seeing this, everyone immediately grew tense. If Hui attacked here, he would surely be blown to bits by the magic array. "Commander Liao, don't fall for this kid's tricks," someone warned. Hearing this, Hui slowly lowered his staff, glaring intently at Chu. After a long moment, he said, "Save your life, I'll come and take it myself." With that, he turned and walked away. He didn't want to see Chu anymore if he stayed any longer. He feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. Coward!
Chu sneered, paying no heed to his threat.
He wasn't even afraid of legendary tier Kai Haoyue. Why would he be afraid of a mere student council member? Never mind the squad leader, what if the president himself showed up?
Xiao Lengtian watched Hui's retreating figure with a complex expression and said, Brother Feng, Hui has an even more violent temper than Liao. You'll have to be careful around him at the academy from now on. The Imperial Academy isn't a one-man show run by the student council. Besides, his father is nothing more than a dean of students. It's no big deal.
Chu waved his hand dismissively. Compare talent with him? He's got infinite firepower and unmatched critical hits. Compare backing with him? A single white tiger token is enough to give him a run for his money.
Besides, Song Yuan is still counting on him to help secure dragon blood to prolong his life. He won't put himself in danger. In any case, you should still be careful in your future actions, Xiao Lengtian reminded him. Xin Xiaowan, seeing that this little show had ended before it even began, shook his head in regret. Junior, the doors of the Arcane Guild are always open to you. If you want to join the guild, just come find me in Class 1, Year 3 of the Tianfa Academy anytime.
With that, he turned and walked away. This invitation was nothing more than a formality. Not only had Chu rejected the student council's invitation, but he also thoroughly offended Hui.
The Arcane Guild wouldn't risk alienating the entire student council over a single person.
Chu, however, didn't care. A mere student organization? Did they really think they were some kind of organized crime syndicate? Threatening him just because he refused to join? Wasn't that forcing someone into a situation they didn't want? Half an hour later, Chu arrived at the Imperial Academy library.
Gazing at the ancient, majestic building before him, a thick, musty scent of history washed over him. After presenting his ID badge, the legendary Tier 8-star security guard at the entrance didn't stop him but let him through immediately. Chu had the right to enter the library for free, a reward he earned from the grand exam. For anyone else, a single entry to the library cost 100 credits if they wanted to borrow a book. The rental fee for one book for a month was also 100 credits. Upon entering the first floor of the library, a massive bookshelf caught his eye. In addition, numerous books were floating in the air. Chu's purpose was clear. He had come here simply to study lightning magic, and if he could find dragon mage skills, so much the better. However, there were simply too many books here, a veritable sea of knowledge. Searching aimlessly might take 10 years and still not yield a result. So Chu made his way to the information desk, where he saw a sweet-looking young woman intently studying a book on ancient history.
"Hello, miss," Chu said, flashing a warm, sunny smile. The young woman looked up and asked, "How can I help you?" "Where can I find books on thunder mages?" Chu asked.
"Second floor, far left, 7th row, 5th book from the left," the young woman replied. Just as Chu walked away, a familiar face suddenly popped into Feng Chengcheng's mind. As she slowly superimposed the two faces, she suddenly realized that the person she'd just seen looked just like Chu.
Feng Chengcheng felt instantly frustrated. Why hadn't she thought of that just now? What a blockhead she was.
After arriving on the second floor, Chu followed Feng Chengcheng's directions and found an antique-looking book.
The title read, "The Self-Cultivation of an Ordinary Thunder Mage." Chu? What the heck? Is this even legitimate material?
Chu flipped open the first page with skepticism, only to discover to his astonishment that it was actually an autobiography. It chronicled the story of how this thunder mage from 100,000 years ago had risen from a profession deemed a useless waste to become one of the strongest in his era. Like many underdog stories, Zheng Taizhu wasn't initially given much hope. His fiancée even came to call off the engagement, leaving him utterly humiliated. He then vowed to spend the next 3 years proving himself, declaring that one day he would wash away this humiliation. And so, he embarked on a journey to defy fate, overcoming countless obstacles until, 3 years later, he finally proved his fiancée wrong. She expressed deep regret, but Zheng Taizhu paid her no mind and walked away with style. From then on, he embarked on an unstoppable, extraordinary life. Ultimately, he grew into a mythical level powerhouse and passed away peacefully 2,000 years later. This is a deeply inspiring story that gets your blood pumping. It's just like reading a novel. On the last page, their essay line that reads, "To all thunder mages, take life and death in stride. If you don't agree, let us settle this." When Chu saw this phrase, though he didn't fully understand it, he was deeply shaken. Just as he was about to put the book back, he suddenly spotted several thin sheets of parchment on the bookshelf. He picked them up and saw several large characters inscribed on them. Arrow of the Celestial Thunder, Grandmaster Tier. This is Ancient Magic? Chapter 62, Ancient Magic. Arrow of the Celestial Thunder, Falling Star Thunder. Chu's expression changed abruptly, and his heart began pounding uncontrollably. Ancient magic at the legendary tier has no level restrictions for mastery as long as you have sufficient insight. You can even master a forbidden spell while still in the bronze tier. However, ancient magic also has significant limitations. It's very similar to Storm's Wrath. First is the issue of spirit consumption. Ancient magic of the same tier consumes 3 to 4 times more spirit than ordinary spells. In other words, without sufficient spirit to sustain it, you won't even be able to cast the spell. Second is the issue of casting time. Ancient magic takes 2 to 3 times longer to cast than ordinary spells. Therefore, due to these various drawbacks, coupled with their rarity and difficulty in obtaining them, ancient magic has gradually fallen out of use. Although it has many drawbacks, its power more than makes up for them. It's no exaggeration to say that epic tier ancient magic can even rival legendary tier magic. Holding the parchment, Chu was so excited he nearly fainted. No wonder it's the Imperial Academy. What a rich heritage. They've even managed to find ancient magic. Chu cradled the parchment and planted a big kiss on it, bursting into laughter. Others may worry about spirit and casting time, but not me. Ancient magic was practically tailor-made for him. He loved powerful magic more than anything. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a second parchment. Fallen Star Thunder Epic Tier. Whoa! Chu sucked in a sharp breath. An epic tier ancient spell, what did that even mean? Grandmaster tier ancient spells were already terrifying enough, and now this was even more mind-blowing. Was he destined to inherit the will of Zhang Taiju's ancestors and defy the heavens? The first parchment was Grandmaster tier, the second was epic tier, so the third. Wouldn't that be legendary tier? He now had a total of 4 scrolls in his possession, so what about the last one? Legendary tier? At this thought, Chu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt as if he were floating on air, as though he were about to ascend to heaven right where he stood. This is insane. Once I've mastered them all, what else we add? I'll be able to beat him up with ease. Chu excitedly flipped open the third scroll, but his look of delight suddenly froze. The pattern in the center of the scroll was blurry and indistinct, as if someone had deliberately erased it. Chu's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurriedly flipped to the fourth one. Sure enough, the same problem. The pattern was completely unrecognizable. Chu's expression darkened. Who the hell did this? Don't they know the value of an ancient magic scroll? Destroying the people's treasures will bring down divine retribution. Chu stared at the 2 parchment scrolls, unable to snap out of it for a long time. This feeling was like when someone tells you you've won the lottery, but when you go to claim your prize, you suddenly realize the ticket has expired? Oh well, it was worth it just to learn a couple of moves, Chu sighed regretfully. You can't be too greedy in life. Having just 1 or 2 moves is enough. Just as he was about to begin his training, he hit a snag. The parchments were covered in runes that looked like gibberish. He couldn't make heads or tails of them. How was he supposed to learn from this? Chu stared at the gibberish for ages but couldn't make head or tail of it. Just as his finger touched the runes, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Unlearned skill detected. Arrow of the Celestial Thunder. Do you wish to master it? Yes. Chu was overjoyed. It seemed he could still rely on the system when it really mattered. Immediately, a progress bar appeared before him. 1%. 2%.
3%.
It moved as slow as a turtle, taking ages to increase by even the tiniest bit.
Half an hour later, the progress bar finally filled up.
Arrow of Celestial Thunder Grandmaster Tier. Ancient magic harnesses the power of celestial thunder to condense an arrow, dealing devastating damage to the target. Power depends on spirit value.
Continue. Ding. Unlearned skill detected. Falling Star Lightning Epic Tier. Ready to master it? Yes. An hour later, the progress bar was full.
Falling Star Lightning Epic Tier. Ancient magic summons star lightning from beyond the heavens to deal a devastating blow to the target. Its power depends on spirit value.
It worked.
Chu suppressed his excitement and, with trembling hands, put the parchment back in its place.
With my current strength, if I cast Arrow of the Celestial Thunder, I could probably one-shot an epic tier powerhouse, right?
Chu licked his lips excitedly. He couldn't say for sure he could one-shot an epic tier boss, but with Falling Star Thunder added to his arsenal, he'd at least stand a fighting chance. I hope that idiot Hui comes knocking on my door soon. I can't wait to test its power, Chu sneered inwardly. This would make the mission to seize the dragon crystal even more secure. Chu whistled as he returned to the first floor. Today had been a huge success, and he was in a great mood.
Suddenly,
a wave of fragrance swept over him, and a pair of heavy, unidentifiable objects suddenly flashed before his eyes. Their curve was so pronounced it took his breath away. Taking a closer look, he realized they weren't the size he was used to.
Junior Chu, hold on a sec.
Feng Chengcheng spread her arms wide, blocking his path. There seemed to be quite a height difference between them. Feng Chengcheng, this little girl, only reached his shoulders and looked petite and delicate.
But, why were the proportions in front of her so massive? They could rival Tai S. Her entire figure delivered a massive visual impact to Chu. A baby-faced girl with massive seeing is believing. Someday, he'd definitely have to get Chu to ask her in person just how she managed to grow to that size. What's up? Chu paused, taken aback. I'm Feng Chengcheng, a sophomore in the School of Forging. I've got something to show you.
Feng Chengcheng grinned sheepishly as she reached into her shirt and rummaged around.
Chu, oh. Is this a test of my self-control?
Watching the constantly trembling waves, Chu suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head and nearly spat blood.
Is what you're showing me suitable for anyone under 18? Ahem, senior, what are you digging for?
Chu was very curious seeing how much she was struggling. He even considered giving her a hand.
Wait, it's stuck.
Feng Chengcheng bit her lip lightly, mustering all her strength, and yanked out a gleaming silver
dagger? Chu, 0Q. Wait a minute. How could anyone hide a dagger in a place like that? Phew. Found it. Feng Chengcheng gave a dazed, adorable smile and waved the dagger in front of Chu. This is it, the Howling Moon Wolf as Feng.
It took Chu a moment to snap out of it, then he suddenly remembered that back in the Qingcheng Mountains, a blueprint for this had apparently dropped. He arranged for Tai to have it crafted, and afterward, they split the proceeds from the sale 50-50.
Could it be that the person she found was this cute girl?
He took the dagger and gently traced the engravings on it. The silver blade flashed with a sharp gleam.
Howling Moon Wolf as Feng.
Tier, Gold Tier. Required level, Gold Tier, 1 star.
Strength plus 1648. Agility plus 1254. Passive skill, Full Moon has a chance to deal additional damage when attacking. You forged this?
Chu looked at Feng Chengcheng with a surprised expression.
Hee, pretty impressive, huh? Feng Chengcheng gave a sheepish grin.
Chu eyed her skeptically. No matter how he looked at her, this girl didn't seem like the type to swing a hammer. Sensing Chu's skeptical gaze, Feng Chengcheng immediately panicked. If you don't believe me, I can pull out another finished piece. Then, she went for it a second time, reaching in to dig again.
1 minute later. Ha! I can't get it out. I see what you mean, the crevice is a bit deep. It really is hard to reach. Chu, could you help me get it out? Equals Omega ISNT that a bit inappropriate? If it's you, Junior, then I guess it's okay. Ahem, by the way, why didn't you put the dagger in your backpack? What if I can't find it in my backpack? Keeping it on me is the safest. Shoo. She does have a point. Chapter 63, Master Tier, the Robe of Enlightenment. Yu Shu calls it thrilling. To prevent any wrongdoing, Shu ultimately managed to restrain his sinful hands.
Feng Chengcheng is indeed an extremely skilled blacksmith. She is now a master tier blacksmith and possesses quite a few design blueprints. When ordinary people ask her to craft gear, not only do they have to provide their own blueprints and materials, but also pay a hefty forging fee. 2 million per gold tier item, 8 million per master tier item. Tai seemed to have a particularly close relationship with her. Feng Chengcheng never charged her a penny.
Junior, I hear you're the new champion at the Imperial Academy now. You must have plenty of credits, right?
A gleam suddenly flashed in Feng Chengcheng's eyes.
What are you up to?
Shu instinctively clutched his ID badge, his face filled with wariness. These were credits he'd worked so hard to earn, he couldn't let anyone take them away so easily. Friendship was one thing, but lending credits was out of the question.
I am a little short on cash lately. I was wondering if I could trade some gear with you for a few credits.
Feng Chengcheng's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, until it was barely audible.
You're a master tier blacksmith, how could you possibly be short on credits?
Shu looked at her suspiciously.
It was simply preposterous.
Hearing this, Feng Chengcheng hurriedly clarified, I've been trying to forge Grandmaster tier gear lately, and it's cost me a tiny bit more than 1 billion credits.
What? Shu froze for a moment. You're a master tier blacksmith, and you're actually trying to forge Grandmaster tier gear? Sorry, I just remembered I have something else to do. Next time for sure. Without hesitation, Shu turned and walked away.
It's a waste of time to try something so unrealistic. He didn't want his credits to go down the drain.
Damn it!
Seeing the walking ATM about to make a run for it, Feng Chengcheng hurriedly pulled a gleaming robe out of her backpack. I'll trade this master tier robe for just 20,000 credits. Feng Chengcheng bit her lip, her pretty face betraying a look of pain.
Shu immediately turned back and took a closer look. Robes of Enlightenment. Tier, Master Tier. Spirit plus 1,697. Constitution plus 1,745.
Additional passive skill, Enlightenment. Casting a skill has a chance to trigger the Enlightenment effect, dispelling all negative status effects.
Nice stats.
Shu examined the robe, which shimmered with light and was engraved with a massive hexagram.
It looked incredibly cool and perfectly suited his style. I can get it for just 20,000 credits? Shu asked. Yep. Just 20,000 credits. Feng Chengcheng nodded emphatically. That's too much. Take off 1,000. Shu didn't hesitate to haggle.
No way, 15,000 at the very least.
Feng Chengcheng shook her head repeatedly. Still too expensive, 7,000 at most. 12,000. How about this, let us meet halfway. How about 10,000 credits? Well, all right then.
Feng Chengcheng gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Shu transferred 10,000 credits to her, then happily took off the giant bear robe and put on the robe of revelation.
Name, Shu Human. Class, Thunder Mage Hidden Class, Dragon Mage Hidden Class.
Level, Gold Tier, 8 stars 12.25%.
Strength, 1,646. Agility, 2,425. Spirit, 5,233. Constitution, 3,844. Over 5,000 Spirit.
If he advanced to Master Tier and equipped Epic Tier gear, his stats would easily break 10,000.
With various buffs and ancient magic, Shu couldn't even imagine how he'd lose a fight. Thanks, Senior.
If something this good comes up again, be sure to let me know. The price is negotiable, Shu grinned. Feng Chengcheng carefully considered whether she actually made a profit on this deal. 10,000 credits was certainly a lot, but trading it for a single master tier robe seemed like a loss. Based on market prices at the Imperial Academy, Master Tier gear generally costs 15,000 credits or more. For a robe of enlightenment with such excellent stats, a price of 20,000 won be out of the question. But mage gear is typically a case of priceless on the market. Senior mages usually either farm gear themselves by running dungeons, or come from wealthy families, like Shu, a rich girl who has no shortage of gear. As for weaker mages, they spend all their credits on leveling up. It would take who knows how long to save up 20,000 credits. This robe of revelation was her pride and joy. If she hadn't hit a plateau, she never would have brought it out to trade. Nice trade, senior. See you next time. Chu left the library feeling satisfied, pulled out her magic broom, and zoomed away. The more Feng Chengcheng thought about it, the more off it seemed, so she immediately pulled out her phone and sent Tai a voice message. Sister Buddy, I think I just did something stupid. 8 p.m. Chu returned to the villa, shook out her dazzlingly colorful robes, and was in high spirits. There's a girl in the village named Xiaofang, beautiful and kind-hearted. Chu whistled and hummed a tune as he opened the front gate, when suddenly he sensed an intense killing intent. He turned his head and saw Tai glaring at him with murderous intent. Senior Butian, what brings you here? Please, come in. Chu smiled faintly. Without a word, Tai drew her long halberd and strode straight toward him, her aura so overwhelming it was suffocating. Chu? Senior Tai, what are you? Before he could finish, Tai darted forward and appeared right in front of Chu, the long halberd pointed straight at his neck. Speak! Why did you bully Changchang? Tai demanded. Ha? Chu looked completely bewildered and asked in confusion, I didn't bully her. Then why is Changchang's robe of enlightenment on you? Tai's expression turned menacing. I bought it for 10,000 credits. Chu suddenly realized she must have gone and tattled on him. That robe is worth 20,000 credits. And you still say you didn't bully Changchang? Tai's long spear moved another half-inch closer. Chu was at a loss for words. He slowly lowered the spear he'd been holding across his chest and explained, you have to haggle over prices when you go to the market to buy groceries, right? It was a transaction between two willing parties. How can you call that bullying? Besides, I helped her when she needed it most. She should be thanking me. Tai thought about it carefully and realized he had a point. She'd heard rumors that Feng Chengcheng was short on money, though she herself had been feeling the pinch lately as well. Sorry, Junior, I misunderstood you, Tai said apologetically. Chu broke out in a cold sweat. She really had a temper. Ready to lash out at the slightest provocation. By the way, Changcheng must have already shown you the Howling Moon Wolf Fawn, right? Tai sheathed her long spear. I've seen it. The craftsmanship is pretty good, but you'd never guess where she hid it, senior. She actually tucked it inside her shirt collar, the kind you can't even pull out, and asked me to help her. Chu shook his head and smiled. He wasn't sure whether to call her cute or adorably clueless. Just then, Tai narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, so you gave it a try? Senior, you know I'm a helpful young man. Later on. No sooner had Chu begun speaking than a dark shadow slammed straight into his face. Thud. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Tai immediately launched into a brutal beating. A moment later, Chu arrived at Chu's villa holding a bank card. Chu really is something. He consigned items at the Chamber of Commerce without even telling me or leaving a phone number, forcing me to make the trip myself. Chu walked briskly, humming an unfamiliar tune under her breath. There's a girl in the village named Xiaofang, pretty and kind-hearted. However, when she reached the villa's entrance, she suddenly heard a strange sound. Senior Butian, are you tired? Why don't I take over? No way. Today, I'm going to show you just how capable I am. Ouch. Not there, ow. Hearing that strange sound, Shua's face turned from green to black and then back to white. At the same time, an indescribable image suddenly flashed through her mind. At that thought, Shu instantly lost her composure. She flung the door open. What are you two doing? He saw Chu lying face down on the floor, his body covered in bruises. Tai was standing over him, looking down, a chain clenched in his hand. He was inflicting some strange form of punishment on Chu's body. I didn't see a thing. Shu hurriedly covered his eyes but peeked through a crack. This scene was so thrilling. Chapter 64, The Enchanted Card. Spatial Mage Trait Dimensional Barrier. The next day at noon, Shu dragged his exhausted body out of bed. He'd been put through the ringer yesterday, so he'd even taken a day off from the academy just to get a good night's sleep. Shu figured he was probably the first person in history to skip the very first class on the very first day of school. After learning the truth, Tai felt deeply guilty and gave Feng Chengcheng a severe dressing down. In Chu's opinion, a mere scolding wasn't enough. He'd make sure to screw her over big time the next chance he got. He'd show her what happens when you cross this young master. Thank goodness no one knows about this, otherwise, my lifelong reputation would be ruined, Shu thought to himself with relief. Just then, Yang returned from class. Fengzi, I heard you got whipped by a senior yesterday? Shu? How did you find out? You were howling like a ghost in the Villa district yesterday. You were so loud that word spread all over campus they even gave you a nickname, Yang explained. What nickname? Shu's face went stiff. The number one masochist at Imperial Academy, Yang said with a strange look on his face. Shu slapped his forehead and took a deep breath. Great. I want rest until I make you hand over your underwear. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and a small card was slipped under the door. Shu picked it up in confusion and saw that it was a challenge letter from Su Yueshi. 5 p.m. Imperial Academy Combat Plaza. Excellent. I found my divine power, Shu said with a smirk. What's that? A door-to-door massage service? Yang leaned in. A challenge letter? Su Yueshi wants to duel you? Shu pulled out his phone and opened the forum, where he found a thread about the challenge among the trending posts on the Imperial Academy board. Shocking. Spatial Mage Su Yueshi actually challenged the Thunder God Shu to do this. A flood of comments appeared below, half of which were posted by users with the "I think" prefix. What's so interesting about mages fighting? Isn't it just a contest to see who has a faster casting time? I can't agree with the post above. As everyone knows, the Thunder God doesn't need a casting time. So what if he doesn't need a casting time? Support items aren't allowed in the duel. Do you really think the Thunder God is invincible? The time is set, 5 p.m. at the dueling plaza. Anyone interested can go check it out. Opinions were divided. Some believed Su Yueshi had a better chance of winning, while others said Shu was a sure bet. Regardless of the speculation, this battle was bound to draw a massive crowd. The clash between these two hidden classes had many people eagerly anticipating the showdown. Fengzi, are you really going? Yang asked. Why wouldn't I? Am I some big guy who is afraid of a little girl? Shu snorted. It's not that I'm just worried you'll beat the other person to a pulp, Yang said with concern. Duel Plaza. For 50 p.m. only 10 minutes left until the duel began. Su Yueshi had been waiting here for quite some time at that moment. She was sitting cross-legged on the ground, deep in meditation. The area around the combat stage was packed with people. Students from freshmen to seniors were all curious about this duel. Even before the semester began, Su Yueshi and Shu had already gained a certain degree of fame. The Su family of Magic City, a clan that upholds the nation, has shouldered the mission of protecting their homeland and defending the country for tens of thousands of years. Whether from the collateral or main branches, every member must take to the battlefield by the age of 25. Every member of the Su family has forged their path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not a single coward among them. Su Yueshi was no exception. If she wanted to become the strongest among her peers, she had to defeat the powerful opponents standing in her way. And Shu was a target she had set her sights on long ago. As for Shu, he possessed countless accolades and titles. As a freshman, he was not only shrouded in mystery but also exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that with him, even the impossible became plausible. Some called him the Thunder God because he had elevated the Thunder Mage class to new heights, completely redefining people's perceptions of the profession. In the spectator stands, numerous high-ranking officials from the Imperial Academy were present, including Xiao. Large gatherings like this are prime breeding grounds for trouble, so he had to keep a close eye on this bunch of little rascals. At the same time, as the most impartial man in the academy, he had also taken on the role of referee. After all, San Yuan was paying such close attention to this prized new student. Meanwhile, Hui and his father, Liao Zhang, had also arrived. Standing side by side, the father and son looked as if they'd been carved from the same mold. They bore an uncanny resemblance. "Dad, regardless of whether Chu wins or loses this battle, I'm going to issue him a challenge," Hui said in a deep voice. With Xiao watching from the sidelines, it's not wise to go all out. If you want revenge, you'll have to issue a life or death challenge. A cold gleam flashed in Liao Zheng's eyes. That's exactly what I intend to do. Hui's somber features twisted slightly, his brow brimming with murderous intent. Over on the other side, Tai, Shu, and Yunfan had also arrived, with the petite and delicate Feng Chengcheng standing beside them. At that moment, she looked utterly wrong. She'd just been harshly scolded by Tai, her little mouth turned down at the corners, making her look quite pitiful. Xiao Langtian, meanwhile, was with Guiyu. The two had forged a revolutionary bond during the trials. As fellow useless individuals, they shared a mutual admiration. "Brother Tian, it's almost 5 o'clock sharp. Why isn't the boss here yet?" Guiyu glanced at his phone. "Don't worry. A master of Brother Feng's caliber will definitely make his entrance last. Back in school, during meetings, did you ever see the principal arrive first?" Xiao Langtian looked completely unfazed. "You're right about that." Guiyu rubbed his chin and nodded. Just then, Su Yueshi on the combat stage suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, stood up, and fixed her gaze on the distance. The spirit fluctuations have grown stronger again. "Make way, everyone. Make way. The Thunder God has arrived." Yang's muscular frame led the way, forcefully clearing a path wide enough for 3 people to pass through. There stood Chu, clad in a robe shimmering with light, his eyebrows as dark as ink, his features handsome and dignified. A faint golden glow radiated from his body, making him look like a celestial being descended from the heavens, sacred and majestic. The Thunder God is really here. This is going to be a show. You know what? The Thunder God is actually quite handsome. Even I, in my prime, would have to step aside to make way for him. Give it a rest. Your features look like you're defying everyone. The moment he appeared, the venue erupted in a continuous wave of screams and cheers. Especially the fanatical freshman girls, who were screaming at the top of their lungs, "Ifing! Ifing! Follow my wind forever!" The instant Chu appeared, he instantly became the center of attention. Having just won the Imperial Academy's Rookie of the Year title, the upperclassmen were all eager to see for themselves whether the legendary tier Thunder Mage was truly as powerful as rumored. Chu slowly stepped onto the dueling platform, pulled out his forest staff, and said, "You won. Go back on your word, will you? You won. Here's the jade pendant." Su Yueshi's stunningly beautiful, icy cold face was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg, seemingly unmoved by the mortal world. "All right." Shu nodded. Just then, Xiao stepped into the center of the arena and announced loudly, "I will now read the rules of the duel. No lethal attacks. No support items allowed. Stepping outside the arena results in an automatic loss. Any questions?" Shu and Su Yueshi replied in unison, "None." The duel begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Yueshi immediately began her casting. Chu had no intention of holding back. He raised his staff high as lightning surged around it. True thunder skill. Instantly, dark clouds engulfed the sky, and a blinding bolt of lightning descended from above, striking Su Yueshi with brutal force. In an instant, the blue stone slabs beneath her feet were reduced to dust, revealing a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. That fast? He really didn't take any drugs? It doesn't look like he used any items either. The Thunder God doesn't need a casting time to cast skills. He didn't rely on any external power?
How is that possible? Look! Tsuyoshi is still standing.
As the dust settled, Tsuyoshi's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her body emitted terrifying spatial fluctuations, as if she were completely isolated from this space. The lightning spell hadn't harmed her in the slightest. This is a characteristic of spatial mages, the dimensional barrier.
Chapter 65, Dual Hidden Classes? Extreme Ice Space. Chapter 65, Dual Hidden Classes? Extreme Ice Space. H1 The dimensional barrier is like a mirror.
Her true form exists on the other side of the space. The Tsuyoshi appearing before everyone is merely a reflection cast by the mirror. Therefore, the spot where the heavenly lightning struck was nothing more than an illusion.
What a bizarre class trait.
Shu narrowed his eyes, feeling slightly surprised. He had originally thought this would be an easy fight, but now it seemed he'd have to put in some effort after all.
But just then,
Tsuyoshi's skill had finished its casting time, and a sharp, invisible blade of space flew silently toward him.
Its speed was jaw-dropping. Thunder Shield.
The blade of space passed right through it without hindrance, striking Chu squarely in the chest.
A direct hit. The spectators around them looked on in shock. Did she just kill Chu that easily? Is this the thunder god you've been talking about? Ridiculous. A freshman with such limited experience, does a weakling like this even deserve to be called a god?
I think the title of Rookie of the Year is a misnomer.
Does someone like this really have the power to instantly kill a bone dragon? You've got to be kidding me.
The upperclassmen snorted derisively and shook their heads. If an idiot like this can be the Rookie King, Imperial Academy really is going downhill year after year. But as the seconds ticked by, Chu's life force showed no sign of diminishing. On the contrary, his spirit fluctuations grew even stronger.
Didn't he just take a space blade head-on? How come he is completely unharmed? Exclaimed a pockmarked upperclassman in astonishment.
At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered. Back in the Wailing Caverns, Chu had withstood the combined assault of over 100 mages and emerged unscathed.
And now, it was happening again.
Tsuyoshi furrowed her willow-like brows, her expression grave. For a split second, she sensed a strength within Chu that she had never seen before. This strength seemed capable of blocking out all elements. Just as she was lost in thought, countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared all around her, instantly engulfing her.
Within the thunder prison, lightning serpents surged, and faint hissing sounds could almost be heard. Tsuyoshi remained unflustered and continued her casting time. Doesn't the thunder prison work either?
Seeing this, Chu came up with a plan.
How about this? Thunder Hammer.
A deafening roar erupted out of nowhere, and a massive hammer appeared in midair, crackling with purple lightning. Countless destructive forces were condensed within it. If unleashed, this power would surely bring about the destruction of heaven and earth. Currently, Chu's spirit value stood at over 5,000, far exceeding that of an average mage. Even Tsuyoshi, clad in a full set of gold-tiered gear, had a spirit value of only just over 4,000.
Such a massive display left the onlookers utterly stunned. Is this the kind of might a freshman can possess? Holy crap, this guy is a freak.
It's like he is trying to blow up the entire square just by fighting.
The name Thunder God truly lives up to its reputation.
Those who had just called Chu a waste of space fell silent, their faces burning with embarrassment. Suddenly, the thunder hammer came crashing down, instantly erupting in a dazzling burst of light, and a massive roar seemed as if it would shatter the heavens and the earth. Half the combat stage was instantly reduced to dust, while Tsuyoshi, trapped within the thunder prison, kept her eyes tightly shut, not a single scratch on her body. Spatial mages really are mysterious. The dimensional barrier seems more like a passive survival skill. Chu furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, if even the thunder hammer can't break through the dimensional barrier, this turtle shell is really tough. The next moment, Tsuyoshi suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain countless stars, shining brilliantly.
Dimensional prison.
Suddenly, an invisible cage separated Chu from the rest of the space. No matter how he unleashed the thunder hammer and lightning chain, he couldn't break through the spatial barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Tsuyoshi conjured a long sword formed from spatial elements in her hand and flashed forward.
When she appeared before Chu, the spatial sword plunged straight into his neck.
But just as the spatial sword neared him, she was shocked to discover that a large chunk of the blade had simply melted away.
What kind of demonic magic is this? Tsuyoshi's heart sank. Any element that came near it would be dissolved. How was she supposed to fight like this? It wasn't just her, everyone else looked completely baffled as well. What are these two even doing? One can't land a hit, and the other can't even get close. Why don't you two just call it a draw?
At this rate, you'll be fighting until next year and still not be able to decide a winner, suggested Senior Pockmarked.
No way! Chu and Tsuyoshi exclaimed in unison. I have to settle this with you today. I'm claiming the title of Imperial Academy's newcomer champion.
Tsuyoshi said coldly.
I really like that jade pendant of yours, and I'm getting my hands on it today. Chu declared bluntly. Audience. Why don't you two keep fighting here? We'll go back and grab a bite to eat first. Since spatial elements can't touch you, I'll switch to a different element. The icy aura surrounding Tsuyoshi grew even more intense. What is she doing? What does switching elements even mean? Could it be that she wants to use a talisman?
Bro, this is a martial arts match, not a life or death battle.
How could she possibly use a talisman? Just as everyone was puzzled, a wisp of bone-chilling cold suddenly emanated from Tsuyoshi's slender form.
Her pupils abruptly turned to crystalline blue, and a sacred aura enveloped her stunningly beautiful face.
Ultimate ice power?
As this scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, it sent shockwaves through their hearts.
Oh my god! Tsuyoshi actually has two hidden classes. One hidden class is already mind-blowing enough, she has two? Is she trying to kill us? This is crazy. What kind of monsters are in this year's freshman class? How come each one is more insane than the last?
The upperclassmen immediately lost their composure. They had always considered themselves the cream of the crop.
Little did they expect that Tsuyoshi's appearance would shatter their arrogance so brutally.
Spatial mages are already formidable enough. Their true offensive power only comes into its own upon reaching the legendary Tier 2 job advancement. Now, with the addition of an extreme ice mage capable of multiple forms of control, you might as well just play this game all by yourself. No wonder you're so cold all the time. Turns out you've been hiding a little side chick.
Chu realized with a start. This is my ultimate trump card.
I'd intended to save it for the Tower of Eternity, but today I'll make an exception. I'll win at any cost.
Tsuyoshi's voice took on an ethereal quality.
Chu's lips curled into a smirk as his aura surged.
You think you're the only one with a trump card?
Just as Tsuyoshi was in the middle of her casting time, Chu's staff erupted with a dazzling burst of light. In an instant, the violent lightning elements in the air abruptly ceased and vanished entirely. Immediately afterward, the sky trembled slightly, and a silvery white arrow suddenly appeared. Everyone's gaze turned toward the sky in unison, and when they saw the arrow, they suddenly felt a pang of dread. It was as if a force of ancient destruction had appeared in this spacetime.
Is this ancient magic? Senior Pockmarked was completely stunned. Could this be any more over the top? It wasn't just Senior Pockmarked, everyone else was thrown into disarray as well. Why don't we just leave? Let us not watch this anymore. If I keep watching, I'll want to kill myself. Why don't we just kill ourselves right now? I don't want to live anyway.
The arrow of the celestial thunder streaked across the sky, plummeting from above at a speed akin to a falling star, firmly locking onto Tsuyoshi's vital energy. There was nowhere to run. As this silvery white arrow descended, everyone suddenly realized it was a full 100 meters long.
It plummeted like a missile.
Tsuyoshi was suddenly overcome by a sense of impending danger. She hadn't felt this way in 15 years.
Chapter 66, Grasping Thunder with Bare Hands.
The divine artifact unsealed.
The moment the celestial thunder arrow touched Tsuyoshi, a small hole suddenly appeared in space. Crack! Crack!
Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the dimensional barrier in front of Tsuyoshi shattered with a thunderous roar. This turtle shell had been broken. However, the power of the celestial thunder arrow showed no sign of diminishing with unmatched strength. It struck straight at her face. In the face of this gigantic arrow, Tsuyoshi seemed incredibly tiny. The terrifying power of this ancient magic was so immense that it nearly surpassed everything she knew about gold-tier mages. Frigid storm. In the nick of time, Tsuyoshi finally completed her casting, and a blast of icy wind surged outward, fiercely resisting the arrow's force. However, with her meager strength, it was undoubtedly a futile effort. Lasting less than 0.1 s, the cold current shattered. Tsuyoshi's pupils suddenly contracted at that moment. She seemed to catch a whiff of death. Just then, a cold snort rang out, and Shao suddenly appeared on the dueling platform. Grabbing the dome of thunder arrow with one hand, he hurled it skyward like a javelin. Whoosh! Before everyone's very eyes, the arrow of the celestial thunder vanished. Kid, I told you not to kill during a duel. Are your ears stuck up your ass? Shao glared furiously, his menacing face looking as if he were about to devour someone. Chua's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly apologized. My bad. It's my first time using this skill. I didn't realize it was this powerful. Hearing this, everyone suddenly felt a few black lines appear on their foreheads. This wasn't just powerful, it nearly killed someone. If that celestial thunder arrow had come crashing down, not only would Tsuyoshi have met her end, but a small section of the entire tournament square might have been destroyed. But, come to think of it, Shao really is impressive. Catching lightning with his bare hands, that's no ordinary feat. I'll spare your dog's life this time, but if you mess up again, I'll castrate you. Then I'll toss you into a crowd of beauties. Shao shoved a bottle of red potion into Tsuyoshi's hand. Chu winced instinctively. What a cruel form of torture. The head of punishments, whose name strikes fear into the hearts of all, truly lives up to his reputation. This duel came to an end, having been filled with drama from start to finish. At first, neither of them could land a hit on the other, and then Tsuyoshi revealed another hidden class. I thought Chu was in big trouble this time, but who would have thought he could actually cast ancient magic? The upperclassmen felt their minds were struggling to keep up. The word genius seemed inadequate to describe these two. TSK. The Thunder God truly lives up to his name. He is seriously awesome. Weren't you just saying others weren't worthy of being the Rookie of the Year? Memories of the past suddenly flood back. I'm such an idiot. Tsuyoshi was still in a state of panic and hadn't regained her composure yet. She slumped to the ground, trembling slightly. Hey, girl, sorry about that. Hand it over. Chu held out his hand. Tsuyoshi coldly glanced up at Chu, yanked the jade pendant off with one hand, and tossed it to him. The moment he caught the jade pendant, an overwhelming urge as if he were on the verge of ecstasy welled up within him. Ding! Detected absorbable material to unlock a divine artifact. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? Yes. Ding! Absorption successful. Progress toward unlocking the second seal of Golden Dawn, 2-5. One step closer. Here. I'm giving it back to you. Chu tossed the jade pendant back to her. Although Tsuyoshi didn't know what Chu had done with her jade pendant, she had suffered a massive blow in this duel. She had always been very confident in her own strength, and the Su family even called her a once-in-a-millennium genius. She possessed two hidden classes at the same time, and both were mages. It was said that on the day Tsuyoshi was born, green smoke rose from the ancestral graves. At first, the Su family thought someone was deliberately causing trouble. Who could have imagined that when the time came for her class change, they would suddenly discover she truly was a genius? The Su family had high hopes for her from a young age, believing she would surely become a major force in the region given time. And Tsuyoshi did not disappoint the Su family after her class change. She swept through the competition, directly claiming the top spot in the Magic City provincial exam. However, her pride, in that very moment of battling Chu, it shattered completely. I'll admit I lost this time, but next time I'll win back what I lost, Tsuyoshi said as she climbed to her feet.
Next time we duel, remember to bring more jade pendants. One isn't enough, 3 would be best. Chu called out loudly.
Su Yueshi's departing figure suddenly trembled, then she continued walking forward with heavy steps.
Chu stretched lazily. This kind of battle was too boring, it lacked any challenge. Maybe next time he'd hunt down a few world bosses?
Just as he turned to leave, a sharp shout suddenly rang out from behind him.
Stop right there!
Hui flashed forward, blocking Chu's path, his grim face brimming with murderous intent. Immediately, he pulled a crimson challenge slip from his backpack, on which were written 4 large characters.
Life or death. A life or death challenge. Do you dare to accept it?
Hui roared furiously. The moment those words were spoken, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Hui is indeed going to avenge his younger brother.
A junior challenging a freshman, and with a life or death challenge at that? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? You're a junior too. Can you beat the Thunder God? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Chu looked at the blood-stained challenge slip and said, so does that mean I can kill you? Only if you can kill me. Hui replied in a chilling tone.
Chu took the challenge slip, examined it for a moment, and chuckled softly.
Are you afraid your brother is getting bored down there all by himself, and you can't wait to join him?
I told you, I'll come and take your head myself. Hui's murderous intent seemed to solidify, causing the temperature around them to plummet.
Sorry, I'm not ready to die just yet. Aren't you supposed to be cocky? Scared now? Scared? Chu chuckled dryly.
This guy was really adorable.
Killing Hui would be as easy as lifting a finger. Since you've gone this far, senior, I've got to give you that much face.
The next moment, thunder erupted from Chu's palm, shredding the challenge letter to pieces. Immediately afterward, a blood-soaked character 4 kill suddenly appeared above their heads.
You really accepted it? The Thunder God sure is cocky. Just finished one fight, and now another one right away? Even if I were hanging myself, I'd need a breather, right? Forget it. Liao Zhen's right here watching. He definitely won't let anything happen to Hui. If Hui dies again, who is going to take care of him in his old age and see him off when he dies? Didn't you see the King of Hell right here? No matter how badass Liao Zhen is, can he beat the King of Hell? The crowd let out a collective sigh.
Meanwhile, Chu's group of friends and family behind him were huddled together, engaged in some sort of sacred ritual.
3-card hand with 1 single card. Any takers? Pass. I'll pass too. A single 6. I'm going all in. Pass. You're passing on a single 6? Do you even know how to play cards? You've got to realize he's the landlord, and we're the peasants.
Xiao Langtian scratched his head. This hand was indeed a total loss. Yang glanced at the two of them and slapped his last card down on the table.
Come on, come on. 5 credits each.
Wei Yuren was stunned. He never won a single game when teamed up with Xiao Langtian as a peasant. He wondered if this guy was a little slow on the uptake. Just then, a fellow trainee cautiously tapped Yang on the shoulder. Brother Lu, your buddy is up there fighting with someone and you're still in the mood to play cards?
Who is he fighting with now? Yang stood up and took a quick look. When he saw it was Hui, he sat back down. It's nothing. It'll be over in the time it takes to swat a fly. 1 take long. Yang waved his hand dismissively. Come on, come on. Let us keep going. Am I the landlord again this round? Chapter 67, The Thunder God in his full form. Here are 10 arrows of the celestial thunder.
Chu and Hui stood on the dueling platform, 100 zhang apart. Once the life or death challenge had been issued, the two would be free from the constraints of the rules. They could take potions if they wanted, or use items as they pleased.
Suddenly,
Hui swung his staff, and a swarm of fire elementals materialized out of thin air. The entire space was instantly engulfed in flames, and the temperature soared.
Summoned creature, Fire Elemental. Rank, Master Tier. Level, Grandmaster Tier, 3 stars. Strength, 0. Agility, 1584. Spirit, 18,000. Constitution, 2198. Skills, Raging Fire, Fire Blast. It's here! A rare summoned creature, the Fire Elemental. I've heard that fire elementals can only be found deep inside volcanic caves, and they're extremely difficult to tame. With a single gesture, he summoned a Grandmaster tier creature, one whose stats are influenced by the summoner. This clearly demonstrates just how powerful he is. Aren't you going to throw out some trash talk before we fight? Chu picked at his ear, flicking away the gunk. There's no point in talking. You're destined to die today anyway, Hui said in an icy tone. What a bore, Chu pulled out his staff and suggested, why don't you insult me a little? You bastard, you're asking for it. Hui glared furiously and swept his arm wide. At that moment, the fire spirit suddenly unleashed a surge of intense flames, engulfing the entire arena. The heat was so intense that the spectators outside the arena turned pale and scrambled to retreat. The flames were orange-red, resembling soft clumps of cotton. But the energy contained within was terrifying. Once unleashed, it was powerful enough to destroy the entire 10,000 square meter arena. The air sizzled as it burned, and even space itself began to warp. Immediately afterward, the cotton-like flames coalesced into a massive sphere and hurtled straight toward Chu. Lightning Chain. Chu casually flicked his wrist the moment the lightning chain struck the sphere. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. It reverberated to the heavens. Terrifying shockwaves surged outward, like the roar of a furious dragon, blowing the onlookers directly away. Trainees below the Grandmaster tier had absolutely no chance to resist. What terrifying power! How can a gold tier creature bridge two major tiers and hold its own against a Grandmaster tier expert? Although the fire spirit isn't Hui's strongest battle pet, performing at this level is something to be proud of. A massive crater appeared at the center of the explosion, stretching 10 meters deep. The combat stage was completely destroyed, but Chu and Hui stood there, unscathed. Not bad. You barely managed to block my lightning chain. Do you have a stronger summoned beast? Chu teased. Hui said nothing, clearly dismissing his words as nonsense. As the star radiance array swirled, a dog-headed man wielding a massive scythe appeared. Summoned beast, source of hunger. Rank, Grandmaster tier. Level, Grandmaster tier, 7 stars. Strength, 26,851. Agility, 3,285. Spirit, 24,851. Constitution, 27,985. Skills, Hunger-S Judgment, Death-S Slash. The moment the dog-headed man appeared, it was as if a dark cloud had descended upon the world. The scythe in his hand was a full 5 meters long, and paired with his 10-meter height, it was utterly intimidating. It's over. Hui has summoned all his top-tier beasts. The Thunder God is in for a rough time now. Around this time last year, the Source of Hunger tried to decapitate an epic tier elite monster with a single swing of its scythe. Its attack power is incredibly strong. The dog-headed man slammed his foot down on the ground with such force that the earth trembled violently, and countless cracks rapidly spread out. When Chu looked up again, the dog-headed man had already arrived right in front of him. The massive scythe, trailing a thick plume of black smoke as if it were the most evil substance in this world, slashed down with tremendous force. Thunder Prison. A thunder hell appeared instantly, and the dog-headed man was immediately stunned, frozen in place. True thunder skill. A thunderous roar split the sky as a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh suddenly struck the dog-headed man, only to be bizarrely swallowed up. Silently, without the slightest warning, it seemed to vanish into thin air. True thunder skill. Chu struck again, but to no avail. The lightning was still mysteriously swallowed up. Just then, the dog-headed man snapped out of his daze, and Chu unleashed another thunder prison. It's useless. The Source of Hunger devours all things, and what it loves most are the elements. Hui grinned savagely, summoning the fire spirit to launch another attack. The familiar blaze flared up once more. Chu furrowed his brow and thought to himself, is lightning ineffective against it? He refused to believe that a summoned beast could endlessly devour lightning magic. If 1 isn't enough, and 2 aren't enough, then 3 it shall be. I'll keep unleashing them until you can't swallow another.
At that moment, with the thunder hammer in his left hand and the true thunder skill in his right, countless bolts of lightning swirled around him, and a terrifying thunder prison engulfed a 100-meter radius. From a distance, it looked as if the area had transformed into a terrifying realm of thunder and lightning, with explosions ringing out one after another. Under the relentless barrage of thunder, the fire spirit disintegrated into a fiery red glow dotted with countless sparks.
Fire spirit dead.
Hui had forged a master-servant contract with his summoned beast. With its death, his soul would also suffer damage.
He let out a muffled groan, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Shoo! Hui, swear that if I do not kill you today, I will no longer be human.
Hui roared furiously toward the heavens, and a burst of black light suddenly erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a paper effigy, bit his tongue, and let a jet of blood spurt onto it. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the air, and the dog-headed man actually broke free from the stun effect.
Blood as an offering. Absolute immunity. Though it lasted only a mere 5 seconds, for Hui. It was enough. Kill him.
Hui, his face as pale as paper, trembled as he pointed at Chu.
Roar! 2 cold beams shot from the dog-headed creature's blood-red eyes, and the scythe in its hand instantly grew larger,
until it was as tall as his own body. Chu showed not a shred of fear, transforming into a magical machine gun as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of skills. Thunder Hammer, Lightning Orb, Lightning Chain, Fury of the Storm, Thunder Prison, True Thunder Skill. He cycled through his skills, unleashing a full combo in half a second. After all, no cooldown, no casting time, and no resource cost. He could cast them as many times as he wanted. Endless thunder appeared before everyone, leaving them completely dumbfounded.
Isn't this a bit over the top? Casting the same skill twice in a single second without a break?
To sum it up, the Thunder God has no casting time, his skills have no cooldown, and they don't consume spirit? Now I finally understand why he is the Rookie of the Year.
Unheard of. I've read countless ancient texts, and I've never heard of any class possessing such god-tier abilities.
No wonder he can cast ancient magic at the gold tier, no wonder he is the Thunder God.
The crowd was shaken to the core.
Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the world of thunder in the distance.
So this is the Thunder God's true, complete form. Was his earlier fight with Su Yueshi just a child's game? At that moment, everyone's gaze fell upon her.
They saw that Su Yueshi had fully recovered from her injuries, but her face was ashen, and her fists were clenched tightly. It turned out that from the very beginning, Chu had never taken her seriously.
Su Yueshi's eyes dimmed considerably.
Although she possessed 2 hidden classes, her overall strength paled in comparison to Chu's.
It was like comparing heaven and earth. Within the battle area, the ogre's massive body was completely engulfed by endless thunder.
Chu's skill casting speed grew faster and faster. By the end, he could even unleash 10 thunder hammers in a row.
I'll make you swallow this.
All of this is yours.
Just then, 10 arrows of celestial thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. A terrifying might descended, nearly scaring the crowd out of their wits. Holy crap! Is the Thunder God about to blow up the dueling arena? Chapter 68, The Abyss's Three-Headed Hound.
The Dragon Mage emerges. Strictly speaking, the dog-headed man did not belong to this world. It was a creature from the Zero Sequence world. Just like the world bosses that appear by chance. Like the dog-headed man, they all come from the Zero Order world. A few years ago, Liaojin obtained a paper doll in a mysterious mystic realm. Using the paper doll as a medium, we could forge contracts with creatures from the Zero Order world. The source of hunger devours all things. To humans, thunder is a destructive force, but to it, it's nothing more than a delicious dessert.
However, the source of hunger is not without weaknesses. Chu summoned 10 arrows of celestial thunder, their immense might shattering the cloud cover.
In an instant, like streaks of rainbow light, they struck the dog-headed man with overwhelming force. At that moment, a blinding flash erupted at the point of impact. everyone instinctively closed their eyes.
That's insane. 10 ancient spells in a row, no one could withstand that.
If it weren't for Hui wearing a full set of Grandmaster tier gear and having such an eerie summoned beast, he would have been obliterated by the Thunder God long ago. It has to be said from now on, there's only one God at the Imperial Academy. When the light faded and everyone opened their eyes, they gasped in shock. Half the dueling arena had been reduced to ruins, and the dog-headed creature could be seen clinging desperately to Hui. Its massive body had been bombarded by thunder into a charred lump, with no sign of life remaining.
The source of hunger, death. The being that devours all, had it actually been killed by Chu?
A gold-tier monster that brutalized a Grandmaster tier opponent. Such combat prowess was nothing short of defying the heavens. The crowd could no longer remain composed. They froze in place, their hearts seeming to skip a beat. I'd call these two battles the Thunder Goddess Ascension battles.
Hui lost all his summoned beasts are dead. There's nothing left to see now. It's not his fault. Some people are simply destined to face such a calamity. Who told him to challenge the Thunder God? The crowd let out a collective sigh.
Hui was one of the Imperial Academy Student Council's top warriors, even if his strength only ranked in the middle tier.
But he was still among the top students in the Imperial Academy's junior class.
At that moment, Shu waved his hand, dispelling all the thunder, and looked at Hui with interest.
Well, were those few hundred skills enough to satisfy you? Have you had your fill?
Hui violently shoved the corpse of the source of hunger aside, his gaze resolute, his body radiating a sinister, icy aura. You killed my summoned beasts, you deserve to die. Shu dug in his ear and flicked away a wad of earwax.
Can't you come up with some more original insults? Or should I send you to the underworld to learn a thing or two from your brother? True thunder skill.
Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Hui directly on the head.
A summoner without a summoned beast is no different from a little kitten. No matter how good his gear was, it couldn't withstand the might of the heavenly thunder. It's over.
Man, that was exhausting. Shu clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that fighting was way more tiring than running dungeons. But just then, a powerful, eerie fluctuation appeared behind him. Shu turned his head and saw that the spot where Hui had been standing had been shattered by the thunderbolt. Hui's entire body was enveloped in a black and red light barrier, and his life force was steadily fading. Everything about the scene exuded an eerie atmosphere.
Hui's blood-red eyes, which seemed to devour their targets, stared coldly at Chu as he said, enunciating each word clearly, "Even if I die today, I'll take you with me." The voice, like a demonic chant from the depths of hell, lingered in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines.
At that moment, Liaozhen suddenly remembered something. His pupils contracted sharply.
Hui!
Just as he moved to intervene, Xiao stepped in front of him.
This is a life or death duel. No one is allowed to interfere. I'll concede defeat on Hui's behalf. This life or death duel is off. Liaozhen was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, his tone extremely agitated. Rules are rules. The challenge has been issued. Either Hui or Chu must die.
Xiao spoke bluntly, without hesitation.
Liaozhen's eagle-like eyes flashed with cold fury. Xiao, are you really going to stop me? Xiao remained silent, his fierce expression utterly terrifying. Back then, when my nephew Liao Qianming was brutally abused, did I, Liaozhen, ever say a single word against you? Liaozhen said in a deep voice.
He got what he deserved, Xiao said slowly.
Ha 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 ha. Liaozhen roared with laughter.
What a fine excuse. He got what he deserved. I've long heard that the head of criminal law possesses earth-shaking power.
Today, I, Liao, will seek your guidance.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liaozhen's right hand transformed into a pair of golden scissors, and his aura erupted with a thunderous force.
Liaozhen Legendary 9-star Gold Tier, Right Hand Class. Imperial Academy Criminal Law. My surname is Xiao. Not Liu.
Xiao's massive frame trembled, and a gigantic black lotus appeared above his head. Time and space seemed to stand still. Seeing this, Liaozhen's expression suddenly changed drastically.
You've already surpassed the second awakening?
In an instant, Liaojin withdrew all his aura, looking as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, his eyes wide with shock. The life or death battle continues.
No one is to interfere.
Xiao stared intently at Liaojin and shouted. Just then, Hui, enveloped in black light, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression listless. He pulled a black and red dagger from his backpack, his entire body radiating an aura of evil.
Shoo! I'll wait for you in hell.
Hui laughed wildly, throwing his head back, and plunged the dagger into his heart.
Hui!
Liaojin's eyes bulged with fury as he witnessed this scene, his heart shattered by despair. One son had been slaughtered by Chu, while the other had chosen to sacrifice himself for revenge. The dagger suddenly flashed with a sinister glow. Instantly, chilling winds swept through the air, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and lightning flashed amid thunderous claps. In the next instant, the dagger devoured every last bit of flesh and blood from Hui's body, and a black vortex appeared before everyone. Immediately afterward, a putrid stench of extreme evil wafted out from within, and heart-stopping ripples of energy assaulted the crowd's hearts.
What is this thing? Did Hui summon some kind of demonic entity by sacrificing himself? What a terrifying aura! I've never felt anything like this before. This is fucking freaky. Hui isn't just ruthless toward his enemies, he is even more ruthless toward himself. Roar!
Accompanied by a roar, a three-headed dog, black as ink, emerged from the vortex.
Monster, Abyss, three-headed dog boss. Tier, Epic. Level, Epic Tier, 1 star. Strength, 45,981. Agility, 12,010. Spirit, 32,814. Constitution, 26,841. Skills, Abyss Roar, Lethal Bite. An Abyss monster? Hui, that bastard, sacrificed an Abyss Cerberus? Everyone's hearts were pounding.
What are Abyss creatures?
The most evil and powerful beings in the world.
Although the Abyss Cerberus is merely a guard dog in the Abyss, its power, when faced by the crowd, was like an insurmountable mountain. It's no exaggeration to say that even if all the trainees here attacked it together, it wouldn't be enough to fill a single tooth gap. This Abyss Cerberus stood 10 meters tall and was 15 meters long, pitch black, its massive body covered in blood-red runes.
Its three enormous heads swayed slightly, as if adjusting to the environment outside the abyss. Woof!
Chu stared at the dog, and a strange, inexplicable thrill suddenly surged through him. This feeling of rage was so intense, it felt as if it would burst right out of his body.
Since you've come out, let them get a good look at what you're capable of.
Suddenly, Chu tucked his staff into his backpack, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes tightly. Seeing this, the crowd looked utterly bewildered.
What's the Thunder God doing? He's even put away his staff? Is he admitting defeat?
An epic tier, Grandmaster tier, 10-star boss and an abyss creature at that. Suddenly, the crowd seemed to faintly hear a roar, though muffled, it reached every ear.
What's that? Roar! A massive, multicolored star ray formation appeared beneath Chua's feet.
A sacred and majestic aura shot straight into the heavens. The ethereal form of a colossal dragon slowly materialized above Chua's head, its defiant head gazing down upon the world with pride. As the dragon spread its wings, blocking out the sun and sky, everyone in the City of Dawn felt an aura so overwhelming that they instinctively wanted to submit. The dragon roared toward the heavens, its overwhelming might seeming as if it would bring the heavens and earth crashing down.
Unrivaled. Chapter 69, is Chu also a dual hidden class? Instant kill. The very moment the dragon, looking down upon the heavens and earth, appeared, countless powerful figures in the City of Dawn turned their gaze toward the Imperial Academy in unison, their expressions filled with horror. That's such a terrifying presence. Was that a dragon's roar? How could there be a dragon at the Imperial Academy?
The warriors stood high in the sky, gazing into the distance.
In a far corner of the city, the ethereal form of a golden dragon stood, looking down upon all with arrogance. The vast combat arena had long been engulfed by the dragon's overwhelming aura.
As the most powerful race in the world, the might of dragons had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. The instant the phantom appeared, everyone present's eyes widened in shock. Their bodies felt as if they'd been cast in stone, unable to move.
Their hearts pounded uncontrollably. They swallowed hard. Holy shit! A dragon that's a dragon. How can the thunder god summon a dragoness phantom? Is there some connection between thunder mages and dragons? All I can say is, there's absolutely no connection whatsoever. Someone rubbed their eyes, and after confirming they weren't seeing things, slapped themselves across the face. Looks like it's real. That really is a dragon. I've got it. Senior Pockmarked slapped his forehead and gasped, "It's a dragon mage. That beast Chewy's a dual hidden class too." What? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone's jaws nearly hit the floor. Thunder mage plus dragon mage, another dual hidden class? That's just too overpowered. Isn't that ridiculous? Tsuyueshi was already freakishly powerful enough to shatter the confidence of these seniors. Yet she was still utterly crushed by Chu. He hadn't even used half his strength. And now, this monster, he has also a dual hidden class. And not just any hidden class, but the most mysterious and formidable of all, a dragon mage. In that moment, it felt as if a sledgehammer had struck everyone's hearts, leaving them gasping for breath. Chu stared blankly at Chu's slightly frail figure, completely dazed. Holy crap, Fingzi really is amazing. No wonder my dad has been telling me since I was a kid to make sure I stay on good terms with him. Yang was so excited he almost jumped out of his skin. May I ask, Brother Lu, was your father a prophet? Xiao Langtian asked in confusion. My dad was a farmer. Can a farmer really predict the future? He moonlights as a fortune teller. Xiao Langtian, Sigma? LLL. The abyss three-headed dog looked exceptionally tiny in front of the giant dragon, like nothing more than a puppy. Under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's bloodline, the puppy let out a whimper, and its three heads suddenly spewed pitch-black abyss fire. The three pillars of fire merged into one, and the terrifying fluctuation seemed capable of piercing through space itself. Even from 1,000 meters away, the trainees could feel this terrifying strength. An epic tier abyss boss, even a legendary tier powerhouse, would have to tread carefully in the face of a single strike from it. As the abyss fire swept toward them, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Why wasn't Chu moving? Just as everyone was wondering if something had happened to Chu, he opened his eyes. In that split second, instead of retreating, Chu charged forward. He met the flames head-on, using his bare body to take the full brunt of that abyss fire. What? Is he crazy? Don't panic. Have you forgotten that the thunder god is immune to magic? Look! The thunder god is still alive. The abyss fire washed over Chu, yet it didn't cause the slightest ripple. It was as if an invisible shield was blocking all the impact. At that moment, Chu resembled a deity, impervious to all magic. Wang? A look of intense astonishment flashed across the abyss Cerberus's bell-sized eyes, and its doggy head spun around. It couldn't fathom how this gold-tier kid could be completely unscathed. As Chu walked, the illusory dragon above his head moved with him. With every step he took, everyone's hearts gave a violent jolt. It was as if it were tugging at their very souls, sending a tremendous tremor through them. You mere abyss pup, how dare you bark at me? At that moment, Chu's eyes suddenly turned golden. The illusory dragon threw back its head, its mouth glowing with golden light. Dragon's breath. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and a dazzling golden beam burst forth with a thunderous roar. The heavens and earth changed color. The sky seemed on the verge of shattering into pieces under the force of this strength. The golden light effortlessly pierced through the abyss Cerberus's body, its terrifying power, sweeping away all in its path, instantly engulfed it, causing its massive form to shatter into pieces in an instant. Woof! In less than a second, the epic Tier 1 star boss was instantly defeated. Defeated epic Tier 1 star boss, Abyss Cerberus, EXP plus 12,521,000. Ding! Unrivaled critical strike LV, 2 progress, 2-3.
With over 10 million EXP, Chua's body flashed wildly with golden light, propelling him directly from Gold Tier 8 star to Master Tier 2 star. Global announcement: congratulations to Chu, an 8-star Gold Tier player from the Dragongxia Empire, for breaking the record for the fastest cross-tier kill of an epic tier boss in 0.1 seconds. Reward title: Boss Instant Killer. Global announcement: congratulations to Chu, an 8-star Gold Tier player from the Dragongxia Empire, for breaking the record for the fastest cross-tier kill of an epic tier boss in 0.1 seconds. Reward title: Boss Instant Killer. Every class changer across the globe received this announcement, leaving them utterly stunned. The beautiful country, Wang Defa. It's Chu from the Dragongxia Empire again. The Sun Country, this Chu is too cunning, he has broken the record twice in a row. We must get our hands on his DNA. Korea, well? Have you finished investigating the family tree we asked you to look into? Hurry up and bring him back to claim his ancestral roots. In an instant, the name Chu once again redefined people's perceptions. If the first time was a coincidence, what about the second? And he even one-shot an epic tier boss while at gold tier. This has gone beyond the realm of human capability. Some even claimed he was the illegitimate son of a deity. After advancing to Master Tier, Chu immediately equipped the best gear available. First, he took off his feathered shoes and swapped them for undead boots. Next came the Devil's Staff and the Devout Bracers. This epic tier staff was entirely pitch black, emitting a faint black mist. At the other end of the staff was embedded a black sphere the size of a fist, giving it an especially eerie appearance. After equipping the gear, his stats underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Chu Human. Class: Thunder Mage Hidden Class, Dragon Mage Hidden Class. Level: Master Tier, 2 stars 12.25%. Strength: 5,300. Agility: 2,469. Spirit: 17,261. Constitution: 7,035. In addition, the newly acquired Boss Instant Killer title granted him a plus 200 bonus to all attributes. With Chua's current, practically god tier spirit stat, he could easily dominate epic tier bosses with just his lightning magic. Moreover, after leveling up significantly, his skill levels have also increased. A silver-purple lightning orb suddenly appeared in Chua's hand. Its power has increased by more than just a few times. Come to think of it, I really have to thank Hui. Chu shook his head and smiled. We, to be honest, died for a good cause. This boss dropped only one item. Chu picked it up and took a look. Key to the Abyss, opens the gate to the Abyss. Chapter 70, another global announcement. Goes viral. This key was shaped like a dagger, exactly the same as the one Hui used for his sacrifice. So, killing this boss only dropped a key? Or is it the key to the Abyss? Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He knew all too well what the Abyss was. It was essentially filled with boss-level creatures. After organizing his gear and stats, Chua's spirit fluctuations were now terrifyingly powerful. A single glare was enough to instantly kill a bronze-tier monster. And the current power of his lightning orb was estimated to be on par with a gold-tier thunderhammer. At that moment, the senior students' expressions were incredibly complex. On one hand, they envied Chua's strength, on the other, they resented his fame. As the saying goes, you fear for your brother's suffering, yet you also fear him driving a Land Rover. Ugh, don't tell me any more news about the Thunder God from now on. My heart has been acting up lately. Thunder God? He should be called the Dragon God now. Let us call it a day. Now even freshmen can completely dominate seniors' life. Is just not fun anymore. So, with a collective sigh, everyone went their separate ways. They needed time to process what they witnessed today. One shock after another. You'd need a strong heart to handle it. Fengzi, I bet everyone at Imperial Academy knows who you are now, right? Yang exclaimed excitedly. Hee, with Brother Feng looking out for me from now on, I don't see anyone in Imperial Academy daring to mess with me, Xiao Langtian said with a goofy grin. Don't get too excited just yet. Junior, you've caused such a stir, there's bound to be people at the academy keeping an eye on you. Tai cautioned. Shu had suddenly revealed too many of his trump cards. The infinite firepower buff alone was enough to drive countless people wild.
They would certainly try every means possible to dig up information on Shu. No problem. Let them come.
I haven't had my fill of fighting these past few days. Shu waved his hand dismissively. This year's Imperial Academy is different from previous years. Because the Tower of Eternity is about to open, many students who should have graduated have been held back, Tai said solemnly.
Held back? Shu paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you saying there are a lot of fifth-year students at the academy right now?" That's right. They're all epic tier geniuses, and every one of them is exceptionally strong. They all want to stay and tackle the tower, especially Student Council President Situ Gang. His current strength is even on par with the Academy's instructors, Tai nodded.
Shu rubbed his chin, his face betraying intense interest.
The Student Council President, he should be able to take a few of my skills, right? Otherwise, going to all that trouble to study at the Academy, wouldn't it be boring if there weren't even a decent opponent?
Shu and the others saw the excitement on Shu's face and were instantly speechless.
It seemed Tai's warning hadn't served as a caution at all. Instead, it had sparked his fighting spirit?
Just then, Su Yueshi walked toward Shu, her icy expression now devoid of any trace of arrogance. Perhaps the strength Shu had displayed had shattered all her pride.
Shu, our promise still stands.
Even though you're strong, one day in the future, I will definitely defeat you. Seeing her such a determined expression, to be honest, Shu felt bad about dashing her hopes.
You can't even beat me now, how do you expect to have a chance in the future?
As their levels rise, the gap between them will only grow wider.
Fine, I'll wait for you.
Shu grinned, pointing at her chest.
Remember to bring a few more jade pendants.
Su Yueshi snorted lightly and turned away.
Just then, an icy glare was cast his way, sending a chill down his spine.
Shu turned his head and saw Liaojin staring at him with a grim expression, his eagle-like eyes brimming with murderous intent.
Director Liaojin, just because you lost 2 sons, you don't have to look at me like that, do you? Shu said loudly.
You sharp-tongued brat, let me give you some advice. Cherish the people around you now, because soon you won't be able to see them anymore, Liaojin said in a deep voice.
Are you threatening me?
That good-for-nothing son of yours summoned an abyss monster, seriously endangering the Academy's safety.
I have every reason to suspect you were the one who ordered him to do it.
Shu paused for a moment, then continued. Colluding with abyss monsters, that alone is enough to warrant his death 10 times over.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Once we're outside the academy, I hope your mouth remains just as sharp as it is now.
Liaojin snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. You probably don't know me very well. Besides my mouth, there are plenty of other parts of me that are hard. What? Want to test it out?
Shu narrowed his eyes and sneered, but you might be disappointed I'm not interested in old sticks.
Ha!
Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud, giving him a playful, reproachful glare. The man was the academy director, after all, and yet Shu actually had the nerve to joke with him like that. Rage welled up inside Liaojin, his chest heaving with fury. He immediately turned and walked away. If he looked at Shu's infuriating face any longer, he might just explode with rage.
Ha! Coward!
Shu snorted derisively, having expected him to lash out at him.
How dare you? You'd even dare to offend the dean? Shu poked him in the arm. I killed his 2 sons.
Even if I didn't say a word, he wouldn't let me off the hook.
Shu shrugged. Don't worry, Junior. As long as you're at Imperial Academy, no one will dare touch you. Tai patted Shu on the shoulder.
Actually, Shu was about to say something when a text message suddenly popped up. Changes with the Thunder Dragon S-Corps. Come to Administrative Office 201 immediately. Song Yuan.
Shu furrowed his brow and glanced toward the administration building. Seeing him stop mid-sentence, Shu asked curiously, Actually what? Actually, I've been wanting to test the director's strength for a long time. A mischievous smile curved Shu's lips. The conclusion of the 2 duels at Imperial Academy sent shockwaves through the forums. In just 10 minutes, it shot to the top of the trending list. It shocked the entire internet.
Someone posted a video of Chu's battle with Su Yueshi online, sparking heated discussions among countless netizens.
Which is stronger, a spatial mage or a thunder mage? Hard to say.
Spatial mages are better at crowd control, while thunder mages are better suited for dealing damage.
Holy shit! The thunder goddess skills can't even hit her? How is this even possible? Wait a minute. Su Yueshi actually has 2 hidden classes? Holy crap, she is a once-in-a-millennium genius. The thunder god is done for, it's a done deal.
After Su Yueshi revealed her trump card, netizens were stunned and immediately predicted Chu's fate. However, when Chu unleashed an ancient magic spell,
countless netizens were instantly stunned into silence. An ancient magic spell at the legendary tier?
The Thunder Mage pulled that off so effortlessly. Judging by the sheer power, it looks like a Grandmaster tier ancient magic spell. Even Su Yueshi was defeated. The Thunder Mage really is a cut above the rest. As soon as the video was released, it racked up over 10 million views in just 1 minute.
Its popularity skyrocketed. The twists and turns in the battle sent netizens' emotions on a roller coaster ride.
This is mind-blowing. A fight of this caliber is absolutely thrilling.
Don't worry, there's even more excitement to come.
Shortly after, a user with the ID Senior Pockmarked posted a video of Chu and Hui's battle on the forum.
In an instant, it went viral across the entire internet. Chapter 71, My Dad is the Thunder God, What About Yours? S-Rank Mission.
In the video, we started by summoning a fire spirit, and the fierce barrage of flames left netizens in awe. It really makes a difference when Hui has a rich dad. He can even get his hands on a fire spirit.
Summoners rely heavily on their summoned creatures.
If you have a good one, it's like having a powerful boss-level pet. A gold tier player taking on a Grandmaster tier boss. Wow, this isn't like fighting someone at the same level.
As they watched on, they were stunned to discover that Chu had actually broken the fire spirit's offensive with a single lightning chain.
After Chu's taunting remarks, we actually summoned the source of hunger.
Its nearly limitless devouring power left countless people gaping in astonishment and secretly terrified. Don't even bother watching. The source of hunger's devouring power is too overwhelming.
The mage doesn't stand a chance.
What a shame.
If the Thunder God had been given a few more years to grow, he might have even become the strongest student at the Imperial Academy. Once a life or death challenge is issued, no matter how talented the Thunder God is, no one will intercede on his behalf. Just as netizens were expressing their regret, a comment floated across the screen, catching everyone's attention.
Forgot already? The Thunder God just posted a global alert. If he dies, how will we ever get the chance to kill the boss? That's right.
People suddenly realized they'd been so engrossed in the action that they'd completely forgotten that detail. Just then, Chu suddenly transformed into his complete form and, under the gaze of countless spectators, unleashed a frenzied barrage of skills. The screen was filled with thunderous spells, reducing the vast arena to a pockmarked, muddy wasteland.
But that wasn't the end of it.
10 celestial thunder arrows suddenly appeared on the horizon, sending shockwaves through the crowd.
10 consecutive ancient spells?
Does this spirit have infinite reserves or what?
Did the guy above even watch the video properly? All those skills he cast earlier, were they just for show? What the hell is the point of even fighting anymore? Mages at this level should just go home and farm.
The power of the celestial thunder arrows was utterly terrifying. The turbulent shockwaves seemed ready to burst right out of the screen. The source of hunger was instantly obliterated, with no chance of devouring anything. Just as netizens thought the outcome was a foregone conclusion, we actually chose to sacrifice himself and summoned an abyss creature. The appearance of the abyss Cerberus left everyone stunned. We was willing to unleash such an evil creature just to win.
Had he forgotten how the Abyss Legion had ravaged the world tens of thousands of years ago? You beast. It's not enough that you want to die yourself, you're even colluding with the enemy and acting like a traitor. I spit on you.
Although the summon monster isn't part of the Abyss Legion's main force, an epic tier boss shouldn't be underestimated. Then, breaking with his usual demeanor, Chu immediately sheathed his staff and closed his eyes. Just as everyone was puzzled, a dragoness roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly rang out. A dragon! It's a dragon! That brute, the thunder god, really doesn't treat us like human beings. You're already bad enough, why do you have to copy Suueshi's tricks? Thunder Mage plus Dragon Mage, so that his power was already so insane before this isn't even his full potential. The illusory dragon roared toward the heavens, and with a single breath, it instantly wiped out the boss. Netizens. The video ended abruptly right there, leaving a 10-minute gap in the comment stream. That single breath from the dragon left the audience completely speechless. After a long moment, a few comments slowly drifted across the screen. He just a freshman? Is it too late for me to ask him to be my dad now? That's too small-minded, I'll just declare him my ancestor. The guy who called him an ancestor is too small-minded, I'll just set him up with my sister. 2 short videos, just a few minutes long, allowed countless people to witness Chu's immense power. Dual hidden classes, this alone puts him ahead of countless other class changers. Add to that his bizarre, infinite spirit points, along with 0 casting time and no cooldowns. Given time, he is bound to secure a seat on the Imperial Academy's Senate. He might even walk the path to godhood within the legendary tier. The popularity of this combat post continued to soar, reaching 1 billion views in just half a day. That's hundreds of times higher than the second-place post. In the blink of an eye, the name Chu appeared all over the internet. No matter which video or post you looked at, there was always a commenter using the handle "ifing. My dad is the god of thunder. What about yours?" 8 p.m. After arriving at the administration building, Chu asked the security guard at the entrance for directions and headed straight for the office on the 2nd floor. Along the way, many students whispered among themselves when they saw him. Some of the bolder ones even ran up to ask for his WeChat ID. "Junior, I've been feeling a bit itchy lately. Why don't you find some time to take a look?" A senior classmate with heavy makeup and a stunning figure gave him a flirtatious wink. That's easy. 9.99 Piamping solves all skin problems caused by fungi, Chu said with a slight smile. "Junior, it's dark out now. Why don't you walk me back to the dorm? I'm so worried I'll run into bad guys," a cute senior pleaded pitifully. "Senior, you're a berserker, you should be worried that bad guys will run into you." Chu shot her a glance. After great difficulty, Chu finally squeezed his way out of the crowd and dashed into room 201 as if fleeing. Bang! Chu, looking a complete mess, was panting heavily. He stared in horror at the dozens of lipstick marks that had suddenly appeared on his clothes. "You're here?" Song Yuan was standing by the window. Upon hearing the noise, he slowly turned around. "Sorry, Director. There was a little mishap on the way here," Chu said, straightening his clothes. Amid the chaos just now, he felt a pair of hands reaching toward his chest. Startled, Chu had immediately fired an electric shock, charring the thief's hand black. "You little punk, trying to steal his medal?" "The Thunder Dragon's corpse has already begun to rot. If we don't act soon, both the dragon crystal and the dragon blood will lose their potency," Song Yuan said calmly, taking a sip of tea. "A dragon's corpse can rot?" Chu furrowed his brow. That didn't quite make sense, did it? Logically speaking, beings or monsters at the epic tier or above should possess incorruptible bodies. Even a single piece of meat wouldn't stink even if left for 100,000 years. "I'm not sure. I originally expected it would take another year for the dragon's aura to weaken to a level you could withstand, but now I can't wait any longer." Song Yuan suddenly looked up and fixed his gaze on Chu, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. "Besides, you have another class now." Chu's expression froze for a moment, and he gave a dry laugh. "It's a means of self-preservation, I had no other choice." Song Yuan didn't dwell on the matter and continued, "With your Dragon Mage class, you can resist most of the dragon's might, so even if we act now, you don't have to worry about being killed by it." "Then when do we leave?" Chu asked. "Now." "What?" Chu froze for a moment, then asked curiously, "Is it that urgent?"
I've not even attended a single class since I arrived at the academy.
He was completely dumbfounded, skipping class right after arriving, and with no idea how long he'd be absent.
As a new king who'd never even attended a class, didn't this seem a bit disrespectful to the academy? Don't worry about that.
I'll arrange for you to take leave under the pretext of going on a mission, Song Yuan said.
Hearing this, Chu immediately perked up and cautiously probed, so, once this mission is complete, how many credits will I be rewarded with?
Song Yuan slowly set his water glass down on the table and said, Chu, first-year student at the Imperial Academy, I now assign you an S-class mission on behalf of the Academy. Retrieve the blood of a thunder dragon.
Mission deadline, none. Mission reward, 500,000 credits.
Upon hearing that number, Chu's pupils slowly contracted.
An S-class mission? Chapter 72, Chu's Last Will and Testament, Goji Berries, Black Mulberries, and Polygonatum.
The Imperial Academy holds annual mission evaluations.
Whether it's the lowest level F rank mission or the highest level SSS rank mission, students must complete at least one mission to advance to the next academic year.
Mission rewards vary, some are items, some are credits, and others are dungeon entry slots. Chu had just started his freshman year when Song Yuan assigned him an S-rank mission.
This was an extremely rare occurrence in the entire history of the Imperial Academy.
Who in their right mind would go looking for trouble and risk their life for no reason?
Chu swallowed hard and asked, No one else knows about this mission, right?
No one else knows besides me, and I'll go with you to ensure your safety.
Song Yuan said. Phew.
Chu silently let out a sigh of relief. With a big shot protecting him, at least his life would be safe.
One more thing, how many credits does it cost to enter the Tower of Eternity? Chu asked again.
Song Yuan glanced at Chu and murmured, 50,000 for the first floor, 100,000 for the second, 200,000 for the third, and so on.
Chu did the math.
If he completed this mission, he'd have a total of 800,000 credits. He could enter the first level without spending any credits thanks to the reward he'd received earlier from the provincial top scholar.
That meant he could make it all the way to the fourth level.
The Tower of Eternity offered extremely high EXP. If he managed to clear all 4 levels, he'd at least reach the Grandmaster tier.
To be honest, he was really tempted. Any questions? If not, write your last will and testament on this piece of paper. Song Yuan pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Ha! Don't be surprised, it's a tradition at the Imperial Academy.
Everyone writes a last will and testament before heading out on a mission, Song Yuan said slowly. Chu pursed his lips, picked up the pen, and thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a single word. He didn't seem to have much to hold him back in this world. No father, no mother, and as far as he knew, no other relatives.
Write to Yon?
Find a partner soon, and remember to burn incense for me every year.
Buy plenty of joss paper so I can live a little better down there.
Then I'll write to Shu, wish her great wealth and prestige, may she inherit the merchant guild soon and become a wealthy woman renowned throughout the region. Senior Tai has been kind to me. Her grandfather, Tai Ching Tian, saved my life. I hope she'll rein in her temper a bit in the future, otherwise, her antics are enough to make anyone's nose bleed.
As for Xiao Lang Tian,
tell him that I actually ate Xiao Bao myself. It had absolutely nothing to do with Yang. After writing several thousand words, Chu solemnly handed the will to Song Yuan.
Director, I'm done. If you haven't returned in 15 days, this letter will be delivered to the person you designated it.
Song Yuan casually tossed it aside, and the letter vanished. Immediately afterward, he pulled a spatial stone from his backpack and crushed it in his fist. The next moment, a spatial teleportation vortex suddenly appeared before them.
Are you ready? Song Yuan reminded him once more. Chu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, I'm ready.
Song Yuan grabbed Chu by the collar, tossed him into the vortex with one hand, then stepped in himself. The spatial teleportation vortex flickered with light and slowly vanished.
At the same time, in the principal's office at Swiftwind Academy. In the past, Swiftwind Academy had always been bustling at night. Students would spontaneously organize dinner parties, chatting about everything under the sun and toasting one another. Sometimes, the instructors and administrators would join in as well, mingling freely with the students. But today, Gale Academy felt unusually somber, with an air of desolation and gloom permeating every corner. The students didn't even dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering the great Buddha upstairs. Smash! Liaojin, seething with rage, hurled a magic crystal onto the floor. His eyes were red as agate, and his grim features contorted in fury. "You bastard! I'll kill you! I'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons! I'll hang you from the gates of the Imperial Academy for all to see!" Liaojin clenched his right hand, which glowed with a dazzling golden light. Now in middle age, he had suffered the agonizing loss of his son, his only heir. He had promised his wife that he would take good care of their two sons and never let them come to any harm. Who could have imagined that first Liao would be killed, and then Hui, driven by a burning desire for revenge, would sacrifice himself? Now the entire Imperial Academy is calling Hui a traitor, a collaborator, an enemy of the Dragonxia Empire. Even in death, he must still be despised by millions. "You damned little bastard, if you have the guts, stay at the Imperial Academy for the rest of your life, otherwise, I, Liaojin, will make sure you experience the most brutal torture in the world." Liaojin forced himself to suppress his murderous intent, struggling to control his aura. Yet even so, the seats around him still trembled slightly under the weight of that killing intent. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. "Chu has left the Imperial Academy." This man had a single eye between his brows, his skin deathly pale, and his eyes lifeless as if he were a corpse that had been dead for several days. Where is he now? A cold gleam flashed in Liaojin's eyes. Judging by the spatial fluctuations, he is likely heading toward Kunlun province, though his exact location is unknown, the dead man said indifferently. This man was Ji Ning, the director of the Wanhua College at the Imperial Academy. He was also the younger brother of Liaojin's late wife, Ji Shui. What is he doing in Kunlun province? Liaojin looked puzzled. It was the beginning of the semester, why would he leave school instead of staying to study? I'm not sure. San Yuan is traveling with him, Ji Ning said. San Yuan is there too? Liaojin furrowed his brow. This was not a good sign. Although San Yuan's level didn't match theirs, like Xiao, he had surpassed the second awakening. His true strength was unfathomable and utterly terrifying. "If you're seeking revenge, I'll go with you," Ji Ning said, his voice laced with a faint hint of murderous intent. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. A layer of frost even formed on the water in the cup. Liaojin turned to glance at him, his expression shifting. "Fanner and Hui are my sister's children. They also carry the bloodline of our Ji family," Ji Ning said. "All right." Liaojin felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Ji Ning's help, even if they couldn't defeat San Yuan, they'd at least be able to take down Chu. After finalizing their plan, the two hurriedly submitted their withdrawal requests and dashed toward the main gate. When they reached the main gate, they suddenly noticed a brooding man in a suit and sunglasses leaning against a large tree, holding a thermos. Inside the thermos were goji berries, polygonatum, and black mulberries. The brooding man took a slow sip and let out a satisfied sigh. "Directors, it's so late, where are you two headed?" Li Zhongbai asked lazily. Li Zhongbai? Shouldn't you be in your dorm preparing tomorrow's lesson plan? What are you doing here? Liaojin narrowed his eyes. "It's getting chilly, so I thought I'd come out to stretch my legs and warm up a bit," Li Zhongbai said with a yawn. "Li the blind, mind your own business first. You have no right to pry into our affairs." Liaojin snorted coldly, speaking bluntly. "You know, if you rest too long, your body tends to get rusty." Li Zhongbai walked away, bobbing his head from side to side, his voice growing fainter and fainter as it echoed through the silent campus. Dragonxia Empire. Kunlun Province. Shuoling Gorge, Shuiliang City. Splash! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and sending a spray of droplets flying. Damn it, I really did fall into the water this time. Chapter 73, The CPU from the Azure Abyss. Mythic Tier Boss, Purgatory Phoenix. Chu ran to the shore cursing under his breath, took off his school uniform, and wrung it out.
A haunting echo drifted through the empty valley, followed closely by a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and beard.
Hurry up and keep up with me.
Song Yuan's footsteps were steady, each step seemed to resonate with the vibrations of the Earth's veins, causing Chua's heart to flutter in response.
Director, slow down. I'm a mage. Why don't you just carry me?
Chu casually stuffed his school uniform into his backpack and hurried to catch up.
Shuling Gorge was a famous area in Kunlun province.
Mystical realms of various levels frequently appeared here, making it a great place to level up. The gorge was serene and quiet at night, with the occasional chirping of insects drifting in from the distance. The area was dotted with glowing green fireflies, like guiding lights illuminating the path beneath their feet. Despite the beautiful scenery, danger lurked everywhere. The monsters here were all Master Tier or higher, and there were even Grandmaster Tier elite monsters among them. Chu had originally intended to use this opportunity to showcase his strength now that he'd reached Master Tier. But Song Yuan didn't seem interested in wasting time on that. With a casual swat of his hand, he crushed an elite monster to death. What shocked him most was when a reckless Grandmaster Tier 2-headed black-haired tiger suddenly pounced on them. With a casual swat, Song Yuan reduced the tiger to a pulp and, without losing momentum, smashed a mountain peak to pieces. Wow, the Dean of the Imperial Academy really is incredible.
His strength stat must be over a few million, right? Chu thought to himself in awe.
If that slap had landed on him, he wouldn't just be reduced to nothing, he'd be shattered to pieces, at the very least.
As the Dean of the Imperial Academy, Song Yuan's strength ranks among the top in the entire academy.
Moreover, it was said that he had completed his second awakening many years ago. If it weren't for the extreme cold poison plaguing him, he might have already achieved his third awakening by now. After awakening, an awakened's attributes surge dramatically across the board, and they also gain exclusive awakening skills. Epic tier characters can begin their first awakening, legendary tier characters their second, and mythic tier characters their third. The two had been walking for several hours, yet they hadn't even made it out of this forest. Nothing but trees as far as the eye could see. Chu was numb.
Director, how much longer until we get there?
Chu asked.
Soon.
You said those two words 10 times already.
Could you give me a specific time so I can mentally prepare myself? Chua's mouth twitched violently.
At that moment, he felt like a donkey being teased with a piece of meat dangling just out of reach. Several times, he felt like he was about to reach it, but he just couldn't quite get there. To be fair, Song Yuan, the CPU trainee, really knew his stuff.
Suddenly, Song Yuan stopped in his tracks.
A hint of gravity flashed across his usually impassive face.
Don't move. Are we there yet?
Chu asked curiously.
Song Yuan said nothing, but suddenly looked up at the sky.
Chu followed his gaze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A colossal creature soared overhead, trailing a long, fiery red streak across the night sky. It was a gigantic bird. Its body was engulfed in raging flames, and the terrifying heat seemed capable of burning a hole right through space. Its wings shimmered with radiant light. Every feather seemed like the most exquisite treasure in the world. As the giant bird swept over their heads, a terrifying aura swept down upon them, toppling countless ancient trees in its path.
Monster, Purgatory Phoenix Boss. Rank? Level?
A string of question marks, no information at all.
Song Yuan's massive body trembled, unleashing a powerful shockwave that completely dispersed the Purgatory Phoenix's overwhelming aura. Chu stared at the giant bird engulfed in flames, his heart pounding.
He'd seen this creature before.
Right in the deep forest dungeon.
Back then, as the dungeon was nearing its end, it was this very bird that had been chasing him relentlessly. To save his life, Chu had jumped off a cliff and nearly fallen into the river. He never expected to run into this bird here. It's fucking bizarre.
Director, what tier is this boss?
Chu swallowed hard.
Mythic tier.
Song Yuan said in a deep voice.
Whoa.
Chu sucked in a sharp breath. Thank goodness this thing hadn't set its sights on them.
Otherwise, even Song Yuan might have met his end right there.
A boss of this caliber could crush Chu to death with sheer presence alone. Magic immunity wouldn't do a damn thing.
It's too dangerous. Director, why don't we just call it off? Chu's heart was pounding.
There was no need to risk his life for 500,000 credits.
An S-rank mission, better to skip it. It wasn't he after us. Let us keep going. Song Yuan's tone left no room for doubt.
Chu followed along reluctantly, his face a picture of despair.
Dragoness blood was Song Yuan's lifeline. He certainly wouldn't pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if he had to drag Chu along, he'd do it.
After walking for several more hours, the first light of dawn was already breaking on the horizon. The two had walked all night long, and finally, at the break of dawn, they reached their destination.
We're here. Song Yuan stared straight ahead, a strange gleam in his eyes.
Chu stepped onto the small hill and his eyes widened slightly. Before them lay a mountain ravine stretching for thousands of li, surrounded by a massive blue magical array that sealed everything out. Within the light barrier, they could faintly make out a massive, deep blue beast lying in the ravine. Its body was so enormous it spanned 10,000 meters. From the beast's appearance, Chu could tell this was the thunder dragon of the legendary tier.
It bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragoness phantom he had summoned.
Looks like we're not the only ones who made it here, Chu frowned as he looked at the crowd gathered around the magic array.
He counted them, there were about 500.
And every single one was a powerhouse at the epic tier or higher, mostly members of guild organizations.
Director, didn't you say only the two of us knew about this? Chu asked in astonishment. If I hadn't said that, would you have come? Song Yuan retorted. Chu, are the city's schemes really this deep?
On second thought, the Thunder Dragoness body was so massive, and it had an extremely strong protective shield, anyone who wasn't blind would have noticed it.
So, the Thunder Dragoness rotting corpse was actually a ruse? Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine.
True to form for an old fox who lived for hundreds of years, his mind was indeed deep and cunning.
Don't worry.
As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, Song Yuan said with unquestionable confidence. In his eyes, the guild members were no different from ants.
All right, then.
Let us work out a battle plan first. Chu leisurely pulled out a pen and paper.
Before he could finish speaking, Song Yuan grabbed Chu by the neck with one hand and leaped into the air, holding him like a little chick. Whoa, holy crap. Director, take it easy. Chu felt the thrill of free fall, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. At that moment, the crowd gathered around the magic circle heard the commotion and turned to look. They saw two figures plummeting from the sky, crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous thud. A shower of mud and debris flew into the air. Cough, cough. Damn it, I just got a mouthful of dirt.
Chu gagged, nearly sickening himself.
Who are you people? This area has already been claimed by our major guilds in Qianyu City. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless.
A legendary tier assassin, holding a cold, gleaming dagger in each hand, spoke with a tone thick with warning.
As soon as Chu heard this, he was instantly incensed. What do you mean you've claimed this place? Who the hell do you think you are?
This is Zhuoling Gorge, I come and go as I please.
What business is it of yours? Chapter 74, The Evil Axe Battle Maniac.
Run 9,999 meters first.
How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in that tone? Liu Kangdal's expression turned icy. So what if you're a legendary tier class changer? Try touching me if you dare. Chu stood tall, completely unafraid. What an arrogant kid.
We at the We Will Night Guild Haven T come across someone this out of touch with reality in a long time.
It's not like just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is worthy of a piece of the pie. Looks like your elders didn't raise you right, Kangle. Teach him a lesson on how to behave on behalf of his parents.
The crowd shook their heads and snickered, looking at Chu with mockery.
3 major guilds from Kunlun province were present, the Jianye Guild, the Bawang Guild, and the Tianqin Guild.
Also present was Qianyu City, a renowned independent main city within Kunlun province. The leaders of these 3 guilds were all legendary tier powerhouses. Xianyu City had dispatched its deputy city lord, Li Wangjing, an 8-star legendary powerhouse. The more than 500 people present were all members of these factions, each possessed an abundance of combat EXP and was battle-hardened. However, none of them dared to act rashly, because behind Chu stood Song Yuan. Liu Kangle's expression wavered between shock and suspicion, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. The middle-aged man standing behind this kid exuded an incredibly powerful, unfathomable aura. Although he appeared to be at the legendary tier on the surface, his presence was several levels stronger than that of Liu Kangdel himself. This guy was no ordinary person. You little bastard, don't think having a backer gives you free rein to act however you please. We've got hundreds of people here, you're not in a position to mess with us, Liu Kangdel threatened. Then go ahead and make your move. What are you dithering for? Chu sneered, provocatively beckoning him with a flick of his finger. Liu Kangdel, a full-fledged legendary tier 1-star assassin, when had he ever been treated like a doormat by a master tier 2-star? This was the last straw. Shadow dash. In an instant, Liu Kangdel vanished from sight, as if he de-evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a trace of his presence. Arrogance comes at a price. A chilling voice rang in Chu's ear. Liu Kangdel suddenly appeared behind Chu, 2 daggers thrust toward his neck. Is that so? I think I'm pretty tough. Chu didn't even turn his head, a mocking smile curving his lips. The next moment, Liu Kangdel suddenly felt an irresistible, colossal force crash down upon him. Thud. With a dull thud, Liu Kangdel's entire body was smashed into a pulp. That was fast. Liu Kangdel was taken out in an instant? I'd been roaming Kunlun province for decades, and I've never heard of anyone like this. Could he be from another province? The crowd buzzed with speculation when, suddenly, a burly man carrying a heavy sword stepped forward. I am Gu Shangming, guild master of the Jianya Guild. We were the first to discover this thunder dragon. Please do me the honor of leaving this place. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Chu retorted. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Shangming's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Young man, this is Kunlun province, not your own little fiefdom. Watch your mouth. I don't have many virtues, but I sure have a sharp tongue. If you can't stand it, then take your men and get the hell out of here. Chu bellowed. To deal with this sort of person, one must use thunderous force. A mere 2-star master tier mage, you're asking for death. Gu Shangming roared in anger, drawing the heavy sword from his back as a sky-shaking, overwhelming wave swept toward them. Furious whale slash. In that instant, 100-meter-long whale burst forth from the wave, charging forward with terrifying momentum. The overwhelming pressure seemed poised to crush Chu to death on the spot. The 1,000-meter distance was bridged in the blink of an eye. Song Yuan took a slow step forward and gently tapped his finger toward the front. Boom! The 10,000-meter wave came to an abrupt halt, and under the power of that single finger, the whale shattered into countless droplets of water, vanishing without a trace. What? Gu Shangming's eyelid twitched violently, his heart pounding with shock. What kind of insane damage was this? A single finger had just shattered his technique? It wasn't just him, even the powerful observers watching from behind were left speechless with astonishment. They're both 5-star legends, how can there be such a huge gap? That can't be possible. Is he hiding his true strength? What terrifying damage! Where did this guy come from? The crowd was baffled, yet deeply shaken. However, that wasn't the end of it. Song Yuan took another step forward, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. His aura surged like a dragon, instantly churning the clouds in the sky. Suddenly, a black and red axe spanning 10,000 meters appeared above his head. Upon seeing this, Gu Shangming's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly realized something. Evil Axe Battle Maniac, you're Song Yuan from the Imperial Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shaken even more deeply. What? He asked Song Yuan. Didn't that guy die from poisoning? Looks like he's desperate for dragon blood to counter the poison. No wonder he came to Kunlun province to find a thunder dragon corpse. As the black axe took shape, it loomed over him like a guillotine, ready to pass judgment.
Song Yuan's palm slowly descended, and the black axe moved in unison.
Gu Shangming's eyes widened, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly cried out, "Senior Tsang, I failed to recognize your true worth, please spare my life." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gu Shangming turned and ran, without a moment's hesitation. But how could he possibly escape the reach of a 10,000-meter-long giant axe? What harm was there in letting him run 9,999 meters first? As the giant axe came crashing down, its sheer force caused the earth itself to collapse. Seeing there was no way to evade it, Gu Shangming unleashed all his strength at once. He immediately launched his most powerful attack. Awakened skill, 1,000 waves at the abyss's edge. Suddenly, wave after wave appeared out of thin air. As he swung his heavy sword, the world around him transformed into an ocean, a truly spectacular sight. Gu Shangming stood in the middle of the sea, like a sea god descended from the heavens, controlling the waves as he faced the black axe head-on. Each wave was more powerful than the last, crashing in one after another. "Chairman Gu, you've actually used your first awakening skill. Is the pressure really that intense? Don't you know who he is up against?" The Black Axe Battle Maniac, a legendary tier warrior, the cream of the crop among the younger generation hundreds of years ago, who once vied for the top spot at the Imperial Academy. Chairman Gu's strength shouldn't be underestimated either. With his first awakening skill activated, even Song Yuan would be in trouble if he didn't take it seriously. However, what happened next left them utterly stunned. Countless waves crashed against the giant axe, yet failed to budge it even an inch. Before everyone's eyes, the giant axe cleaved through the waves and shattered the obstacles, forcefully breaking through Gu Shangming's assault. "No!" Gu Shangming roared, his eyes filled with deep regret and resentment. Boom! The giant axe instantly cleaved the earth in two, leaving a gash 100 meters deep. As for Gu Shangming, his body was split in two, his internal organs and intestines spilling out, blood gushing forth. Beside the corpse lay two eyeballs. Whoa! Seeing this scene, the crowd was utterly stunned. They were both legendary 5-star cultivators, and Gu Shangming had even advanced one awakening level further. All his equipment was also legendary grade. And yet he was instantly killed with a single axe blow? Moreover, judging by the force of the strike, it seemed as though Song Yuan had merely struck offhand. The crowd instantly lost their composure, their gazes toward Song Yuan filled with apprehension. "So, does anyone still have any objections?" Chu flashed a devilish smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Chapter 75, Is Chu actually the dragon's bastard son? Everyone froze on the spot. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Not even Li Wangjing, the deputy city lord of Qianyu City, dared to utter a word. Although he held the highest level among those present, he dared not act presumptuously in front of Song Yuan. Qianyu City was a major metropolis, vast in size, with a city lord who was a mythic tier powerhouse and countless elite troops and capable generals under his command. But comparing them to the Imperial Academy was undoubtedly like trying to crack a nut with an egg. There was simply no comparison. The Imperial Academy could pick any instructor at random, and that person alone could easily crush everyone present. Not to mention Song Yuan, a figure at the director level. Above the director were the vice-chancellor and the chancellor. And the Imperial Academy's greatest backer, the City of Dawn. So even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare offend Song Yuan. "Senior Song, we were indeed the first to discover this thunder dragon's carcass. Please spare us and give us a chance," Li Wangjing said, adopting an extremely humble tone. "If you can break the magic array, I won't stop you," Song Yuan said slowly. While a hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Wangjing's face. To be honest, he couldn't get in. It wasn't just him, no one present could get inside. If they could get in, they wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. The Thunder Dragon's carcass had been discovered half a month ago. They expended countless manpower and resources, even going so far as to leak the news to lure several major guilds into collaborating with them. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through this magical array. During this time, they also lost quite a few brothers. The magical array set up by the Thunder Dragon was incredibly powerful. Even if a mythic tier powerhouse were to arrive, the slightest misstep could mean certain death on the spot.
Could it be that Senior Song has a way to break the magical array? Li Wangjing asked tentatively. I cannot break the magical array, Song Yuan shook his head.
Hearing this, the faces of the people were filled with deep disappointment.
Did that mean the magical array would remain sealed forever?
If they didn't hurry and enter now, once word spread and attracted even more powerful factions, none of them would gain anything.
Within the Dragongxia Empire, there were certainly factions even stronger than the Imperial Academy.
But, changing the subject, Song Yuan pointed at Chu and said, he can go in.
Chu realized it was his turn to step up and stood tall, chest out. With him?
Strange expressions crossed the crowd's faces. A magical array that a group of legendary tier powerhouses couldn't break.
Could a mere master tier mage really get in? It was utterly preposterous.
Senior Song, at this point, please don't joke around. Li Wangjing shook his head in disappointment.
Who's joking? What if I actually go in? Chu raised an eyebrow. That's a joke. If you can get in, I'll even kneel down and kowtow to you. Forget bowing, ID, even take your last name.
Young people these days are getting more and more brazen. Just because they have a little talent, they dare to spout such nonsense. The crowd's words were thick with contempt.
How could a mere master tier mage solve a problem they themselves couldn't handle? Where would that leave their pride? Besides, it was simply impossible. What gave him the right? You're the ones who said that. I've memorized your faces. When I come out later, I'll settle the score with each and every one of you. Shu said. Kid, don't risk your life. Arrogance comes at a price. He is so out of touch with reality. Senior Song really is something, sending such a weakling to his death.
Maybe he is just using this kid as a guinea pig to test the magic array's power. Chu strode forward, a confident smile playing on his calm, unconcerned face. With his magic immunity alone, he had nothing to fear from the magic array.
And with his Thunder Mage class Thunder? He really wasn't afraid of that.
Just as Chu reached the magic circle, he stopped.
What?
Scared? If you're scared, hurry back, don't go making a fool of yourself out there.
Kids these days, there's a limit to showing off. Don't you value your own life at all?
Who knows where this pathetic wretch came from?
Looks like Zhuoling Gorge is about to gain another lost soul.
Chu paid no heed to their taunts. As he stood before the magic circle, a sudden sense of familiarity washed over him. This feeling was deeply mysterious. It felt as if he were facing a close relative. It felt as though blood was thicker than water.
Could it be that he was actually a dragon's illegitimate son? Had he been cast down to the mortal realm to be tested? This magic circle, is it really as terrifying as they say?
Chu slowly reached out and lightly touched it. People's eyes widened as they stared intently at Chu's movements, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Starting from his fingertips, his palms slowly made contact. Their hearts were in their throats. Their concentration at that moment rivaled that of a math exam. A moment later, Chu's palm slowly pressed against the magic circle.
He touched it. Everyone, take out your phones to take pictures and record this. We'll analyze how the magic circle works later. This kid's about to die. Everyone step back. Don't get caught in the thunderbolt the magic circle unleashes.
The crowd quickly scrambled backward. The power unleashed by the magic circle was utterly terrifying.
It could instantly wipe out a legendary tier powerhouse. After a while, the crowd sensed something was off. Why is that kid still standing there? Did he even make contact? Is he just putting on a show? Alan, go check it out.
The young man named Alan, clad in gold tier battle armor, wielding a greatsword, and riding a white horse, looked exceptionally heroic.
All right.
He galloped over on his white horse, dismounted once he was near the magic circle. Alan glanced at the spot where Chu's palm touched the magic circle, his face filled with confusion.
Why aren't you dead?
I don't think this magic circle is as terrifying as you guys say.
It didn't make a sound, could it be broken? Shu asked, puzzled. Broken? Alan furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up with delight. If the magic circle had failed, wouldn't that prove that all of them could go inside? Dragon blood, dragon crystals, dragon bones. The value of these items was on par with mythic tier equipment. We're in luck. We're in luck. Alan burst out laughing. Get out of the way. Alan roughly shoved Shu aside and began to examine the magic circle closely. Seeing this, the group gathered around and asked, Alan, what is going on? The magic circle seems to have failed. The runes on it have faded considerably. Alan said excitedly, eager to get started. Ha ha! Heaven is on my side. It seems my Overlord Guild is destined to rise in this era. Li Yuanba, the Overlord Guild's leader, roared with laughter. Leader, let me be the first to charge in. Alan rubbed his hands together excitedly. All right. Li Yuanba patted Alan on the shoulder with a look of approval. You've been doing great lately. I'll give you 10% of whatever we loot later. Then, Alan shot Shu a contemptuous glance and said, You're too scared to go in even though the magic circle is broken. What a wimp. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. As a brave class changer, these are the qualities you should possess. Alan snorted lightly, brushed his bangs aside, and strode forward with his head held high. Damn it! That damn Alan snatched this opportunity right from under my nose. If I'd known, I would been the first to charge in. Yeah. That kid Alan got way too much luck. The crowd was so jealous they could ground their back teeth to dust. Why hadn't this chance to lead the charge fallen to them? If only they'd been a little braver. Sizzle. Ah. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Alan's entire body instantly turned to dust. Ha! Everyone froze in shock. Chapter 76, You might as well get down on your knees and bow. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. The members of the Overlord Guild rubbed their eyes hard and looked again. What the hell? Where's Alan? It looked like a flash of lightning just now, and then he was gone. There's a pile of dust on the ground. The crowd suddenly realized. The spot where Alan had been standing was now covered in a layer of fine dust. So, Alan is dead? Kid, did you pull this stunt? A member of the Overlord Guild asked with a menacing look. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. I'm just a 2-star master tier mage. How could I possibly have the power to disrupt this magic array? Shu shrugged, feigning innocence. Then how come you were fine just now? Isn't it possible that I'm immune to magical damage? Shu asked. You? Before you start spouting off, you'd better take a good look at yourself and see what you're really made of, the man sneered. If you don't believe me, that is fine. Shu couldn't be bothered to argue with him and walked straight toward the magic array. This time, he didn't hesitate, he simply stepped right into it. The moment his body touched the magic array, it was as if they had merged seamlessly. The two actually became one. Moreover, as the violent lightning elements surged, it seemed as though a mysterious strength surrounded Shu, forcefully annihilating the elements. A magic array capable of blocking hundreds of legendary tier powerhouses had been broken by a single master tier mage? It was utterly preposterous. Damn it! He actually got through. Who the hell is this kid? Everyone witnessed this scene, and their hearts were shaken to the core. Wait, what gives him the right? Could it be that all these people here aren't a match for some greenhorn? Shu stepped inside the magic circle and discovered that the thunder element here was so dense it was terrifying. The roar of thunder echoed constantly in his ears, and thunder spirits danced in the wind everywhere he looked. This was a true world of thunder. Shu turned to face the few who had just made a bet with him and shouted, I'm in. You can start kneeling and kowtowing now. Oh, and you. Don't play dumb, I'm talking to you. You said you'd take my surname, right? Keep your promise. As soon as those words left his mouth, the members of the Overlord Guild lost all face. Their faces turned ashen, looking as if they'd just swallowed a mouthful of shit. Members of other guilds watched the spectacle as bystanders, smirking to themselves. To be humiliated by a master tier kid. If word of this got out, would the Overlord Guild have any face left? You little brat, let me give you some advice. Leave yourself some wiggle room, don't get too cocky. Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. Chu waved his hand and said, forget it. I wasn't expecting any sense of honor from a bunch like you anyway. The so-called Overlord Guild, that's just the kind of nature you have. What did you say? Kid, don't think you can run your mouth just because you found some way to get inside the magic array. If you've got the guts, go ahead and retrieve the dragon crystal. Wait until you've pulled all the treasures out first. The members of the Overlord Guild immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chu, their faces flushed with rage. Chu sneered inwardly. If he wasn't here to take the dragon crystal, then why had he come at all? Instantly, he summoned his staff and walked toward the Thunder Dragoness corpse. Ha! This blue herb looks pretty good. Along the way, he found plenty of spirit herbs brimming with lightning elements, and Chu collected them all. A blue stone? What on earth is this? Chu looked at the lone blue stone lying on the ground, which contained extremely powerful fluctuations of lightning energy. The energy contained within a single stone was comparable to that of several thousand blue herbs. Never mind. I'll pick it up first. If I don't need it, I'll just sell it. And so, Chu set out on his scavenging expedition. The people outside the magic circle watched Chu plunder these treasures, their hearts bleeding. They knew exactly how valuable these items were. The lightning attribute spirit herb he'd just casually picked was called Thunder Shaking Grass, a support herb beloved by smiths. When forging, adding even a tiny bit can drastically reduce the forging time. Thunder Grass goes for around 100 million dragon coins. He'd just casually picked dozens of them. Such a massive fortune could directly buy a legendary tier weapon. And then there were the lightning attribute magic stones. He'd just picked up. Those things can't even be bought with money. Certain classes require these types of magic stones for their awakening. Not only are they extremely rare, but just one of them would drive countless people wild. Damn! That kid-ass got way too much luck. Don't panic. He's about to get close to the Thunder Dragoness corpse. The Dragon Clan might isn't something a mere master tier mage can withstand. You're right. What a waste of all those treasures. The crowd sighed with regret. If they'd gotten their hands on so many good things, they would have made a run for it long ago. Knowing when to quit is the surest way to make a fortune. Next, they stood there watching to see how Chu would die. He probably didn't even know that a Thunder Dragoness dragon might could crush a legendary tier powerhouse to death, did he? Li Wangjing, who had been standing nearby, appeared silently beside Song Yuan and asked, Senior Song, aren't you at all worried about this youngster? From start to finish, Song Yuan had remained standing in the same spot, not moving a muscle. As long as Chu wasn't in mortal danger, he wouldn't intervene. Life and death are predestined, Song Yuan replied. Li Wangjing was slightly taken aback. So detached? That can't be right. Song Yuan needs dragon blood to save his life. He would never waste his efforts. Come to think of it, perhaps this master tier mage is the key to breaking the deadlock? With that thought, Li Wangjing instinctively gazed into the center of the magic array. He saw that Chu was getting closer and closer to the Thunder Dragoness corpse. Just 2 kilometers ahead. Even from a distance of 2,000 meters, Chu could clearly feel the oppressive pressure emanating from the Thunder Dragon. It was as if a massive boulder were pressing down on his chest, making it impossible to breathe. Thank goodness I'm a dragon mage, otherwise, I'd have died 100 times over by now, Chu thought to himself, startled. His speed gradually slowed. Chu's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and every movement seemed to tear at his internal organs, causing excruciating pain. Beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans dripped down, only to be instantly scattered by the raging lightning elements. When the distance between them was down to 500 meters, the pressure on Chu had reached the absolute limit of what he could endure. At this distance, he finally made out the Thunder Dragoness true form. Dazzling. Majestic. Its massive body stood before him like a mountain, radiating a dazzling deep blue glow. Each scale was as large as a house, shimmering like the most brilliant gemstones in the world. Most striking of all were the arcs of lightning coiling around the dragon's body. Every inch the lightning passed through caused space to tremble, creating a minuscule black hole. Such destructive power rivaled that of Song Yuan's attacks. And this was despite the fact that the Thunder Dragon had already perished. If it were still alive, just how formidable would its power be? Summoning billions of bolts of lightning, it could probably destroy an entire city outright, couldn't it? Look! That kid has stopped. Humph! He can't withstand the dragon's might anymore. One more step forward and he'll be obliterated, body and soul. He's doomed to die in the end anyway. The treasures on the Thunder Dragon aren't something a mere master tier mage is qualified to lay a finger on. Everyone was certain Chu would give up. Just making it this far was something to be proud of. However, just then, one of the members of the Overlord Guild suddenly cried out in shock. That kid threw away his staff. What is he up to? The crowd turned to look, and saw Chu clasping his hands together, his body radiating a sacred aura. Chapter 77, He is Chu. The mythic tier Thunder Dragon Crystal. This aura was strikingly similar to that of the Thunder Dragon. It was as if they came from the same source. What a strange kid. What on earth is he up to? I've never heard of any mage class emitting this kind of energy. Could it be that? At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu's eyes suddenly snapped open. Golden flashes burst forth from his eyes, illuminating the entire space. A colossal aura seemed poised to shatter the heavens and the earth. Even the magic array trembled, the runes upon it flickered on and off, teetering on the brink of collapse. Immediately afterward, a gigantic golden dragon soared into the sky, shooting straight toward the clouds. The colossal, sky-obscuring phantom of the dragon emerged with pride, gazing down upon the world with disdain. Its dragon eyes, as bright as the sun, turned to look at them. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they instinctively took a few steps back. He can summon a dragon. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Am I hallucinating? I get it. He is Chu. Chu from the Imperial Academy, the one with 2 hidden classes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd was shaken to the core. As a thunder mage, he could control the element of lightning, so he wasn't afraid of magic arrays. Furthermore, he also held the Dragon Mage class, so the Thunder Dragon's aura had no effect on him. Now that it's put that way, everything makes sense. So from the very beginning, Chu was confident he could get the Dragon Crystal. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze at Song Yuan, who stood calmly to the side. Chu was a student at the Imperial Academy, and Song Yuan is the dean of the Imperial Academy. Damn it! How could I not have thought of that? Now that we know this, maybe he really can produce the Dragon Crystal. The most precious treasure a Thunder Dragon possesses is the Dragon Crystal. At that moment, everyone was kicking themselves with regret. If you just told us your true identity earlier, we wouldn't have made such a huge blunder, would we? Although the major guilds, including those from Qianyu City, harbored covetous thoughts, they were no match for the formidable Song Yuan. And who knows what hidden cards he might have up his sleeve. Dragon crystals are certainly precious, but one must still be alive to enjoy them. After Chu summoned the Dragon's phantom within the magic array, all the pressure on his body vanished. In this state, it was as if he were walking on level ground, effortless and natural. When he reached the top of the Thunder Dragon's head and gazed upon its massive head, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe welling up inside him. The dragon race, the most powerful race in the world. From birth, they possess the ability to control the elements, and dragon magic is the most devastating weapon in the world. They are natural demigods. Once they reach maturity, they become mythic tier beings. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful race could actually perish at the hands of the Dragonxia Empire. As Chu examined it, he was startled to discover a fist-sized hole in the Thunder Dragon's forehead. Leaning in for a closer look, he saw that the hole had pierced right through the skull, striking the vital point. Whoa! A single, fatal blow? Who did this? Shu took a deep breath. How powerful must the opponent have been to slaughter a dragon like this? Looking into the hole, Shu saw a sapphire the size of a human head. This was the dragon crystal. Shu suppressed his excitement and reached in to retrieve the dragon crystal. Ding! A powerful energy source capable of absorption has been detected. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? No. He held it up to examine it closely. Inside the dragon crystal, countless dragons seemed to float, their energy so immense it felt as though it contained the might of a mythic tier. Wow, if I could absorb all that energy, wouldn't I be propelled to the top in one fell swoop? Shu's heart was pounding wildly. Such a temptation even Lu Xiaowei himself wouldn't be able to resist. But before that, he didn't forget the task San Yuan had assigned him. He pulled a vial from his backpack and collected all the dragon blood oozing from his wound. Once it was full, a violent rumbling sounded from within the vial. Even dragon blood contained immense power. This vial was specially crafted to remain intact for a period of time. Done. Shu couldn't help but grin. It seemed this mission had gone a bit too smoothly. An S-rank mission, is that all there is to it? The crowd outside the magic circle watched the dragon crystal in Shu's hand, their mouths watering. That kid sure has good luck. After finishing everything, Shu planned to absorb the dragon crystal right there on the spot. If he waited until he returned to the academy to absorb it, it might cause unnecessary trouble. He understood the principle that possessing a precious treasure invites trouble. Just as he was climbing down from the Thunder Dragon's corpse, a muffled thud suddenly rang in his ears. Thump! Thump! The sound was rhythmic and exceptionally clear. Shu looked around in confusion but didn't spot any other creatures. Could it be that I didn't sleep last night and am hearing things? Thump! Thump! This time, the sound was even louder. It seemed to be right next to his ear. Shu furrowed his brow and walked in that direction. When he reached the Thunder Dragon's belly, he scooped away the mud on the ground and saw an egg? What the heck is this? It looks just like a light bulb. Looking at the faint runes on the egg's surface, Shu felt they bore a resemblance to the runes on a magic circle. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be a dragon egg? Shu's breath caught in his throat. His whole body trembled. Damn, this is way too exciting. First a dragon crystal, and now a dragon egg. In a way, a dragon crystal isn't even as valuable as a dragon egg. Possessing a dragon crystal doesn't necessarily mean you'll reach mythic tier strength. But if you have a dragon egg, once the little dragon hatches and grows over time, you'll have a mythic tier pet. This is a dragon, after all. It's nothing like that donkey Xiaolang Tian keeps. I've hit the jackpot. Wait. Did they notice? Shu turned his head to glance at the crowd. After confirming that the dragon egg in the mud pit wasn't visible from this angle, he stuffed it into his backpack in the blink of an eye. From an outsider's perspective, Shu first stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then suddenly walked toward the dragon's rear end. Whether he lost his mind or what, he even pulled out a shovel and started digging in the mud. This series of baffling actions left everyone scratching their heads. What's he doing? What's the point of digging a hole? Could there be a treasure hidden in the dirt? He has already got the dragon crystal. What treasure could possibly be worth more than that? Not wanting to draw attention to his wealth, Shu temporarily stashed the dragon egg in his backpack, planning to take it out once it was safe. Immediately, he looked at the Thunder Dragon, and a deep sense of respect welled up within him. It turned out to be a female dragon about to give birth, slain at the most critical moment. A pregnant dragon's combat effectiveness is severely limited, yet even so, given their strength, they aren't easily brought down. Perhaps this dragon egg was the culprit. As a mother, she protected her child, but she herself had left this world forever. She would never see her child again. Shu let out a long sigh. Such an ending was truly heartbreaking. I just stole your mother's dragon crystal, and now you've fallen into my hands. Does this count as taking the thief as your father?
Chapter 78, Dual Hidden Class Fusion Technique. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Chu found a spot to sit down, cradled the dragon crystal, and began absorbing its energy.
Ding! Absorption begins. Estimated time, 3 days. 3 days is manageable.
The immense energy contained within the dragon crystal, aided by the system, seeped into Chu's body bit by bit, like unraveling a thread.
Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100. Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100. Absorbing unknown energy, EXP plus 100.
His EXP rose slowly, bit by bit. It was a massive undertaking. Without the system's help, if he tried to absorb it relying solely on his own strength, he'd be blown to bits by the immense energy. Chu didn't care how long it took. Time was the one thing he had plenty of. But while he wasn't in a hurry, the people outside certainly were.
What the hell is he doing? Absorbing the dragon crystal right now? Looks like it. Is that kid trying to get himself killed? He is crazy.
There aren't many normal young people these days. Song Yuan, however, could guess what Chu was thinking.
But was he really that confident he could control the dragon crystal's energy?
In terms of his class, no one in the world was better suited for this than him. First, Chu could control thunder, which perfectly matched the attributes of a thunder dragon. Second, as a dragon mage, he was best suited to receive the dragon crystal's blessings.
Therefore, Chu stood to gain immensely. Of course, that was assuming he didn't get blown apart by the energy. Day after day passed. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye.
More and more people gathered outside the magic circle, hoping to get a piece of the action from Song Yuan.
Surprisingly, Chu's absorption process was going very smoothly, and none of the scenarios they imagined were unfolding. It's been 3 days already. Why isn't there any sign that it's ending? He is not going to stay in there for years, is he?
A mythic tier dragon crystal, if he absorbs it all, he'll probably shoot straight to the mythic tier, right? People looked on with envy, wishing they could have such good luck.
Would they still have to work as someone else's lackey in this lousy guild?
Song Yuan, meanwhile, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed as he rested. He had maintained this posture for 3 days, not moving a muscle, as still as a statue.
Suddenly,
he opened his eyes, his deep gaze fixed intently on Chu.
In an instant,
a flash of light shot through the dragon crystal, and Chu's absorption process came to an end.
Ding! Host has reached absorption limit. My level is too low right now. I can't even absorb 1% of it.
Chu clicked his tongue in frustration. However, over the past 3 days, his strength had improved tremendously. First, he had advanced to 6 stars in the master tier. Second, while absorbing the dragon crystal's energy, he had also mastered a new skill. Roar of the Thunder Dragon Epic Tier, a strength skill that commands dragons and lightning, dealing devastating damage to enemies in a straight line. The power depends on spirit value. This skill was incredibly powerful over the past few days. Chu had seen the Thunder Dragon use it in his dreams. With a single roar, an entire mountain range stretching 10,000 li was leveled, turning the area into a wasteland. This was his first dual-class fusion skill. I guess I'll have to wait until I reach the Grandmaster tier for my next absorption. Chu stowed the dragon crystal in his backpack and stepped out of the magic circle. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he felt completely revitalized.
How did it go? Asked Song Yuan. Not bad.
I can take on 10 Hui, no problem. Chu grinned and pulled out the vial containing the dragon's blood.
I've done my duty. My mission is complete. Well done. Song Yuan took the vial, a hint of delight in his voice.
With this, the extremely cold toxin that had plagued him for years could finally be cured.
Hey! I've got the dragon crystal right here. Now you've got nothing to say. Time to start kowtowing, right?
Chu sneered. Those under his gaze quickly looked away, pretending not to notice, their toes awkwardly scratching patterns on the ground as if drawing a 3-bedroom apartment.
Put! Cowards!
A look of deep contempt flashed in Chu's eyes. Just as the two were about to head home, Li Wangjing approached with his entourage.
You must be Brother Chu, right? Just as the rumors say, you're truly a striking figure.
Get to the point, Chu said indifferently, glancing at him. I'm Li Wangjing, Deputy City Lord of Qianyu City. I'd like to propose a business deal, Li Wangjing said with a friendly smile. Sorry, I'm not short on money right now, Chu replied bluntly. Everyone present knew these old foxes were up to no good. They were well aware he was carrying dragon crystals.
Their intentions couldn't be any more obvious.
Besides, even if everyone here pooled all their wealth, it wouldn't amount to a fraction of a dragon crystal's value.
Don't rush to refuse.
I'm not after the dragon crystal, I want the thunder-shaking grass you're carrying, Li Wangjing explained.
Chu was slightly taken aback.
He pulled the grass he'd casually plucked from his backpack.
This thing is called thunder-shaking grass? That's right.
I'll pay 100 million dragon coins for a single stalk, Li Wangjing said, holding up one finger. Qianyu City was developing rapidly, and he happened to have a group of blacksmiths eager to improve their skills and open up trade routes between Kunlun province and the main city. Thunder-shaking grass was in high demand but hard to come by.
Since Chu happened to have some on hand, why not strike a deal and build a good relationship? The price he offered was 30% higher than the Merchants Guild's buyback rate.
His goal was simply to befriend Chu.
Li Wangjing saw enormous potential in Chu.
Forging a connection with a future powerhouse, it was a win-win situation. Chu did the math. He had a total of 50 thunder-shaking grasses in his inventory, but there was no need to trade them all at once. For him, money was actually the least valuable thing. I'll trade for 10 billion, Chu said after giving it some thought, finally pulling out 10 thunder-shaking grasses.
Agreed.
Li Wangjing smiled slightly and immediately transferred 10 billion to Chu. After the transaction was complete, Li Wangjing spoke up, our meeting is a matter of fate. I'd like to invite you both to be my guests in Qianyu City.
Would you do me the honor of accepting my humble invitation, M? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Chu, you wretch! Come and die! The sudden outburst caught everyone's attention.
In the distance, two figures streaked toward them at breakneck speed, their murderous intent enveloping them like a dark cloud.
Two legendary tier class changers?
Li Wangjing furrowed his brow slightly. Judging by the situation, it seemed they were coming straight for the two of them.
To avoid any suspicion, Li Wangjing quietly led his men to the rear.
Soon, the two charged straight toward them. A massive, golden hand suddenly grew larger, radiating overwhelming might as it slammed directly toward Chu. Seeing the golden palm that obscured the sky, everyone was filled with dread. Where did this powerful figure come from? Song Yuan snorted coldly, swept his arm, and sent a giant axe hurtling toward the palm, violently cleaving it in two.
But that wasn't the end of it.
Just then, a pale eye suddenly appeared in the void, and a beam of light slammed down with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Song Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. His skin flushed crimson as his aura surged, and a pitch-black axe materialized in his hand.
Immediately, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, shooting straight toward the sky, and with a single swing, cleaved the giant eye in two. But just then, Song Yuan's body suddenly stiffened, and his movements slowed. This was the class trait of the Eye of Death class. All skills carried a slow effect. Even when broken through, the effect remained. The slow lasted less than a second before Song Yuan regained his freedom and returned to Chu's side. Jining, Liaozhen. Why aren't you at the Imperial Academy? What are you doing out here without permission? Song Yuan demanded.
Director Song, spare us the formalities.
My purpose is simple, I want Chu's head. Liaozhen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone present immediately understood. So this was an internal conflict within the Imperial Academy.
With these two throwing a wrench into the works, the situation had taken a different turn.
Members of the major guilds secretly rejoiced, their eyes brimming with greed. Chapter 79, The Might of the Falling Star Thunder. A serious strike.
Song Yuan's gaze blazed like a torch. His skin slowly turned blood red, the veins on his arms bulged, and his body suddenly shot up a few inches. His loose-fitting clothes were suddenly stretched taut by his swelling muscles, and his expression turned ferocious.
As long as I'm here today, none of you will lay a finger on him, Song Yuan said coldly.
If this were you 50 years ago, I might have feared you a little.
But you've been afflicted by the extreme cold poison for so many years, surely you're on your last legs by now?
How much of your true strength can you even muster? Liaojin showed not a trace of fear, his golden arms burst with light, dazzling like the sun.
You'll find out soon enough.
Song Yuan plunged his black axe into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently as countless fissures spread outward from the point of impact.
Very well. I've long wanted to test the strength of the Black Axe Battle Maniac of the legendary tier.
A cold gleam flashed in Liaojin's eyes as he shot forward. Jining followed close behind, his body radiating a thick aura of death, accompanied by a pungent stench of decay that was nauseating. Both were legendary 5-star powerhouses, equipped entirely with legendary tier gear. Their strength was immense.
Song Yuan, wielding his black axe, engaged the two in battle.
The shockwaves unleashed by their clash left the earth riddled with craters, shattering mountain ranges and sending boulders flying in all directions. In the void, a pair of vertical eyes constantly kept Song Yuan's movement in check, slowing his actions to a crawl. Liaojin took the lead in the attack, while Jining provided support. Their coordination was flawless, as if they were reading each other's minds, allowing them to react the very instant Song Yuan launched his attack. This was the combat awareness of top-tier warriors. Sometimes, they didn't even need to exchange a glance for their comrades to anticipate their next move.
Frenzy of war across the world. Song Yuan's aura surged wildly.
In the blink of an eye, it reached an extraordinary height, towering above the other two. The black axe in his hand looked like the sharpest blade in the world. It suddenly sliced through space and, with an eerie speed, reached Liaojin's chest in an instant.
At that moment, Liaojin's eyelids twitched violently. A profound sense of mortal danger welled up within him. Gold tier, the defense.
In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed from his arms, and a set of indestructible armor instantly enveloped his body. At the same time, a red beam shot out from the vertical eye on Jining's forehead, greatly weakening Liaojin's attack. Finally, accompanied by a deafening explosion, Liaojin was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a mountain range.
Boom!
The mountain range was completely destroyed, and Liaojin's armor was covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering.
Looks like you're not all that after all. You couldn't even break through my defense. You don't have the strength to keep fighting, do you?
Liaojin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and downed a bottle of legendary tier health potion. In an instant, his injuries were completely healed, with not a trace of damage remaining. Song Yuan, on the other hand, suddenly turned pale, let out a muffled groan, and a layer of frost abruptly formed on his scorching skin. The extreme cold toxin had already invaded his internal organs.
He has done for. Who would have thought that the mighty Song Yuan, once the top student at the Imperial Academy, would end up like this?
The crowd sneered inwardly, turning their gaze toward Chu.
Kid, now that no one is protecting you, let us see how you keep acting so cocky. With that, the man pulled out 2 thunder hammers, radiating a chilling aura. I remember you. Weren't you the one who was bragging about making me kowtow to you from the very beginning?
Chu shifted his gaze to the massive middle-aged man standing before him.
Lu Yi, a 2-star epic tier warhammer master from the Overlord Guild. Kid, don't think having a backer means you can do whatever you want.
In this world, fists speak louder than words.
Lu Yi sprang into action.
His body moved swiftly, charging straight toward Chu. Though he was massive, his speed was anything but slow.
Warhammer sweeping the skies.
He launched his first awakening skill right off the bat, intent on ending Chu's life in the most direct way possible.
The dragon crystal, he was determined to claim it.
Suddenly, a warhammer appeared overhead, so massive it blocked out the sky its overwhelming might caused the ground beneath his feet to collapse. I can't agree with that fists speak nonsense. I never use my hands to kill. Chu raised his staff, summoning a silver-purple thunder hammer, and abruptly charged forward. When the two collided, the disparity in power was staggering. The skill's damage was utterly terrifying. It instantly shattered Chua's offensive and crashed down with undiminished force.
Kid! Die!
Lu Yi roared, channeling all his strength into the blow, creating a deafening, earth-shaking roar.
With just you?
Chu narrowed his eyes as the element of lightning erupted with a thunderous roar.
Falling star thunder!
As soon as this epic tier ancient magic was cast, the sky darkened instantly, and a meteor formed from thunder crashed down from the distant horizon. It seemed incredibly far away, yet in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lu Yi.
Ridiculous! A master tier practitioner thinks he can challenge me?
Lu Yi sneered and casually struck out with his hand.
However, the moment his palm touched the star thunder, his expression changed drastically.
Suddenly, the thunder erupted with a deafening roar, completely engulfing him. A blood-curdling scream pierced the sky.
It lasted only a few seconds before fading away.
Looking back at where he had been standing, nothing remained but a pile of charred debris.
Trying to show off in front of me? You're just a useless fool showing off in front of an expert.
Chua's face was filled with contempt.
He immediately turned to the members of the Overlord Guild and said, "Want some dragon crystals? Come and get them if you dare." It was a blatant provocation. The faces of the Overlord Guild members darkened.
Their guild master had just died, and now another epic tier powerhouse who had just awakened had fallen at his hands.
How could they possibly tolerate being humiliated like this by a master tier mage?
It's been a long time since I've seen a genius as dazzling as you. It's just a pity that today, you must die right here. A burly man with a bare torso stepped forward.
The vice president is going to take him on personally? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me deal with him. Fang Junhua, vice president of the Overlord Guild, spoke up, "I alone am enough."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he slammed his foot down hard on the ground, sending a shockwave rippling through the earth. It obliterated countless trees and boulders in its path. Its sheer power was jaw-dropping.
Chua's pupils contracted slightly.
Unable to dodge in time, his body was suddenly sent flying.
Fang Junhua seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Tiger Roar Fist.
A tigress roar echoed as the ethereal image of a white tigress head appeared on his fist, slamming violently toward Chu. Wherever the fist passed, it made the air crackle with a thunderous roar.
Chu, suspended in midair, saw a flash of light from his staff. Demon Flame Explosion. Celestial Thunder Arrow. Dragoness Breath. Falling Star Thunder.
He unleashed 4 skills in rapid succession. A radius of 1 kilometer was engulfed in thunder, and the ferocious energy seemed poised to tear space apart.
A mere trifle. Fang Junhua snorted coldly, brazenly withstanding every bolt of lightning.
Even a dragoness breath could only slightly reduce the damage of his skills. As a legendary 1-star, First Awakening warrior, his stats were exceptionally outstanding in every aspect.
Chua's attacks simply couldn't break through his defense. Boom! A fist slammed into Chu, violently sending him flying over a kilometer away.
He fell in a parabolic arc, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater.
Cough, cough. Damn it, looks like I'll have to get serious now.
Chu brushed the dust off his body, dispelled his thunder shield, and fixed his gaze on Fang Junhua.
His eyes blazed with ferocity. Chapter 80, The Phantom of the Golden Thunder Dragon. Annihilating a legendary tier, 1-star, First Awakening powerhouse.
Holy shit! I've been in this game for so long, and I've never been beaten this badly before.
If he hadn't been frantically casting his Thunder Shield skill, that single punch would have killed him on the spot. A master tier thinking he can kill me? Do you think I'm some idiot like Lu Yi?
Fang Junhua shrugged it off. The people behind him laughed when they heard Chua's harsh words.
Ha ha. That is hilarious. This kid is still trying to save face even as he faces death?
Lu Yi fell because he was overconfident.
Does he really think Vice President Fang is weaker than Lu Yi? Just watch, this kid is going to die a miserable death. A mere master tier, and he dares to boast that he is the Thunder God? Fang Junhua removed the bandage from his hand, revealing a pair of fists as black as ink. His fists were engraved with a dense network of runes, giving them an especially eerie appearance. Having two hidden classes is indeed extraordinary. If you had a few more years to grow, I might actually not be your match. Fang Junhua cracked his knuckles and stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. With the bandages removed, he looked every bit the hunter. Shu, without a word, summoned the phantom of a giant dragon. The massive dragoness silhouette towered over the world, its overwhelming presence making people gasp for breath. But he'd already used this move earlier and it hadn't worked. If that's all you've got, I suggest you give up now. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupted from Fang Junhua's fists. Shu remained silent, but a flash of light suddenly gleamed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, golden and thunderous light intertwined, his left eye golden, his right eye blue. It was as wondrous as heterochromia. But that wasn't all. Shu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That's the feeling. He pressed his palms together once more, and a flash of thunder erupted. A golden glow shot skyward. Before everyone's very eyes, a giant dragon appeared overhead once more. A deep blue thunder dragon. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth as golden lightning and the dragoness roar combined. The ground trembled violently. The crowd stared at the two giant dragons before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. That's a thunder dragon. Shu absorbed the energy of the dragon crystal. Could he have actually created a dual-class fusion skill? That's impossible. How could the skills of two classes possibly fuse together? Everyone's faces were etched with utter astonishment as they stared at the scene in disbelief. But the phantom of the thunder dragon had indeed appeared, and it looked exactly like the corpse. Towering 10,000 meters high, it looked down upon the world. The phantom exuded the nobility and sanctity of the dragon clan. This was a proud race that would not tolerate even the slightest contempt. Golden dragon on the left, thunder dragon on the right. Shu spread his arms wide and took another deep, forceful breath. The thunder dragon and golden dragon followed suit. As they inhaled, they instantly drained every last bit of elemental energy from the area. Fang Junhua sensed something was amiss and charged forward in fury. Die! Fiery blaze fist. He unleashed his awakening skill without hesitation. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, even Fang Junhua dared not take any chances. Shu watched Fang Junhua charging toward him with an impassive expression, then his massive frame trembled. The thunder dragoness roar. Roar! A earth-shaking roar echoed across the heavens and earth, as a beam of light woven from golden lightning spewed from the mouths of both dragons, converging mid-air. The destructive shockwaves seemed poised to obliterate the very earth. Fang Junhua's pupils narrowed. Gritting his teeth, he charged head-on into the onslaught. As a warrior, his class traits were tied to his fighting spirit. The stronger his fighting spirit, the higher his skill damage. Therefore, he must maintain a fearless heart to maximize his damage. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone was watching to see what kind of sparks would fly from the clash between the two. They wanted Fang Junhua to win. But the might of Chu's class fusion skill was simply too overwhelming. Throughout history, dual-class characters have been rare. And this is a dual hidden class. Moreover, both classes are mages. Most terrifying of all, both classes possess immense destructive power. What are the odds 1 in trillions that a phenomenon like Chu would even exist? Soon, the two collided. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. The shockwave from the blast instantly leveled an entire mountain range, creating a vacuum zone around it. Now look at the center of the explosion. Fang Junhua's left arm was severed at the shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The crimson blood stained the charred earth red, and his face was nearly disfigured. His right eye was gone, leaving behind a bloody gaping hole. Seeing this, the weight on everyone's heart slowly lifted. That was terrifying. I thought the vice president was going to be instantly killed. Shu must be out of moves now, right? A skill that powerful must have a really long cooldown.
He has already played his trump card. No matter how many skills he casts from here on out, he won't be able to shake the vice president one bit.
That was quite a blow. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Fang Junhua's grimacing face looked like a demon from the depths of hell, twisted and terrifying. If not, then it's my turn. Boom!
With fighting spirit and murderous intent surging simultaneously, Fang Junhua's figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Chu felt the howling gale and curled the corner of his mouth.
Who said my skill can only be used once?
Instantly, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Thunder Dragon and the Golden Dragon moved once more.
And their might was just as overwhelming as before. What the hell is this? How could anyone possibly cast such a powerful skill twice in a row?
If you said it was an infinite barrage of lightning orbs,
well, that might be tolerable. But this is a class fusion skill.
Accompanied by the roars of the giant dragons, beams of light shot out once more, engulfing Fang Junhua's body. This time, they heard a blood-curdling scream.
Fang Junhua's skin was being mercilessly scorched, his cells constantly being destroyed and reorganization.
No matter how tenacious his life force was, it couldn't withstand this power. Soon, once the aftereffects subsided, Fang Junhua stood there like a desiccated corpse, coughing up blood and teetering on the brink of collapse.
He's not really going to kill the vice president, is he?
The members of the Overlord Guild exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to save him. It was that they simply didn't dare.
Who could be 100% confident they could block Chu's attack?
Even a powerhouse of Fang Junhua's caliber had been beaten into this state.
Whoever went would die.
Chu walked slowly toward him, step by step, and said calmly, "You were a little off just now.
I don't need years to kill you, I can finish you off right now."
Fang Junhua struggled to lift his head, his mouth agape as if a fishbone were stuck in his throat. His eyes were filled with pleading and regret at this point. He finally felt the terror of death. A legendary tier, 1-star awakened warrior, that's all you are. Chu chuckled softly and pressed his palm down gently. The dragon breathed fire once more. This time, Fang Junhua had no chance to struggle. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. In this battle, at the Master Tier, 6-star level, he had vanquished a legendary Tier, 1-star warrior. He had accomplished a feat beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 81, If quality falls short, make up for it with quantity.
Try chasing your dad. Gazing at Chu's slender figure, not a single person present dared to underestimate him. The members of the Night SN Guild and the Heavenly Silkworm Guild were absolutely terrified. They wondered, if it were them in his place, would they have survived? They had assumed Chu could only unleash the Thunder Dragon's roar once. But to their surprise, he managed to unleash it a second time. After 2 consecutive high-intensity attacks, his spirit really run dry? And what the hell is this third one? So you don't even have a cooldown, do you? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It seems the rumors online weren't exaggerated after all. From now on, Chu's title as the Thunder God is likely here to stay. Give him a few more years to grow, and he'd be able to slaughter mythic tier powerhouses outright? The Overlord Guild has offended a genius like this. They're in for a rough ride from now on. The looks people cast at Li Yuanba were filled with a mix of awe and pity. They had thought Chu was just someone they could toy with, but who would have guessed he was a tiger with fangs? Li Yuanba hadn't participated from start to finish. On one hand, his chi was firmly locked onto Bite Song Yuan, so he didn't dare take the risk. On the other hand, he believed Fang Junhua could handle Chu. But the outcome dealt him a harsh blow. After this battle, the heroic Dominion Guild's reputation would serve only to boost Chu's. And they would become a laughingstock. A 1-star vice president of the legendary tier, and yet he was killed by a 5-star master tier kid. Chu picked up the gear Fang Junhua had dropped. Looking at his inventory filled with loot, he couldn't help but let a smirk cross his lips. Why bother selling Thunder Shock Grass? Isn't the reward for killing people much higher?
Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distance. It seemed the battle between Song Yuan and Liao Zhen had taken a sudden turn. Under their combined assault, Song Yuan, whose body was already ravaged by poison, couldn't muster his full strength. Moreover, his injuries were steadily worsening. Soon after, Song Yuan was too weak even to lift his axe. After being knocked flying by one of Liao Zhen's punches, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and plummeted to the ground like a kite whose string had snapped. Director Song has lost? Chu was stunned. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. In his mind, Song Yuan was invincible. He never imagined the extreme cold toxin would affect him so severely. Having disposed of this most formidable opponent, Liao Zhen suddenly turned his gaze toward Chu. Oh no! Chu realized something was terribly wrong and turned to flee. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't confident enough to defeat a legendary-level powerhouse. Not to mention, his opponent was the director of the Imperial Academy. That little bastard thinks he can run? Liao Zhen stared intently at Chu's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with boundless murderous intent. Seeing that Song Yuan had been defeated, Li Yuanba ordered, "Go after him. The dragon crystal is on him. We absolutely cannot let that little brat get away today." Seeing this, the Sky Silkworm Guild and the Knight General Guild also gave chase. Li Wangjing furrowed his brow slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, "Let us follow them and see what happens." The temptation of the dragon crystal was too great in the face of such profit. Friendship was nothing. "You little bastard! You won't get away today." Liao Zhen grinned savagely, already imagining the scene of Chu being tortured and tormented by him. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. "You old bastard, come chase me." Without looking back, Chu fired 10 Dome of Thunder arrows. As bolts of lightning surged, he sped away at breakneck speed. Liao Zhen snorted coldly. With a wave of his gold-tier right hand,